Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1896 to Chapter 1946. In the main hall of the Soft Water sect sat a dozen or so people. These people were the sect masters of all the sects in the Flowing Water Alliance. Among them, the blue-robed person sitting at the head of the table was the sect master of the Soft Water sect. The sect master of the Soft Water sect looked at the other sect masters and said, "Everyone, the conditions that we proposed are somewhat excessive. However, I think that in this case, the Freedom Alliance would certainly come and negotiate with us. As long as we negotiate well, then we can lower our demands. This way, we would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. It must be said that the 9 Great Sects counterattack has helped us a lot. However, I'm afraid that the 9 Great Sects counterattack wouldn't yield any results. They might have other goals. Xianxia is too strong. It would be impossible for them to return to the northern 4 regions and regain control of it. It's almost impossible for them to control the 4 major sects." The other sect masters also nodded. The reason why they proposed such excessive conditions was to negotiate with the Black Tiger Gang. However, they were wrong this time. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't negotiate with them, especially Xianxia. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. Then, a cultivator ran in. He said to the sect master of the Soft Water sect in a panic, "Sect master, it's bad. The Freedom Alliance's army has begun to attack." The sect master of the Soft Water sect stared, then his expression changed. He stood up and said, "They're really attacking?" The cultivator nodded and said, "It's true. They've already surrounded our sect and are attacking the defensive formation." The sect master of the Soft Water sect's face turned pale. Then he said, "Good, very good. Xianxia, you're really ruthless. You didn't even give me a chance. Retreat immediately." The Soft Water sect had also made some preparations in advance. Because the northern sacred continent had been in a state of turmoil recently, nobody knew what would happen next. A small sect like the Soft Water sect might be destroyed. In this case, the Soft Water sect would make preparations in advance. They would give some important cultivation methods and materials to the experts and core disciples of the sect. If an enemy were to attack and the situation was critical, then they would have the experts and core disciples of the sect take the materials and leave. Then they would find an opportunity to rebuild their sect and pass down their teachings. This kind of situation wasn't rare in the cultivation realm. Some small sects would do this. There was no other way. This was the tragedy of a small sect. Following the order of the Soft Water sect's sect master, some of the core disciples of the Soft Water sect immediately took the sect's resources and merit points and left. The places they were going to were different. Some were going to other sects that had a close relationship with the Soft Water sect, while some were going to some desolate mountains to hide for the time being. When the core disciples of the Soft Water sect left, the people of the Soft Water sect heard a loud explosion from outside. Then a burst of battle cries could be heard. Clearly, their defensive formation had been broken. The people of the Soft Water sect knew that they couldn't escape. This aroused their ferocious nature. One by one, they charged towards the First Legion. However, the First Legion had been waiting for a long time. Now that they finally had a chance to make a move, how could they hold back? Each and every one of them went for the kill. The Soft Water sect was originally a small sect. How could it block the attack of the First Legion? It didn't take long for the First Legion to destroy it. The sect masters of the other sects that were allied with the Soft Water sect were sent away by the sect master. Along with them were the core disciples of the Soft Water sect. Although the Soft Water sect had been destroyed, Xianxia's methods had been spread throughout the cultivation realm. However, Xianxia wasn't worried. After destroying the Soft Water sect, Xianxia commanded the First Legion to continue forward. This time, Xianxia was surprised to see that the people of the small sects had actually run away. They didn't even make contact with him. Xianxia knew that this was because the 9 major sects had suddenly returned to the sacred northern continent. This gave the small sects hope. Because of this, the small sects packed up and ran towards the 9 major sects. Xianxia was surprised by this situation. He knew that he couldn't let these small sects run away. Otherwise, the Freedom Alliance would only get an empty sacred northern continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately ordered the First Legion to slow down. As long as the small sects didn't surrender, they were to be dealt with. At the same time, he sped up and headed towards the 9 major sects. Zhao Hai was very clear that the 9 major sects didn't return to reoccupy the 4 northern continents. In fact, as long as he was there, the 9 major sects wouldn't be able to occupy the 4 northern continents. Their main purpose this time was to stall him. As long as they stall him, Zhao Hai and the others would be able to attack the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. If Zhao Hai and the others succeed, then the 9 major sects might be able to reclaim 3 of the 4 northern continents. As for the northern continent, they didn't think about reclaiming it. This was because that was Zhao Hai's base. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the Black Tiger Gang's situation at all. Not to mention how strong the Black Tiger Gang's defenses were, Zhao Hai also had 500 immortal stage undead in the base. Once these immortal stage undead make a move, Jian Wuya and the others wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take the initiative to confront the 9 major sects. In the end, he would drive them out and make the small sects give up. As for the First Legion, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. The First Legion had 7 million people, and they were all elites of the Freedom Alliance. Even if the Western Ghost Continent and the Eastern Sage Continent attacked them, they wouldn't have any problems. Although the small sects in the Western Ghost Continent and the Eastern Sage Continent had gathered a lot of troops, their combat strength was far inferior to the First Legion. Moreover, before Zhao Hai left, he made arrangements for Laura and the others to appear on the Hell King's ship. He told Li Kuanga that if the First Legion were to fight, Laura and the others would be in command. The people of the First Legion weren't disgusted with Laura and the others being in command. This was because they knew that their previous battles were led by Laura and the others. Additionally, Laura and the others were Zhao Hai's women. Naturally, they wouldn't be disgusted. Naturally, Laura and the others weren't on the Hell King's ship, they were inside the space. Zhao Hai only told them to show their faces on the Hell King's ship. Then they entered the ship's cabin and passed on orders through the communicator. This way, nobody would know where they were. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai rushed towards the 9 Great Sects' army. At this time, the 9 Great Sects were stationed on the banks of Jade Belt River. However, there were still a lot of sects from the 4 northern regions that came in contact with them. Naturally, in the hearts of these sects, the 9 Great Sects' prestige was higher than the Freedom Alliance and Zhao Hai. Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi were currently sitting inside a cave residence. The two didn't see the sect leaders of the smaller sects. In fact, the sect leaders of the smaller sects weren't qualified to see them. Jiao Hualong looked at Meng Wudi and said, "Old Meng, we'll push forward tomorrow. I think Zhao Hai should already know about us. With that guy's character, he would certainly come looking for us." Meng Wudi fiercely said, "Of course, that guy will definitely come. This time, we must hold him back and let old Jian and the others destroy his nest. When the time comes, I want to see what kind of expression that guy will have." Jiao Hualong looked at Meng Wudi and sighed. He knew that Meng Wudi hated Zhao Hai for a reason. This was because the poison elder that Zhao Hai killed was Meng Wudi's martial uncle. Meng Wudi and the poison elder had a very close relationship. Now that Zhao Hai killed the poison elder, it was natural for Meng Wudi to hate Zhao Hai. It must be said that Jiao Hualong's hatred for Zhao Hai wasn't as deep as Meng Wudi's. This was because Jiao Hualong was a beast cultivator. The world of beast cultivators was much crueler than the cultivators. In that world, there was only the law of the jungle. If you're strong, you can have everything. If you're weak, you can't have anything. Zhao Hai was strong, so he got the 4 northern prefectures. On the other hand, they weren't as strong as Zhao Hai. Therefore, they were driven out by Zhao Hai. In Jiao Hualong's view, this was completely normal. If he didn't want to have a good relationship with the other 8 sects, then Jiao Hualong wouldn't want to deal with Zhao Hai right now. This was because in Jiao Hualong's view, using tricks to deal with Zhao Hai wouldn't necessarily work. At this time, an uproar was suddenly heard. Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi stared blankly. The two stood up and were about to go outside when a voice was heard, "Sect Master, Zhao Hai has arrived." Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi stared. Then Meng Wudi's complexion couldn't help but change as he said, "I know. Get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy." Then Meng Wudi turned to Jiao Hualong and said, "This Jiao Hai is really fast. Old Jiao, let's go out and take a look." Jiao Hualong nodded, then he followed Meng Wudi out of the cave. When they looked outside, the two immediately understood why these people were so certain that Jiao Hai had arrived. This was because there was an endless army of undead in front of their camp. Although this wasn't the first time Jiao Hualong saw this, he still couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this time, the large artifacts were ready. The two got on the large artifacts and flew out of the encampment. The other members of the 9 Major Sect Alliance also flew out and formed a large formation, following behind the two. However, this time, the number of members of the 9 Major Sect Alliance was much smaller than last time. Last time, the 9 Major Sect Alliance had about 100 million members. But now, the number of members of the 9 Major Sect Alliance was only about 60 million. Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi commanded their army to stop a kilometer away from the undead army. Then they looked at the undead army and saw Jiao Hai standing on the head of an undead. The undead under Jiao Hai's feet was alien. When Jiao Hai saw the two appear, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Hello, I didn't expect to see you two here. Why did you return to the sacred northern province? Do you want to take back the sacred northern province?" Meng Wudi looked at Jiao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "Less nonsense. Jiao Hai, the sacred northern province isn't your home. I can come and go as I please." "Ha ha ha, you're wrong. Right now, the sacred northern province really belongs to my family. This isn't a place where you can come and go as you please." Jiao Hai looked at invincible Meng and laughed. Meng Wudi looked at Jiao Hai and sneered, "Big words. You dare to treat the sacred northern continent as your home?" Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't know who it was, but they were scared away by my words. Right, some time ago, a guy who used poison wanted to assassinate me. Unfortunately, he has now become a member of my undead army. How about it? Do you want to see him?" Hearing Jiao Hai, Meng Wudi clenched his teeth and fiercely said, "Jiao Hai, I'll tear you to pieces sooner or later." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Attack." After he said that, Jiao Hai waved his hand. The undead army immediately pressed forward and attacked the 9 sections. Fortunately, Jiao Hualong and the others were already prepared. When they saw Jiao Hai attacking, they immediately went to meet him. However, they were smart this time and didn't attack. Instead, they focused on defense. Jiao Hai's attacks weren't very strong, they mainly relied on their muskets and cannons. While the two sides were fighting, Jian Wuya received a jade sword message from Jiao Hualong. They knew that Jiao Hai had already started fighting. Therefore, they immediately made their move. Several spatial divergent ability users followed the coordinates of the Black Tiger Gang and activated their spatial ability. A huge spatial rift appeared in front of everyone. Jian Wuya immediately led his people to rush in. This time, Jian Wuya brought a lot of people to fight the Black Tiger Gang. However, each one of them was an elite. There were 200 immortal experts and 2,000 transcending tribulation experts. This group's fighting strength was very formidable. When Jian Wuya and the others came out of the spatial rift, they found themselves in a huge cave. There were some cultivators inside the cave looking at them in a daze. When Jian Wuya saw the black robes of the cultivators, he couldn't help but laugh. "Black Tiger Gang, let's see how you deal with us this time. Kill!" The cultivators roared as they charged towards the black-robed cultivators. At this moment, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. The expressions of the Black Tiger cultivators changed and they turned to leave. At the same time, Jian Wuya and the others suddenly felt red lines appear on the walls of the cave. These red lines instantly turned into formations. Then they felt the entire space become extremely hot. At the same time, there was a huge pressure. Jian Wuya stared. He looked at the surrounding space and immediately knew that the Black Tiger Gang's defense system was activated. He immediately said to the people around him, "Break the walls, quickly." As soon as the cultivators heard Jian Wuya, they immediately released their avatars and attacked the walls. However, when their attacks hit the walls immediately emitted red light and blocked their attacks. Even with so many people attacking, the walls couldn't do anything to them. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind rang out. Xianxia and the others turned around to see a large number of cultivators from the Black Tiger gang rushing towards them. All of them had revealed their Dharma idols. Without saying a word, they spread out to attack Xianxuya's group. Xianxia and the others immediately turned to deal with the black-cloaked cultivators. However, at this moment, several fire snakes suddenly appeared from the walls. When the fire snakes encountered the cultivators of the 9 great sects, they immediately coiled around them. The cultivators wanted to break free, but they couldn't. After a while, the people who were coiled around screamed miserably and were burned to ashes. When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the avatars to take the initiative to attack. Were the people of the Black Tiger gang not afraid of being burned by the fire? Before long, he discovered that the people of the Black Tiger gang weren't afraid of being burned by the fire. This was because the people of the Black Tiger gang had things that could identify them. The fire had no effect on them. Moreover, the fire element in the formation was getting stronger and stronger. At this point, even immortal experts wouldn't dare to get caught in the fire. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect the Black Tiger gang's defenses to be this strong. Xianxia was complaining inside. He knew that his operation was going to fail. It was impossible for the Black Tiger gang to have no immortal experts. The immortal experts of the Black Tiger gang hadn't even made a move yet, but they had already suffered heavy losses. If the immortal experts of the Black Tiger gang were to make a move, then the situation would become even more troublesome. After thinking about this, Xianxia immediately said, "Open a spatial rift and retreat." Along with his voice, the cultivators with spatial abilities who were protected by the other cultivators immediately opened a spatial rift. Xianxia led the remaining people to enter the space. When Xianxia and the others returned, they discovered that only 1,500 of the 2,000 transcending tribulation experts had returned. Moreover, 10 immortal experts had died. Such a loss can't be said to be small. Xianxuya's expression became somewhat unsightly. The abbot walked to Xianxuya's side and said, "Those spatial divergent ability users have been injured by the backlash of using spatial divergent techniques. They won't be able to use spatial force for a short period of time." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect the Black Tiger gang's defenses to be this strong. It seems like we miscalculated again. Send a letter to old Jiao and old Meng. Tell them to retreat. If they don't retreat, then too many of their people will die." Abbot Glaring sighed. He took out a jade sword message and sent it to Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi. Although Abbot Glaring had a fiery temper, he didn't have the slightest bit of temper when he encountered the Black Tiger gang. Xianxia and the others' actions were being monitored by Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw that Xianxia and the others didn't retreat after suffering a small loss, he couldn't help but feel pity. He wanted his immortal undead to deal with the Black Tiger gang. This would make Xianxia and the others feel even more pain. But now that Xianxia and the others had returned, Zhao Hai didn't want to chase them down. As for Jiao Hualong and the others, Zhao Hai didn't want to kill too many people. He might as well deal with the 4 northern provinces as soon as possible. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the undead to stop their attack. Zhao Hai stood on Alien and walked towards the undead army. Then he looked at the 9 sects and said, "Jiao Hualong, Meng Wudi, come out and see me." Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi didn't retreat too far. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the two immediately flew out. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly stopped fighting. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Listen, I know why you two came here. You just want to buy some time for Xianxia to go to the Black Tiger gang's headquarters and cause trouble. To tell you the truth, I already knew about this. Now that Xianxia and the others have been beaten back by the Black Tiger gang, it's best for you to retreat. I don't want to kill too many people, so don't force me to." When Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then their expressions changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai already knew about this. However, Meng Wudi quickly snorted and said, "Stop bluffing. Zhao Hai, did Zhang Feng inform you about this? You're acting like you're omniscient." Zhao Hai looked at Meng Wudi and sneered, "There's no need to probe me." When Xianxia and the others attacked the Black Tiger gang, they didn't encounter any immortal stage undead. The Black Tiger gang's immortal experts also didn't make a move. You can go back and ask Jian. I'll tell you the truth, although I'm here, the Black Tiger Gang has a mortal stage undead stationed there. I just wanted the Black Tiger Gang to familiarize themselves with the defenses of the base. Therefore, I didn't have the immortal stage undead make a move. If you don't believe me, then I'll tell you that I've already sent some immortal stage undead to kill the spatial divergent ability users. You can verify this when you go back. Now scram, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. When Meng Wudi and Jiao Hualong heard Zhao Hai, their complexions turned pale. Half of it was due to anger, while the other half was due to fear. They believed that Zhao Hai disdained to deceive them. If Zhao Hai really did that, then he wouldn't be Zhao Hai. Although Meng Wudi and Jiao Hualong wanted to go all out against Zhao Hai, they knew that if they really did that, then the 9 great sects would be finished. Although the 9 great sects still had some elites, most of the cultivators were brought out by them. If the losses here were too heavy, then the 9 great sects would be finished. Meng Wudi and Jiao Hualong looked at each other. Then they clenched their teeth and said, "Withdraw." Then the large artifacts retreated. The 9 great sects' army also began to slowly retreat towards the other side of the Jadebelt River. Looking at the departing army of the 9 great sects, Zhao Hai didn't pursue them. Instead, he turned his head towards the sacred northern continent and muttered, "I've given you enough opportunities, but you didn't know how to cherish them. Don't blame me." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as his undead army moved towards the sacred northern continent. As soon as Zhao Hai's undead army moved, he immediately sent a message to Li Kuanga. He told Li Kuanga that he would attack from the south to the north while Li Kuanga would attack from the north to the south. The two of them would attack from both sides. They had to pacify the sacred northern continent in the shortest time possible before moving on to the other 2 continents. Zhao Hai and Meng Wudi didn't fight for a long time, the battle only lasted for a few hours. And in these few hours, Li Kuanga's army had already reached the headquarters of a small sect. Li Kuanga followed Zhao Hai's plan and sent people to the small sect. If they didn't surrender, then they would attack. However, what surprised Li Kuanga was that the small sect actually surrendered. They unconditionally agreed to join the Freedom Alliance and become a branch of the alliance in the sacred northern continent. Li Kuanga was surprised that he was able to subdue a small sect so easily. However, he still agreed to the small sect's request and allowed them to join the Freedom Alliance. Then the army continued to move. At this time, Li Kuanga received a jade sword message from Zhao Hai, telling him to speed up. At this time, the sects in the sacred northern continent also knew that Zhao Hai had repelled the 9 sections. When this news spread, the western Ghost Continent and eastern Sacred Continent's army immediately dispersed. At the same time, some small sects in the 2 continents began to contact the Freedom Alliance. On the other hand, the situation in the sacred northern continent was different. The people here had already formed small alliances. Now that they wanted to join the Freedom Alliance, some of the small alliances wanted to make some conditions. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't accept them. Moreover, all the sects that made these conditions were directly destroyed by Zhao Hai. They didn't even have the chance to change their minds. For a time, the entire sacred northern continent was filled with a reign of terror. Only now did the sects in the sacred northern continent know how powerful they were. The remaining sects didn't dare to make any conditions. They all took the initiative to contact Zhao Hai's army. After Zhao Hai destroyed more than a dozen sects, nobody dared to talk about conditions with him anymore. Zhao Hai also didn't go too far. Therefore, if a sect wanted to join the Freedom Alliance, then as long as it was unconditional, he would accept it. However, Zhao Hai also said that after joining the Freedom Alliance, these sects would belong to the lowest rank in the hierarchy of sects. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he said that after joining the Freedom Alliance, these sects would belong to the lowest ranks. Although these sects were dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's approach, they couldn't do anything about it. If they dared to say anything, then Zhao Hai would directly exterminate them. At this time, the cultivators of the sacred northern continent were afraid of Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was a murderous demon who would exterminate a sect at any time. At the same time, the matter of the Freedom Alliance assigning a rank to the sects was also known by those who hadn't yet joined the Freedom Alliance. Once they heard that only their own sects wouldn't be at the bottom, those who hadn't yet joined the Freedom Alliance couldn't sit still. They immediately requested to join the Freedom Alliance. However, although the Freedom Alliance agreed to their request, they didn't tell them what rank their sects would be. This made those sects uneasy. Because of Zhao Hai's ruthless methods, the northern continent was quickly pacified. The small sects of the northern continent no longer cared about the Northern Sage Academy's orders. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. He didn't give them any chance and directly exterminated their sections. Anyone would be afraid of such methods. On the other hand, the southern continent was relatively calm. The alliance of the 9 great sects had been disbanded. For the time being, they didn't dare to provoke Zhao Hai. This was because the space-divergent ability users were killed by Zhao Hai's immortal stage undead. Additionally, Jiao Hualong and Meng Wudi brought back Zhao Hai's words. This made Jian Wuya and the others completely obedient. They didn't know how Zhao Hai knew about their actions, but it was precisely because of this that they were afraid. Before they knew how Zhao Hai knew about their actions, they wouldn't make a move against the Freedom Alliance. Zhao Hai sat on the Hell King's ship. At this time, the First Legion was no longer in the Northern Holy Continent, but instead in the Western Ghost Continent. The Northern Holy Continent had been pacified, and even the Eastern Holy Continent had been pacified. The Freedom Alliance had officially taken control of these 2 continents. Some small sects that joined the Freedom Alliance in the beginning received a lot of benefits from these 2 continents. Some small sects even moved their headquarters to the Northern Holy Continent and the Eastern Holy Continent. This was because the territory they obtained there was bigger than their original territory. Naturally, they would move. These small sects also used the method of land exchange to exchange for more land. At the same time, the Black Tiger Gang also used this method to obtain a bigger territory. Zhao Hai believed that as long as Zhao Hai pacifies the Western Ghost Continent, the Black Tiger Gang would be able to connect their headquarters to the 10,000 Beast Sect's headquarters. This was a very big piece of territory. Zhao Hai naturally saw these changes in the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang's territory was now in the Northern Holy Continent. Although the Northern Holy Continent, Eastern Holy Continent, and Western Ghost Continent had a lot of empty territories, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to let the Black Tiger Gang take them. They can open several branches here, but these branches wouldn't occupy too much territory. They would mainly focus on the Northern Holy Continent. In the eyes of some small sects, the Northern Holy Continent was a barren land. However, Zhao Hai wanted the Black Tiger Gang to properly manage the Northern Holy Continent. Although the Northern Holy Continent didn't have as many resources as the other continents, it still wasn't lacking. Moreover, the more remote a place was, the less people would fight over it. As long as the Black Tiger Gang manages the Northern Holy Continent, their 10,000 years of foundation would be preserved. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have Zhang Feng and the others occupy a large territory in the other continents. Recently, the 9 great sects had been very well behaved. This wasn't outside of Zhao Hai's expectations. The 9 great sects had suffered losses in his hands. If they weren't well behaved, then they wouldn't be able to understand the situation. Most importantly, the Leap Dragon Realm's 10,000 years evaluation was about to arrive. Even if the 9 great sects wanted to make a move, they would have to wait until after the evaluation. However, this period of time was enough for Zhao Hai to smoothly digest the 4 Northern Holy Continents. When dealing with the 4 Northern Holy Continents, aside from the Northern Holy Continent, the Eastern Holy Continent and the Western Ghost Continent didn't encounter much resistance. The small sects knew that it was impossible for them to stop the Freedom Alliance's army. In this case, if they resisted, then they would be courting death. At this point, no sects dared to negotiate with the Freedom Alliance. All the sects that did were destroyed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's ruthless methods had shocked everyone. Not only the sects of the Northern Holy Continent, the Eastern Holy Continent, and the Western Ghost Continent, even the sects of the Freedom Alliance were shaken by Zhao Hai's methods. Nobody dared to cause trouble anymore. Most of the sects in the Western Ghost Continent had already contacted Zhang Feng and the others in advance. At this point, they were already part of the Freedom Alliance. This time, Zhao Hai came to the Western Ghost Continent and didn't use any force. However, Zhao Hai still needed to come to the Western Ghost Continent. He needed to let the people in the Western Ghost Continent know about his strength. This would prevent them from having crooked thoughts. At this time, although Zhao Hai was sitting on the Hell King's ship and looking at the scenery of the western ghost continent, his mind wasn't actually there. He was thinking about the Leap Dragon Realm's evaluation. Li Kuanga stood beside Zhao Hai and didn't speak. However, he would look at Zhao Hai from time to time with eyes full of worship. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Kuanga, how long will it take for us to reach Jade Belt River?" Li Kuanga calculated the time and said, "We'll be there in about an hour." "Brother Hai, the 4 northern continents are now under the Freedom Alliance's control. What are you unhappy about?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "Nothing. It's just that the Leap Dragon Realm's evaluation is coming. I don't know what it's going to be like." Li Kuanga nodded and said, "I heard the great elder of the sect say that the evaluation that takes place once every 10,000 years is actually very simple. The people of the Leaping Dragon Realm will scan the cultivation world with their spiritual force and then decide whether or not the cultivation world is qualified to enter the Leaping Dragon Realm." Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows and said, "Scan with spiritual force? The cultivation realm is very big. Can spiritual force really do that?" Li Kuanga shook his head and said, "I don't know. I heard that the people in charge of the Leap Dragon Realm are very strong. Perhaps they have other means." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Perhaps." "Right, Kuanga, is there a sect in front of us?" Li Kuanga thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "There's a sect in front of us. This sect is called the 100 Ghosts Sect. It's a ghost cultivator sect. In the past, their relationship with the wonderful Sound Pavilion wasn't very good. I heard that the 100 Ghosts Sect used to be very powerful. Their strength wasn't inferior to the 9 great sects. But after being suppressed by the wonderful Sound Pavilion, they were reduced to a small sect." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Did the 100 Ghosts Sect join the Freedom Alliance?" Li Kuanga nodded and said, "They did. Moreover, they were the first to join the Freedom Alliance in the West Ghost Province. Their sect is located in the 100 Ghosts Mountain. I heard that the Yin there is very rich. It's very suitable for the 100 Ghosts Sect to cultivate." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "A sect like this should be supported. I'll talk to the Alliance Master about it later. When we destroyed the Wandering Soul Gang, we obtained a lot of cultivation methods. If they need it, we can give them some." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Li Kuanga stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, why would we support them? These ghost cultivators are all sneaky. They don't seem to be good people." Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuanga, then he smiled faintly and said, "Kuanga, you can't do that. Among the 3,000 great Daos of cultivation, every Dao has its own Dao. The Ghost Dao is also one of the main Daos of the 3,000 great Daos. It's just that because of the different methods of cultivation, it's somewhat different. Now that they're part of the Freedom Alliance, you can't look down on them." When Li Kuanga heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but turn red. He bowed his head and said, "Yes, Big Brother Hai is right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Li Kuanga's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Let me tell you, what I just said was just for outsiders to hear. My real purpose isn't that. Your position in the Giant Axe Gang isn't low, so you'll encounter all kinds of things in the future. Don't be deceived by these words." Li Kuanga smiled faintly, then he patted Li Kuanga's shoulder. Li Kuanga stared, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, what do you mean? Are you saying that everything you said just now was out in the open? Then what's your real purpose in doing this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "Did you notice the location of the 100 Ghost Gang's mountain?" Li Kuanga thought for a moment and said, "The 100 Ghost Gang is located in the 100 Ghost Mountain. It's very close to the Jade Belt River. However, because there are too many strange rocks on the mountain, there's always a whistling sound. Moreover, there's also a large cave in the mountain. The inside of the cave is very gloomy. There's nothing special about it." Zhao Hai said, "I'm not asking you to tell me what's special about the mountain. I just want you to tell me its location." Li Kuanga looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's very close to the Jade Belt River. Didn't I just say that? Moreover, the 100 Ghost Gang has enmity with the wonderful Sound Pavilion. Now that the 9 great sects have joined forces, this means that they have enmity with the 9 great sects. Moreover, the 100 Ghost Gang's 100 Ghost Mountain is the closest to the Jade Belt River. If the 9 great sects want to cross the river and attack us, the 100 Ghost Gang would certainly know about it. As long as we support them, the 100 Ghost Gang would certainly be grateful to the Freedom Alliance. It would be impossible for the 9 great sects to bribe them. They would be our outpost by the Jade Belt River, so if the 9 great sects make any moves, we would know about it. Therefore, we need to rope them in and support them. When Li Kuanga heard Zhao Hai, he finally understood. He quickly said, "Yes, Brother Hai. I understand." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's go to the 100 Ghost Mountain and take a rest." Li Kuanga complied, then the army went straight to the 100 Ghost Mountain. Inside a cave of the 100 Ghost Gang, an old man was sitting. This old man looked more than 100 years old. His hair and beard were all white, and age spots could be seen on his face. He was very thin and wore a black cultivator's robe. His robe was embroidered with images of evil spirits. He was the 100 Ghost Gang's leader, Zhong Wuhuan. There were a few cultivators standing in front of Zhong Wuhuan. These cultivators didn't look very old and they were all at the transcending tribulation stage. They were all looking at Zhong Wuhuan with respect. These people were the rising stars of the 100 Ghosts Gang. Their status in the 100 Ghosts Gang wasn't low, but they were still very respectful towards Zhong Wuhuan. In fact, almost no one in the 100 Ghost Gang didn't respect Zhong Wuhuan. This was because Zhong Wuhuan had done a lot for the 100 Ghost Gang. When Zhong Wuhuan was young, he was a famous genius of the 100 Ghost Gang. He was already a transcending tribulation expert at a young age. He was considered the fastest genius to reach the immortal stage in the 100 Ghost Gang. But later on, the 100 Ghost Gang was suppressed by the wonderful Sound Pavilion. The 100 Ghost Gang's leader was plotted against and killed by the wonderful Sound Pavilion. The 100 Ghost Gang had no leader and was about to be squeezed to death by the wonderful Sound Pavilion. At this time, Zhong Wuhuan took over the position of leader. After taking office, he gave up on the idea of going against the wonderful Sound Pavilion. He contacted many people and paid a lot of price to preserve the 100 Ghost Gang. Then after painstaking efforts, the 100 Ghost Gang was able to occupy a piece of land in the West Ghost Province. But in this way, his cultivation was delayed. When the 100 Ghost Gang finally stabilized, he had already passed the best time to cultivate. It was almost impossible for him to reach the immortal stage. Because of this, although Zhong Wuhuan was only a transcending tribulation expert, no one in the 100 Ghost Gang didn't respect him. Even the immortal stage supreme elders were respectful towards Zhong Wuhuan. This showed Zhong Wuhuan's status in the 100 Ghost Gang. Zhong Wuhuan sat in his cave residence as he looked at the people in front of him and said, "Did you inquire about Mr. Zhao Hai's whereabouts? Will he come to our 100 Ghost Gang?" One of the cultivators quickly replied, replying to the sect master, "Zhao Hai is currently heading towards the 100 Ghost Mountain. He will arrive in less than an hour. I don't know if he will come to our 100 Ghost Gang." Zhong Wuhuan smiled faintly and said, "That's for the best. Prepare to meet Mr. Zhao Hai. He will certainly come." Although the cultivators didn't know why Zhong Wuhuan said this, they still responded in unison. Zhong Wuhuan looked at the group and muttered, "Zhao Hai, don't let this old man down. A person like you shouldn't be unaware of my 100 Ghost Gang." An hour passed by in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai led the first legion to approach the 100 Ghost Gang. But before they arrived, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Everyone stop and set up camp at the foot of the mountain. Kuanga, come with me." After he said that, he commanded the Hell King's ship to fly towards the 100 Ghost Mountain. Li Kuanga took out a jade sword message and gave a few words to the people before he felt relieved. Li Kuanga also knew that Zhao Hai attached great importance to the 100 Ghost sect. Because of this, the 100 Ghost sect couldn't be offended. Before the two arrived at the 100 Ghost Mountain, they saw a large group of people flying out of the mountain. After these people appeared, they immediately split into two groups as they stood there to greet Zhao Hai. Then an old man led several young cultivators towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai reduced the ship's speed so before long, they met again. The old man cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "100 Ghost Gang sect master Zhong Wuhuan has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist towards Zhong Wuhuan and said, "I have seen sect master Zhong." Zhao Hai is polite. Sect master Zhong doesn't need to be so polite. Let them rest. Naturally, Zhao Hai was talking about the people who came to greet Zhao Hai. Zhong Wuhuan smiled faintly and said, "This old man didn't organize them to greet Mr. They came voluntarily. Mister's position in these people's hearts is very high." Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't deserve it. Sect Master, please come on board the ship." Zhong Wuhuan nodded and then flew to the ship. At the same time, he introduced the people beside him to Zhao Hai. These people were the core disciples of the 100 Ghost Gang. Zhao Hai smiled and gave the group a salute. When the group saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but get excited. Just like Zhong Wuhuan said, Zhao Hai's popularity among these young cultivators was very high. He belonged to the idol faction. The group entered the 100 Ghost Mountain through the passage that the 100 Ghost Gang's disciples left behind. Then the group flew in and entered the 100 Ghost Gang's hall. Chairs were already prepared in the hall. Zhao Hai naturally sat on the main seat while Zhong Wuhuan sat on the side. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Sect Master Zhong, this time, Zhao Hai took the liberty to come here. I apologize for disturbing you." Zhong Wuhuan quickly replied, "I don't deserve it. Mr. Zhao Hai coming to our 100 Ghost Gang is our 100 Ghost Gang's fortune. How could I dare to accept Mister's words?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He can see that Zhong Wuhuan was a smart person. Therefore, he didn't speak any nonsense. Instead, he said, "Sect Master Zhong, I'm not afraid to tell you that your 100 Ghost Gang's position is very important. You can monitor the 9 great sections. Therefore, I want to ask the League to support the 100 Ghost Gang. What does Sect Master Zhong think?" Zhong Wuhuan didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so direct. He couldn't help but stare. Then he stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Then I'll have to thank Mr." Zhao Hai waved his hand and invited Zhong Wuhuan to sit down. Then he said, "The Wandering Soul Gang and my Black Tiger Gang were enemies. After I destroyed them, I obtained some of the Wandering Soul Gang's cultivation methods. These cultivation methods belong to ghost cultivators. Now, some of the Black Tiger Gang's disciples are practicing them. The 100 Ghost Gang is a ghost cultivator sect. I wonder if Sect Master Zhong is interested in these cultivation methods? If Sect Master Zhong is interested, then I can have the sect send these cultivation methods to Sect Master Zhong." This time, Zhong Wuhuan was really excited. The 100 Ghost Gang was a ghost cultivator sect. However, what kind of place was the Wandering Soul Gang? In the past, the Wandering Soul Gang was an existence that dominated the cultivation realm. How could their cultivation methods be compared to the Wandering Soul Gang's cultivation methods? Although the Wandering Soul Gang was destroyed, obtaining some of their cultivation methods was still very beneficial to the 100 Ghost Gang. This was related to the future of the 100 Ghost Gang. Zhong Wuhuan stood up and gave Zhao Hai a deep bow. After some time, he stood up and said, "Mister's great kindness to the 100 Ghost Gang will never be forgotten. Zhong Wuhuan doesn't have anything to help Mister, so I can only give Mister a bow. Later on, if Mister has any errands, the 100 Ghost Gang wouldn't refuse." When Zhao Hai heard Zhong Wuhuan, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he said, "Sect Master Zhong, I already said that the Freedom Alliance won't treat anyone unfairly. Although you haven't given anything to the Alliance, the 100 Ghost Gang's position is very important. Moreover, I heard that you have a grudge against the wonderful Sound Pavilion. Because of this, I hope that the 100 Ghost Gang can be the first line of defense. Naturally, I'm not saying that when the 9 great sects attack the Alliance, the 100 Ghost Gang will be the first to attack. If the 9 great sects want to deal with the Alliance, then they will certainly send their entire army. If that's the case, then you simply won't be able to stop them. Therefore, you should build a transmission formation to the Black Tiger Gang as soon as possible." Zhong Wuhuan nodded, then he said, "We'll listen to Mister's arrangements." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll have the gang send you some ghost face boats. At the same time, I'll teach you how to refine them. When the time comes, I'll leave the safety of the Jade Belt River to you." Zhong Wuhuan replied, "Mister can rest assured. Leave the safety of the Jade Belt River to us. If there's any mishap, then this Zhong Wuhuan will bring my head to Mister." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you don't need to be like this. Today, our army will rest here. Yesterday, we arrived at the Jade Belt River. I have some things to take care of. Although Zhong Wuhuan didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to take care of, he didn't ask. Instead, he stood up and said, Mister, I prepared a cave residence for Mister to rest in. Does Mister want to take a rest? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm already used to resting on the Hell King's ship. We won't be going to a cave residence. If Vice Leader Zhong is interested, then you can come with me to the Hell King's ship. When Zhong Wuhuan heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately replied, that would be great. Mister, please. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he led the way out of the hall. His figure moved as he flew towards the Hell King's ship. Li Kuanga and Zhong Wuhuan followed behind Zhao Hai. Upon arriving at the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai led the two into a cabin. Then he turned to Zhong Wuhuan and said, I've heard about Vice Leader Zhong's matter. Vice Leader Zhong sacrificed his cultivation time for the 100 Ghost Gang. I'm very moved. Here is a bottle of potion. After Vice Leader Zhong drinks it, you can reach the immortal stage after 7 days. Today, I'll give it to Vice Leader Zhong. As he spoke, Zhao Hai took out a jade bottle. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle floated towards Zhong Wuhuan. Zhong Wuhuan looked at the jade bottle and his face turned red. Immortal stage, this was his dream for many years. Zhong Wuhuan didn't regret sacrificing his chance to become an immortal expert for the 100 Ghost Gang. But now that this opportunity was in front of him, he couldn't help but be excited. Zhong Wuhuan trembled as he received the bottle. Then he stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai as he said, Mister's grace to me is something I cannot repay. Please accept my bow. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, there's no need to be polite. If Vice Leader Zhong wants, then you can go back into seclusion. I believe that you'll reach the immortal stage in 7 days. Zhong Wuhuan knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai told him that he could leave. Zhong Wuhuan was a person with the 7 apertures heart. He immediately said to Zhao Hai, then I'll take my leave. Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then Zhong Wuhuan respectfully left the cabin. Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuanga and smiled faintly as he said, what's wrong? Are you envious? When Li Kuanga heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed as he said, a little. Hee hee. Big brother Hai, you should know that who doesn't want to reach the immortal stage? The potion gave him an opportunity to enter the immortal stage. On the other hand, your accumulation isn't enough. You're still young, so you don't need the potion. Even if you become an immortal expert, your future potential would be greatly affected. Therefore, it's better if you don't use it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you don't need to use the potion. Even if you become an immortal expert, your future potential would be greatly affected. Therefore, it's better if you don't use it. So you don't need to use it. Li Kuanga nodded and said, yes, big brother Hai. I understand. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the sky outside and said, yesterday, we went to the Jade Belt River's Elephant Mountain. Our army will be stationed there for some time. Li Kuanga looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, Mister, why do we need to station our army at Elephant Mountain? Li Kuanga knew about Elephant Drinking Mountain. It was a mountain on the banks of the Jade Belt River. This mountain was very strange. In the middle of the mountain was a huge cave. This made the entire mountain look like an elephant drinking from the Jade Belt River. It could be considered a scenic spot in the Jade Belt River. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, make those guys behave. Once the 4 northern regions have stabilized, we can retreat. However, we still need to leave an army behind to defend Elephant Drink Mountain. We can't take it lightly. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Li Kuanga nodded and said, the 4 northern regions are now part of the alliance. I heard that the alliance is currently dividing the sects. Once this division is done, the Freedom Alliance should be stable, right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm also waiting for that time. But at the same time, I have something to do. This is something that I promised everyone. When Li Kuanga heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai was talking about. He looked excited as he said, Brother Hai, do you really want to do this? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, how can I not do what I promised my brothers? Let's rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll head to Elephant Drink Mountain. Li Kuanga nodded, then he turned around and ran. Zhao Hai looked at him and didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly as his figure flashed and entered the space. The next morning, Zhao Hai appeared on the deck once again. Li Kuanga and the representatives of the other sects were already waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai come out, the representatives immediately surrounded Zhao Hai. One of them said, "Legion Commander, are you really going to erect a memorial at Elephant Drink Mountain?" Correct, it was to erect a monument. Zhao Hai had already said that as long as he pacifies the 4 continents, he would erect a monument on the banks of the Jade Belt River. This way, everyone in the Freedom Alliance would know what they did today. Because of this, Li Kuanga immediately knew what Zhao Hai was talking about when he mentioned his promise to his brothers. Zhao Hai looked at the representatives and smiled faintly as he said, "Of course it's true. This is what I promised my brothers. How can I go back on my word? Hee. Let's go." The people cheered as they flew down from the Hell King's ship to tell everyone the good news. Before long, the First Legion was filled with cheers. At this time, several people flew down from the 100 Ghost Mountain. The one leading them was Zhong Wuhuan. When Zhong Wuhuan arrived on the Hell King's ship, he cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you rest here for a few days?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. There's no need to rest. We'll be stationed at Elephant Drink Mountain for a while." Zhong Wuhuan nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then I won't bother Mister any longer. If Mister needs the 100 Ghost Gang's help, please let me know." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite with me. Go back and enter seclusion. The earlier you enter seclusion, the better it will be for you." The moment Zhao Hai saw Zhong Wuhuan, he knew that Zhong Wuhuan didn't go into seclusion after returning yesterday. He was waiting to see him today. When Zhong Wuhuan heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything else. He just bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Then I'll have to thank Mister." Then he led the group towards the 100 Ghost Sect. At the same time, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship also flew towards Elephant Drink Mountain. Not long after, Zhao Hai saw an incomparably huge elephant in the distance. It was sticking its trunk into the Jade Belt River as though it was drinking. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. How magical. It's actually so similar. Li Kuanga nodded and said, "Right, it's very similar." The elephant that the two saw was Elephant Drink Mountain. Before long, the two led the First Legion to Elephant Drink Mountain. This Elephant Drink Mountain wasn't small. Aside from the part that looked like an elephant, the rest of the mountain was no different from other mountains. Zhao Hai looked around and then said, "Let's set up camp here." Li Kuanga nodded and then passed the order down. At the same time, Zhao Hai flew towards the head of Elephant Drink Mountain. He looked at the Jade Belt River as his spirit entered the space. After Zhao Hai's spirit entered the space, he immediately had Laura and the others use the universal manufacturing machine to make a blueprint. He wanted to build a large stele and engrave the names of everyone in the First Legion on it. Laura and the others immediately used the universal manufacturing machine to make a blueprint. When Zhao Hai received the blueprint, he was very satisfied. This was because the stele on the blueprint was actually built on Elephant Drink Mountain. Moreover, the shape of the stele was very beautiful. Zhao Hai's spiritual force returned to his body. At this time, Li Kuanga was already by Zhao Hai's side. The First Legion had been outside for quite some time, so they were already used to setting up camp. They simply didn't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and then turned to Li Kuanga. Then he said, "Kuanga, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll be heading out for a while." Li Kuanga nodded, then he said, "Does Mister need my help?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then his figure moved as he flew towards the West Ghost Continent. This time, Zhao Hai was going to collect some stones. He found a very hard stone in the West Ghost Continent. This stone's hardness was comparable to steel, it was the best material for making steels. Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and flew towards the West Ghost Continent. Zhao Hai arrived at a mountain in the West Ghost Province. This mountain was where the stones that Zhao Hai mentioned were produced. Because this mountain only produced hard stones, these stones had no other uses besides being used to build houses. Because of this, nobody in the West Ghost Province cared about these stones. Zhao Hai arrived at the mountain and looked around. Then he flew towards a huge stone at the top of the mountain. This stone was semicircular in shape and had a diameter of about 100 meters. Its height above the ground was about 50 meters. It looked like a giant pillar that could support the sky. Zhao Hai sensed that this huge stone pillar was no less than 1,000 mago stones. Moreover, the deeper it went, the thicker it became. It was the best stone steel for him. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai made a hand seal and shouted, "Earth, rise." The spell that Zhao Hai was using now wasn't a pure spell. He had also added in some earth elemental abilities. Only by combining the two would he be able to use this spell. Along with Zhao Hai's voice, a yellow light flew out from his hand and directly fell on the stone pillar. When the yellow light fell on the stone pillar, it immediately entered the stone pillar. Then the stone pillar began to gently tremble. Then the trembling became faster and faster. Before long, the stone pillar was like a bamboo shoot in early spring. It quickly pierced through the ground and before long, the entire stone pillar appeared on the ground. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and received the stone pillar into the space. Then he flew towards Elephant Drink Mountain. Before long, he arrived at Elephant Drink Mountain. Elephant Drink Mountain had a lot of caves built by the First Legion. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. In the future, they would be garrisoned here, so it would be better to build caves. Although Elephant Drink Mountain wasn't a spiritual vein, the spiritual chi here wasn't weak. Building a military camp here would allow them to guard against the 9 great sects on the other side. Secondly, it wouldn't affect the cultivators' cultivation. It could be said that this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Kuanga was waiting for Zhao Hai at the head of Elephant Drink Mountain. When he saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai arrived at the head of the elephant and looked at the terrain. Then he nodded, he already had a plan in mind. Li Kuanga looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Then he waved his hand as a yellow light flew out and landed in the middle of the elephant's head. Then the yellow light entered the elephant's head. Slowly, the ground around the elephant's head began to sink. One must know that the elephant's head was made of stone, and these stones were very hard. But now, these stones were slowly sinking. Soon, a huge hole about 100 meters deep appeared. This hole was square and looked very neat, as if it had been cut by a knife or an axe. After the hole was made, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the huge stone pillar appeared on top of the elephant's head. However, it didn't fall down, it just floated in midair. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he flew up. Then a huge saber suddenly appeared in his hand. With the saber in hand, Zhao Hai immediately let out a roar as he slashed towards the stone pillar. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of the saber hitting the stone echoed. Zhao Hai seemed to be practicing his saber as he slashed at the stone pillar. However, the stone pillar didn't change at all. It was as if Zhao Hai didn't slash it at all. However, Li Kuanga, who was standing on the side, knew what was going on. He knew that the stone pillar had already been slashed by Zhao Hai. The reason why it didn't maintain its appearance was because of Zhao Hai's magic binding technique. Otherwise, the stone pillar would have already changed. Naturally, the movements of the elephant's head couldn't be hidden from the cultivators of the First Legion. These cultivators had a good relationship with Zhao Hai. As long as they weren't in battle, they were free to move around. Therefore, when they heard the movements, they immediately gathered around. Several cultivators who had a good relationship with Li Kuanga whispered to him, "Kuanga, what is the Legion commander doing? Is he making a steel?" Li Kuanga nodded and said, "Yes." Otherwise, why would the Legion commander slash that stone? The Legion commander promised us that he would erect a steel. I think he's making a steel. Everyone nodded. Then they looked at the stone pillar with shining eyes. It wouldn't take long for their names to appear on the steel and be revered by the Freedom Alliance for generations to come. They couldn't help but feel excited when they thought of this. After some time, Zhao Hai stopped. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the stones on the stone pillar to fall off, revealing its true appearance. It was a huge steel. About 100 meters away from the steel was a pedestal. This pedestal was surrounded by stone railings. However, below the pedestal was a 100 meters long piece that looked like a handle. The shape of the steel was also very special, it looked like a sword. Zhao Hai pressed his hand down, causing the handle-like thing at the bottom of the steel to fall into the hole that Zhao Hai prepared. It was tightly sealed without any gap. When the steel stopped falling, the base of the steel fell on the ground near the elephant's head. It looked as if it had been there all along. Its aura looked even more extraordinary. The tall steel looked like a sharp sword with some patterns on it. It looked very beautiful. Zhao landed on the front of the monolith and looked at it. Then in a flash, the broadsword in his hand turned into a long and thin rapier. Zhao held the rapier and began to wave it around the monolith. As he waved it around, the stone powder began to fall off. Li Kuanga and the others were now in the air. They looked at the words that Zhao Hai engraved. They saw that Zhao Hai had written a list of casualties: Li Feng, Zhang Long, Ma Yu. Then one by one, names appeared on the steel. Li Kuanga couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would engrave a list of casualties. Moreover, it seems like Zhao Hai remembered this list very clearly. As more and more names appeared on the steel, everyone's expression became more and more dignified. This was because some people saw the names of their friends on the steel. Their friends were those who died in the battle against the heavenly demon race and the 9 great sections. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to remember their names. Moreover, he remembered them very clearly. The air seemed to have solidified. Nobody spoke. Only the sound of the rapier in Zhao Hai's hand could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhao Hai's movements. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. It took Zhao Hai 3 days to finish engraving the list of casualties. Then Zhao Hai began to engrave the names of those who participated in the war. One by one, the names of those who participated in the war appeared on the stone steel. After 10 days, Zhao Hai finally engraved the last name on the steel. It has been 13 days. Zhao Hai didn't sleep or rest for 13 days. When Zhao Hai finished engraving the last name, he let out a long breath. He turned his head and saw Li Kuanga and the others standing behind him. They were looking at him with excitement. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Li Kuanga and the others bowed to Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Thank you, Legion Commander. We will always remember Legion Commander's kindness." Zhao Hai stared. Then he smiled faintly and waved his hand, "All right, it's not done yet." Then Zhao Hai turned to the back of the steel and waved his rapier. A line of words appeared on the steel: Battle Sword Steel. Space shattered, heavenly demons attacked. We formed an alliance to fight against the enemy. For freedom, we were called the Freedom Alliance. The alliance became the First Legion. We raised our battle swords to fight against the heavenly demons. The reason why the First Legion was established and how many battles it had experienced after its establishment was recorded clearly. This allowed everyone to understand why they had to erect this stone tablet. After another 3 days, the article on the back of the battle sword steel was engraved. This article had more than 100,000 words. It would take a long time to engrave them all on the steel. After Zhao Hai finished writing the article, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he suddenly felt his spiritual energy jump up. It seems like the restrictions on his spiritual energy had been released. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the steel and suddenly understood that it was because of the steel. A promise made by a person was like a shackle that bound a person's spiritual energy. If it was an ordinary person, then it wouldn't matter. But for a cultivator, this was very important. Because of this, cultivators wouldn't easily make promises. At the same time, Zhao Hai made a promise to the cultivators of the First Legion that he would erect a monument for them. There were millions of people in the First Legion, and if Zhao Hai couldn't fulfill his promise, then this promise would be like a shackle that would shackle Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Even if Zhao Hai's spiritual force kept increasing, this shackle would still exist. It was like an ordinary person carrying a heavy burden on their back. But now that Zhao Hai had fulfilled his promise, this shackle was naturally unlocked. This made Zhao Hai feel very relaxed. Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He found that his spiritual force had become purer than before because of his high concentration. Just as Zhao Hai felt his spiritual force becoming purer, Zhao Hai suddenly felt some chaotic spiritual force fluctuations in the sky. These spiritual force fluctuations weren't very strong, they were also somewhat chaotic, as if they were released by someone. Just as Zhao Hai was puzzled, he suddenly felt the spiritual force fluctuations rushing towards the battle sword steel. It was like a lost child finally finding their home. Zhao Hai frowned as he felt the spiritual force fluctuations. He didn't understand what was going on with them. Why did they rush towards the battle sword steel? The spiritual force fluctuations were too chaotic. Although they were much stronger than his spiritual force, they were still too chaotic. Moreover, the spiritual force fluctuations couldn't do any damage to the battle sword steel. After all, the battle sword steel was just a stone, it didn't have any spiritual force. Although spiritual force attacks were very powerful for cultivators, it also depended on what you were using it on. If you were to use spiritual force on an intelligent creature, then it would be fine. But if you were to use spiritual force on an unintelligent creature, then what would be the point of using spiritual force on it? If you were to attack a stone with spiritual force, then even if you were exhausted to death, a stone would still be a stone. At this time, Li Kuanga and the others also noticed the spiritual force fluctuations. This was because there were too many of them. Moreover, they were all rushing towards the battle sword steel. This made them feel uneasy, and many cultivators began to be on guard. At this time, the spiritual force fluctuations directly fell on the battle sword steel. Strangely enough, when the spiritual force fluctuations fell on the battle sword steel, it seemed like they were being absorbed by the battle sword steel. What Zhao Hai noticed was that when the spiritual force fluctuations fell on the battle sword steel, the words on the battle sword steel would flash with a golden light. At the same time, a name on the list of casualties would also flash. This situation continued for a long time until all the spiritual force fluctuations were attached to the battle sword steel. When all the messy spiritual energy was attached to the stone tablet, the entire stone tablet actually emitted a thick layer of faint golden light. Although this golden light only flashed and then disappeared from the stone tablet, Zhao Hai and the others clearly saw it. When the golden light disappeared, Zhao Hai and the others looked at the stone tablet and found that it had changed greatly. Almost all the names on the list of casualties on the stone tablet had turned golden. The article that Zhao Hai had written on the back of the stone tablet had also turned golden. The golden text on the words seemed to be alive. It was like a layer of golden energy was constantly flowing in the words. As the golden light flowed, Zhao Hai and the others could clearly feel that the surrounding spiritual qi was slowly gathering towards the stone steel. It was as if the stone steel was a cultivator who was constantly cultivating. Zhao Hai looked at the list of casualties that had turned golden and suddenly understood. The change in the stone tablet was definitely not because of him, but because of the cultivators who had died. The cultivators who had died fighting against the Sky Demon clan and the 9 major sects had a trace of obsession in their hearts. They wanted to protect their sects and protect the Freedom Alliance. It was because of this obsession that their spiritual energy didn't completely disappear after they died in battle. It just turned into a pure consciousness that existed between heaven and earth. Perhaps it would take a long time for it to disappear. At the same time, Zhao Hai also wrote down their achievements. Zhao Hai was very careful when he wrote the names. This allowed his spiritual force to resonate with the spiritual force left behind by the deceased. Finally, when he finished writing, the spiritual force left behind by the deceased treated the stone tablet as their spiritual sustenance. Naturally, they attached themselves to the stone tablet. Zhao Hai was very careful when he wrote the names. This allowed his spiritual force to resonate with the spiritual force left behind by the deceased. When he finished writing, the spiritual force left behind by the deceased treated the stone tablet as their spiritual sustenance. Naturally, they attached themselves to the stone tablet. When Zhao engraved the names of those who died on the stone tablet, he unconsciously thought of that person and what he had done. It was precisely because of this that his spiritual force became a guide, leading the spiritual force of the deceased to that person's name. Because of this, the spiritual force of the deceased was attached to the names of those who died in battle. Their obsession was to protect the Freedom Alliance and their sections. But protection required strength. Because of this, although the spiritual energy of these people had lost their consciousness, they still wanted to gain more strength. Because of this, they slowly absorbed the surrounding spiritual qi in order to strengthen themselves. Although he didn't know if what he was thinking was right, Jiao Hai thought that it was very likely to be true. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the changes that happened to the stone tablet. After thinking about this, Jiao Hai immediately had Laura and the others use the best spices in the space to make 3 incense sticks. It only took a moment for the universal machine to make the incense sticks. Jiao Hai turned his hand and took out the 3 incense sticks. Then he waved his hand and a stone cauldron appeared in front of the stone tablet. The cauldron was already filled with sand. Jiao Hai's hand lit up as he lit the 3 incense sticks. Then he turned his head to Li Kuanga and the others and said, "Line up." Li Kuanga and the others stared, but they didn't dare to be negligent. They lined up as quickly as they could. Jiao Hai stood at the front of the line, holding an incense stick in his hand as he said in a deep voice, "Brothers, you have all died protecting your sects, protecting the Freedom Alliance. I will never forget you, brothers. I hope that your souls will continue to protect the Freedom Alliance. I, Jiao Hai, ask you." After he said that, Jiao Hai took the incense sticks and bowed 3 times to the stone tablet. Then he inserted the incense sticks into the stone cauldron. Strangely enough, when Jiao Hai inserted the incense sticks into the stone cauldron, the battle sword tablet suddenly lit up with a golden light. Then the golden light gathered more and more until it faintly turned into the shape of a person. This person had the face of a cultivator, but his face was constantly changing. The faces that appeared were the faces of the fallen soldiers of the First Legion. Then the person whose face was constantly changing bowed to Jiao Hai before his figure disappeared into the stone tablet. Although the stone tablet didn't seem to have any changes on the surface, everyone who saw it could feel that the stone tablet was now filled with an imposing aura. This aura was like a mountain, like a sword, like a sword, like a saber, like a mountain. It was as if it could support the heavens and the earth. The changes in the stone tablet made Li Kuanga and the others understand what was going on. Li Kuanga and the others solemnly bowed 3 times before they stood there silently. After Jiao Hai bowed to the stone tablet, he turned his head to the others and said, "Let's set a rule in the future. This stone tablet will be cleaned every 7 days. As long as the Freedom Alliance exists, this rule will be followed. In the future, this will be the rule of the First Legion." Li Kuanga and the others solemnly nodded. Then Jiao Hai said, "All right, let's go back and rest. We've been here for more than 10 days, and there hasn't been any movement from the other side. There shouldn't be any problems. After a few days, we'll leave a group of people to guard this place. As for the others, you can return to your respective sections." "Right, Kuanga, have someone build a big stone house over there. I want to put some incense inside." While he said that, Jiao Hai pointed to a place inside Elephant Drink Mountain. It wasn't very far from the stone tablet. Li Kuanga nodded and said, "Yes, Big Brother Hai. I'll give the order in a moment." Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's go back and rest." Li Kuanga nodded, then he led the others away. Jiao Hai turned his head to look at the stone tablet, then he sighed before he turned around and left. Li Kuanga's actions were very fast. Not long after Jiao Hai's order, he organized people to build a stone house in the place that Jiao Hai pointed out. The stone house was very big, but it was very empty inside. After the stone house was built, Jiao Hai placed a large amount of incense inside. These incense were specially made, they couldn't be extinguished by wind or rain. Moreover, each incense could last for 7 days. After 7 days, the incense could be replaced. He didn't know how many years this layer of incense would last. All of these incense were made by the space, they were all top quality products. There wouldn't be any problem with keeping them for a long time. After finishing all of this, Jiao Hai returned to the space. In the past 10 days, Jiao Hai had been constantly carving the stone tablet. His spiritual force was highly concentrated. Even with his current strength, Jiao Hai still felt a bit tired. After returning to the space, Jiao Hai went to the hot spring to soak himself in. Then he sat under the 100 spirits tree and drank the 100 spirits tea, relaxing himself. At the same time, he was also thinking about the changes that happened in the past few days. In the past few days, he had fulfilled his promise to the First Legion. The shackles on his spiritual force had been removed, and his spiritual force had become a lot purer. Most importantly, Jiao Hai felt that there was something more to his spiritual force. As for what it was, he wasn't sure. Zhao Hai's spiritual force had always been in the form of a magic cube. The magic cube was silver in color, and it was constantly growing bigger. After this incident, his magic cube had a trace of gold in it. Moreover, the magic cube had become smaller. This didn't mean that the sides of the cube had become smaller, but rather that the cube had become smaller. However, Zhao Hai felt that the cube had become more solid. This was something that Zhao Hai had never encountered before. He didn't know what happened. Where did the golden spiritual force come from? He didn't know. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of undead in the space, and many of them were old monsters, they knew a lot of things. The space had already sorted out and stored everything that they knew. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what the golden spiritual force was for. Although he didn't know what the golden spiritual force was for, Zhao Hai knew that it wouldn't do him any harm. He tried to mobilize the golden spiritual force, and the golden spiritual force was just like any other spiritual force, it was very obedient. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. After resting for a few days, Zhao Hai came out of the space and went to Drink Elephant Mountain to take a look. Drink Elephant Mountain had a permanent garrison built there. The scale of the garrison wasn't very big, only enough for 100,000 people to be stationed there all year round. This was also Zhao Hai's request, he didn't want too many troops to be stationed there. After all, the First Legion was formed by all the sects of the Freedom Alliance. Moreover, the status of the people in the First Legion wasn't low. Some of them were even core disciples. Naturally, these people couldn't stay in the First Legion forever. Because of this, it was impossible for there to be a lot of troops stationed in Elephant Drink Mountain. Now that the garrisons have been built and the 4 northern regions were stabilized, it was time for the First Legion to be disbanded. If Zhao Hai was still in charge of the First Legion, then the entire Freedom Alliance wouldn't feel at ease. Thinking about the disbandment of the First Legion, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel sad. The First Legion had been fighting with him for a long time. Now that they were disbanding, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel sad. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at the people in the First Legion who were busy. He couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was about to gather everyone and tell them that the First Legion was disbanding, Zhao Hai suddenly felt the golden strand of spiritual force jump. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, he didn't know what was going on. Zhao Hai thought that this golden strand of spiritual force was just ordinary spiritual force. This was because Zhao Hai had been using this strand of spiritual force in the past few days. It didn't seem to be any different from ordinary spiritual force. But at this time, it went out of control. Just as Zhao Hai was puzzled, he felt the spiritual force jump more and more violently. Zhao Hai wanted to control the strand of spiritual force, but he discovered that it was still under his control. Moreover, when his consciousness came in contact with the strand of spiritual force, he immediately discovered that something was different about his surroundings. Zhao Hai had come in contact with this strand of spiritual force before, but he didn't feel anything different about it. But this time, when he came in contact with a strand of spiritual force, he felt an incomparably powerful spiritual force sweeping through his surroundings. This made Zhao Hai startled. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he removed his consciousness from the strand of spiritual force. However, he didn't feel any other spiritual force around him. Naturally, when he placed his consciousness on this strand of spiritual force, he immediately felt an incomparably powerful spiritual force. But at this time, the strand of spiritual force was already some distance away. Zhao could feel that the spiritual force seemed to be scanning something. It swept past their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, it was already far away, which made Zhao feel very strange. Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought of something. His eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he didn't move his body. He just paid attention to the powerful spiritual force that was scanning him. The spiritual force went further and further away. In the blink of an eye, it went beyond Zhao Hai's perception range. However, Zhao Hai confirmed his thoughts. He believed that his spiritual force was one of the best in the cultivation realm. Even immortal experts in the cultivation realm wouldn't have spiritual force as pure as his. This was because his spiritual force wasn't just because he cultivated spiritual force. Most importantly, his spiritual force also had a spiritual divergent ability. Because of this, his spiritual force was very powerful. However, the spiritual force that Zhao Hai sensed through the strand of spiritual force was much stronger than his. It was impossible for him to scan such a large range with his spiritual force. There was no one in the cultivation realm that had such powerful spiritual force. Therefore, the origin of this spiritual force was much easier to explain. It must be the Leap Dragon realm. Recently, the Leap Dragon realm was going to conduct a review of the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai didn't know how this review would be conducted before. But now, he knew that the Leap Dragon realm's army would be controlled and their spiritual force would be used to scan the entire cultivation realm. This way, they would know the strength of the cultivation realm. Moreover, the cultivators in the cultivation realm wouldn't be able to detect this spiritual force. Only Zhao Hai's strand of spiritual force would be able to detect it. Because of this, the cultivation realm wouldn't know how the Leap Dragon realm did it. Naturally, they wouldn't know where this review came from. Zhao Hai was now somewhat worried. He was worried that the other party would stop the cultivators from entering the Leap Dragon realm because of the damage done to the cultivation realm. This would be troublesome. Although Zhao Hai was worried about this matter, he also knew that he wouldn't be able to help in this matter. The decision wasn't in their hands. Whether they would be allowed to enter the Leap Dragon realm or not was up to the ruler of the Leap Dragon realm. Most importantly, they wouldn't be able to use their own strength to fight for this matter. The ruler of the Leap Dragon realm didn't care if you worked hard or not, but if you had the strength. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, "Everyone, assemble." With Zhao Hai's command, the entire First Legion assembled in an instant. Before long, they stood in formation. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Brothers, our First Legion has been established for some time. During this time, a lot of things have happened in the cultivation realm. Our Freedom Alliance has now occupied 4 states. We can now compete with the 9 great sects. Now that the 4 northern states have been pacified, the 9 great sects wouldn't dare to mess around. Our mission is almost complete, so the First Legion will be disbanded today." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the cultivators of the First Legion buzzed. Some of them wanted to return to their sects, but they didn't want to disband the First Legion. They wanted to fight alongside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. At this time, Li Kuanga cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Legion Commander, I don't agree with disbanding the First Legion. Yes, the 4 northern states have been pacified. Moreover, the 9 great sects wouldn't dare to deal with us. However, the enmity between us and the 9 great sects is still there. Who knows when the 9 great sects would attack us again? Therefore, the First Legion cannot be disbanded." The other cultivators followed suit and said, "Right, Legion Commander, the First Legion cannot be disbanded." Zhao Hai waved his hand and the cultivators stopped. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "The disbandment of the First Legion doesn't mean that there won't be a legion in the future. The First Legion currently has 7 million people. However, we don't need that many people to defend Elephant Drink Mountain. Therefore, the First Legion's name and organization will still exist. However, most of you can return to your sections. But don't think that you'll be fine once you return to your sections. Every year, everyone in the First Legion will have to go to Elephant Drink Mountain for training. At the same time, a battalion of 100,000 people will be stationed in Elephant Drink Mountain. They will rotate every 2 months. Do you understand now?" When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Naturally, they wouldn't object. The First Legion was still there, Zhao Hai was still there. In the future, they would have the opportunity to fight alongside Zhao Hai. For them, this was already enough. Therefore, after Zhao Hai finished speaking, all the cultivators of the First Legion loudly replied, "Yes, Legion Commander." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as a jade slip appeared in the hands of each squad leader. Then Zhao Hai said, "Now, each squad leader will have a jade slip in your hands. This jade slip will indicate how you will be rotated as well as the time of the training. When the time comes, you squad leaders will need to figure out when you will be rotated. You will also need to know when the training will begin. You squad leaders can contact your squad members. If there is a shortage of people, I will ask you squad leaders for help." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as a jade slip appeared in the hands of the squad leaders. When the squad leaders heard Zhao Hai, they immediately complied. Although Zhao Hai wasn't polite, they were still very happy. This meant that they were still part of the First Legion. After the squad leaders received their jade slips, Zhao Hai continued, when you return to your respective sects, you must cultivate well. I don't care if there are any grudges between your sects, I want you to remember that you are all part of the First Legion. Everyone in the First Legion is a brother. If one of you is in trouble, then everyone should help. If there is a war between two sects, then remember, try not to make a move against your own brothers. If your sect blames you, then just say that it was me who said it. When the members of the First Legion heard Zhao Hai, they loudly responded. They were very clear that with Zhao Hai's words, even if the First Legion returned to their sects, they would still be a force to be reckoned with. In the future, if anyone dares to make a move against the First Legion, then they would need to think carefully. After all, Zhao Hai's words weren't spoken casually. In the entire cultivation realm, including the 9 great sects, no one was willing to offend Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, brothers, you will now return to your sects. Before I leave, I want to tell you that I'm very happy to have met you. Being able to fight alongside you is an honor for this Zhao Hai. In the future, if you need any help from this Zhao Hai, then don't hesitate to come to the Black Tiger Gang. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Alright, everyone can disperse. The first batch of guards will stay behind. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone was moved. Although Zhao Hai ordered everyone to disperse, no one left. At this time, Li Kuanga represented everyone as he cupped his fist and said, Legion Commander, I want to say a few words on behalf of my brothers. If the First Legion doesn't have Legion Commander, then it wouldn't be called the First Legion. Being able to fight alongside the Legion Commander is an honor for us brothers. You will always be the Legion Commander of the First Legion. We will always be your subordinates. As long as the Legion Commander orders us, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. The other cultivators replied in unison, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Zhao Hai looked at these cultivators and couldn't help but feel warm inside. He even had the urge to cry, but fortunately, he was strong enough to endure it. Then he laughed and said, good, I'm satisfied with brother's words. Remember, we will always be brothers. Let's drink 2 cups today. Unfortunately, I don't have any spirit wine on hand, but I did get some 100-flower wine from the 100-flower valley. Today, I'll pour all of it into the Jade Belt River so that everyone can drink a cup of water from the Jade Belt River. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the people of the First Legion couldn't help but stare. Then they couldn't help but laugh. Li Kuanga smiled at Zhao Hai and said, alright, we'll listen to the Legion Commander. We have 7 million people, I'm afraid that we'll drink the entire Jade Belt River. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Everyone laughed along. Zhao Hai also laughed. His figure moved as he appeared on top of the Jade Belt River. Then he took out jars of wine from the space and threw them into the river. After throwing over 100 jars, he stopped. Naturally, this wine wasn't the 100-flower wine from the 100-flower valley. A lot of it came from the space. If Zhao Hai wanted to give all 7 million people spirit wine, then he would have enough spirit wine in the space. However, he couldn't do that. Spirit wine was a good thing. If he took out so much of it, then he wouldn't be able to explain the origin of the wine. After throwing the wine into the Jade Belt River, Zhao Hai took out another bottle of wine and flew towards the battle sword steel. He took out 3 jade cups and filled them with wine before placing them on the steel. Then he said, brothers, let's have a drink. Zhao Hai nodded and said, brother, let's have a drink. Li Kuanga was by Zhao Hai's side. When he saw Zhao Hai's actions, he couldn't help but feel moved. In the cultivation realm, people rarely paid their respects. Only people from their own clans would pay their respects to the patriarchs of their clans. Ordinary cultivators would just die, nobody would care about them. Zhao Hai's actions were equivalent to paying respects to the cultivators who died in battle. This made Li Kuanga feel that there were still people who remembered the dead. For the dead, it was a blessing. After paying their respects to the battle sword steel, Zhao Hai and the others arrived on top of the Jade Belt River. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, brothers, we'll part today. Let's have a drink together. Remember, we'll always be brothers. Those people said in unison, we'll always be brothers. After that, everyone took out a jade cup and filled it with river water. Then, they put away their jade cups, cupped their fists, and turned to leave. It was said that on that day, many water-type demonic beasts rushed out of the Jade Belt River, or overturned the waters of the Jade Belt River. It was said that on that day, many water-type demonic beasts rushed out of the Jade Belt River, or overturned the rivers and seas of the Jade Belt River as if they were drunk. This caused the people of the 9 great sects who didn't know what was going on to be shocked. The people of the First Legion knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a sentimental person. Therefore, after drinking a cup of river water, they left. After all, they haven't returned to the sect for some time, so they wanted to go back and take a look. Only 100,000 people were left behind to guard Elephant Drink Mountain. At this time, Li Kuanga was one of the first people to stay behind. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't need to stay behind. He was the commander of the First Legion, so he didn't need to stay behind. However, if something happened to the First Legion, they would immediately inform him. It can be said that he didn't need to be stationed at Elephant Drink Mountain, but he was still stationed there at all times. Zhao Hai explained a few things to Li Kuanga before he returned to the Black Tiger Gang. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang's territory was very big. Because Zhao Hai had pacified the Western Ghost Province, the Black Tiger Gang finally connected their headquarters with the Myriad Demon Sect's headquarters. One must know that the distance between the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters and the Myriad Demon Sect's headquarters wasn't close. If these two places were connected, then their territory would be very big. Currently, the Black Tiger Gang's territory was very big. Moreover, it also included a large part of the Greenfield Mountain. The Greenfield Mountain was the largest mountain range in the northern Strange Province. However, it wasn't a good place to go. There were a lot of beasts on the mountain, and these beasts were very powerful. Although there were a lot of herbs and minerals, no one had really conquered the Greenfield Mountain for so many years. Even the Myriad Demon Sect only occupied a small part of the Greenfield Mountain as their headquarters. At this time, a large part of the Black Tiger Gang's territory was the Greenfield Mountain. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang also used some methods to exchange for these territories. After all, the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters and the Myriad Demon Sect's headquarters were separated by several sections. If these sects didn't want to give it to them, then the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to connect their territories. The place where Zhao Hai appeared this time was the Raging Fire Valley. Now that the 4 northern regions had been pacified, the Black Tiger Gang had officially become the leader of the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance had also completely controlled the 4 northern regions, restoring order to the 4 regions. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared in the Black Tiger Gang's transmission formation, he was immediately discovered by the Black Tiger Gang's people. When the person saw Zhao Hai, he immediately ran over and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Martial uncle, you're finally back." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the person and said, "What happened? Did something happen in the gang?" The person stared, then he immediately knew that Zhao Hai had misunderstood him. He quickly shook his head and said, "Nothing, everything in the gang is normal. It's just that the gang leader has been a bit busy recently. Because of the sect ranking assessment, he has a lot of things to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the cultivator who was looking at the transmission formation. Then he smiled faintly and said, "You're Zhang Lei from the servant hall, right? You haven't been working hard in your cultivation recently? The last time I saw you, you were already at the transcendence stage. How come it seems like you haven't improved at all?" When Zhang Lei heard Zhao Hai, he smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, I also want to cultivate properly. But I don't know why. No matter how much I cultivate, I can't increase my strength. My spiritual qi also grows very slowly." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhang Lei and said, "How long have you been looking at the transmission formation?" Zhang Lei replied, "Almost 3 months. I received a task from the servant hall to look at the transmission formation for 3 months. There's still some time left before I can turn in my task." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "After you turn in your task, you can take a test outside. It's best if you go to the outskirts of the Greenfield Mountain. This will be very good for your cultivation. Cultivation isn't something that can be achieved by just sitting in your cave all day. It's because your state of mind isn't strong enough that your cultivation speed is slow." When Zhang Lei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle. I understand." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a bottle of potion and a jade token and gave it to Zhang Lei. "This potion can heal your injuries in the shortest time possible. At the same time, it can also restore your spiritual chi to its peak state. The jade token can help you block an attack from a nascent soul stage expert. It can be considered as saving your life. Take it, cultivate well, and pay attention to your safety." Then he patted Zhang Lei's shoulder before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai used to do things like this in the past. He helped a lot of ordinary disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, the ordinary disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were very fond of Zhao Hai. Zhang Lei stood there with a face full of excitement. One must know that these 3 months of guarding the transmission formation was something that he fought for. He wanted to see Zhao Hai and get some pointers from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was famous for his generosity in the Black Tiger Gang. However, Zhang Lei didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so generous as to give him 2 good things. It wasn't until Zhao Hai disappeared that Zhang Lei reacted. He bowed towards the direction that Zhao Hai left, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai quickly arrived at Zhang Feng's study. Although the Black Tiger Gang has obtained a lot of good places, even the Myriad Demon Sect's headquarters, Zhang Feng's office didn't change. It was still in the Black Tiger Gang's raging fire valley. This was the root of the Black Tiger Gang. Although this base was underground and wasn't very eye-catching, the fighting strength of this base was much stronger than the Myriad Demon Sect's headquarters. At this time, the Myriad Demon Sect's headquarters was also guarded by Hu Lianchen. Fortunately, they recruited a lot of rogue cultivators to join the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang didn't have to worry about manpower. Additionally, the 100 Flower Valley's cultivators had already settled down in the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang didn't have to worry about manpower. When Zhao Hai arrived at Zhang Feng's study, he was surprised to see 2 Black Tiger Gang's inner court disciples standing outside. The 2 of them were standing on the left and right of Zhang Feng, looking like guards. When the 2 saw Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before their faces lit up. At the same time, they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Martial Uncle." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Is the gang leader here?" One of the inner court disciples replied, "Martial Uncle hasn't left the study recently. There are too many things to deal with." Just as he said this, Zhang Feng's voice was heard, "Little Hai, you're back? Come in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he pushed the door and entered Zhang Feng's study. Zhang Feng was sitting there looking at a jade slip. When he saw Zhao Hai come in, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Sit down. Have you arranged everything in Drink Elephant Mountain?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everything has been arranged. You can rest assured." "What's wrong? Are there a lot of things going on recently?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't that so? The sect rank evaluation is over. Some sects aren't convinced, and some sects want to improve their ranks. There are a lot of things to do. I just received a Jade Sword message from Xianxia. He wants to make peace with us. He said that the Leap Dragon Realm is going to give us a big evaluation. He wants us to make preparations." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Those fellows from the 9 great sects, if they weren't deceived by the Leap Dragon Realm, then they must be deceiving us. The evaluation of the Leap Dragon Realm has already started. I'm afraid it's already over." Zhang Feng stared, then he put down the jade slip in his hand and said, "How do you know? It seems like no one knows when the evaluation of the Leap Dragon Realm will start and when it will end." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I just happen to know." "What did those fellows from the 9 great sects say? What do they want us to do?" Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "They didn't say anything. I can see that those fellows from the 9 great sects are very interested in this evaluation. Xianxia wants us to sign a non-aggression treaty. At the same time, we will open up our transmission formations to exchange and trade. After all, the 4 northern provinces have some unique things that they need. They can't just rely on their own resources." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can promise them that. After all, we need to communicate with each other. As long as I'm here, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As long as we have time, we'll be able to develop. At that time, even without me, the freedom Alliance's strength wouldn't be much weaker than theirs. Zhang Feng nodded and said, I don't know what the evaluation of the Leap Dragon realm will be. If they don't let us enter the Leap Dragon realm, then it would be quite troublesome. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no one can say for sure. Let's just leave it to fate. Speaking of which, the sky demons are really stupid. The Leap Dragon realm isn't only accessible to the Cultivation realm and the sky demons. There are many other races that can enter the realm, each of them comes from a different plane. Even if they were able to defeat us, they would still be unable to enter the Leap Dragon realm. I really don't know what they are thinking. Zhao Hai shook his head. Zhang Feng sighed and said, the Sky Demon race dealt with us not only because of the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm, but also because of hatred. I heard that the Sky Demon race was kicked out of the Leap Dragon realm because of the Cultivation realm's invasion. At the same time, the Sky Demon race also gained the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Because of this, the Sky Demon race wanted to use this opportunity to retaliate against the Cultivation realm. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, the Cultivation realm would be in danger. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he said, those fellows from the 9 great sects should know more about the Leap Dragon realm than us. Elder brother, do you think we should find an opportunity to contact them? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, the 9 great sects should know more about the Leap Dragon realm than us. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then he said, the 9 great sects are still wary of us. I think we should wait for some time. You've been running around for a long time, you should take a good rest. I heard that you set up a monument in Elephant Drink Mountain. Hee, good. This will make our relationship with the sects closer. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, what about the 100 Ghost Gang? Did you agree to what I told you? I think those fellows are still capable. Supporting these small gangs and suppressing those sects that aren't weak will be beneficial to our development. Moreover, if we help these small sects, we'll be able to obtain their support. This way, our position as Alliance head will become more stable. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, I've already sent it to the 100 Ghost Gang. I heard that the 100 Ghost Gang's leader, Zhong Wuhuan, has become an immortal expert. However, he didn't become the 100 Ghost Gang's supreme elder. He's still the gang leader. Moreover, he has an alliance agreement with us. He can be considered a firm ally of the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's good. We didn't help them in vain. While they were talking, a Jade Sword message flew in and stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng received the Jade Sword message and used his spiritual force to scan it. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, it seems like those fellows from the 9 great sects didn't know about the Leap Dragon realm's evaluation. Now they want us to send a representative. This is because the Leap Dragon realm wants to see the representatives of the 9 great sects and the Freedom Alliance. Zhao Hai stared and said, those fellows from the Leap Dragon realm know about our Freedom Alliance? It seems like they have profound cultivation methods. Great. We must see the representative of the Leap Dragon realm. What do you think, eldest brother? Zhang Feng nodded and said, naturally, we can't be lazy about the Leaping Dragon realm. We must meet them. However, I can't go. Right now, the Freedom Alliance has too many things to do. I've already discussed it with the people in the Alliance. This time, you can go. The Freedom Alliance will support your decision. Zhao Hai stared, he was very clear about the meaning behind these words. When Zhang Feng said that the Freedom Alliance would support all of his decisions, it wasn't as simple as having him represent the Freedom Alliance. Representing the Freedom Alliance meant that Zhao Hai was just a representative. Any decision he made would have to be discussed with the people in the Freedom Alliance. But now, Zhang Feng said that the Freedom Alliance would support all of his decisions. In other words, no matter what decision Zhao Hai made, the Freedom Alliance would support him. This meant that Zhao Hai's authority would be huge. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He just smiled faintly and said, all right, then I'll go and meet them. When? Zhang Feng replied, 3 days from now. The Sky Sword Sect's main hall. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll take my leave. I'll go to the Sky Sword Sect in 3 days. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhang Feng before turning around and leaving. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai's back and faintly smiled. Then he picked up the jade slip that he just put down. He had confidence in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai definitely wouldn't have any problems going to the Sky Sword sect. Moreover, Zhang Feng wasn't the one who said that he would support Zhao Hai's decisions. He wasn't even the one who suggested it. It wasn't just one or two people who suggested it, but some sect masters of the Freedom Alliance. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. 3 days was just too short. He was preparing to take a good rest. At the same time, he was also looking forward to seeing what the Leaping Dragon Realm's people were like. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai took the Black Tiger Gang's transmission array and went directly to the Sky Sword sect's headquarters. Now that the Freedom Alliance and the 9 major sects had reached an agreement, both sides wouldn't attack each other for a short period of time. Moreover, both sides had begun to communicate. Even some of the cities used for trade in the cultivation world had reopened. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai could easily take the transmission array to the Sky Sword sect's main hall. This time, he went alone and didn't let anyone follow him. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the Sky Sword sect's transmission array. When the Sky Sword sect's disciple saw Zhao Hai, he stared. Then his expression changed as he immediately went forward and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Mister, please come in. The sect master is waiting for you." Zhao Hai nodded and then walked towards the Sky Sword sect's main hall. Just as he left the transmission array, a Sky Sword sect's disciple came to greet him. The disciple led Zhao Hai all the way to the Sky Sword sect's main hall. Zhao Hai and the other sect masters of the 9 great sects were currently sitting in the main hall. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, a complicated expression flashed across their faces. However, they quickly hid it. Then Xianxia cupped his fist and said, "I have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Mister, please take a seat." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then cupped his fist to Xianxia and the others as he said, "I have seen the sect masters. Zhao Hai is very polite." Then he sat down at the end of the table. When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai's actions, he couldn't help but stare. However, he quickly reacted and sat down. Then he said, 3 days ago, we received a letter from the Leap Dragon Realm's messenger. He told us to wait here for him to announce whether or not the Cultivation Realm has the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon Realm. In my opinion, the Cultivation Realm has the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon Realm. If we don't have the qualifications, then they wouldn't have sent people. The abbot nodded and said, "I think so too. But there's something strange. I remember reading about the Leap Dragon Realm in the records of the sect. The last time the Cultivation Realm obtained the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon Realm, all the sects in the Cultivation Realm were given a jade slip. The jade slip contained some information about the Leap Dragon Realm and a transmission formation to go to the Leap Dragon Realm. There was nothing else. Why did they send people this time? Did something go wrong?" Hearing the abbot's words, Xianxia and the others frowned. Guilingzi said, "I seem to have seen this matter. I heard that the jade slip issued by the Leaping Dragon Realm must be recorded in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it will explode and nothing will be obtained. However, I haven't heard of the Leaping Dragon Realm sending people to the lower realms." Several people frowned. They didn't quite understand why the Leaping Dragon Realm did this time. However, it was clear that they were a little worried in their hearts. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Why are you thinking so much? If the Leap Dragon Realm sent people, then it means that we have hope. If they don't want us to enter the Leap Dragon Realm, then why would they send someone to inform us?" When Zhao Hai said this, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they smiled. If they weren't allowed to enter the Leap Dragon Realm, then why would they send someone to inform them? They didn't have that much face. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I know that we had some disagreements before. But this time, whether we can keep our qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon Realm is a matter of great importance to the Cultivation Realm. Therefore, I hope that Mr. can think of the Cultivation Realm and help us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Naturally. I'm also a part of the Cultivation Realm. Naturally, I hope that the Cultivation Realm can keep our qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon Realm. If it weren't for this, then do you think we would still be sitting here calmly?" If it was someone else who said this, Xianxia and the others would have already turned hostile. But since Zhao Hai said this, they couldn't. This was because Zhao Hai's strength was too strong. At this moment, a powerful aura came from outside. This aura was the strongest aura that Zhao Hai had encountered so far. The auras of immortal experts were like kittens and tigers in front of this aura. Jian Wuya said, "They're here. Let's go out and greet them." After he said that, he stood up and walked out. Zhao Hai and the others followed behind. This time, nobody dared to be negligent. Before long, the group arrived at the transmission square outside the Sky Sword sect. At this moment, a person was standing there. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this person's attire was beyond his expectations. This person was wearing a warrior's uniform and had a large saber on his back. He had short hair and a red headband on his forehead. He also wore leather boots on his feet. The feeling he gave off was that he was valiant to the extreme. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He had dark skin and eyes that were like lightning. He stood there like a mountain. People who saw him couldn't help but lower their heads. They didn't dare to look at him a second time. On the other hand, Jian Wuya and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the person sent by the Leap Dragon realm to look like this. This really surprised them. Fortunately, they were all experienced people. They immediately reacted and went forward to greet the person. Jian Wuya cupped his fist and said, "Are you the envoy of the Leap Dragon realm?" "I am the sect master of the Sky Sword sect, Jian Wuya." The others also reported their names. The person nodded. But when he looked at Zhao Hai, a playful look flashed in his eyes. After everyone reported their names, the person said, "My name is Lin Ling. This time, I came to inform you about the qualifications of the Cultivation realm to enter the Leap Dragon realm." Hearing Lin Ling's words, Jian Wuya and the others calmed down. They originally wanted to invite Lin Ling to sit in the hall, but they didn't expect Lin Ling to say it here. This surprised them. Lin Ling looked at these people and said in a deep voice, "This year, I discovered that the cultivation world has lost a portion of its strength. Originally, you guys were qualified to directly enter the Leaping Dragon world, but because you guys lost a lot of strength in the end, you guys can only be considered to be in the preparatory stage. You have to pass the assessment before you can enter the Leaping Dragon world." Hearing Lin Ling, the hearts of Jian Wuya and the others sank. Jian Wuya said, "Envoy, what is the assessment?" Lin Ling replied, "This time, there will be 1,000 reserve teams like you. I'll give you 2 days. After 2 days, the Cultivation realm will select a person below the Immortal stage to represent the Cultivation realm in the assessment. This assessment is a life and death assessment. There are 1,000 reserve realms, and 1,000 people will be sent to a special realm. That realm has a lot of powerful beasts. Once these people go there, not only will they have to face the attacks of the beasts, they will also be chased by people from other realms. There's no time limit for this assessment. The last 10 people will be qualified to enter the Leap Dragon realm. As for those who die, they will automatically lose the opportunity to enter the Leap Dragon realm. I'll be back in 2 days." Then a white light flashed as Lin Ling disappeared from the transmission formation. Jian Wuya and the others stared at the transmission formation. Then everyone turned their heads to Zhao Hai. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "Let's go in and talk." Jian Wuya and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was because they didn't know what to say. After the group returned to the hall and sat down, Jian Wuya coughed and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like we can only ask Mr. to make a move this time." Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "This is related to the entire cultivation realm. I will certainly go. However, I hope that you can coexist peacefully with the Freedom Alliance while I'm there. Is there a problem with that?" Jian Wuya nodded without thinking and said, "Mr. can rest assured. There won't be any problems. Right now, the most important thing for the cultivation realm is to get a chance to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Everything else can be put aside." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. I didn't expect the Leap Dragon realm to have such a test. 1,000 people. Hee. It seems like the Leap Dragon realm controls a lot of planes." Jian Wuya looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Does Mr. need to prepare anything? If you need anything, please don't hesitate to tell us. This matter concerns the entire cultivation realm." We will fully support Mr. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "See you in 2 days." Then he disappeared from the hall of the Skysword sect. 2 days passed by quickly. Zhao Hai took the transmission formation to the Skysword sect's headquarters. Jian Wuya and the others were already waiting for him. Although Jian Wuya and the others didn't want to admit it, they had to. Zhao Hai was definitely the strongest expert under the immortal stage in the cultivation realm. Even an ordinary immortal expert wouldn't be able to deal with Zhao Hai, let alone Zhao Hai and his immortal stage undead. Because of this, Jian Wuya and the others didn't hesitate to send Zhao Hai to the Leap Dragon Realm's assessment. There was no other way. With Zhao Hai's strength, if they didn't send Zhao Hai, then who else could go? When they saw Zhao Hai arrive, they relaxed. They were afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't come. If Zhao Hai didn't go, then they could only send someone else. If they sent someone else, then they wouldn't be able to guarantee that the cultivation realm would be qualified to enter the Leap Dragon realm. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Skysword sect's headquarters, he greeted Jian Wuya and the others. Then the group went to the Skysword sect's hall and sat down. Jian Wuya looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, this time, the cultivation realm will have to rely on you to obtain the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll do my best. Sect Master Jian can rest assured." Jian Wuya nodded and said, "I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. There might be people from the Heavenly Demon Realm participating in the assessment. The Heavenly Demon Realm isn't any weaker than us. If Mr. encounters someone from the Heavenly Demon Realm, then I hope that Mr. won't hold back and teach them a lesson." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Ling's imposing aura was suddenly released. Zhao Hai and the others quickly went out and arrived at the transmission formation. They saw that Lin Ling was still standing in front of the transmission formation and didn't come down. The group cupped their fists towards Lin Ling and said, "We have seen the High Envoy." Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "Where are the people who are going to participate in the assessment? Tell him to come over." Zhao Hai stepped forward and cupped his fists at Lin Ling. "Greetings, Envoy. I am the one who will be participating in this assessment." Lin Ling looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "All right, let's go to the transmission formation." Zhao Hai complied, then he went to the transmission formation and stood beside Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced at Zhao Hai and the others. Then the teleportation array flashed and Lin Ling and Zhao Hai disappeared. From beginning to end, Lin Ling only said 2 sentences. It was clear that he was not a talkative person. Jian Wuya watched the 2 of them disappear into the teleportation array and let out a long sigh. He muttered, "I hope everything goes smoothly." Although the abbot and the others had enmity with Zhao Hai, they still hoped that everything would go smoothly for Zhao Hai. After all, this was related to the entire cultivation realm. When the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai was finally able to see the situation outside. This was a huge forest. There was no end to it. He could see some birds and faint shadows of mountains. Lin Ling looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This is the place where the assessment will take place. It is called the Forest Sea Space. This space is about the size of a state in the cultivation realm. Naturally, it isn't just a forest. There are other things. Now that you have officially started the assessment, the others have also entered the space. When there are only 10 of you left, we will inform you that the assessment is over. Naturally, we hope that you will be the one to receive the notification." After that, Lin Ling's figure flashed and disappeared. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was shocked as he looked at the place where Lin Ling disappeared. This was because he could clearly feel that Lin Ling used a teleportation formation to leave. However, he didn't see the teleportation formation. When Zhao Hai appeared in the immortal forest space, he felt strange. This was because he didn't appear in the immortal forest space's transmission formation. Instead, he appeared directly in midair. This was definitely abnormal. This was because any formation needed something to support it. For example, most people would place a transmission formation on the ground. Only by using the ground would the transmission formation be able to function properly. In other words, if Zhao Hai appeared in the immortal forest space, then he would appear somewhere on the ground. There should be a transmission formation under his feet. However, this wasn't the case for him and Lin Ling. The 2 of them directly appeared in midair of the forest sea space. There was no sign of a teleportation formation, but they were still there. When Lin Ling disappeared, Zhao Hai also felt a spatial fluctuation. However, Zhao Hai was certain that Lin Ling wasn't a spatial divergent ability user. This spatial fluctuation came from the teleportation formation, not a spatial divergent ability. Zhao Hai has the space, so he can use the space to pretend to be a spatial divergent ability user. However, this doesn't mean that he doesn't have spatial divergent abilities. In fact, he also has spatial divergent abilities, and even other divergent abilities. This was because the space has the ability to absorb other people's divergent abilities and then transfer them to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai rarely used other divergent abilities, even his spatial divergent abilities were replaced by the space. When using spatial divergent abilities, there would be a lot of inconveniences. Moreover, it would also require the use of spiritual force. However, Zhao Hai's space didn't have this problem. Naturally, the space itself didn't have any offensive capabilities. However, spatial divergent abilities had their own uses. For example, among the spatial divergent abilities, there was a spatial tearing technique that could tear anything apart. This was because this attack was carried out using spatial divergent abilities. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's space didn't have this ability. It can be said that Zhao Hai's space was his personal item, it couldn't be used to attack. Because Zhao Hai also has spatial divergent abilities, he was very clear about spatial fluctuations. He knew what kind of spatial fluctuations would occur when someone uses a spatial divergent ability. He also knew what kind of spatial fluctuations would occur when someone uses a transmission formation. Because of this, Zhao Hai was sure that Lin Ling just used a transmission formation and not a spatial divergent ability. However, what was strange was that Lin Ling didn't use a transmission formation. When Lin Ling left, there wasn't any white light. Even Zhao Hai wasn't able to see the transmission formation. It was as if Lin Ling was using a spatial divergent ability, he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai was shocked by this point. An invisible transmission formation. It can even be said that there was no transmission formation at all. However, a transmission formation could be used. What kind of technique was this? Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious about the leaping dragon realm. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a dark cloud floating towards them. When Zhao Hai saw the dark cloud, his expression changed. Then his figure flashed as he disappeared. The reason why Zhao Hai left was because he knew what the dark cloud was. It was a group of beasts that looked like bees. These beasts were much more terrifying than bees. Not only can their stingers break a cultivator's shield, they also have strong toxins. This was because Zhao Hai recognized these beasts, they were called poisonous dragon bees. There were already poisonous dragon bees in Zhao Hai's space, so he didn't want to provoke them. However, Zhao Hai was very curious. He thought that the people from the Leaping Dragon realm would bring him to a completely unfamiliar environment. He thought that there would be a lot of beasts that he didn't know about. Now that he looked at the plants, they didn't seem to be much different from the cultivation realm. Naturally, he still needed to confirm whether or not there was a difference. However, he couldn't enter the space right now. He also didn't want to fight the poisonous dragon bees, so he could only leave. The reason why Zhao Hai couldn't enter the space was because he was afraid that it would be discovered by the people from the Leaping Dragon realm. The people from the Leaping Dragon realm were very powerful. They had a lot of methods that Zhao Hai didn't know about. For example, Lin Ling's method of using a transmission formation. For example, he could sweep through the entire cultivation realm with his spiritual force. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very worried. He was afraid that he would be discovered if he used the power of the space. Zhao Hai flew some distance and avoided the poisonous dragon bees. Then he immediately landed in the forest below. He heard from Lin Ling that all the participants of the assessment were already inside the space. The space was about the size of a province in the cultivation realm. A province in the cultivation realm wasn't small. The other participants of the assessment were thrown away by the people from the Leaping Dragon realm. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't fly in the sky. Although flying in the sky can make one's speed faster, at the same time, one would be completely exposed to the sun. Whether it was demon beasts or people from other realms, they would be able to discover you. If the other party was also flying in the sky, then it would be easy to deal with them. But if the other party was hiding in the sky, then it would be very dangerous. Zhao never underestimated any enemy. Before the assessment, Lin Ling had said that there were a lot of powerful monster beasts in the limitless forest space. Just how powerful would those monster beasts be? Zhao Hai didn't know, but he didn't dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and carefully flew in the forest. At the same time, he opened the space's ability. The silver needles began to scout the surroundings with him as the center. Zhao Hai used all the methods he could to carefully move forward. The area of the space wasn't small. Throwing 1,000 people here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to find the other participants. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that now wasn't the time to be anxious. The more anxious a person was, the easier it was to make mistakes. And making a mistake would lead to failure. Although Zhao Hai was confident in his own strength, he never looked down on his opponents. Just in the cultivation realm, he had seen a lot of strange people. And in this space that was competing with the cultivation realm for the qualifications to enter the leaping dragon realm, their strength wasn't inferior to the cultivation realm. Therefore, Zhao Hai was even more careful. He didn't want to be careless and capsize the boat. Zhao Hai carefully moved forward. Meanwhile, Laura and the others were collecting information about their surroundings. Lin Ling was right, there were a lot of beasts in the limitless forest space. Moreover, many of these beasts were at the immortal stage. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's silver needles, then he would have already encountered these beasts. Zhao Hai didn't think that Lin Ling was wrong. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that he didn't meet anyone. He didn't send messages while he was in the forest, but he still didn't meet anyone. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. 1,000 cultivators came to participate in the assessment. Although this wasn't a lot, one thing was certain. These cultivators wouldn't just stay in place and wait, they would move. Although these 1,000 cultivators weren't at the immortal stage, they were still peak experts of their respective realms. Their speed shouldn't be slow. However, Zhao Hai has been in the immortal forest space for several hours now, but he still hasn't met anyone. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop and continued to move forward. He didn't provoke the beasts in the immortal forest space, not even the low-level ones. Although the immortal forest space was similar to the cultivation realm, there were still some differences. Zhao Hai also collected some herbs along the way. However, the composition of these herbs was slightly different compared to the ones in the cultivation realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't provoke the beasts. He came here to take the assessment, so he didn't want to complicate things. His goal wasn't to kill the beasts, his goal was to take care of the participants. Just as he was thinking about this, Kair's voice was suddenly heard, "Big Brother Hai, about 1,000 li ahead, there's a cultivator from another realm. He seems to be very strong." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Show me his image." Kair nodded. Then a small projection appeared in front of Zhao Hai. It looked like a small TV. On the TV, a cultivator could be seen carefully moving forward in the forest. The other party seemed to be very experienced in combat. He chose to walk in the forest instead of flying in the air. This person wasn't very tall. He had black hair and yellow skin. He wore ordinary cultivator robes and didn't seem to have anything special about him. However, Zhao Hai noticed that this person had at least 2 sets of artifacts on him. One of them was a pair of gloves. Zhao Hai didn't know what the gloves were made of. It seemed to be made of black cloth, revealing the 10 fingers. It looked a bit like the Thunderbolt gloves that Zhao Hai had seen before. Although the gloves looked ordinary, Zhao Hai was sure that they were an artifact. Moreover, their grade wasn't low. The other set of artifacts were the boots that the man wore. They looked like a pair of ordinary leather whips. They were brown in color and didn't have any gorgeous patterns on them. However, Zhao Hai discovered that wherever the boots went, it would automatically create a wind. When the wind blew, it would erase all traces of the boots. It was clear that these were artifacts of different grades. Zhao Hai also noticed that although this person wasn't very tall and didn't seem to be very sturdy, his skin seemed to be flashing with light. Zhao Hai was sure that this person was a body cultivator. Moreover, his level wasn't low and his strength wasn't low. Zhao pondered for a moment, then went in the direction of that person. In any case, this assessment was mainly about killing people, so if he met someone, he would just kill them. While moving towards the person, Zhao Hai carefully monitored his movements. This person didn't seem to have encountered a battle before. There were no traces of battle on his body. However, it can be seen that he was very careful. Zhao Hai could feel a strong murderous aura coming from this person. It can be seen that this person wasn't a good person in their realm. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai wanted right now was to turn this person into an undead. The distance between the two continued to increase, but the person didn't feel Zhao Hai's presence. It wasn't until the distance between the two was less than 10 li that the person felt Zhao Hai's presence. His expression couldn't help but freeze, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to move towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. Zhao Hai saw this through the projection. He couldn't help but smile. It seems like this woodland space would soon become a battlefield of slaughter. Everyone had their own reasons to live. Zhao Hai's direction didn't change. He was still moving towards the person. Both sides knew that the other side had discovered them. However, they didn't change their direction. It was obvious that they wanted the other side to die. Before long, the distance between the two was less than 2 li. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as his figure moved and directly flew up into the air, completely exposing his body. The body cultivator didn't think that Zhao Hai would do this. However, he immediately understood Zhao Hai's intention. Although fighting in the forest wasn't a big deal, it would still cause a lot of noise. It might even attract some beasts. In the air, although they would make some noise, it wouldn't be as big as below. If they were in the forest and two experts fought, then they would definitely destroy a large number of trees, and the noise wouldn't be small. On the ground, it was different, they wouldn't necessarily destroy so many trees. After thinking about this, the person also flew up. The two looked at each other from a distance of 2 li. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. With an intention, his avatar appeared. Then he used the 100 Beasts fist technique and directly attacked the person. The opposite person didn't waste any time. A Dharma idol also appeared on his body. His Dharma idol was also in the shape of a human. It also used fist techniques to attack Zhao Hai. After the two exchanged a few rounds, they were able to roughly gauge each other's strength. When it came to strength, Zhao Hai was much stronger than the other party. However, the other party was a powerful body cultivator. His defensive ability was also very strong. It would be impossible for Zhao Hai to kill him in a short time. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that although the other party fell into a disadvantage, he was still very calm. It was obvious that he didn't use his full strength. This made Zhao Hai somewhat curious, he really wanted to see what the other party was up to. After exchanging about 100 moves, the other party was completely at a disadvantage. He could only parry and didn't have any strength to fight back. At this time, the other party's expression became very dignified. After exchanging another 100 moves, the person suddenly shouted. Then a flying sword flew out of his mouth and went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood. This flying sword must be the person's life source artifact. He usually used his body cultivator identity to fight. When he wasn't a match, he would suddenly release his life source flying sword to attack. This would have an unexpected effect. Moreover, the person also shouted before using his life source flying sword. This wasn't the first time he shouted. In fact, since the beginning of the battle, he had been shouting non-stop. Naturally, his shout wouldn't attract other people's attention. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the other party were now in close combat, not far from each other. At this time, the person's flying sword would have a very good effect. Unfortunately, the person he expected today was Zhao Hai. Just as the person's flying sword was about to stab Zhao Hai's face, a small shield suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The person's flying sword stabbed the small shield. With a clang, the person's flying sword was blocked. The person didn't expect that his attack would be blocked. While he was in a daze, a flying sword silently appeared behind him and stabbed into his body. Then the flying sword twisted and crushed the person's heart. The person spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. Then he waved his hand and the flying sword returned to his hand. The person's eyes slowly lost their light. Then a black gas wrapped around the person. When the black gas disappeared, the person also disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Hai's figure also disappeared. Not long after Zhao Hai disappeared, several beasts appeared at the place where they fought. The beasts used their spiritual force to observe the place where Zhao Hai and the person fought for a long time before retreating. The movements of these beasts were already under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Even if the person didn't use his life source artifact, Zhao Hai would still take his life. Zhao Hai didn't want to have a conflict with these beasts right now. These beasts were all at the immortal stage and were very powerful. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai was afraid of these beasts. It's just that he came here this time to pass the assessment, not to hunt beasts. He didn't want to expose too many cards to the Leap Dragon realm. Before the assessment, Lin Ling told Zhao Hai that when there were only 10 people left, he would inform them that the assessment was over. In other words, everything that they did in the forest sea space was under Lin Ling's surveillance. This was what Zhao Hai was most afraid of. He had too many secrets that he couldn't let others know. Zhao Hai was sure that if the people from the Leap Dragon realm knew that he had the space, they would do everything in their power to snatch it. This was because the space was too heaven-defying. Fortunately, he still had the vermilion bird seal. But if he used the space too frequently, then Lin Ling and the others might find out. Because of this, Zhao Hai used the immortal stage to deal with the body cultivator. As for turning the body cultivator into an undead, Zhao Hai didn't feel any pressure. His use of undead was already famous in the cultivation realm. He believed that the people from the Leap Dragon realm would also know about it. Because of this, he wasn't afraid that Lin Ling and the others would find out about his use of undead. After killing the physique cultivator, Zhao Hai immediately hid in the forest. At the same time, he concealed his aura. He didn't even move as he used his wood element ability to merge his aura with a tree. Even immortal stage beasts wouldn't be able to discover his position. Zhao Hai didn't dare to move. Instead, he used his wood element ability to merge with a tree. After some time, the immortal stage beasts retreated. There weren't any fights between the beasts. Moreover, some of the beasts couldn't speak. However, they seemed to be communicating with each other using their spiritual force. Zhao Hai didn't know what they were talking about, but he could see that these beasts had their own territories. Moreover, they wouldn't easily fight each other. After waiting for the beasts to leave for a long time, Zhao Hai moved. He carefully left the place where he fought the body cultivator and headed towards the depths of the forest. The reason why he didn't move until now was because he was afraid that the beasts would attack. However, it was clear that he overestimated the intelligence of these beasts. At this time, the silver needles were able to detect more things. Unfortunately, aside from the body cultivator, Zhao Hai didn't encounter any other cultivators. The sky slowly darkened as darkness descended. No matter where the space was, the beasts had their own nature. Beasts generally liked to move around at night, and this was also the case in the Sea of Tree space. After the sky darkened, Zhao Hai felt that the beasts in the forest suddenly became active. All kinds of beasts came out to look for food. This made it more difficult for Zhao Hai and the others to move around at night. Zhao Hai paid attention to his surroundings and decided to rest. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. After looking around, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of a large tree. This tree was very thick. He didn't know how long it had been growing for, but it was thick enough for 10 people to wrap their arms around it. Zhao Hai stood in front of the tree as his body emitted a faint green light. Then he slowly disappeared into the tree. Zhao Hai used his wood ability to merge with the tree. After Zhao Hai's body merged with the tree, he felt as if he had become a tree. He could clearly feel that the roots of the tree were releasing spiritual qi. At the same time, he could also feel that the leaves were absorbing and releasing spiritual qi. The tree didn't just absorb spiritual qi like the outside world, it was also releasing spiritual qi to the outside world. The tree seemed to be one with the heaven and earth. The spiritual qi in its body only circulated for a moment before it was released again. It seems like the tree wasn't absorbing spiritual qi at all. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the tree contained a large amount of spiritual qi. This was a very peculiar cycle, perhaps this was the tree's cultivation method. Quietly feeling the tree's cultivation method, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of creation. The tree's cultivation method was different from that of cultivators. Cultivators' cultivation method was similar to this world, turning the world's spiritual qi into their own. Turning the world's ores into weapons, and turning the world's herbs into pills. This was just a method of taking, it could be regarded as a heaven-defying act. But the tree wasn't the same. It didn't just take, it also gave. It absorbed spiritual qi and released it at the same time. This allowed the spiritual qi it absorbed and the spiritual qi it released to reach a balance. This was a cultivation method that conformed to the heavens, it was completely opposite to the cultivation method of cultivators. After comprehending the tree's cultivation method, Zhao Hai suddenly became puzzled. In the past, when he was in the world of cultivation, he encountered a tree demon. According to the tree's cultivation method, there shouldn't be any tree demons. But now, there were tree demons in the world of cultivation. What was going on? This was the first time that Zhao Hai used his wood element ability to comprehend the tree's cultivation method. To be honest, it was very strange. Just as Zhao Hai was about to continue, he suddenly heard Kair's voice, "Brother Hai, what are you doing? You've been inside the tree for 3 days already? Do you want to close up? Then come to the space." Zhao Hai stared, then he woke up. He was puzzled as he said, 3 days? How come it's been 3 days? I feel like I've only been in this tree for about an hour or so. Kair's voice was heard again, "Brother Hai, it's been 3 days. It was really strange. After you entered the tree, your thoughts seemed to have slowed down by countless times. If it weren't for the space not having any changes, I would have thought that you had an accident. When your thoughts returned to normal, I immediately called you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When Zhao Hai heard Kai, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think about this point, so he asked, "You're saying that my thoughts became very slow? What happened? Why do I feel like everything is normal?" At this time, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, what did you do? Why did your thoughts suddenly become slow?" When Laura asked this, she was already nervous. They needed to figure out why Zhao Hai's thoughts suddenly slowed down. If they couldn't figure it out, then it wouldn't be good news for them. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "I didn't do anything. I just used my wood element ability to enter the tree. Then I tried to comprehend the tree's cultivation method. I didn't do anything else." Laura frowned, then she quickly went out of the villa and arrived in front of the processing machine. Then she said, "Processing machine, immediately analyze Brother Hai's situation and see if there's a problem with his cultivation." The processing machine flashed a few times before a prompt was heard, "There's no problem with the host. Because the host's mind has fused with the tree, the host's thoughts have naturally slowed down. There's no need to worry." When Laura heard the processing machine, she felt relieved. She immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, it seems like you're comprehending the tree's cultivation method. Therefore, you fused your spiritual force with the tree. The tree itself has its own thoughts, but the speed of its thoughts is too slow. Because of this, you might think that everything is normal, but in fact, the speed of your thoughts has become very slow." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved as he left the tree. At this time, it was already daytime inside the immortal forest space. Zhao Hai roughly understood the difference between the trance and the trees. The biggest difference was the speed of their thoughts. The trance were like humans, so their thinking speed was naturally the same. On the other hand, the tree's thinking speed was so slow that it was almost unbearable. Zhao Hai said that he felt that he was inside the tree for less than an hour. Actually, he was deliberately exaggerating. He felt that he was inside the tree for an hour. Obviously, it wasn't even 10 minutes, but 3 days had already passed outside. This kind of thinking speed was really unbearable. As for why the trance had the same thinking speed as humans, Zhao Hai didn't know. However, he didn't want to know, he didn't come to the immortal forest space to study this matter. After Zhao Hai left the tree, he immediately looked at Kai and said, "Kai, how's the investigation of the immortal forest space going?" Kai smiled and said, "Big Brother Hai, you can rest assured. We've already investigated several hundred people who participated in the assessment. Their positions are already in our hands. As for the rest, it's possible that they're already dead. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mark their positions. I've rested for 3 days, it's time to look for them." Kai nodded, then a projection immediately appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This projection was a map of the immortal forest space. There were red dots on the map. Naturally, these were the people who participated in the assessment. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that this projection would be discovered by the people in the Leap Dragon realm. This was because this projection was only a spiritual projection. Others couldn't see it, only he could see it. A projection was different from the space. When Zhao Hai uses the space, it would produce abnormal energy fluctuations. If he uses the space too many times, then it would be possible for the space's secrets to be discovered. On the other hand, a projection was only a form of spiritual force. Moreover, other people couldn't see it. They would only feel that Zhao Hai's spiritual force was abnormal, so they wouldn't pay attention to it. Zhao Hai looked at the projection and found the nearest cultivator. Then his figure moved as he rushed towards it. Zhao Hai now understood why there were still several hundred people left in the assessment after 3 days. It was because these people were too far away. Killing each other in a short time would be very difficult. However, this wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai. In any case, he already knew the location of these people. He just needed to find them and kill them. While rushing towards the cultivator, Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, "Kai, is the Freedom Alliance alright? Did the 9 great sects act recklessly?" Kai shook her head and said, "They didn't. The Freedom Alliance is fine. The 9 great sects also didn't act recklessly. It's clear that they wouldn't act rashly before you send back the information." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. It seems like the 9 great sects are quite sensible." While talking, Zhao Hai kept changing his route. He wanted to avoid the beasts. If he wanted to finish the assessment quickly, then he couldn't clash with the beasts. Otherwise, it would only slow him down. 2 hours later, Zhao Hai finally felt the other party's presence. The other party also felt him. Both of them rushed towards each other. Neither of them chose to leave. This was because they knew that as long as they kill the other party, they would be able to leave this place. Only by killing the other party would they be qualified to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength this time. He fought with the cultivator for nearly half an hour before he killed him. After killing the cultivator, Zhao Hai immediately left and looked for his next target. In one day, Zhao Hai dealt with a total of 10 cultivators. Then the sky turned dark. Zhao Hai once again hid inside a tree. However, this time, he didn't dare to connect his consciousness with the tree. If he did it for 3 days, then it would be troublesome. Although there were a lot of beasts in the immortal forest space, these beasts wouldn't vent their anger on the trees. Because of this, staying inside a tree at night was the safest option. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the tree and looked at the map of the immortal forest space. He discovered that more than 10 cultivators had died last night. It was clear that they were killed by the beasts. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He continued to move forward, looking for his next target. For 7 days, Zhao Hai lived like this. He killed people during the day and hid inside a tree at night. It wasn't that he didn't want to enter the space, but rather that he didn't dare. This was because he could feel powerful spiritual force sweeping through the immortal forest space from time to time. It was clear that the people from the Leap Dragon realm were checking on them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to enter the space and could only rest inside a tree at night. After 7 days, there were less than 100 cultivators left in the immortal forest space. However, these people weren't easy to deal with. Their cultivations were similar to Zhao Hai's, at the transcending tribulation stage. Some of them had even touched the edge of the immortal stage. Moreover, each of them had their own unique skills or 1 or 2 high-level artifacts. Their artifacts were very powerful. It wasn't a coincidence that they were able to survive for 10 days in the immortal forest space. On the 11th day after Zhao Hai entered the immortal forest space, he found an opponent. This person was very strange. When other people enter the immortal forest space, they would walk around looking for enemies. However, this person stayed on a mountain in the immortal forest space. This mountain was one of the few mountains that didn't have any trees growing on it. The entire mountain was filled with rocks and weeds. There wasn't a single tree on the mountain. The cultivator stayed on the mountain for 10 days. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't think that the cultivator didn't dare to go down the mountain because he was weak. In these 10 days, not only did he kill 4 cultivators who accidentally broke into the mountain, he also seriously injured 5 immortal stage beasts. He had a powerful sword in his hand. Although he wasn't at the immortal stage, Zhao Hai believed that with his sword, he would be able to fight against an immortal expert. Zhao Hai's target this time was the cultivator with the great sword. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the mountain. He scanned the mountain with his spiritual force and frowned. This was because he couldn't find the cultivator with the great sword. This caused Zhao Hai to be stunned. Zhao Hai's spatial map clearly showed that the cultivator with the great sword was still on the mountain. However, Zhao Hai couldn't find the cultivator with his spiritual force. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. Zhao Hai didn't rush up the mountain. He wanted to figure out what was going on. He stood quietly on the mountain and scanned the area with his spiritual force. However, he still couldn't find anything. This made his brows knit even tighter. He now understood why those immortal experts and immortal stage beasts were killed by this person. If he hid on the mountain, nobody would be able to find him. When the time comes, he could launch a surprise attack. With his strength, even if an immortal expert didn't die, they would still be injured. But why couldn't they find him? This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He thought of something that made him understand why his spiritual force couldn't find the cultivator. It was because of a divergent ability. That's right, it was a divergent technique. Just like how he used a divergent technique to hide in a big tree, those demon beasts wouldn't be able to find him. That great sword cultivator must also be a divergent technique user. He was an earth divergent technique user, and there weren't any trees on this mountain, only stones. This was the most suitable place for him to hide. That's why he had been hiding here for the past 10 days. But if he didn't use the space, how could he find the earth divergent ability user hiding here? Zhao Hai had a headache. Zhao Hai looked at the mountain and frowned. He himself was a divergent ability user, so he had a good understanding of divergent abilities. He was very clear that divergent abilities had nothing to do with one's cultivation. They were a type of ability that came with one's body. Moreover, as one continued to use and explore them, they would become more and more powerful. However, it was precisely because of this ability that it wasn't easy to crack divergent abilities. Although he could easily find the person using the space, Zhao Hai still wanted to use other methods to find him. After thinking for a long time and coming up with several methods, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. It seems like it wasn't easy to find the person without using the space. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai continued to walk up the mountain. While walking up the mountain, Zhao Hai mobilized his golden spiritual force to see if the people from the Leap Dragon realm were paying attention to him. Speaking of which, this strand of golden spiritual force was very powerful. These days, Zhao Hai had used this strand of golden spiritual force a lot. However, this strand of golden spiritual force didn't decrease at all. Instead, it was increasing bit by bit. At the same time, Zhao Hai's spiritual force seemed to have become more solid. When this golden spiritual force appeared on his body, it looked like a golden mist. It didn't look special at all. But now, the spiritual force had turned into a golden thread, it was very solid. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Now, every once in a while, he would mobilize his spiritual force to see if the people from the Leap Dragon realm were monitoring them. This had become a habit for Zhao Hai. Because of this, he slowly walked up the mountain while mobilizing his spiritual force to see if he was being monitored. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he mobilized his spiritual force, he immediately felt a very obscure spiritual force on the mountain. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood that this spiritual force belonged to the great sword cultivator. This discovery made Zhao Hai happy. Zhao Hai didn't think that his golden spiritual force would have such a big use. He had been looking for a way to crack divergent abilities for a long time. Unexpectedly, he found it. This was a pleasant surprise. However, Zhao Hai didn't show it. he was still slowly moving forward. In the eyes of others, Zhao Hai was moving forward very carefully, as if he was afraid of being attacked. Zhao Hai moved forward while paying attention to the location of the great sword cultivator. He was now getting closer and closer to the great sword cultivator. The distance between the two of them was less than 2 li. Zhao Hai still pretended that he didn't see the great sword cultivator as he carefully moved forward. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Zhao Hai and the great sword cultivator was less than 100 meters. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the best distance to attack. Although the great sword cultivator didn't go down the mountain and didn't know that there were less than 100 people left, the great sword cultivator also knew that the cultivators who came to the forest sea space weren't simple. Although 100 meters was nothing for cultivators, it was enough for them to react. Therefore, the great sword cultivator didn't move. Zhao Hai moved forward a few more steps. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. When Zhao Hai was only 30 meters away, the great sword cultivator finally moved. Zhao Hai felt the surrounding earth element squeezing his body. Suddenly, he felt his body become heavier. Then a silhouette appeared, holding a large sword in his hand and thrusting it towards Zhao Hai. This person was wearing a yellow cultivator's robe. His stature was very tall, about 2 meters tall. His muscles were comparable to Jian Mei's. The large sword in his hand was nearly 2 meters long and was purple in color. It was unknown what kind of metal it was made of, but it looked very heavy. When Zhao Hai saw the great sword cultivator appear, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "I've been waiting for you." After he said that, a yellow light appeared on Zhao Hai's body. Then a large glaive appeared in his hand. This glaive was very large, its surface was like a door. It was more than 4 meters long. Then Zhao Hai slashed towards the great sword cultivator. It was as if the change in gravity didn't affect him at all. When the great sword cultivator heard Zhao Hai's words, he knew that things weren't good. When he saw Zhao Hai's glaive coming towards him, he immediately shouted. His body miraculously stopped as if he was pulled by someone. Then he raised his sword and blocked Zhao Hai's glaive. Clang! With a loud sound, the great sword cultivator blocked Zhao Hai's glaive. However, his body was also pushed back by Zhao Hai's glaive. However, Zhao Hai was also very surprised. One must know that his strength wasn't small. His special body itself gave him extraordinary strength. Later on, he also learned the demon subduing divine art. It can be said that his strength was increasing all the time. Now, even if he didn't use other techniques and only used his own strength, an ordinary transcending tribulation expert wouldn't be able to block him. But the man just blocked his attack. Although he was sent flying back, Zhao knew that the man was using his retreat to neutralize his attack, so he wasn't injured at all. Although Zhao Hai lamented the great sword cultivator's strength, he didn't stop. His glaive danced as he shouted, "Kill!" He chased after the great sword cultivator. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that the battle between the two had been locked down by a powerful spiritual force. It was clear that this spiritual force was coming from the great sword cultivator of the leaping dragon realm. The great sword cultivator retreated while using an earth-divergent ability. A huge stone stalagmite emerged from the ground and directly stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai laughed. He waved the glaive in his hand, and a blade chi flew out. All the stalagmites were smashed by the blade chi. Zhao Hai then rushed towards the great sword cultivator. The great sword cultivator also dissipated Zhao Hai's strength and stopped. Then he waved his sword towards Zhao Hai. The two of them stood facing each other. One had to admit that this person's strength was very strong. His strongest point wasn't his strength, nor was it his swordsmanship. It wasn't even the grade of the sword in his hand that was very good. Instead, it was the perfect combination of his divergent ability and his attacks. This great sword cultivator didn't use Dharma idol, but his attacks were definitely stronger than ordinary cultivators. This was because his earth-divergent ability and his attacks were too perfect. Not only could his earth-divergent ability help him attack, but it could also help him defend. Moreover, it could also change the force field around his body. This made his movements very strange. If it wasn't Zhao Hai, then it was very likely that he would have died in his hands. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to kill this great sword cultivator. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't use his divergent ability to attack. He was very strong, so he could use a lot of methods. Therefore, he rarely used his divergent ability to attack. Even in the martial arts that he created, there were very few divergent abilities. But today, he actually saw someone who used his divergent ability so cleverly. This was beyond his expectations. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to deal with this great sword cultivator. Instead, he learned how to use his divergent ability to attack. The great sword cultivator who was fighting with Zhao Hai was getting more and more frightened. He never thought that he would meet an opponent like Zhao Hai. He was already going all out, but Zhao Hai was still able to deal with him with ease. This made the great sword cultivator surprised. However, the great sword cultivator didn't give up. He knew that giving up meant death. Therefore, he couldn't give up. He attacked with all his strength, hoping to defeat Zhao Hai as much as possible. Zhao Hai also discovered that the great sword cultivator's attacks had become fiercer. However, although the great sword cultivator's attacks were fierce, they didn't seem chaotic at all. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a subtle change in the other party's aura. The other party's aura was getting stronger and stronger. After more than a dozen moves, the other party's aura suddenly changed. The other party couldn't help but laugh as he retreated to the side. Holding his sword, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't think that I would make a breakthrough. Ha ha ha. I have to thank you. If I didn't fight you, I wouldn't have made a breakthrough so quickly. In order to thank you, I decided to make you my sacrifice to enter the immortal stage. You should feel honored. You should be honored." Zhao Hai held his glaive as he looked at the great sword cultivator. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to make a breakthrough in the middle of a fight. But it's impossible for you to kill me. I've fought against immortal experts before, let alone someone like you who has just entered the immortal stage. You should be careful not to fall under my hands today." The great sword cultivator's expression changed. He coldly snorted and said, "Arrogant. You will pay for your arrogance." Then he waved his sword and attacked Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai put away his glaive and replaced it with his long sword. At the same time, the heavenly demon 7 slaughter blade was used. At the same time, the great void stellar transformation was used to fight against the great sword cultivator. The great sword cultivator discovered that he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Although his attacks were strong, Zhao Hai's attacks weren't weak either. It was simply impossible for him to kill Zhao Hai. Upon seeing this, the great sword cultivator's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. The two fought for about an hour but still couldn't determine a winner. At this time, the great sword cultivator and the great sword cultivator could feel powerful auras approaching the mountain. They knew that their battle must have alarmed the immortal stage beasts in the forest sea space. The immortal stage beasts must have come to check the situation. Thinking of this, the great sword cultivator and the great sword cultivator's expressions couldn't help but change. They didn't want to fight against these beasts. Zhao Hai looked at the great sword cultivator and then attacked a few times before jumping out of the encirclement. Then he waved his long sword and said, "This one is Zhao Hai from the cultivation realm. Let's stop here. Are you willing to leave your name? If you're willing to leave your name, then we can enter the Leap Dragon realm and continue this battle." When the great sword cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right. As long as you can enter the Leap Dragon realm alive, then I'll definitely fight you. I'm Tu Qian from the Dragon Soul realm." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You should worry about yourself." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Tu Qian's figure also flashed and disappeared from Stony Mountain at this time. 3 days after the battle between Zhao Hai and Tu Qian, Zhao Hai slowly flew into the air. The reason he dared to fly was because he knew that the assessment was over. Just a moment ago, a cultivator was killed by several immortal stage beasts. Now, there were only 10 people left. Among these 10 people were Tu Qian and Zhao Hai. Although he didn't know who they were, he was familiar with their realms. They were experts from the heavenly demon realm. Zhao Hai didn't kill the heavenly demon like Jian Wuya and the others said. In fact, he wanted to keep the heavenly demon alive. The reason the heavenly demon realm attacked the cultivation realm last time was because they wanted to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Now that Zhao Hai kept the Heavenly Demon Realm's expert here, the Heavenly Demon Realm can enter the Leap Dragon Realm. In the future, their thoughts of attacking the Cultivation Realm would fade. Naturally, the most important thing was to leave an enemy for the immortal stage experts who enter the Leap Dragon Realm. Enemies would make people progress. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai flew up, a voice was heard, "Everyone, pay attention. The assessment is over. Everyone, pay attention. The assessment is over." Along with this voice, the remaining cultivators also flew up from the forest. As soon as they flew up, a person appeared beside them. This person was naturally someone from the Leap Dragon Realm. On the other hand, Lin Ling appeared beside Zhao Hai. Lin Ling appeared beside Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "Let's go." Then a white light flashed in front of him. When the white light disappeared, Lin Ling and Zhao Hai appeared on the transmission square of the Sky Sword sect. Just as the two appeared in the Sky Sword sect's transmission square, Xianxia and the others immediately arrived. When they saw Zhao Hai and the others standing beside Lin Ling, they couldn't help but smile. Xianxia and the others gave Lin Ling a salute and said, "We have seen the High Envoy." Lin Ling nodded and said in a deep voice, "The cultivation world has obtained the qualifications to enter the Leaping Dragon Realm." After saying that, he waved his hand and 10 jade slips appeared in his hand. He gave one to Zhao Hai and the others. After that, Lin Ling turned to look at Zhao Hai and disappeared with a flash of white light. Zhao Hai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the way Lin Ling looked at him was a little special. It was as if Lin Ling admired him very much. However, he hid it very well and didn't show any expression on his face. After Lin Ling left, Zhao Hai and the others immediately turned to look at Zhao Hai. They laughed and said, "This is all thanks to Mr. Zhao Hai. Mister, please come in." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and cupped his fists towards the group before following them into the Sky Sword sect's main hall. After sitting down in the hall of the Sky Sword sect, he looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "I knew Mister would definitely succeed. I wonder if Mister met anyone from the Heavenly Demon Realm?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No. The location of this test is an independent small space. It's not smaller than the Northern Strange region. If 1,000 people were to enter, it wouldn't be easy to find them. You would rarely meet other cultivators, but there are more chances to meet demon beasts. I think most of the cultivators died in the hands of demon beasts, not other cultivators. Because the place is too big, I didn't meet anyone from the Heavenly Demon Realm. Moreover, I didn't know what kind of people the 10 people who survived were. This is because we don't meet each other, only one side can survive." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about the Heavenly Demon Realm." After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhao Hai and the others nodded. They could imagine how Zhao Hai had spent the past 10 days. To be honest, if it were any of them, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they would come back alive. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell them the truth. Although the people of the 9 great sects were so polite to him, he had already felt a faint hostility from them. After he came back from the forest ocean space, they were enemies again. It was normal for the people of the 9 great sects to have such a reaction. At this time, the abbot angrily looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, how many cultivators did you meet in that space this time? What were their cultivation levels?" Zhao Hai replied, "I met a total of 10 cultivators. Their cultivation levels were very good, but they all died by my hands." The abbot nodded. He didn't doubt Zhao Hai's strength at all. He believed that no cultivator below the immortal stage could be a match for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the sect masters of the other sections. Then he stood up and said, "Since my mission has been completed, then I'll take my leave. Thank you for keeping your promise and not attacking the Freedom Alliance. I hope that you can keep your promise." After he said that, Zhao Hai exchanged punches with the other sect masters before his figure flashed and disappeared. After Zhao Hai disappeared, the sect masters of the 9 great sects seemed to have lost interest in talking. After some time, Xianxia sighed and said, "It seems like although Zhao Hai went to take the assessment, he must have left something behind in the Freedom Alliance. Everyone should return. As long as Zhao Hai is here, the 9 great sects won't be able to do anything to the Freedom Alliance." When the other sect masters heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. They knew that Xianxia was right. As long as Zhao Hai was here, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the Freedom Alliance. Zhao Hai didn't care about what these people were thinking. He had already returned to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang was very calm. Although everyone knew that Zhao Hai represented the cultivation realm, no one was worried about Zhao Hai. Naturally, this wasn't because Zhao Hai's popularity was bad. Instead, it was because they had absolute confidence in Zhao Hai. They believed that nothing would happen to Zhao Hai. They believed that Zhao Hai would pass the assessment and return safely. When Zhao Hai appeared in the Black Tiger Gang, everyone who saw Zhao Hai cheered. Although they weren't worried about Zhao Hai, after seeing Zhao Hai, they knew that the cultivation realm had obtained the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm. This was definitely a good thing for the cultivation realm. In the past, because the 9 great sects controlled the Leap Dragon realm too strictly, many sect masters and even immortal experts didn't know about its existence. But after the invasion of the heavenly demons and the war with the 9 great sects, everyone knew about the existence of the Leap Dragon realm. Now, there was no cultivator in the cultivation realm who didn't know about the Leap Dragon realm. It was precisely because these people knew about the existence of the Leap Dragon realm that they were happy for the cultivation world to obtain the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm. After Zhao Hai greeted the cultivators, he went to Zhang Feng's study. Zhang Feng was still busy in his study. Although the Freedom Alliance was now on the right track, there were still a lot of things to do. When Zhao Hai opened the door and entered Zhang Feng's study, Zhang Feng had already stood up and was preparing to go out. When Zhao Hai saw Zhang Feng's actions, he couldn't help but stare and said, "Senior brother, what's wrong? Are you going out?" Zhang Feng laughed and said, "I'm going to welcome a hero like you. I didn't expect you to come in. Come, sit down. Tell me about the assessment." Zhao Hai smiled and sat down. Then he told Zhang Feng about the assessment. He also mentioned that he didn't kill the heavenly demon from the heavenly demon realm. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown and said, "You didn't kill the heavenly demon from the heavenly demon realm? Does this mean that the heavenly demon realm has the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm? This means that we have a big enemy in the Leap Dragon realm. This doesn't seem to be a good thing, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't think so. If we don't let the heavenly demons enter the Leap Dragon realm, then I'm afraid that they would invade the cultivation realm. On the other hand, if we let them enter the Leap Dragon realm, then they wouldn't be as united as they are now. They would certainly have some conflicts in order to enter the Leap Dragon realm. This way, the possibility of them invading the cultivation realm would be smaller. The battle between them and the cultivation realm would be carried out in the Leap Dragon realm. But you should know that the Leap Dragon realm isn't like the cultivation realm. There are people from all planes there. It would be impossible for the heavenly demons to deal with us wholeheartedly. Even if we have the heavenly demon realm as our enemy, we wouldn't have any problems. Moreover, we would also be able to solve the problem of the heavenly demon realm." When Zhang Feng heard what Zhao Hai said, he thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and smiled faintly. Moreover, letting the heavenly demons enter the Leap Dragon realm has another advantage. This is to make the cultivation realm nervous and give them pressure. Only in this way can they make progress and be noticed by the higher planes. In fact, the reason why I didn't attack the 9 major sects is also because of this. I want to leave an opponent for the Freedom Alliance and make everyone feel pressured. Only in this way can the Freedom Alliance have the motivation to move forward. The Black Tiger Gang will also have the motivation to move forward. We won't turn into arrogant idiots like the previous disciples of the 9 major sects. Zhang Feng stood up and walked back and forth in the hall, quietly thinking about Zhao Hai's words. To be honest, he only wanted to raise the status of the Black Tiger Gang and obtain more benefits. He never thought about finding an opponent for the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai's words made him think of a lot of things. Zhao Hai was right. Because the 9 major sects were too arrogant, their disciples also became arrogant. This caused their strength to fall back compared to the previous 9 major sects. After all, in the cultivation realm, there were almost no forces that dared to provoke the 9 major sects' disciples. The combat experience of the 9 major sects' disciples was a lot worse than before. Naturally, Zhang Feng hoped that the Black Tiger Gang's disciples would become stronger and stronger. He didn't want the Black Tiger Gang's disciples to become like the previous 9 major sects' disciples. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said that he wanted to give the Freedom Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang an opponent, Zhang Feng agreed. But at the same time, he was worried that the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the 9 major sects. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang would be in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what you said before is very reasonable. But have you thought about what would happen if the Black Tiger Gang's disciples couldn't withstand the attacks of the 9 major sects?" Zhao Hai replied, "If such a day really comes, then the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't need to exist anymore. If the Black Tiger Gang wants to dominate the cultivation realm, then we need to pass through this hurdle. Only then can we establish our position in the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai nodded. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He couldn't help but nod. To be honest, he was worried about the Black Tiger Gang's situation. The Black Tiger Gang's current status was almost entirely due to Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai would certainly enter the immortal stage in the future. Once Zhao Hai enters the immortal stage, then he would certainly enter the Leaping Dragon realm. Zhang Feng didn't believe that the people in the Leaping Dragon realm would be blind to look down on Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai really went to the Ascending realm, then he would never be able to return. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang would lose Zhao Hai's protection. It can be said that the Black Tiger Gang would be in danger at that time. But at the same time, the more danger there was, the more opportunity there was. If the Black Tiger Gang could withstand the attack of the 9 major sects, then the Black Tiger Gang's position in the cultivation world would be officially established. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Black Tiger Gang would be the #1 force in the cultivation world. After all, the Black Tiger Gang was the only force in the Freedom Alliance, while the 9 major sects were allied together. If the 9 major sects fought the Black Tiger Gang to a draw, then the Black Tiger Gang would naturally be the #1 force in the cultivation world. The reason why the Black Tiger Gang dominated the Freedom Alliance was because of Zhao Hai. In the future, if the Black Tiger Gang can't rely on their own strength to make the other sects recognize their position, then it would give people the impression that the Black Tiger Gang was supported by Zhao Hai alone. And Zhao Hai left the 9 great sects as an opponent in order to give the Black Tiger Gang a chance to make a name for themselves in the future. There was a good saying that a person's position depends on their opponent. The 9 great sects were the best opponents for the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng stopped, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. Zhao Hai, you're right. The Black Tiger Gang really needs an opponent." "I agree with you." "Right, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't have any plans. I'm going to take a good rest and go into seclusion to slowly fade out of people's sight. Only in this way can the people in the gang be tempered. What do you think, senior brother?" Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then she nodded and said, "That's good. But once you reach the immortal stage, you must tell me. You'll enter the Leap Dragon realm in the future and enter a higher realm. You can't be delayed because of the gang." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder brother, don't worry. I won't. This assessment helped me a lot. I need to go into seclusion for some time to study a new cultivation method. I still need some time to reach the immortal stage." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right. Remember, no matter what decision you make, the Black Tiger Gang will always stand behind you and support you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and cupped his fist to Zhang Feng before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the space. He had already announced that he was in seclusion. When he returned to his cave residence, he immediately entered the space. The reason why Zhao Hai said that he was in seclusion was because he wanted the Black Tiger Gang to get used to life without him. Secondly, he wanted to study how to use his divergent techniques in combat. The battle with Tu Qian had given Zhao a lot of hints. The use of divergent abilities in battle had been exploited to the extreme by Tu Qian. Moreover, Zhao also found out that if divergent abilities were used well, they could really bring a lot of help to people. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered another use of divergent techniques. These divergent techniques could allow a person's thoughts to merge with an object, allowing them to know what it feels like. For example, the wood divergent. technique allowed Zhao Hai to merge with a tree, allowing him to know what it feels like to be a tree. If he uses an earth divergent technique, he could also merge with the earth or rocks. This would allow him to understand what it feels like to be a mountain. Everything in the world had a spirit. In the past, Zhao Hai used the infinity technique to communicate with all things using his spiritual force. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what it feels like to be an object. On the other hand, divergent techniques were able to do so. One shouldn't think that this ability was useless. In fact, this ability was very important. This was because if a transcending tribulation expert wanted to become an immortal expert, the most important thing was to have influence. The existence of Shi was an important condition for becoming an immortal expert. Shi was a type of Shi, such as mountain, sea, wind, and so on. By mastering this type of Shi, one's attack power would have that type of Shi. This would make one's attack power even more powerful. It can be said that the biggest difference between immortal experts and transcending tribulation experts was the control of Shi. Tu Qian was able to understand the use of Shi when fighting against Zhao Hai. This allowed him to become an immortal expert. At the same time, Zhao Hai could also use his divergent technique to sense all kinds of things. This was very important for Zhao Hai to become an immortal expert. In addition to learning how to use the special technique to fight and use the special technique to comprehend the magical effect of Shi, Zhao Hai had another very important thing to do. He had to study the use of the golden spiritual energy in his body and find out where it came from. However, before doing that, Zhao Hai wanted to have a good rest. Relaxation was very important for a cultivator. If the pressure was too great, the cultivator could collapse. Relaxing from time to time was also good for his cultivation. Alternating between tension and relaxation was the right way to cultivate. Laura and the others weren't as busy as before. Every day, they would stay with Zhao Hai and enjoy this leisurely time. Although it seems like Zhao Hai didn't do anything, Zhao Hai wasn't relaxed at all. He had to monitor the movements of the 9 great sects as well as pay attention to the assessment. Naturally, he couldn't relax. Most importantly, he had to pay attention to the situation in the Leap Dragon realm. During the assessment, Zhao Hai turned the silver needles into liquid silver technique. Naturally, this included Tu Qian. He wanted to know what kind of plane these people came from. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't dare to put liquid silver dust on Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was too strong. He had reached the point where not a speck of dust fell on him. In other words, even if a speck of dust fell on his body, Zhao Hai could still feel it. This was a realm that was much higher than an immortal expert. The reason why Zhao Hai knew about this realm was because of Hu Dingshan. Although Hu Dingshan lived in the cultivation realm his whole life, he was still from the upper realm. The Black Tiger clan that came with him told him a lot about realms. Not a speck of dust fell on a realm that was much stronger than an immortal expert. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this before. However, he didn't dare to rashly release liquid silver dust on Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's powerful spiritual force had scared Zhao Hai. He was afraid that his actions would be discovered by Lin Ling and the others. If Lin Ling and the others found out and caused a misunderstanding, then Zhao Hai would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. However, from Lin Ling's aura, he could see that Lin Ling was much stronger than an immortal expert. Zhao Hai didn't dare to take the risk. If Lin Ling and the others found out and chased after him, then he would have no choice but to hide in the space. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't release liquid silver dust on Lin Ling, otherwise, Lin Ling would have no choice but to hide in the space. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to enter a higher level plane for the rest of his life. Although Zhao Hai didn't release liquid silver dust on Lin Ling, he didn't let go of the other participants. The heavenly demon realm was easy to deal with. Zhao Hai had already taken it into the space's map city. However, the other 8 planes didn't have liquid silver dust. Zhao Hai wanted to see if there were any strange things in the other 8 planes that could be taken into the space. Before long, Zhao Hai saw the situation of the other 8 planes. These planes had a lot of different things. Take Tu Qian's plane for example. Tu Qian's plane was a huge space. However, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. This was because Tu Qian's plane wasn't filled with land and water, but sand. In Tu Qian's plane, sand could be seen everywhere. Water and land only occupied a small part of the plain. There weren't a lot of people in the plain, but they were all very strong. Most importantly, 9 out of 10 people in the plain had earth divergent abilities. The remaining one had wind or fire divergent abilities. Almost no one had water divergent abilities. It was a strange, greedy, and vile space. However, there were a lot of materials in that space. In that space, there were all kinds of decertified metals and medicinal herbs. Because of the harsh environment in which those medicinal herbs grew, even ordinary medicinal herbs were much stronger than those in the cultivation realm. Besides Tu Qian's Dragon Soul Plain, the other cultivators' plains also had their own unique characteristics. There were also a lot of good things inside. At this time, Kai and the others were taking these plains into the space's map city. Besides these plains, there was also the oceanic forest space. Although Zhao Hai stayed in the oceanic forest space for more than 10 days, because of the assessment, he didn't go to many places. At most, he went to the forest inside the oceanic forest space. He didn't go outside of the forest. The area outside of the oceanic forest space was very big. There were also some special things inside. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to go to the oceanic forest space to collect things. This was because he didn't dare. That's right, he didn't dare. Zhao Hai was very clear that the people from the Leaping Dragon realm were very familiar with the oceanic forest space. How could they be familiar with the oceanic forest space? They must have paid attention to the oceanic forest space. If Zhao Hai went to the oceanic forest space to collect things, then it was very likely that he would be discovered by the people from the Leaping Dragon realm. At that time, he would be in a lot of trouble. On the other hand, the other cultivators' plains didn't have this problem. It was impossible for the people from the Leaping Dragon realm to pay attention to those plains all the time. It was just like how the people from the Leaping Dragon realm couldn't pay attention to the Cultivation realm all the time. Because there were so many things to do, Zhao Hai directly announced that he would be going into seclusion. In any case, the Cultivation realm would enter a period of relative peace. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. The Cultivation realm had indeed entered a period of relative peace. In the invasion of the heavenly demons, the Cultivation realm had suffered heavy losses. In particular, some medicinal fields and mines were destroyed by the heavenly demons. Coupled with the loss of manpower, the Cultivation realm had suffered heavy losses. After the heavenly demon army was repelled, the 9 great sects and the Freedom Alliance started a war. This internal strife had caused a lot of damage to the Cultivation realm. Whether it was the Black Tiger Gang or the 9 great sects, they needed some time to recover. Now that they had the qualifications to enter the Leaping Dragon realm, they needed to restore their strength. They needed to cultivate immortal experts as soon as possible so that they could return to the Leaping Dragon realm. It was precisely because of these reasons that the cultivation world was very peaceful during this period of time. Even small conflicts rarely occurred. Moreover, the Freedom Alliance and the 9 great sects had more exchanges. There were also more transactions between them. The cultivation realm seemed to have entered a period of peaceful development. Because of this, Zhao Hai's announcement of his seclusion didn't cause too much of a stir in the cultivation realm. After all, an expert like Zhao Hai would be noticed during wartime. But now that there was no war, people wouldn't care about Zhao Hai's actions. In fact, after hearing that Zhao Hai was in seclusion, the 9 great sects were very happy. They knew about Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them, then he could lead his undead army to attack the Yudai River. If that happened, the cultivation realm would be reignited. In the view of the 9 great sects, this wasn't impossible. Zhao Hai didn't attack them before because he wanted the cultivation realm to enter the Leaping Dragon realm. But now that the Cultivation realm's entry to the Leaping Dragon realm has been confirmed, even if the Cultivation realm were to be turned upside down, the Leaping Dragon realm wouldn't take back the Cultivation realm's qualifications. Because of this, Zhao Hai can deal with them without worry. Because of this, after Zhao Hai returned from the Forest Sea space, the 9 great sects were nervous for a long time. Not only did they not attack the Freedom Alliance, they were also on guard against the Freedom Alliance. They paid special attention to Zhao Hai's movements. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai was in seclusion, they felt relieved. The cultivation realm was returning to normal. The Freedom Alliance was also developing rapidly. Zhang Feng and the others even built a transmission formation to the Leaping Dragon realm. They also selected the first batch of immortal experts to go to the Leaping Dragon realm. This time, they didn't select a lot of immortal experts, only 10 of them. Among them was Tai Zhantian. The major powers of the Cultivation realm received Lin Ling's Jade Slip. Lin Ling's Jade Slip recorded things to pay attention to in the Leap Dragon realm, as well as the transmission formation to the Leap Dragon realm. Logically speaking, the Cultivation world was originally in the Leap Dragon realm, so they didn't need these things at all. However, this time, it was an exception. Although the contents of the Jade Slip weren't very special, it contained some things to pay attention to when going to the Leap Dragon realm and the method to arrange the transmission array to the Leap Dragon realm. Lin Ling giving these things to the Cultivation world at this time was a bit special. In fact, when Jian Wuya and the others saw the Jade Slip that Lin Ling gave them, they understood what was going on. It can be said that the Jade Slip was specially prepared for the Freedom Alliance. This was because the contents of the Jade Slip were known to the 9 major sects. Only the Freedom Alliance didn't know about it. Now that Lin Ling gave this Jade Slip to them, it naturally explained everything. This Jade Slip was a warning to the 9 major sects. It was to let them know that the Leap Dragon realm was aware of what they did. However, the 9 major sects weren't too afraid of Lin Ling's warning. This was because they knew that even if Lin Ling knew what they did, he wouldn't do anything to them. This was because the Leap Dragon realm had a rule that they couldn't interfere with the lower realms. But now, the 9 major sects encountered another problem. Although the 9 major sects can send people to the Leap Dragon realm, they didn't have anyone to send. This was because they had sent too many people to the Leap Dragon realm in the past. Later on, during the war with the Sky Demon race, they had no choice but to call back the people who were in the Leap Dragon realm. But aside from those who were called back, the 9 major sects didn't have any extra immortal experts who could enter the Leap Dragon realm. On the other hand, the Freedom Alliance was different. The Freedom Alliance had a lot of immortal experts. These immortal experts were qualified to enter the Leap Dragon realm. However, some of them hadn't even heard of the existence of the Leap Dragon realm. Because of this, the Freedom Alliance had a lot of people who could enter the Leap Dragon realm. After several rounds of selection, they finally selected 10 people to enter the Leap Dragon realm first. The leader of the group was Tai Zhantian. In terms of strength, Tai Zhantian wasn't the strongest among them. After all, he had entered the immortal stage for the shortest time. His strength could only be considered below average. However, Tai Zhantian had the Black Tiger Gang behind him. Nobody dared to not give the Black Tiger Gang face. Moreover, before becoming an immortal expert, Tai Zhantian was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang for a long time. Because of this, everyone decided to let Tai Zhantian be their leader. Besides Tai Zhantian, the other immortal experts weren't young and were very strong. When they entered the Cultivation realm, they didn't expect to be noticed by the higher realms. Their main purpose was to set up a base for those who wanted to enter the higher realms. Zhao Hai also knew about this. He came out of the space and looked for Tai Zhantian. Tai Zhantian was currently preparing to go to the Leap Dragon realm, so he was very busy. But when he heard that Zhao Hai was here, he immediately called Zhao Hai to his cave residence. After Zhao Hai entered the cave residence, Tai Zhantian immediately asked, "Little Zhao Hai, what's wrong? Why did you come out? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I heard that Martial Uncle is going to the Leap Dragon realm, so I came out to take a look." "Martial Uncle, this is something I prepared for you. Take it with you." As Zhao Hai spoke, he took out a silver token. This token looked like a small shield with a skull engraved on it. It looked somewhat fierce. Tai Zhantian received the small shield. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What is this? A defensive artifact? I already have one." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This isn't a defensive artifact. In fact, it's a summoning token. With this, you can summon 10 immortal stage undead to help you in battle. The Leap Dragon realm isn't a safe place. You'll be safer if you have this." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zhantian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He took the summoning token and looked at it for a while before he received it and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll take this summoning token with me." Naturally, Tai Zhantian also knew that the Leap Dragon realm wasn't a safe place. With this summoning token, he would have 10 immortal stage undead helpers. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. Seeing Tai Zhantian's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Martial uncle, then I'll be heading back first." Right, the summoning token has a communication function. I don't know if it can be used in the Leap Dragon realm. If it can, then you can use it to form an alliance with senior brother. I've already given him one. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he smiled and said, "Martial uncle, then I'll head back first." When Tai Zhantian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up. He immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. If this communication device can be used, then the Black Tiger Gang would have first-hand information about the Leap Dragon realm. This was very important for the Black Tiger Gang. Tai Zhantian couldn't help but attach more importance to this summoning token. He received the summoning token and then nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, you can go back. Your heart is enough. In the future, the gang will depend on you and Little Feng." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards Tai Zhantian before turning around and leaving. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai's departing back. Then he let out a long breath and muttered, "Little Feng's vision is really good." The reason why Tai Zhantian said this was because when Zhao Hai joined the Black Tiger Gang, it was because of Zhang Feng. Since Zhao Hai joined the Black Tiger Gang had a huge turnaround. Now, the Black Tiger Gang had its current status because of Zhao Hai. And all of this was because Zhang Feng turned Zhao Hai into a Black Tiger Gang disciple. Because of this, Tai Zhantian said that Zhang Feng had good vision. Zhao Hai didn't know what Tai Zhantian was thinking. He came to Tai Zhantian this time for a purpose. Giving Tai Zhantian a summoning token to ensure his safety was only one of his goals. The second goal was to have Tai Zhantian bring the token to the Leap Dragon realm. The summoning token in Tai Zhantian's hand was actually just a name that Zhao Hai casually came up with. The token was actually a part of liquid silver. Zhao Hai turned a part of liquid silver into a token. As long as Tai Zhantian brings the token to the Leap Dragon realm, then Zhao Hai would be able to know the situation inside. This was Zhao Hai's goal. Moreover, with the token on Tai Zhantian's body, Tai Zhantian's safety would be guaranteed. Zhao Hai didn't want anything to happen to Tai Zhantian. This token was a part of liquid silver. If necessary, Zhao Hai can send undead to rescue Tai Zhantian. After giving the token to Tai Zhantian, Zhao Hai went to Zhang Feng and gave him a token. He also told Zhang Feng that he can summon 10 immortal stage undead to help him fight. He also told Zhang Feng that he can communicate with Tai Zhantian. Zhao Hai already wanted to give Zhang Feng something to protect himself. Although he was now the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he didn't need to leave the base. In fact, he didn't have many opportunities to leave the base. This was because even if the Freedom Alliance was on the right track, there were still a lot of things to deal with. Once the Freedom Alliance calms down, Zhang Feng would have time to leave the base. But don't think that Zhang Feng wouldn't be in danger because of his status. He might not be in danger now, but what if the 9 great sects decide that the time is right? The first thing they would do would be to attack the Freedom Alliance. And their first target would be Zhao Hai, then Zhang Feng. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to give Zhang Feng something to protect himself. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what to give Zhang Feng. Now that Tai Zhantian was going to the Leap Dragon realm, Zhao Hai's heart moved. He thought about summoning tokens, so he made 2 of them. One for Tai Zhantian and the other for Zhang Feng. Naturally, Zhang Feng understood the importance of this token. He didn't reject Zhao Hai's offer and directly received it. After chatting with Zhao Hai for a while, Zhao Hai returned to his cave residence and then directly entered the space. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, he stared at the space's screen. The screen was currently showing Tai Zhantian's situation. Although Tai Zhantian received Zhao Hai's token, this didn't stop the token from monitoring him. In fact, Zhao Hai's liquid silver was already able to travel through space. So how could Tai Zhantian's spatial equipment block liquid silver? At this time, Tai Zhantian was preparing things to go to the Leap Dragon realm. Magic artifacts, pills, and other things couldn't be lacking. One must know that they didn't have any supplies in the Leap Dragon realm, so they could only rely on themselves. 3 days later, Tai Zhantian was finally ready. The others who were going to the Leap Dragon realm also arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's residence. The Black Tiger Gang had already built a transmission formation. Xianxia and the others stepped on the transmission formation and cupped their fists to the people outside before activating the formation. Today, the sect leaders of the Freedom Alliance came to the Black Tiger Gang to send Xianxia and the others off. These people were very clear about the significance of Xianxia's departure. Xianxia and the others were representing the Freedom Alliance. Entering the Leap Dragon realm for the first time was very important. After watching Xianxia and the others disappear into the teleportation array, Zhang Feng turned to a cultivator from the Black Tiger Gang beside her and said, "Send someone to keep an eye on this teleportation array. Do not leave it for even a moment. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach this teleportation array." The cultivator of the Black Tiger Gang immediately complied. Then Zhang Feng turned to the other sect leaders and said, "Everyone, let's go to the conference room and sit down for a while." Naturally, these people didn't have any objections. Before long, everyone arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's conference room. After sitting down in the conference room, Zhang Feng said, "Everyone, this time, we sent 10 people to the Leap Dragon realm to prepare for the future of the Freedom Alliance. They want to establish a base there, so it's very dangerous. Therefore, we didn't send a lot of people. But rest assured, no matter which branch you are from, as long as you reach the immortal stage, you will have the opportunity to enter the Leap Dragon realm." Zhang Feng had no choice but to hold this meeting. This was because it took a lot of effort to select 10 people to enter the Leap Dragon realm. It must be known that due to the expansion of the Freedom Alliance, there were now several hundred immortal experts in the Freedom Alliance. These several hundred immortal experts were qualified to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Choosing 10 people from these people wasn't an easy task. If things go wrong, they might even offend some people. Fortunately, the Freedom Alliance now had a division of sections. Zhang Feng directly used the power of the sections. Only the supreme elders of first-class sects had the opportunity to participate in the selection. Then Zhang Feng eliminated some immortal experts who weren't too old. Because they would have a chance in the future, he chose some older immortal experts and Xianxia. In the end, only 10 people were selected. Zhang Feng also eliminated some immortal experts who weren't too old because they would have a chance in the future. However, this also offended some sections. Because of this, Zhang Feng deliberately held this meeting to explain things to everyone. He didn't want to cause any unhappiness. As soon as everyone heard Zhang Feng, they felt relieved. They knew that the current situation was very different. With Zhao Hai in seclusion, there weren't many people from the 9 great sects who could enter the Leap Dragon realm. The immortal experts of these sects had to stay behind to protect the Freedom Alliance. They couldn't make the same mistake as the 9 great sections. It was impossible for them to send too many immortal experts to the Leap Dragon realm at once. Therefore, this selection was normal. Seeing everyone's expression, Zhang Feng felt relieved. The Black Tiger Gang's current strength wasn't enough to suppress the smaller sections. But because of Zhao Hai, the smaller sects were obedient. However, Zhang Feng wanted to slowly reduce Zhao Hai's influence on the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, he couldn't use too strong of a method to deal with this matter. This was something he discussed with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to reduce his influence on the Black Tiger Gang. Only by doing so would the Black Tiger Gang be able to develop properly. After all, he couldn't protect the Black Tiger Gang forever. Zhang Feng discussed with the others about entering the Leap Dragon world in the future before asking everyone to leave. At this time, Zhao Hai was observing the situation in the Leap Dragon world. The place where Xianxia and the others appeared was actually a camp. This camp wasn't very big, it can only accommodate about 1,000 people at most. It was located in a valley, and the transmission formation was located at the bottom of the valley. On both sides of the mountain walls, there were caves carved out. However, it was clear that these caves were empty. While Xianxia and the others were sizing up the camp, a person suddenly flew in from outside the valley and landed in front of him. When Xianxia and the others saw this person, they couldn't help but gawk, because they actually knew this person. This person was wearing a navy blue cultivator robe. He didn't look very old and was very handsome. Although his expression was very serious, he didn't give off a dignified feeling. On the contrary, his temperament gave off a very amiable feeling. On this person's back was a sword. There was nothing special about this sword. It had a black scabbard and looked like an ordinary treasure sword. Upon seeing this person, people immediately thought of two sentences: a gentleman is like a jade, a treasure sword hides itself. This person was like a jade gentleman, a treasure sword hidden in a scabbard. He didn't have any sharpness, he was very cultured and elegant. Xianxia and the others recognized this person. This person's nickname was Gentleman's Sword. His surname was Ouyang and his name was Yu. He came from the Heavenly Sword sect and was a rare genius of the sect. When he was less than 30 years old, he was already a nascent soul expert. When he was less than 50 years old, he transcended his tribulation and became an immortal expert before he was 100 years old. Naturally, this was only one of the reasons why he was remembered. His cultivation talent wasn't as famous as his character. He was known as a good person in the cultivation realm. Although he came from the Heavenly Sword sect, which was the most famous of the 9 great sects, he didn't look down on the cultivators of the other sections. Moreover, when he went out to experience the world, he didn't have any record of killing other cultivators besides the most evil ones. Moreover, he was very helpful to the cultivators of the other sections. It can be said that he was a true gentleman. In the beginning, people thought that Ouyang Yu was a hypocrite. But after a lot of investigation, they discovered that Ouyang Yu was a true gentleman. The sword technique he practiced was the gentleman's sword. The sword contained a righteous aura. If he was a hypocrite, then it would be impossible for him to practice the gentleman's sword. Because of this, Ouyang Yu was very famous in the cultivation realm. It can be said that even the sects that didn't get along with the 9 great sects respected Ouyang Yu from the bottom of their hearts. However, because Ouyang Yu was too much of a gentleman, he didn't match the tyrannical style of the 9 great sects. He also didn't like the way the 9 great sects did things. In the end, he was thrown into the Leap Dragon realm by the 9 great sects. This was 50 years ago. Although 50 years had passed, Xianxia still recognized Ouyang Yu at a glance. If there was anyone in the 9 great sects that he respected, then it was Ouyang Yu in front of him. The other immortal experts also recognized Ouyang Yu. Although Ouyang Yu hadn't been in the immortal stage for as long as them, his strength wasn't weak at all. However, Ouyang Yu disappeared and the 9 great sects said that he was in seclusion. When they saw Ouyang Yu here, they understood that Ouyang Yu wasn't in seclusion, but in the Leap Dragon realm. Ouyang Yu looked at the 10 people and frowned. When he saw Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xianxia, you've finally reached the immortal stage and entered the Leap Dragon realm." When Xianxia heard Ouyang Yu, he couldn't help but feel excited. It turned out that the two knew each other back in the cultivation realm. At that time, Xianxia wasn't the leader of the Black Tiger gang. During a trial, he met Ouyang Yu. Although their personalities were different, they became close friends. Later on, the 9 great sects said that Ouyang Yu was in seclusion, so the two didn't have much contact. Later on, Xianxia became the leader of the Black Tiger gang and was busy every day. Naturally, he didn't have any contact with Ouyang Yu. Xianxia excitedly said, "Big brother Ouyang, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought that you were in seclusion, but I didn't see you in the war against the sky demons. So I knew that you weren't in seclusion. Otherwise, with your personality, you would have already come out. At that time, I thought that you were in the Leap Dragon realm. But later on, all the immortal experts in the Leap Dragon realm returned, but I didn't see you. I thought that you had an accident." Ouyang Yu looked at Xianxia, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I also want to go back, but I can't. I've already joined the Jade Sword School and became an outer disciple. The reason why I'm here is because I received a mission from the school. I'm in charge of the Leap Dragon realm. Since the sky demons are invading, everyone in the cultivation realm has returned. I'm helping to take care of the camp. After all, we have rules here that we can't go back." Upon hearing Ouyang Yu's words, Xianxia's face lit up with joy as he said, "So big brother Ouyang has already joined the upper realm. This is a good thing. Let's have a drink later. I have a lot of spirit wine with me." When Ouyang Yu heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "I also have spirit wine. I'll come and drink with you later. Seeing you here, the cultivation realm's matter should have been resolved." Right, what's the situation with the 9 great sects? I don't think you're from the 9 great sects, right? When Tai Zhantian heard Ouyang Yu, he immediately said, Big brother Ouyang is right. We're not from the 9 great sects. It's impossible for the 9 great sects to send people to the Leap Dragon realm in a short period of time. Big brother Ouyang, is this the Cultivation realm's camp? Does that mean we can live here as we please? Ouyang Yu nodded and said, right, this is the Cultivation realm's camp. As long as there's an empty cave, you can live here as you please. Tai Zhantian turned his head to the other immortal experts and said, everyone, choose a cave and rest. I'll talk to Big Brother Ouyang about the Leap Dragon realm. Then we'll decide what to do next. Right, don't go out for the time being. The immortal experts nodded and then turned around to choose a cave. Ouyang Yu looked at the immortal experts and couldn't help but stare. Then she turned to Tai Zhantian and said, Brother Zhantian, they seem to be veteran immortal experts of the Cultivation realm. Why do they seem to be listening to you? When Tai Zhantian heard Ouyang Yu, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, you're right. Big brother Ouyang, they listen to me. I'm the captain of this team. Let's go in and have a drink. Ouyang Yu didn't say anything else as he followed Tai Zhantian into a cave. After the two sat down, Ouyang Yu took out several jade bottles. Upon seeing the bottles, Tai Zhantian couldn't help but say, Big brother Ouyang, I didn't expect the treatment in the Ascended Realm to be so good. Is this spirit wine given out as a gift? Ouyang Yu chuckled and said, the Immortal Realm is different from the Cultivation Realm. In the Cultivation Realm, almost nobody eats. Because of this, spirit wine is very precious. But here, everyone eats. If there's food, then there's naturally wine. Therefore, spirit wine isn't that precious. Tai Zhantian stared, then he looked at Ouyang Yu and said, Big brother Ouyang, what's going on? Why do people in the Ascended Realm need to eat? Ouyang Yu smiled and said, to be more precise, this place should be called the true spiritual realm. The spiritual energy here is very rich, much richer than the spiritual energy in the Cultivation realm. Because of this, the grains, vegetables, and all kinds of demonic beasts that grow here all contain a lot of spiritual energy. They can be eaten directly without too much poison. Moreover, they're very beneficial to cultivation. Because of this, everyone here has to eat, and spirit wine isn't a rare thing. When Tai Zhantian heard Ouyang Yu, he felt relieved and said, so it's like this. Alright, then I'll have a taste of the true spirit realm's spirit wine. Ouyang Yu smiled faintly, then he took out 2 small jade cups and placed them on the ground. Then he picked up a jade bottle and poured 2 cups of wine for Tai Zhantian and himself. Tai Zhantian took the glass and smiled bitterly, Big brother Ouyang, it's been so many years, but your temper hasn't changed at all. Take a look at it, what can you drink from such a small glass? You don't even know how to hide it. Tai Zhantian smiled bitterly and said, Big brother Ouyang, your temper hasn't changed at all. Ouyang Yu also knew Tai Zhantian's character, so he didn't mind. He smiled faintly and said, come, have a taste of this wine. Then he raised his cup to Tai Zhantian and took a sip. Tai Zhantian wasn't as refined as Ouyang Yu, he drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Then he shook his head and said, Big brother Ouyang, I really envy you. But when it comes to wine, it's really not enough. Then Tai Zhantian turned his hand and took out a jar of wine. The wine inside this jar was given to him by Zhao Hai. Then Tai Zhantian took out 2 large jade cups and opened the clay seal of the wine jar. After pouring 2 cups, Tai Zhantian handed one of the jade cups to Ouyang Yu and said, Brother Ouyang, have a taste of my wine. Ouyang Yu stared for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly as he took the jade cup and clinked it with Tai Zhantian's before taking a sip. After receiving the wine, Ouyang Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, it's really good wine. I didn't expect Zhantian to be able to get his hands on such good wine. Where did you get it? Tai Zhantian smiled and said, it was brewed by a junior of the Black Tiger gang. When you go back, I'll give you a jar. With your temper, this jar should be enough for you to drink for a while. Ouyang Yu didn't oppose, he just nodded. Then he looked at Tai Zhantian and said, Zhantian, from what I heard, it seems like there's a big change in the cultivation realm. Otherwise, how could you become the leader of these people? Tell me, what's going on? Tai Zhantian smiled faintly and said, "A lot of things happened in the cultivation realm. This time, the 9 great sects suffered a big loss." Then Tai Zhantian told Ouyang about what happened in the cultivation realm. From the heavenly demons' invasion to the Leap Dragon realm's assessment, to how they entered the Leap Dragon realm. Tai Zhantian talked for several hours before he finished talking about what happened in the cultivation realm. During this time, the two talked while drinking. Unknowingly, the jar of wine was emptied by the two. After Tai Zhantian finished, Ouyang nodded and said, "So there were a lot of things that happened in the cultivation realm. Moreover, these things are related to Zhao Hai. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll have to meet him." Tai Zhantian smiled and said, "There will be an opportunity. He will definitely become an immortal expert and enter the Leap Dragon realm. At that time, you'll have a chance to meet him." At this time, Zhao Hai, who was sitting in the guest room, smiled faintly and said, "Right, there will be an opportunity." Zhao Hai could clearly hear the conversation between Tai Zhantian and Ouyang from the space. Although he didn't know who Ouyang was, he could see that Ouyang and Tai Zhantian were very familiar with each other. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious about this. Then looking at Ouyang's appearance, Zhao Hai became even more interested in this person. Ouyang's appearance could easily make people have a good impression of him. Zhao Hai was no exception. The two were already drinking, but they didn't finish talking. Tai Zhantian talked about what happened in the cultivation realm while Ouyang talked about what happened in the true spirit realm. Zhao Hai also listened carefully. After all, the true spirit realm was where he wanted to go in the future. However, Ouyang only talked about the true spirit realm and didn't talk about anything else. The true spirit realm was different from the cultivation realm. The spatial pressure in the true spirit realm was very high. Ordinary immortal experts wouldn't be able to fly in the true spirit realm. Moreover, the flow of time was 10 times faster compared to the cultivation realm. However, the spiritual chi in the true spirit realm was very abundant. Cultivators didn't need to eat, but they could still eat. Eating was very beneficial for cultivation, so cultivators in the true spirit realm had to eat. And with the pressure in the true spirit realm being too high, many cultivators couldn't fly. Because of this, many cultivators would choose to use their tamed beasts to travel. Because of this, the true spirit realm was much more primitive than the cultivation realm. However, the lifespan of high-level cultivators was very long. In the cultivation realm, a cultivator's lifespan was at most 10 yuan. Even the long-lived races wouldn't exceed 15 yuan. But in the true spirit realm, a high-level cultivator's lifespan could reach up to 20 yuan. Some long-lived races could even reach up to 25 or 30 yuan. This was the most attractive aspect for cultivators. Cultivators cultivated in defiance of the heavens in order to live a little longer. Therefore, no cultivator could resist the temptation of being able to live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This was also the reason why people from various low-level planes desperately wanted to go to higher-level planes. Naturally, this was only the most basic information. As for the more important information, Ouyang didn't mention it. Tai Zhantian also didn't ask. When Zhao Hai saw this, he understood that Ouyang only told Tai Zhantian about things that he couldn't say. Tai Zhantian was aware of this, so he didn't ask anything. Looking at the two people reminiscing about the past, Zhao Hai knew that he wouldn't be able to hear anything important. So he left Bi and prepared to go into seclusion. Was. Zhao Hai's seclusion this time was to systematize his divergent techniques. He wanted to integrate them with what he had learned in order to improve his combat effectiveness. Zhao Hai had too many divergent techniques. In the past, he didn't pay too much attention to them. He only used metal divergent techniques, fire divergent techniques, wind divergent techniques, and earth divergent techniques from time to time. As for the other divergent techniques, he didn't use them at all. At this point, he didn't even know how many divergent techniques he had. This time, he didn't just find a place to practice blindly. Especially at the very beginning, it was impossible for him to find a place to practice. This was because he didn't know how many kinds of divergent techniques he had. How could he perfectly combine these divergent techniques with what he had learned? Because of this, Zhao Hai's seclusion this time wasn't so much seclusion as it was training. He used all kinds of rituals to train. At the same time, he had the space's computer list all the divergent techniques he knew. Then he would use the computer to integrate these divergent techniques with his martial arts in order to calculate the most suitable way for him to fight. Although it seems very mysterious, it was actually very difficult to do. Fortunately, Kaier had a list of all the divergent techniques he knew. So Zhao Hai could clearly see what divergent techniques he knew. It must be said that Zhao Hai knew a lot of divergent techniques. Many of them were repeated. If Kaier didn't help him remember them, then he might never know how many divergent techniques he knew. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to familiarize himself with the divergent techniques he knew. Among these divergent techniques, Zhao Hai didn't need to familiarize himself with them. For example, divergent techniques, metal divergent techniques, fire divergent techniques, earth divergent techniques, water divergent techniques, and wood divergent techniques. Zhao Hai didn't need to familiarize himself with these divergent techniques. However, there were some unpopular divergent techniques that Zhao Hai rarely used. For example, there was a divergent technique that could make a person's body emit a strong light. Zhao Hai almost never used this divergent technique. This was because Zhao Hai knew light magic. When he used light magic, he didn't need to spend any spiritual energy. Because of this, he would generally use light magic. Naturally, he wouldn't use this divergent technique. However, if one used this divergent technique well, it could play a very important role. It's just that Zhao Hai's strength had always been very strong. Moreover, these divergent techniques were too complicated. Because of this, he didn't use them at all. Zhao Hai used all kinds of divergent techniques under Kaier's command. Naturally, it was impossible for him to use these divergent techniques in his own villa. If he did, then the villa would be destroyed. Because of this, they found a place where no one was around to experiment. Without experimenting, Zhao Hai didn't know that he had nearly 1,000 divergent techniques. These divergent techniques were extracted from others by the space and then given to Zhao Hai. There were some divergent techniques that Zhao Hai didn't know about. When using them, he needed to learn how to guide the divergent technique and then control it. This way, he would be able to use the divergent technique better. For a month, Zhao Hai familiarized himself with all kinds of divergent techniques. There were some auxiliary divergent techniques that he had to use while using other divergent techniques. It can be said that he was having a very hard time. During this month, Zhao Hai didn't forget to collect information about the Leap Dragon Realm. Tai Zhantian and the others also began to move around the Leap Dragon Realm. The Leap Dragon Realm was very big, it wasn't smaller than the Cultivation Realm. The Cultivation Realm's camp was in a very remote place. The spiritual chi there was the closest in the entire Leap Dragon Realm. There weren't any good things around, it was a typical barren land. From this point, one can see the status of the Cultivation Realm in the Leap Dragon Realm. Obviously, the Cultivation Realm's status in the Leap Dragon Realm wasn't very good. They were equivalent to some small sects in the Cultivation Realm. Moreover, Tai Zhantian and the others finally understood the dangers of the Leap Dragon Realm. The first time they went out of the Cultivation Realm's camp, they encountered several demon beasts. These demon beasts looked like rabbits. At that time, these rabbits were eating grass. Tai Zhantian and the others hadn't eaten for a long time, they also didn't have the habit of hunting. Naturally, they wouldn't go and provoke these rabbits. At the same time, they also didn't put these rabbits in their eyes. When they flew over these rabbits suddenly attacked them, catching them off guard. What made Tai Zhantian and the others even more surprised was that these rabbits were very strong. They were basically at the transcending tribulation stage. Just as Tai Zhantian and the others were about to slaughter these rabbits, countless rabbits suddenly rushed out from all directions. Upon seeing the number of rabbits, Tai Zhantian and the others decisively ran away. They were afraid that they would die in the hands of these rabbits. If this matter were to spread out, then they would lose a lot of face. However, this matter also reminded Tai Zhantian and the others that there were dangers everywhere in the Leap Dragon Realm. The beasts that could live in this place were not simple. If they were careless, then they might die in this place. Take the rabbits as an example. If Tai Zhantian and the others ran out a bit later, then they might have been surrounded by these rabbits. One rabbit wasn't scary, but tens of thousands of them were. Even immortal experts wouldn't be able to resist the siege of these rabbits. Tai Zhantian and the others felt that it was absurd for an immortal expert to be besieged by rabbits. However, this situation was real. This made Xianxia and the others even more careful. Fortunately, there weren't any factions around the Cultivation Realm's camp. Nobody would come here, not even the beasts. Because of this, they were able to defend the camp. Xianxia would also come here from time to time to take a look. She would tell them about the things they should pay attention to in the Leap Dragon realm. The Cultivation Realm's camp was very remote in the Leap Dragon realm. If they want to develop and enter the True Spirit realm, then they must go to the Leap Dragon realm. There were several cities built by the True Spirit realm's cultivators. Only by going there and making a name for yourself would you be able to join the great sects of the True Spirit realm. Naturally, there were also various sects in the True Spirit realm. For example, Xianxia's Jade Sword School was a mid-level sect in the True Spirit realm. Sects like the Jade Sword School didn't have a city in the Leap Dragon realm. They just set up branches in the cities built by the great sects and recruited disciples that the great sects didn't want. In the Leaping Dragon realm, only a few great sects could build cities, and these great sects were very powerful. They were equivalent to the 9 great sects of the Cultivation realm. However, in the True Spirit land, there were a lot of great sects like the 9 great sects. Just the Leaping Dragon realm alone had 81 large cities, more than 400 medium-sized cities, and more than 2,000 small-sized cities. And these small-sized cities were generally built by great sects, or by a few great sects. There were a lot of cultivators in the Leaping Dragon realm, but there were even more demon beasts here. From time to time, some demon beasts would riot. Moreover, the spatial pressure in the Leaping Dragon realm was much greater compared to the Cultivation realm. Cultivators like Xianxia couldn't fly very high in the Leaping Dragon realm. Even some demon beasts couldn't compete with them. Therefore, the cities built in the Leaping Dragon realm weren't just for show, but also to help the cultivators block the attacks of the demon beasts when the demon beasts riot. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but feel speechless. He didn't think that the more he lived, the more he felt like he was regressing. The situation of the Leap Dragon realm was worse than the Cultivation realm. Cultivators in the Leap Dragon realm were actually the weakest group. It was hard to imagine. However, although Xianxia was in the Leap Dragon realm, her help to Xianxia was still limited. Now that she had joined the Jade Sword School, she was restricted by the school's rules. In the true spiritual world, there were rules that stated that those who joined the school were not allowed to help those from the lower realms who entered the Leap Dragon realm. This was a hard rule. If Xianxia helped Xianxia and the others, then not only would she be punished, even Xianxia and the others would be expelled from the true spiritual realm. Because of this, even if Xianxia wanted to help them, she wouldn't dare. Xianxia and the others still haven't entered the center of the Leap Dragon realm. The more they explored, the more worried they became. This was because the beasts they encountered along the way were more powerful than the ones before. They couldn't help but feel apprehensive. When Zhao Hai saw this from the space, he couldn't help but shake his head. He now understood why the Leap Dragon realm only accepted immortal experts. It was because those who weren't at the immortal stage would find it hard to protect themselves. The beasts in the Leap Dragon realm were too strong. However, this also made Zhao Hai even more determined to enter the Leap Dragon realm. In the Cultivation realm, he was almost invincible. He needed to enter a higher realm. When Zhao Hai first ascended, he wanted to see what a higher realm looked like. But now, Zhao Hai didn't have such thoughts. He wanted to go to a higher realm. He wanted to see what a higher realm looked like. After the higher realms, were there higher realms? This was what Zhao Hai wanted to know the most. Just like how people on Earth looked up at the starry sky, they couldn't help but think about how big the universe was. If the universe had an end, then what was the end of the universe? If there was a door at the end of the universe, what was behind the door? Zhao Hai wanted to know what his final destination was in this strange place where people kept descending. At this point, Zhao Hai was very proficient in using all of his abilities. However, he still couldn't combine them with his cultivation method. Even so, his fighting strength had reached a new level. These days, Zhao Hai had been familiarizing himself with the things he knew. At that time, the processing machine wasn't idle either. Based on the battle between Zhao Hai and Tu Qian, as well as Zhao Hai's special techniques and cultivation methods, it was constantly planning a battle style that was suitable for Zhao Hai. This was very important. While Zhao Hai was in seclusion for more than a month, the cultivation realm was very calm. The 9 major sects had completely calmed down. Moreover, their biggest worry had been removed. They were now accumulating their immortal experts to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Although most of the immortal experts of the 9 great sects didn't have the qualifications to enter the Leap Dragon realm, there were still some immortal experts who could enter. However, the number of immortal experts that could enter the Leap Dragon realm was too small, less than 10. It was clear that the 9 major sects were more aware of the dangers of the Leap Dragon realm compared to the Freedom Alliance. Therefore, they weren't in a hurry to send their immortal experts. However, when the 9 major sects learned that the Freedom Alliance had already sent their immortal experts to the Leap Dragon realm, they became anxious. They were also actively preparing to send their people to the Leap Dragon realm. It was clear that the Freedom Alliance's actions had stimulated the 9 major sects. However, they were destined to suffer losses in this matter. This was because they were too greedy before. It was normal for them to suffer losses now. On the other hand, the Freedom Alliance was doing very well. Tai Zhantian was able to get in touch with Zhang Feng through a token. Naturally, only the Black Tiger gang knew about this. The cultivators of the other sects used jade swords and jade slips to communicate with each other. This allowed the cultivation realm to have a better understanding of the situation in the Leap Dragon realm. The Freedom Alliance's performance was very good. However, the development speed of the other sects couldn't compare to the Black Tiger gang. After all, the Black Tiger gang had been preparing for the invasion of the divine demons. Now that the situation was peaceful, the Black Tiger gang obtained a lot of good things. And with the addition of the 100-Flower Valley, the Black Tiger gang's development could be described as rapid. Many of their cultivators also made rapid progress. With territory, strength, materials, and manpower, the Black Tiger gang didn't lack anything. The only thing they lacked was time. As long as they had enough time, the Black Tiger gang would certainly become the #1 sect in the cultivation realm. The cultivation realm entered a period of great development. On the other hand, the Jade Belt River's Elephant Drink Mountain was still guarded by 100,000 people all year round. The incense burning at the Battle Sword Steel had never stopped. Time passed by little and a year quickly passed by. During this year, Zhao Hai didn't come out of the space at all. He was practicing his divergent ability and cultivation method inside the space. It wasn't easy to become familiar with this method. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had Julie as his training partner, so he was able to learn quickly. However, after a year, Zhao Hai still wasn't able to fully master this method. During this year, Zhao Hai also went out of the space several times. However, he didn't come in contact with the Black Tiger gang, nor did he come in contact with the people from the other sections. It was only because he had been inside the space for a long time that he felt tired that he took Laura and the others out to relax. They went to the cultivation realm to visit places with beautiful scenery that were rarely visited by people. This time, Zhao Hai came out of the space. However, this time, he didn't come out to play. Instead, he came out because the First Legion's training was about to begin. This was the first time the First Legion's training had been disbanded. Zhao Hai must participate. When Zhao Hai arrived at Elephant Drink Mountain, there were already a lot of people there. These people were from the First Legion. They knew that it was almost time for the First Legion's training, so they decided to come early. Among these people was Li Kuanga. Li Kuanga was the #1 core disciple of the Giant Axe gang. After experiencing the Heavenly Demon's invasion and the war with the 9 great sects, his character had become a lot more stable. He had also matured. Now, his position in the Giant Axe gang was very high. He had already taken over some of the gang's affairs. Although he was very busy, he still came early to Elephant Drink Mountain. This was because he knew that if he came early, then he might be able to see Zhao Hai earlier. Sure enough, his guess was right, Zhao Hai had also arrived early. When Li Kuanga saw Zhao Hai, he quickly greeted him. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I haven't seen you for more than a year. I heard that you went into seclusion? I thought that you wouldn't come to the training." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "How can I not come? This is the First Legion's first training. I can't not come. How many people are there now?" Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were a lot of people present, about half of them were present. Li Kuanga replied, more than 3 million people have come. Everyone is very happy. Moreover, some people have already started to exchange their thoughts on cultivation. Although the training hasn't started yet, I can see that everyone is in high spirits. Zhao nodded. That's good. Our training isn't just about gathering everyone together for training. The most important thing is to let everyone communicate and exchange their experiences in cultivation. This is the main purpose of this training. Zhao nodded. That's good. Our training isn't just about gathering everyone together for training. The most important thing is to let everyone communicate and exchange their experiences in cultivation. Li Kuanga nodded and said, everyone understands this point. Therefore, they are spontaneously communicating with each other. Moreover, everyone has made a lot of progress in the past year. Some of them even helped each other when they went out to experiment. They didn't forget your instructions. Zhao Hai nodded happily. However, he didn't feel good in his heart. He didn't tell Li Kuanga that after learning the divergent ability, his cultivation speed had become faster. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to reach the immortal stage. At that time, he might have to leave the First Legion and the cultivation realm. To be honest, he was reluctant to do so. However, this was the fate of a cultivator. Zhao Hai was quite lucky. Rogue cultivators, if they enter a great sect and have good talent, they would continue to progress. At that time, they would have to face a situation where their loved ones would die one by one in front of them. This feeling wasn't good. If Zhao Hai didn't have the space, then he wouldn't know how many times he would experience this kind of life and death situation. Even with the space, he still had to face the impatience of saying goodbye to his friends again and again. However, these emotions quickly disappeared from Zhao Hai's heart and turned into nourishment for his heavenly demon realm cultivation method. In fact, these emotions were also a type of heart demon. If Zhao Hai didn't learn the heavenly demon realm cultivation method, then these emotions would automatically turn into heart demons. Although they wouldn't be very strong, if they accumulated too much, it wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai. Fortunately, Zhao Hai learned the heavenly demon realm cultivation method. Therefore, these emotions automatically turned into nourishment for him, allowing his mind to become more clear. Then Zhao Hai asked Li Kuanga about his cultivation in the past year. Li Kuanga's progress was very good. Although the Giant Axe gang took a liking to Li Kuanga and let him handle some of the gang's affairs, they didn't want him to take over the gang. After all, the gang leader was still in his prime. It wouldn't be a problem for him to live for several thousand years. It was too early for Li Kuanga to take over the Giant Axe gang at this time. Moreover, because Li Kuanga was very close to Zhao Hai, his strength was progressing very quickly. It was even possible for him to reach the immortal stage. Because of this, the Giant Axe gang didn't give Li Kuanga time to deal with the gang's affairs. Because of this, Li Kuanga still had a lot of time to cultivate. 3 days later, all the cultivators of the First Legion arrived at Elephant Drink Mountain. The First Legion's training officially began. Zhao Hai thought that some people wouldn't be able to participate in this time's training. However, he didn't expect that everyone would be able to participate. This made Zhao Hai very happy. This time's training wasn't long. Zhao Hai originally wanted the first training to last for 2 months. However, he discovered that this wasn't possible. This was because if the training was too long, then it wouldn't be of any use to the First Legion. On the contrary, it would delay their cultivation time. Because of this, Zhao Hai had no choice but to change the duration of the training to 1 month. 1 month wasn't a long time for a cultivator. Being able to exchange cultivation experiences with these people made them feel that they didn't come in vain. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't just let these people train. At the same time, he also interacted with them and shared some of his cultivation experiences with them. This allowed the cultivators of the First Legion to benefit a lot. A month of training quickly passed by. The First Legion's people dispersed. Zhao Hai also returned to the Black Tiger gang and began his cultivation. After 6 months, Zhao Hai finally combined his divergent techniques and cultivation methods. He created his own unique fighting style. Zhao Hai discovered that divergent techniques and cultivation methods weren't the same. Some cultivation methods wouldn't be suitable for you once you reach a higher level. Just like the magic that Zhao Hai learned in the past, magic was very useful when one's level was low. But when one's level was high, magic was almost useless. However, divergent techniques were different. Divergent techniques were like a natural instinct of a person. The stronger your strength, the more your divergent techniques would increase. In other words, no matter what the situation was, divergent techniques wouldn't be outdated and could be used. For Zhao Hai, this was very important. This was because even if he learned more powerful cultivation methods in the future, he would still have a lot more means than others. His fighting strength would also be a lot stronger than others. After a year and a half, Zhao Hai used a full year and a half to learn how to use his divergent techniques to fight. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Next, Zhao Hai would have to carry out a more important practice. He would have to use his divergent ability to feel the existence of all things in the world. This was very important. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't an easy matter. For example, using the wood element to communicate with the trees made Zhao Hai's thinking become very slow. Maybe he felt that he was using the tree for a few hours, but several days had already passed outside. Moreover, besides communicating with the trees, Zhao Hai still hasn't used his divergent techniques to communicate with other objects. He didn't know if it would work, but he still wanted to try. This time, Kai and the others wouldn't be able to help Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could only rely on himself. However, before using his divergent techniques to communicate with other objects, Zhao Hai wanted to rest for a while. He had been cultivating for a long time, so his spiritual force was somewhat exhausted. Therefore, he wanted to take a good rest. First, he took a bath in the hot spring. Then Zhao Hai wore a large nightgown and went to the villa. Laura and the others were currently looking at the situation of the Leap Dragon realm on the monitor. After more than a year, the Freedom Alliance had sent 50 immortal experts to the Leap Dragon realm. At the same time, the 9 great sects had also sent 20 immortal experts to the Leap Dragon realm. Because the Freedom Alliance had Xianxia and the others as the vanguard, they didn't feel any discomfort after entering the Leap Dragon realm. On the other hand, the immortal experts of the 9 great sects didn't have any conflicts with Xianxia and the others. On the contrary, they got along very well. This was because these people knew that in the Leap Dragon realm, nobody cared whether you were a member of the 9 great sects or the Freedom Alliance. Here, they only had one identity, and that was the Cultivation realm. They were all people of the Cultivation realm, so others would treat them as Cultivation realm people. They didn't care about the 9 great sects or the Freedom Alliance. Those who reached the immortal stage weren't fools. Even if they had hatred in the Cultivation realm, they would put it down in the Leap Dragon realm. Because of the cooperation of the two groups, although they only had 80 people, they were able to find a small city closest to their camp and began to move there. Zhao Hai now understood why the Cultivation realm didn't build their camp in the small city. This was because if you want to live in a small city, you need to pay a fee. However, the Cultivation realm was charging high-quality crystal stones. Living in a small city for a day would cost 100 high-quality crystal stones, and this was the price for one person. Although the Cultivation realm's cultivators who could go to the Leap Dragon realm were all people with status and wealth, they still couldn't bear this news. Because of this, the Cultivation realm could only look for a place to set up their own camp. In fact, most of the people from the lower realms were in the same situation when they arrived at the Leap Dragon realm. The people of the True Spirit realm didn't expect to make money by collecting rent. They wanted to set up a threshold so that the cultivators who arrived at the Leap Dragon realm would be in a state of competition. This would stimulate their potential. However, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. Even if Xianxia and the others knew, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only rest in the Cultivation realm's camp and not stay in the city. Most of the people living in these small cities were people from sects in the True Spirit world. These sects would give out missions in these cities, and Xianxia and the others could accept these missions. After completing these missions, they would receive some rewards, and these rewards were very good. At least in Xianxia's opinion, these rewards were all good things. In addition to these rewards, they could also get some impression points. These impression points were based on whether the mission was completed or not, whether the mission was completed well or not, as well as the time taken to complete the mission. If the impression points were high, then the sects would naturally look for you and accept you into the sects. However, this mission wasn't easy to complete. Not to mention the ferocious beasts in the Leap Dragon realm, the missions given out by the sects weren't easy to complete. Sometimes, they would need some ores, and sometimes, they would need some herbs. But these things wouldn't be given to you. They would only give you a rough location and let you complete the mission yourself. For Xianxia and the others who weren't familiar with the Leap Dragon realm, the difficulty of completing the mission was greatly increased. Moreover, there was another point that increased the difficulty of completing the mission. That was, the mission wasn't a single-choice mission, but a multiple-choice mission. If you accept it, then others can also accept it. If someone else completes the mission before you, then they would get more impression points while you might not get any. This was the most difficult part for Xianxia and the others. Because of this, in the past year, Xianxia and the others only completed a few missions. Although they received some rewards, they didn't get many impression points. This was because they completed the missions later than others. However, there were some missions that didn't require a single item, but as many items as there were. Because of this, Xianxia and the others were able to complete some missions later than others. Naturally, because of this, Xianxia and the others were able to complete some missions later than others. If there was a word to describe the living environment of the Leap Dragon realm, then there was only one word that was most suitable, and that was cruel. If Xianxia and the others were to use a word to describe their feelings towards the Leap Dragon realm, then there was only one word that was most suitable, and that was abyss of suffering. The cruel living environment and the fierce competition made Xianxia and the others feel as if a day was like a year. Now they understood why the cultivators who entered the Leap Dragon world would become stronger after going out. Surviving in such an environment, there was fierce competition all the time. It was hard for them not to become stronger even if they didn't want to. In more than a year, Xianxia and the others had become stronger. However, when they went out for the first time, they were still very careful. This was because the demon beasts in the Leap Dragon realm were even more powerful. Xianxia and the others heard that there was once a team of about 100 people. When they were doing a mission, they accidentally broke into the territory of a powerful demon beast. In the end, less than 10 people came back alive. And those who came back alive almost went crazy. They immediately left the Leap Dragon realm. This was a true incident. Because of this incident, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but be careful. Those who can come to the Leap Dragon realm were all at the immortal stage. For a team of about 100 immortal stage experts to be wiped out by a demon beast, this showed how powerful the demon beasts in the Leap Dragon realm were. If Xianxia and the others didn't know how to be careful, then they would have lived in vain. Zhao Hai looked at the situation in the Leap Dragon realm. Xianxia and the others were currently resting in a small city called Bahrain City. Although they couldn't stay there for a long time, they could still rest during the day. But when night falls, the city would be cleared out. Everyone who didn't have a Bahrain City card would be expelled. Because of this, very few cultivators would rest in Bahrain City for a long time. This was because the demon beasts were most active at night. If they waited until night fell, then they would be in danger. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation of Xianxia and the others. Originally, Xianxia and the others had 80 people. But after a year of fighting, only 73 people were left. 7 immortal stage experts had fallen in the Leap Dragon realm. Even Xianxia was injured several times. Fortunately, he could communicate with the Cultivation realm. The Freedom Alliance gave him a lot of medicine, allowing him to survive. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about the Leap Dragon realm? Don't worry, when I reach the immortal stage, even if I don't enter the Leap Dragon realm, I can still get the things inside." The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because of something depressing. Although Xianxia brought the summoning token to the Leap Dragon realm, Zhao Hai couldn't use silver needles and silver dust inside. In other words, Zhao Hai could only see places that Xianxia had been to. He couldn't see places that Xianxia hadn't been to. Another thing that made Zhao Hai depressed was that he couldn't use the summoning token to take the plants and ores of the Leap Dragon realm. The space laws of the Leap Dragon realm seemed to have a natural repulsion towards his spiritual force. Zhao Hai now understood what Hu Dingshan and the others said. If you don't reach the immortal stage, you wouldn't be able to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Although Zhao Hai used this method to understand the situation of the Leap Dragon realm, the heaven and earth laws of the Leap Dragon realm still rejected Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only understand a small part of the Leap Dragon realm. Moreover, there were many cultivation methods that couldn't be used in the Leap Dragon realm. However, there was one thing that made Zhao Hai satisfied. He could use the summoning token to send the undead to the Leap Dragon realm. At the very least, Tai Zhantian's safety was guaranteed. Tai Zhantian did indeed use the summoning token. If it weren't for the undead inside the token, then Tai Zhantian might have already died. However, Zhao Hai also experimented. He could only send immortal stage undead to the Leap Dragon realm. Undead that weren't at the immortal stage couldn't be sent. This made Zhao Hai understand how powerful the heaven and earth laws of the Leap Dragon realm were. Because of this, Zhao Hai said that as long as he reached the immortal stage, then even if he couldn't enter the Leap Dragon realm, he could still obtain things from there. He was really unconvinced. Laura smiled and said, "It's fine, we just want to see what's happening in the Leap Dragon realm. I think that Uncle Tai and the others would leave Bahrain City soon. Bahrain City is too small, even if they join a sect, it would only be a small one. There's no point in joining them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, we just want to see what's happening in the Leap Dragon realm." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It's true that they're leaving Bahrain City. However, the Leap Dragon realm is quite ruthless. Using the city's transmission formation to return to the camp requires a high-grade crystal stone as a fee." Laura and the others smiled. It must be said that this cost might be a problem for others, but for Zhao Hai, it wasn't a problem at all. The space had a lot of crystal veins, and the ones that were produced from them were all high-grade crystals. If Zhao Hai were to enter the Leap Dragon realm, then even if he didn't do anything, he would still be living in a city. His crystal stones wouldn't be of any use to him at all. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and didn't see anything special. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "I've just finished cultivating. I'm a bit tired, so I want to rest for a while. How about it? Do you have any place you want to go? Let's have some fun for a few days." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, now that you mention it, I'm thinking of something. This matter is very important for us. We want to use this opportunity to get it done." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and asked, "What's the matter? Why do you sound so serious?" Laura smiled at Zhao Hai. Her eyes flashed with a sly light as she said, "We want to do business. We want to do business." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare, then he asked, "Do business? What business? Now that the space has everything, do we still need to do business?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "It's boring, we'll just pass the time. Moreover, we don't want to do business in the cultivation realm, we want to do business in other planes." Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Laura and said, "Do business with other planes? What do you mean? Do you want to do business with other planes? We can't go to the Leap Dragon realm right now." Laura smiled and said, "We don't want to do business with the Leap Dragon realm. Didn't we receive 8 new planes this time? We want to do business with those planes. The Heavenly Demon realm is also fine. What do you think? Moreover, with these businesses, nobody would say anything if Brother Hai takes out the things from the other planes. You can use those things openly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. That's right." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he stared. Then he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Alright, if you want to do it, then go ahead. You can do whatever you want with the space, I don't care." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai agree, they immediately cheered. The women went to whisper to each other. Zhao Hai didn't care, he just looked at them and smiled faintly. Then he let them do as they please. At this time, the space had a lot of materials. Zhao Hai didn't know how many good things were inside the space. But there were some things that he couldn't take out and use. This was especially true for things from other planes. If Laura and the others can really do this business, then Zhao Hai would be able to openly use his things. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't dare to do business because he wasn't strong enough. If his business was discovered by the 9 great sects, then his business would be snatched away. Moreover, he would be chased all over the world to kill Zhao Hai. But now, he wasn't afraid of doing business. If he didn't look for trouble with the 9 great sects, then the 9 great sects would already be burning incense. If the 9 great sects dared to do business with him, then wouldn't they just be courting death? Looking at Laura and the others chatting on the side, Zhao Hai didn't take it seriously. However, his curiosity was aroused, so he turned the screen to the Dragon Soul Realm. The Dragon Soul Realm was Tu Qian's plane. It must be said that Zhao Hai obtained a lot of benefits from Tu Qian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to perfect his divergent combat techniques. Although the Dragon Soul Realm wasn't lacking in materials, it was still a desert. Compared to the Cultivation Realm, the living environment there wasn't as rich as the Cultivation Realm. In the past, Zhao Hai only paid attention to the Dragon Soul Realm. After all, the Dragon Soul Realm didn't exist for a day or two. The people of the Dragon Soul Realm were able to use materials from the Dragon Soul Realm to cultivate. Moreover, they were able to obtain the opportunity to enter the Dragon Soul Realm. From this, one could see that their cultivation method was quite unique. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't think about doing business with them. Compared to the Dragon Soul Realm, the spatial pressure in the Dragon Soul Realm was almost non-existent. Zhao Hai could easily observe the entire Dragon Soul Realm. Naturally, he also found Tu Qian. Although Tu Qian was now an immortal expert, because he had just entered the immortal stage, he wasn't qualified to enter the Dragon Soul Realm. Additionally, the Dragon Soul Realm couldn't compare to the Cultivation Realm. At the very least, the Cultivation Realm had been in contact with the Dragon Soul Realm before, so they knew about the situation there. Because of this, the first batch of immortal experts that they sent to the Dragon Soul Realm wasn't a lot, only 30 people. However, these 30 people were the elites of the Dragon Soul Realm. Since Tu Qian had just entered the immortal stage, he naturally wasn't qualified to be among them. Although he was considered a hero of the Dragon Soul Realm, the people of the Dragon Soul Realm still didn't care about him. After all, the situation of the Dragon Soul Realm was very special. Tu Qian was currently cultivating and stabilizing his realm. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the Dragon Soul Realm. This made Zhao Hai look at him in a new light. Besides the Dragon Soul Realm, Zhao Hai also looked at the situation of the other realms. The situation of the other realms was much better than the Dragon Soul Realm. There were also some realms that were similar to the Cultivation Realm. However, because they weren't from the same realm, each of them had their own unique things. If they could complement each other, then they might be able to improve the strength of the other realms. Zhao Hai even looked at the Heavenly Demon Realm. Zhao Hai also wanted to do business with the Heavenly Demon Realm. After all, Zhao Hai didn't have any enmity with the Heavenly Demon Realm. He also studied the Heavenly Demon Realm's cultivation methods. Strictly speaking, he could be considered half a heavenly demon. However, because the heavenly demons were special, if Zhao Hai wanted to do business with them, then he would need to contact the heavenly demons first. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of heavenly demons in his vermilion bird seal, these heavenly demons were already his. Their temperament was different from ordinary heavenly demons. Because of this, it would be impossible for the heavenly demons to do business with him. Zhao Hai needed to personally visit the heavenly demons. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately changed into his black robe. This made Laura and the others stare. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what are you doing? Are you going out?" Meg tidied up Zhao Hai's clothes as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, didn't you say that you want to rest for a few days? Why are you going out?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Don't you want to do business?" The people of the other planes look similar to the Cultivation Realm. As long as you have enough strength, you can do business easily. However, the Heavenly Demon Realm is different. I'm going to the Heavenly Demon Realm to talk to the Heavenly Demon Realm and have them allow you to do business there. I don't think they wouldn't give me face. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Laura couldn't help but feel moved as she said, "Brother Hai, I didn't expect you to go for us. You don't have to go. We can just stop doing business in the Heavenly Demon Realm. In any case, we're just doing business for fun. We don't want to make money from it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. It's rare for you to find something to do. I'm just going to greet the people of the heavenly demon realm. Right, you can do business, but remember to have the immortal undead protect you. Don't let anything happen to you. Naturally, Laura and the others knew that nothing would happen to Zhao Hai. They just hoped that Zhao Hai would have a good rest. They knew that Zhao Hai hadn't had a good rest in the past year and a half. He had been researching divergent combat techniques all this time. However, since Zhao Hai wanted to go, they didn't stop him and just nodded. After Zhao Hai wore his clothes, he waved his hand to Laura and the others. Then his figure flickered as he appeared in the heavenly demon realm. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai came to the heavenly demon realm. The last time he came, he had already turned the heavenly demon realm upside down. With his status, he naturally wouldn't go to a small place like the Cloud Demon sect. Instead, he went directly to the heavenly demon realm's largest sect, the heavenly demon holy sect. The Empyrean demon saint sect was definitely one of the most powerful sects in the heavenly demon realm. However, very few people in the heavenly demon realm knew about this sect. The Empyrean demon saint sect didn't have a great reputation outside, and heavenly demons who weren't strong enough didn't even know about its existence. The Empyrean demon saint sect had several branches, and these branches didn't exist under the name of the Empyrean demon saint sect. Instead, they existed as sections. Most importantly, these sects were extremely famous in the heavenly demon realm. When the heavenly demon race invaded the cultivation realm, the great commander of the demons came from the heavenly demon holy sect. He was one of the candidates for the position of Holy Lord of the heavenly demon sect. At the same time, most of the immortal stage heavenly demons that invaded the cultivation realm were from the heavenly demon holy sect. It can be said that the heavenly demon holy sect was the heavenly demon realm's holy land. The heavenly demon holy sect was located deep in the mountains. Outside of this mountain was the territory of the great sects of the heavenly demon realm. Ordinary heavenly demons wouldn't be able to enter this mountain. It can be said that this mountain had become a forbidden area for the heavenly demon race. It was precisely because this was a forbidden area that no one came here. Even if someone came, they would be immediately discovered. The defensive measures here were very strict. Not long after Zhao Hai appeared in the heavenly demon holy sect, he was discovered by the heavenly demons. A large number of heavenly demons surrounded Zhao Hai. The weakest of these heavenly demons was at the transcending tribulation stage, while the strongest was an immortal stage heavenly demon. These heavenly demons looked at Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes. They can clearly feel that Zhao Hai was a cultivator from the cultivation realm. They just suffered a crushing defeat in the cultivation realm. Naturally, they wanted to kill Zhao Hai. However, at this moment, a heavenly demon's deep voice was heard. "Hold it, all of you stop." The heavenly demons who were about to make a move looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was a transcending tribulation heavenly demon. However, this heavenly demon's identity wasn't ordinary. This was because he was one of the commanders of the heavenly demon army, Mo-like. Mo-like looked at Zhao Hai with a heavy expression. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Is Mr. Zhao Hai here?" Zhao Hai also cupped his fist towards Mo-like and said, "Commander Mo-like, Zhao Hai greets you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's name, the surrounding heavenly demons immediately went into chaos. Zhao Hai's name was like thunder to the ears of the heavenly demons. In the heavenly demon realm, this name was enough to make children cry at night. Although many heavenly demons didn't know what Zhao Hai looked like, they still heard of his name. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to appear in the heavenly demon realm. Mo-like ignored the heavenly demons. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I wonder why Mr. came here today? Could it be that you want to start a war with our heavenly demon realm?" When Zhao Hai heard Mo-like, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Mr. Mo-like must be joking. If I, Zhao Hai, wanted to start a war with the heavenly demon realm, then I would have already done so. I wouldn't have waited until now. This time, I came to the heavenly demon realm with a peaceful attitude. To be exact, I'm here to talk business." Mo-like looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, then he said, "Mister, are you joking? What business does the heavenly demon realm have with the cultivation realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Commander Mo-like, you might have misunderstood. I didn't come here on behalf of the cultivation realm, I came here on behalf of myself. I want to do business, so I came to the heavenly demon realm." It has nothing to do with the cultivation realm. When Mo heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you joking?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not joking. I asked Commander Mo to notify the heavenly demon realm on behalf of Zhao Hai that I came here with good intentions." Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Molly nodded and said, "I believe in Mr. I'll go inform Mr. With Mr.'s identity, he wouldn't resort to underhanded means. You should take care of Mr., don't be rude." The heavenly demons nodded. Then they looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Although the heavenly demon army had been disbanded, the status of the commanders still wasn't low. Just like the cultivation realm, it was easy to find an immortal expert in the heavenly demon realm. However, it was very difficult to find a qualified commander. Because of this, people like Mo had a very high status in the heavenly demon realm. The heavenly demons were very polite to Zhao Hai. They also knew about Zhao Hai's status and how powerful he was. If they really annoyed Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai might really attack the heavenly demon realm. At this time, the heavenly demon realm didn't want a war. After inviting Zhao Hai to a dwelling below to rest, Emoli hurried to the main hall of the Empyrean Demon Saint sect to find the Grand Commander of the Empyrean Demon Army. The commander of the heavenly demon army was one of the candidates for the position of Holy Lord. He was known as the Holy Sun. His name was Mo Xianxia. He was a famous genius in the heavenly demon realm. Not only was he an immortal expert, he was also a great commander. It can be said that he was the most popular Holy Sun in the heavenly demon sect. Even his withdrawal from the cultivation realm didn't affect his status. This was because the heavenly demons who participated in the war knew that if it weren't for Mo Xianxia, they wouldn't have been able to return. As a result, not only did Mo Xianxia's chances of obtaining the position of Saint Master not decrease because of what happened in the cultivation world, but it instead increased his chances. Among the chosen saints of the Empyrean Demon Saint sect, he was the most popular. When Mo arrived outside Mo Xianxia's cave, he loudly reporting to the saint child, "Zhao Hai of the cultivation realm requests an audience." Mo Xianxia's voice was heard, "Zhao Hai? Why is he here? Let's talk inside." Mo nodded and quickly entered the cave. This was a very large cave with a large hall inside. Mo Xianxia was sitting on the heavenly demon throne with a jade slip in his hand. He was clearly handling some matters. But at this moment, he was looking at Mo who came in. Mo gave him a salute. Mo Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Tell me, what's going on? Why did Zhao Hai come to the heavenly demon realm? Does he want to start a war with us?" Mo shook his head and said, replying to the Holy Sun, "Zhao Hai came this time to discuss business." Mo Xianxia was stunned. "Business? What business does Zhao Hai want to discuss with us?" Mo solemnly said, "Zhao Hai said that he wants to do business with our heavenly demon realm. It has nothing to do with the cultivation world. Lord Saint Child, do you want to meet him?" Mo Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Meet him, we must meet him. Zhao Hai is very powerful. Offending him is not a good thing. Oh right, go inform the other saint children and longevity. Tell them to come with me to meet Zhao Hai." Mo nodded and turned around to make arrangements. Before long, several heavenly devil race members arrived at Mo Xianxia's cave. These heavenly devil race members were very special. They looked like cultivators from the cultivation world, only their eyes were different. If they had the same eyes as cultivators from the cultivation world, then people would believe them if they said they were cultivators from the cultivation world. After they sat down in Mo Xianxia's hall, a heavenly demon who looked around 30 years old looked at Mo Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, why did you call us here in such a hurry? I heard that cultivators from the cultivation world came? Is this true?" Mo Xianxia nodded and said, "It's true. The one who came is Zhao Hai. I think everyone knows how powerful Zhao Hai is. But this time, he didn't come to fight with us. He said that he came to discuss business with us. I had Mo invite him. I want to see what kind of medicine he's selling in his gourd." Another heavenly demon who looked very young, less than 20 years old, curled his lips and said, "I want to see if this Zhao Hai is as mysterious as you said." Mo Xianxia looked at this heavenly demon and didn't say anything. This heavenly demon was called Mo Padian. he was also a saint child. However, he was the youngest one and also the most talented. But because he was a genius, he was very arrogant. When the heavenly demon army invaded the cultivation realm, he was in seclusion to reach the immortal stage and didn't participate. Now that he was an immortal stage heavenly demon, it was natural for him to be even more arrogant. Moreover, this person didn't get along with Xianxia. Because of this, he always went against Xianxia. Whenever Xianxia said that he was right, he would say something wrong. This made Xianxia feel helpless. This time, Xianxia wanted to borrow Zhao Hai's hand to teach him a lesson. At this time, Like's voice came from outside the door, "Saint Child, Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived." Xianxia stood up from his heavenly demon throne and walked outside. As he walked, he chuckled and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to come to our heavenly demon realm. I'm sorry for not being able to greet you." Seeing Xianxia's appearance, Padian couldn't help but stare. Xianxia was a genius that wasn't any weaker than him. And the people of the heavenly demon realm always thought that Xianxia was more talented than him in commanding. Because of this, Padian had a good understanding of Xianxia. Xianxia's arrogance wasn't any weaker than him. He wouldn't be polite to an average person. But now, Xianxia actually took the initiative to greet Zhao Hai. Moreover, he didn't even see Zhao Hai's face before greeting him. This made Padian even more curious about Zhao Hai. At this time, a gentle voice came from outside the door, "Zhao Hai has taken the liberty to visit." This is a bit abrupt. I hope Saint Child won't take offense. Because Padian didn't go out, he didn't see Zhao Hai. But when he heard this voice, he couldn't help but have a good impression of this person. This made Padian surprised because he discovered that this person's voice seemed to carry a trace of spiritual force. It seemed to be a type of spiritual attack. However, Padian was sure that this person didn't use any spiritual attack. This was because he had trained his spiritual attack to a certain degree. Therefore, his every action and word carried a trace of spiritual force. And such a person often represented danger, extreme danger. While Padian was thinking about this, Xianxia and Zhao Hai had already entered the cave. The other people in the cave also followed Xianxia to greet Zhao Hai. Only Padian didn't move. Now that so many people came in and saw him sitting there, Xianxia couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Fortunately, Xianxia immediately reacted. He smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, let me introduce you. This is Padian. He's the same as me, a saint child of my heavenly demon sect. Padian is a famous genius in the heavenly demon realm. He's already an immortal expert at such a young age." Amazing. When Zhao Hai saw Xianxia and Potion's appearance, he knew what was going on. He smiled at Padian and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Saint Child Padian. Saint Child is very polite." Padian looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "You're Zhao Hai? You're quite courageous. You killed so many people in the heavenly demon realm, yet you still have the guts to come to the heavenly demon realm. You really don't know life from death." Zhao Hai looked at Padian, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm not very courageous. Therefore, I never do things that I'm not confident in." Having said that, he ignored Padian and turned to Xianxia, "Heaven-suppressing Saint Child, everyone, I'm here to do business." When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai looking at Padian, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Mister is too polite. Mister, please take a seat. I'm very curious, what business does Mister have with the heavenly demon realm?" The others also looked at Zhao Hai. They understood what Zhao Hai meant when he said those words to Padian. Zhao Hai wanted to tell Padian that he wasn't very courageous. Therefore, he didn't do things that he wasn't confident in. In other words, he came to the heavenly demon realm this time because he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Padian wasn't a threat to him. Although Zhao Hai's words were somewhat impolite, the people from the heavenly demon realm didn't say anything. This was because they felt that Zhao Hai was right. With Zhao Hai's strength, he can casually summon 180 immortal stage undead. How could Padian threaten Zhao Hai? He really doesn't know life from death. After Zhao Hai sat down, he smiled faintly at Xianxia and said, "Mr. Xianxia, there's no need for you to be hostile towards me. The heavenly demon realm and the cultivation realm have enmity. Where did this enmity come from? Now that both the heavenly devil realm and the cultivation world have entered the leap dragon realm, there is no more enmity between us. Although a lot of people have died on both sides, I don't think it's appropriate for us to continue fighting. I think everyone knows how we entered the leap dragon realm. To tell you the truth, I know where the heavenly devil realm sent people in the assessment, but I didn't touch them. In that assessment, I killed at least 100 people, which can be regarded as a favor to everyone. If we continue to fight, then it's really hard to say whether we can enter the leap dragon realm in the next assessment. If we don't fight, then in the next assessment, I'm afraid that we won't have to participate in any assessment and can stay in the leap dragon realm. Isn't that better? Xianxia and the others quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. Although Zhao Hai's words were unclear, these people already understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to tell them that he didn't have any malice towards the Sky Demon race. Moreover, he had even helped the Sky Demon race in the past. Zhao Hai's words were very clear. Xianxia and the others believed in this point. With Zhao Hai's status, Zhao Hai wouldn't lie about this matter. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister's words are reasonable. However, I still don't understand what you mean by doing business." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you. It's true that I'm a spatial divergent ability user. However, my spatial ability is different from others. I can freely travel between the heavenly demon realm and the cultivation realm without being affected. I really don't have any malice towards the heavenly demon race. Otherwise, even if you return to the heavenly demon realm, I would still be able to chase you down." When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then their expressions turned ugly. They believed Zhao Hai's words because Zhao Hai was sitting right in front of him. What made them nervous was Zhao Hai's ability to freely travel between the cultivation realm and the heavenly demon realm. This was a huge threat to them. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "However, I don't have the heart to fight. Instead, I want to strengthen the exchange between the two realms, allowing the two realms to develop more quickly. Moreover, it would be a peaceful development. You should know that the two realms have some unique things. If the two realms can have this exchange, then they would be able to obtain things from the other realm. This would be a good thing for both realms. I want to be a merchant and open up some shops in both realms. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right. What do you think?" Xianxia and the others understood. They couldn't help but lower their heads and think about the feasibility of Zhao Hai's proposal. At this time, Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted, "No, I don't agree." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia in confusion, then he smiled faintly and said, "I wonder why Mr. doesn't agree?" Xianxia sneered and said, "I don't agree. You, Zhao Hai, are from the cultivation realm, yet you came to my heavenly demon realm to open a shop. Tell me, what are your intentions? Could it be that you want to inquire about my heavenly demon realm?" When Xianxia and the others heard Xianxia, they looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled. "Inquire about the heavenly demon realm situation? You're looking down on me too much." This Zhao Hai participated in the heavenly demon martial arts exhibition, and it was very abnormal. I already guessed that the heavenly demon realm would invade the cultivation realm. At that time, how many troops would your heavenly demon realm send? I, Zhao Hai, was very clear. If I didn't want to borrow your hands to hurt the 9 great sects and make our Black Tiger gang a major force in the cultivation realm, then do you think that the heavenly demon realm's army would be able to enter the cultivation realm so smoothly? Do you think that the undead in this Zhao Hai's hands are just for show? To tell you the truth, I already know most of the terrain in your heavenly demon world. Of course, that includes the heavenly demon holy sect. I only don't know the terrain of some especially important forbidden grounds. However, that doesn't matter. Moreover, my ambition doesn't lie in the heavenly demon world. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here. My goal is the leaping dragon world, the world above it. Xianxia sneered and said, "Stop bragging. If you really understood my heavenly demon realm, then you wouldn't have been so honest and wouldn't have touched it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, an astrolabe appeared in his hand. This astrolabe was usually used as a map in the cultivation world. It wasn't something good in the cultivation world. After Xiao Hai took out the astrolabe in his hand was activated. A map appeared on the astrolabe. At first, Xianxia and the others didn't think much of it. But after looking at it for a while, their expressions changed. This was because they discovered that the map on the astrolabe in Xiao Hai's hand was actually the heavenly demon realm. Moreover, it wasn't a map of the heavenly demon realm, it was a map of the entire heavenly demon realm. The entire map of the heavenly demon realm, even their heavenly demon holy sect didn't have it. This was because it was too difficult to make such a map. Even the heavenly demon holy sect couldn't do it. Some sects' forbidden areas or headquarters couldn't be placed on the map. Otherwise, it would be a provocation. But now, Xiao Hai actually took out a map of the entire heavenly demon realm. How could they not be shocked? Although there were still some blank spots on Xiao Hai's map, it was clear that he hadn't received the map. However, most of the heavenly demon realm's terrain was on the map. There were very few blank spots. Only a few large sects' headquarters and forbidden areas were blank. As for some smaller sects, their headquarters and forbidden areas were clearly shown on the map. Xianxia and the others were sweating profusely. If Xiao Hai really used this map to attack the heavenly demon realm, then their heavenly demon realm would really be screwed. At this moment, a roar was heard. Xianxia jumped up and clawed at Xiao Hai. This claw was like a mountain. Clearly, he was using his full strength. Xianxia and the others were stunned. Then, their expressions changed. They didn't think that Xianxia would attack Xiao Hai. Xianxia wanted to stop Xianxia, but who knows what he thought, but he didn't stop him. Xiao Hai had already noticed Xianxia. Xianxia didn't like him. When he spoke, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Xiao Hai knew that Xianxia wanted to kill him. However, he didn't expect Xianxia to make a move. However, Xiao Hai wasn't afraid of Xianxia. In the past, he wasn't an opponent for immortal experts and could only use his movement technique to protect himself. But now, Xiao Hai wasn't afraid of immortal experts. His divergent combat technique had reached great accomplishment. Although he hadn't reached the immortal stage, it would be hard for him to find an opponent in the immortal stage. Xiao Hai had already fought against the immortal stage undead in the space. There weren't many immortal stage undead that could be his opponent. From this, one could see how powerful the divergent combat technique was. When Xiao Hai saw Xianxia's claw attack, he also sent out a punch. This punch didn't carry the slightest sound of wind. Moreover, his entire fist gave off a very heavy feeling. However, Xianxia could feel that before his claw could touch Xiao Hai's fist, there was a resistance in front of him. When his claw broke through the resistance, 30% or 40% of his strength was gone. At this time, Xiao Hai's fist also arrived. With a bang, the claw and the fist collided. Xianxia's figure shook as he was sent flying back. On the other hand, Xiao Hai's figure shook a few times as he dissipated Xianxia's attack. The fight between the two ended in a draw. To be exact, Xiao Hai had the upper hand. This was something that no one expected. Xianxia and the others looked at Xiao Hai in shock. When Xianxia landed on the ground, he immediately rushed towards Xiao Hai. Naturally, he felt that he had lost face. He was an immortal expert, yet he was defeated by a transcending tribulation expert. How could he accept this? At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Xiao Hai. Xianxia and the others were now even more shocked. Although they tried to stop Xianxia several times, the angered Xianxia simply didn't hear them. Moreover, Xianxia and the others didn't really want to stop Xianxia. It was clear that they wanted to kill Xiao Hai. How could Xiao Hai not know what Xianxia and the others were thinking? However, he didn't care. When he was inside the space, whether it was Julie or the undead, he didn't feel satisfied. But now, Xianxia was attacking with all his strength. Moreover, he was also an immortal expert. Fighting with such a person gave Xiao Hai some experience, allowing him to perfect his divergent technique. Although the space inside the cave wasn't small, it was still too small compared to the outside. Moreover, there were a lot of people sitting inside the cave, and there were also a lot of things placed around. This made the space for Zhao Hai and Mo Padian to fight even smaller. There was almost no way for the two to use their movement skills here, so they could only fight in close combat. Logically speaking, Zhao Hai should be at a disadvantage. After all, he was a transcending tribulation expert. When he fought against immortal experts, he relied on his movement technique. Mo Xintian and the others were very clear about this. This was the reason why they dared to let Mo Padian fight against Zhao Hai. However, it was clear that they guessed wrong this time. With Zhao Hai's divergent technique, he was no longer the same as before. In Zhao Hai's divergent technique, there were all kinds of divergent techniques. After fusing them together, Zhao Hai's offensive strength became even more formidable. At the same time, he was able to deal with all kinds of fighting styles. In this kind of close combat, he was able to deal with it with ease. The two exchanged more than 10 moves, but not only did Zhao Hai not fall into a disadvantageous position, Mo Padian was even beaten into a sorry state by Zhao Hai's new tactics, even falling into a disadvantageous position. Just as Mo Xintian and the others were feeling anxious, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. They could feel the aura of immortal experts all around them. When they turned their heads, they couldn't help but stare. This was because the entrance to the cave was blocked by several immortal stage undead. Moreover, a lot of immortal stage undead had appeared around them. These immortal stage undead were staring at them like tigers eyeing their prey. It was clear that they were ready to attack as soon as Zhao Hai gave the order. Upon seeing this, Mo Xintian and the others broke out in cold sweat. When they saw Zhao Hai take out the map of the heavenly demon realm, they were so excited that they forgot that Zhao Hai still had a lot of immortal stage undead. If Zhao Hai wanted to, then none of them would be able to live. Mo Xintian and the others were sweating. They just remembered that Zhao Hai wasn't someone they could provoke. Fortunately, they didn't go too far. If Zhao Hai wanted their lives, then he would have already done so. However, they couldn't let Zhao Hai and Mo Padian continue fighting. After thinking up to here, Mo Xintian and the others immediately shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Then their figures moved as they rushed towards the battlefield. However, their target wasn't Zhao Hai, but Mo Padian. They didn't want to use this opportunity to attack Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai can stop the undead from attacking them, then he must have a plan. Moreover, they also remembered that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. Even if they attacked together, they wouldn't be able to stop Zhao Hai. The group attacked together and grabbed Mo Padian. Mo Padian wanted to struggle, but how could he break free? At this time, Mo Xintian shouted, "Mo Padian, behave yourself. If you don't, then don't blame us for crippling you." Mo Xintian wasn't joking. If they couldn't make Mo Padian behave, then who knows what Zhao Hai's reaction would be. When the time comes, it wouldn't be them who crippled Mo Padian, but Zhao Hai who would cripple them all. Mo Padian was shaken awake by Mo Xintian's shout. He looked around and suddenly understood something. He stopped struggling and just looked at Zhao Hai with hatred. Zhao Hai looked at Mo Padian and smiled faintly, "Your strength isn't bad. If I didn't want you to help me test my newly created cultivation method, do you think you would still be standing here staring at me? You're acting recklessly." Mo Xintian quickly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please don't take offense. Padian didn't do it on purpose. Mister, please take a seat. Let's talk about business." Mo Xintian was now filled with regret. He was afraid that he would offend Zhao Hai because of this. If Zhao Hai really attacked the heavenly demon realm, then they would be in big trouble. Because of this, Mo Xintian couldn't help but be more careful when talking to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. At this time, Mo Padian was pulled to the side by the others. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the immortal stage undead turned into black gas and disappeared. This method made Mo Xintian and the others obedient. Each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly, "Actually, I'm here to do business. I've already told you about my business. What do you think? I'm here to do business with the cultivation world. This is good for both realms. Moreover, it wouldn't affect the businesses of the two realms. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you agree, then please give me a few shop locations. I want to build a shop. Whether this business succeeds or not will depend on you. I'll be back in 3 days." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the hall, leaving behind Emo Zhentian and the others. Emo Zhentian looked at the others and then said, "What do you think? Do you agree to this business?" One of the heavenly demons smiled bitterly and said, "How can we not agree? Just like Mr. Zhao said, this business is only good for our heavenly demon realm. Why wouldn't we agree? With the materials from the cultivation realm, our heavenly demon realm's strength would surely rise to another level." The heavenly demon realm smiled bitterly and said, "Then why would we disagree?" Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the space. Laura walked to his side and said, "Big brother Hai, I'm sorry. I made you go to the sky demon realm. I didn't think that those sky demons would actually dare to make a move against you." Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he sat inside the space. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Fighting against an immortal expert is also good for me. Hee hee. Now that I'm facing an immortal expert, I don't even need the help of the undead to deal with him. Moreover, the Sky Demon Realm has agreed to do business with us. This will be good for you." Laura nodded and then said, "Big brother Hai, we've already calculated that we'll open shops in 10 planes at the same time. The name of the shops will be 10 complete shops. What do you think? 10 complete shops? That's a good name. You don't need to worry too much about this business. Don't tire yourself out, it's not worth it." Laura nodded and said, "Don't worry, we're just bored and want to pass the time. We won't tire ourselves out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then said, 3 days later, I'll go to the Sky Demon Realm and settle this matter. After that, I'll be going into seclusion. You can handle the business as you see fit. Remember, you must ensure your own safety." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, Big brother Hai. We've been through a lot. Nobody in the 10 planes can be our opponent. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded this time. To be honest, the situation in the Leap Dragon realm was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The people and beasts there might pose a threat to him. As for the people in the cultivation realm, there was almost no way for them to threaten Zhao Hai. This was especially true after Zhao Hai learned the divergent combat technique. He could now face immortal experts head-on. And with his various means, Zhao Hai could now walk sideways in the cultivation realm. Even if he doesn't use his immortal undead, nobody would be able to do anything to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any thoughts of becoming a king right now. What he wanted to do was to help the Black Tiger gang protect themselves. Then he could go to the Leap Dragon realm and the True Spirit realm with a peace of mind. Pursuing a higher level of cultivation was what Zhao Hai wanted the most. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai arrived at the Sky Demon realm. Emo Zhentian and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai. Naturally, they didn't have any objections as they agreed to Zhao Hai's request. At the same time, they gave Zhao Hai several locations to set up his shops. The reason why Zhao Hai had Emo Zhentian and the others decide where to set up his shops was because he didn't want to pressure them too much. At the same time, he wanted them to understand that Zhao Hai was here to do business. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, the locations that Emo Zhentian and the others gave to Zhao Hai were very good. Some of them were even inside the territories of great sects. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai didn't make Mo Zhentian and the others work for nothing. He gave the Sky Demon Realm's astrolabe to Emo Zhentian and the others. This thing wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai. Moreover, if he wanted it, he could make a better one at any time. This thing would be most useful in the hands of Emo Zhentian and the others. Emo Zhentian and the others were very grateful to Zhao Hai. Although the Heavenly Demon Holy Sect could be said to be the biggest sect in the Sky Demon Realm, with this map, it would be much more convenient for them to do things in the future. After dealing with the matters in the Sky Demon Realm, Zhao Hai returned to the Cultivation Realm. He rested for 2 days in the space. After seeing Tai Zhantian's situation in the Leap Dragon Realm, he prepared to go into seclusion. Zhao Hai's seclusion this time was very important. He wanted to use his divergent ability to communicate with all things in order to prepare himself for the immortal stage. Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't an easy matter. This was especially true when it came to communicating with things that were inanimate in the eyes of others. Just like when Zhao Hai communicated with the giant tree, his thoughts became very slow. No matter what, the giant tree was still a living being. If he wanted to communicate with rocks and metals, then it would be even more difficult. Rocks and metals couldn't think in the eyes of others. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't guess wrong, then the thinking speed of these inanimate objects would be even slower. This meant that he would need even more time to communicate with them. For this seclusion, Zhao Hai had made ample preparations. He even told Kair that if necessary, she should forcefully wake him up. This was because Zhao Hai was afraid that he would lose himself in the thoughts of other things and never wake up again. Kair also knew the danger this time, so she nodded. Zhao Hai rested for a few more days. Whether it was in terms of spiritual force or physical strength, he had recovered to his peak. Then he went into seclusion. Zhao Hai's first communication was with the giant tree. This was because he had the experience of communicating with the giant tree before. This allowed him to better control his thoughts and not be completely lost. The first thing that Zhao Hai communicated with was the bread tree. The bread tree was the most abundant in the space. It can be said that it could be seen everywhere. The bread fruits were the main food of the various races in the space. In fact, it was a pity to just eat the bread fruits. After the space had upgraded, the bread fruits contained a lot of spiritual qi. This spiritual qi could be completely absorbed by people without any toxins in it. If this was taken outside, then it would definitely be something that cultivators would crazily fight over. But in the space, it was just a common thing. Zhao Hai arrived in front of a bread tree. This bread tree was the most common one, there was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai just randomly picked one. This was the only way for him to truly understand the bread tree's thoughts. Zhao Hai's body flashed with a green light as he merged with the bread tree. Then Zhao Hai slowly adjusted his thoughts, synchronizing his thoughts with the bread tree's. The bread tree's thoughts were very simple. It couldn't even be called a thought, it could only be called an instinct for growth. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt as if he had turned into a bread tree. He could clearly feel that his roots were absorbing nutrients and water from the earth. Then these nutrients would be turned into spiritual qi. Through his body, the spiritual qi would be transported to his branches and leaves, where it would bear fruit. Then through the leaves, he would absorb some of the spiritual qi. Then through the leaves, he would release some of the spiritual qi from his body. At the same time, the leaves would slowly wither and fall to the ground. In the end, they would become nutrients for the earth. This was a very subtle cycle. Zhao Hai was immersed in this feeling. He could feel that there was no conflict between him and the spiritual qi around him. He was absorbing spiritual qi and releasing it at the same time. He was taking from the heavens and earth and giving back to the heavens and earth. This was a process, a cycle. It didn't have any effect on the spiritual qi around him. Although Zhao Hai had this feeling when he was in the woodland space, he only felt it by accident. It didn't take long before he withdrew. Although he said it wasn't a long time, it was still very short for a tree. This feeling was completely different. Zhao Hai felt that he was a bread tree. He could feel everything around him through the tree. This feeling was very strange. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao finally woke up. His mind slowly left the bread tree, and then his body slowly left the bread tree as he came out. After Zhao Hai came out of the bread tree, he immediately looked at the time. Before entering the tree, he had Kair prepare a timer for him. Now, he wanted to see how long he had been inside. After looking at the timer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but shake his head as he smiled bitterly. He really underestimated how slow the tree's thought process was. He only felt that he hadn't been inside the tree for a long time, it felt like he was sleeping. But when he woke up, he discovered that he had been inside the tree for a year. A year, an entire year. While he was inside the bread tree, he felt like he was sleeping. This speed of thought made Zhao Hai speechless. After coming out of the bread tree, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the Space's villa. He wanted to see what Kair and the others had been doing for a year. Before long, Zhao Hai returned to the villa. When he arrived, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The only people inside the villa were Kair, Julie, and Meg. The others weren't there. Zhao Hai looked at Kair and said, "Kair, why are you the only ones here? Where are the others?" When Kair saw Zhao Hai come out, she quickly said, "Brother Hai, I'm back." Sister Laura and the others went to the shop, they should be back soon. I didn't expect you to be in seclusion for such a long time. How do you feel? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, I feel pretty good, just like sleeping. How was it? How's the business going? Upon hearing Xiaohai's question, Kaier couldn't help but be excited as she said, good, very good. The business is doing very well. At this point, we've opened 500 stores in the space. Moreover, after a year of hard work, our stores have become famous in various planes. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, very good. The stores might become a platform for communication in the future. Hee hee. You've done very well. Kaier smiled and said, that's nothing. The most important thing is that after a year of development, the shop has already established a certain amount of influence in various planes. No matter which plane it is, nobody would dare to make a move on us. Even if we don't use the space as undead, nobody would dare to provoke us. Zhao froze for a moment, but he just shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zhao was very clear about Laura and the others' abilities. To be honest, Zhao wasn't surprised that Laura and the others could do this. If they didn't follow him, then Laura and the others might already have a business empire in their hands. This kind of small matter wouldn't be difficult for them. After accompanying Laura and the others for a few days inside the space, Xiaohai also took a look at Tai Zhantian and the others' situation in the Leap Dragon realm. Then he began to prepare for his second seclusion. Everything in the cultivation realm was normal. Laura and the others' businesses were normal. Tai Zhantian and the others were still living in the Leap Dragon realm. But in general, everything was normal. Xiaohai didn't have anything to worry about. Although Xiaohai stayed inside the tree for a year, Xiaohai discovered that the spiritual qi in his body didn't stop cultivating. It can even be said that his spiritual qi was now purer and more profound than before. It wasn't any less than when he was cultivating. Most importantly, Xiaohai also discovered another characteristic. The pores on his body were now open. The spiritual qi in his body flowed smoothly out of his pores while the spiritual qi outside his body flowed back into his body through the pores. This method of cultivation was just like the tree. Not only did it make Xiaohai's spiritual qi purer and more profound, it also made Xiaohai feel that the cells in his body were more active. This caused the number of divergent abilities in his body to increase. This was especially true for his wood element divergent abilities. Xiaohai didn't think that there would be such a pleasant surprise. But for him, this only had benefits. He was now more curious about his other divergent abilities. He really wanted to know what other divergent abilities would bring him. However, before using his other divergent abilities, Xiaohai wanted to perfect his wood element divergent ability. What Xiaohai meant by perfection was to communicate with the trees. Before, he only communicated with the bread tree. Now, Xiaohai wanted to communicate with the other trees. He wanted to see what kind of results he could get. At this time, there were a lot of trees in the space. Xiaohai communicated with them one by one. But this time, he didn't take as long as the bread tree. If he had to communicate with every tree for a year, then Xiaohai wouldn't be able to leave the space for the rest of his life. In the end, Xiaohai discovered that ordinary trees didn't have any effect on him. Only advanced trees would work. Xiaohai changed his target to trees that had special abilities. For example, the bluewood tree, the iron tree, and other trees that could be used as refining materials. When he started to communicate with these trees, Xiaohai immediately felt that these trees were different. Xiaohai could clearly feel that the speed at which these trees absorbed the spiritual qi of the world had increased. Moreover, these trees had special abilities. Just like the bluewood tree, these trees were very helpful for spiritual force cultivation. After communicating with the bluewood tree, Zhao discovered that his spiritual force was increasing. After communicating with the iron tree, Xiaohai discovered that his metal divergent ability had also increased. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Xiaohai discovered that after communicating with these trees, his pores were able to absorb the spiritual qi of the world at a faster rate. Moreover, the amount had also increased. After communicating with these special trees, Xiaohai looked at the time. It has been a year and a half since he communicated with the bread tree. In other words, Xiaohai spent another year and a half to communicate with these trees. A year and a half wasn't a small amount. Zhao Hai didn't think that it would take this long. At this time, Zhao Hai had already communicated with the cultivation realm's trees that could be used as refining materials and medicinal herbs. He even communicated with the sky-connecting vine and other plants. These plants were also within the range of his wood attribute ability. After communicating with these things, Zhao Hai obtained a lot of benefits. Just like when he communicated with the sky-connecting vine, he discovered that his meridians could stretch as much as he wanted. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. However, after communicating with these plants, Zhao Hai discovered that there were only 2 plants that he needed to communicate with. These 2 plants were very important to the space. One of them was the elven tree. The elven tree can provide spiritual qi to the space. Taking it outside the space can also change the environment. As for the other plant, Zhao Hai valued it even more than the elven tree. This plant was the 100 Spirits tree. The 100 Spirits tree was the highest level plant in the space. It was also the plant that Zhao Hai valued the most. Zhao Hai chose the elven tree first. The elven tree wasn't very tall, so Zhao Hai couldn't enter it. However, he didn't need to enter the elven tree, he just needed to communicate with it. Zhao Hai used his consciousness to explore the elven tree. As soon as Zhao Hai's consciousness entered the elven tree, he immediately felt an incomparably rich spiritual qi. This spiritual qi was rich and pure. Compared to the spiritual qi inside Zhao Hai's body, it was even better. The tree also had countless channels that continuously transported spiritual energy from the ground to the canopy. However, these channels were also made of energy. Moreover, there were a lot of channels. The speed at which the sprite tree absorbed spiritual energy was much faster, and the speed at which it released spiritual energy was also much faster. Most importantly, the spiritual energy released by the sprite tree had a certain attribute. The spiritual energy released by the sprite tree was of the wood attribute. However, the spiritual qi released by the elven tree had very low attributes. It was close to having no attributes. Because of this, cultivators wouldn't feel anything when using it. This spiritual qi was very helpful to cultivators and even ordinary people. This was because this spiritual qi could prolong a person's life, allowing them to live for a longer time. It was a type of spiritual qi with a health function. This was also the reason why the elves lived longer than other races. After Zhao Hai turned his consciousness into an elven tree, he was able to understand these things. Zhao Hai quietly felt the magic of the elven tree. He discovered that the elven tree was like a spiritual qi cultivation field. It absorbed spiritual qi from the ground into its body and then released it, turning it into wood attribute spiritual qi. Then it absorbed spiritual qi from the outside world and released it through its roots, changing the soil and making it more suitable for plants to grow. This was also the reason why the elven tree grew in a place where other plants would grow very well. Zhao Hai discovered that the situation inside the elven tree was much more complicated compared to other trees. There were some special channels inside the elven tree. These channels weren't real. When spiritual qi passes through these channels, it can change or produce attributes. This was what Zhao Hai cared about the most. Zhao Hai used his thinking ability to feel the use of these channels. After he completely understood them, he withdrew his consciousness from the elven tree. After withdrawing from the elven tree, Zhao Hai habitually looked at the timer on the side. When he saw it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He discovered that the time displayed on the timer wasn't right. It was much earlier than he expected. In the past 2 years, Zhao Hai had been communicating with all kinds of trees. He roughly knew that the time he spent communicating with the elven tree was equivalent to the time he spent outside. In the end, he estimated that it wouldn't be much different. But today was different. He estimated that he would need at least a month to communicate with the elven tree. But when he looked at the timer, he discovered that only 10 days had passed, which was only a third of his estimated time. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the timer and couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, "Kai, is this timer broken?" Kai immediately appeared by Zhao Hai's side. She looked at the timer and then shook her head and said, "It's not broken. Brother Hai, this is something produced by the space. How could it be broken so quickly? It's very accurate." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to look at the elven tree. Then he carefully recalled his experiences in the past 2 years. In the end, he discovered a problem. The higher the level of the tree, the faster it would think. On the other hand, the more ordinary the tree, the slower its thinking speed would be. For example, the bread tree's thinking speed would be slower than the bluewood tree and the iron tree. Compared to the elven tree, the bluewood tree and the iron tree's thinking speed would be slower. Because of this, Zhao Hai's estimation was wrong. Zhao Hai now understood that the faster the thinking speed of the tree, the higher the level of the tree. This was interesting. After Zhao Hai had Kaya return, he couldn't help but look at the 100 Spirits tree. His heart couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The 100 Spirits tree was worthy of being called the most advanced plant in the space. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that the roots of the 100 Spirits tree had fused with a spirit root. At this point, the roots of the 100 Spirits tree had almost turned into a spirit root. The 100 Spirits tree had become taller and taller. Its spiritual chi had also become richer. Zhao Hai really wanted to know what it would feel like to communicate with the 100 Spirits tree. However, Zhao Hai still restrained his impulse. He didn't immediately communicate with the 100 Spirits tree. Zhao Hai had a feeling that as long as he communicated with the 100 Spirits tree, it would bring him unexpected benefits. Because of this, he decided to wait until the last moment before communicating with the 100 Spirits tree. Zhao Hai believed in this feeling. Any cultivator would rather believe in their own feelings than not. The reason for this was because the spiritual force of a cultivator was much stronger than that of an average person. In addition, they were almost always in battle, so their sixth sense was very developed. For a cultivator, this feeling had a lot of benefits. In many cases, this feeling could even save their life. Zhao Hai also believed in this feeling. Because of this, he didn't rush to communicate with the 100 Spirits tree. Instead, he returned to the villa and took a good rest. More than 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Zhao Hai had almost never left the space. He had been communicating with all kinds of plants. Even the most common grass had been communicated with by Zhao Hai. He wanted to see what it felt like to communicate with the grass. To be honest, when Zhao Hai communicated with the grass, he obtained a lot of benefits. Grass was a very inconspicuous thing, but grass had a very strong vitality. Zhao Hai discovered that the roots of the grass were connected. If a piece of grass was destroyed, the roots would grow from all directions. Finally, the grass would grow again. Moreover, these grasses seemed to have their own independent thoughts. When they were connected, they would form a huge network of thoughts. Zhao Hai had rarely seen this kind of method in other plants. This was very helpful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside the space's villa with Laura and the others by his side. The group was currently staring at the screen. On the screen was an idle drama. There was no mistake, Zhao Hai and the others were currently watching a drama. However, the origin of this drama was a bit special. This drama was produced by a planet in the space. In other words, this drama was produced by the space itself. After many years of development, the planets in the space had their own paths of development. The drama that Zhao Hai was currently watching was one of the dramas produced by a planet in the space. Now that Laura and the others' business was on the right track, they could finally relax. Zhao Hai had just come out of seclusion and was preparing to use his divergent ability to communicate with other things. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to rest for a few days and accompany Laura and the others. Zhao Hai didn't know what Laura and the others were thinking, but they actually decided to watch a drama. Kyer had obtained a very good drama from a planet in the space. The group sat inside the space and watched it. From time to time, chuckles could be heard. Looking at the plot on the screen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. He remembered some of the dramas that he watched back on Earth. To be honest, Zhao Hai liked to watch them in the beginning. But later on, some of the dramas became worse and worse. This made Zhao Hai lose interest in them. But the drama that they were watching right now was very good. The plot was well designed and the actors' performances were also very good. It wasn't very brainless. More than 2 years had passed. For the space, 2 years of development wasn't a big deal. Take the Black Tiger Gang for example. Although the Black Tiger Gang's development wasn't that great, they still didn't show much overall. After all, 2 years was too short for a sect. However, in the past 2 years, the business of the shops had become more and more popular. At this time, the number of shops in the space had reached more than 2,000. Moreover, the business was very good. At this moment, the most bitter ones were Xianxia and the others. They were still struggling in the Leap Dragon realm. But now, they had left Bahrain and arrived at a bigger city. However, their days had become even more difficult. The bigger the city, the greater the pressure to survive. This principle didn't only apply to Earth, it also applied to the Leap Dragon realm. Large cities had medium or large sections. If one could join these sects, then it would be great. Because of this, there were more cultivators in these cities, making the environment more complex. The Leaping Dragon realm wasn't a peaceful place, especially in the bigger cities. The cultivators there weren't kind people. Some cultivators were willing to do anything to improve their strength. Aside from the rules of the True Spirit realm, where martial arts couldn't be used, the outer martial world was a completely lawless world. Killing and plundering was a normal thing to do. At this time, Xianxia and the others had less than 60 people. They were living in a medium-sized city called Monolith City. They were doing some tasks and occasionally, they would become bandits. In the Leap Dragon realm, the cities were strictly regulated by the sections. They couldn't use force. Even if the sects knew about the situation outside the city, they wouldn't care. This was also a method of elimination. The sects of the True Spirit realm wanted the best people. Those who weren't good would naturally be eliminated, this was normal. Although there was a rule in the Leaping Dragon realm that the people inside would be cleaned up every 100 years, almost no cultivator could safely stay there for 100 years. If they weren't killed by demon beasts, they would be killed by other cultivators, or they would be taken away by the various sections. No one could stay there for 100 years without coming out. Either they came out early, or they never came out. Xianxia and the others had been in there for 2 years. But now, more than 20 people had died. It could be seen that life in the Leap Dragon realm wasn't easy. But in general, Xianxia and the others were lucky. There were some teams that went out for a mission and then came back with half of their members dead. Compared to these people, Xianxia and the others were much luckier. Since Xianxia and the others were fine, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The most important thing for him right now was to improve his strength. He didn't care about anything else. The development of the Black Tiger Gang and the Freedom Alliance was also very good. The First Legion also had annual training. Now, Zhao Hai didn't need to preside over it. The people of the First Legion knew that Zhao Hai was in seclusion. They also knew that Zhao Hai wanted to attack the immortal stage in order to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Because of this, nobody blamed Zhao Hai. The people of the First Legion were now very united. And because they had a lot of communication and help each other, their progress was very fast. Even those who weren't very talented began to change professions. They knew that it was impossible for them to reach the immortal stage in their lifetime. They might not even reach the transcending tribulation stage, so they began to study other things. There were now people in the First Legion who were studying refining tools and alchemy. These people weren't in the minority. There were more than 7 million people. When these people first joined the First Legion, many of them were at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, they weren't young anymore. In other words, their potential had reached its limit. Let alone reaching the transcending tribulation stage, they might not even be able to reach the nascent soul stage. It was precisely because of this that a lot of people in the First Legion chose another path. If they didn't learn how to refine weapons or alchemy, then they might end up as ordinary elders in their own sect. But if they learned how to refine weapons or alchemy, then their status in the sect would change greatly. Whether it was a refiner or an alchemist, they would have a very high status in the sect. Even the elders would have to be polite to them when they see them. Zhao Hai had already discovered this point, so he had Kair send some undead to give these people some refining and alchemy experiences. These things would be of great help to them. From this, the people in the First Legion knew that although Zhao Hai didn't participate in their training, he was still very concerned about the matters of the First Legion. Zhao Hai also had Laura and the others spread word through the 10 Essentials store that the store was opened by him. If they need any help, then they can go to the store and ask. Li Kuanga and the others were very grateful to Zhao Hai. The 10 Essentials store was now very famous in the cultivation realm. There were hundreds of 10 Essentials stores in the cultivation realm, including the 9 Great Sects and the Freedom Alliance. It can be said that no matter where the First Legion was in the cultivation realm, they would be able to get help from the 10 Essentials store in the shortest time possible. Through this method, the 10 Essentials store tied the First Legion to their chariot. Naturally, the First Legion would do their best to protect the store. Some of the First Legion members who had some status in their sects would even take the initiative to hand over some of their sect's businesses to the 10 Essentials store. This could be said to be a win-win situation. At this point, everyone in the cultivation realm knew that the 10 Essentials store was opened by Zhao Hai's wife. Whether it was the 9 Great Sects or the Freedom Alliance, nobody dared to not give her face. And with the good service of the 10 Essentials store, the store slowly became more and more famous in the cultivation realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of things to do right now. This was why he had time to watch TV with Laura and the others. If outsiders were to know what Zhao Hai was doing right now, they would certainly be shocked. While watching TV, Zhao Hai and the others were chatting. Zhao Hai was very concerned about Laura and the others' cultivation. Laura and the others were now at the transcending tribulation stage. However, it would be very difficult for them to reach the immortal stage. If they couldn't reach the immortal stage, then when Zhao Hai goes to the true spirit realm, they wouldn't be able to appear for a long time. Although this wouldn't affect Laura and the others, this wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted Laura and the others to worry less about business and focus more on cultivation. However, Laura and the others weren't very interested in cultivation. It can be said that if the space's conditions weren't good, then their strength wouldn't have progressed this quickly. This made Zhao Hai feel helpless. He didn't want to force Laura and the others to do what they want. Zhao Hai didn't care about anything else. While watching TV, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do you want to communicate with next? Is there any danger?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I want to try and communicate with fire. There are a lot of different types of fire in the space. I don't know what would happen if I try to communicate with fire. I don't think there would be any danger, but I don't know what it would feel like." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Zhao Hai. She had a worried expression on her face as she said, "Fire? Brother Hai, communicating with fire is very dangerous. Do you really want to communicate with fire?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine, there won't be any danger. The fire that I want to communicate with is the space's fire. It's impossible for the space's fire to hurt me. You can rest assured." Laura thought for a moment and felt that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. She nodded and said, "Then when do you want to start?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "In a few days, I've rested enough. It's time to start." Laura said, "Do you need us to make some preparations?" Zhao Hai shook his head. Laura didn't say anything, she knew that. She couldn't help Zhao Hai with his cultivation. After resting for 3 days inside the space, Zhao Hai prepared to communicate with fire. At first, he wanted to communicate with the space's ordinary fire. This kind of fire was the weakest, so even if something happened, it wouldn't be able to hurt Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai understood the characteristics of fire, then communicating with other types of fire wouldn't be a problem. Although Zhao Hai spoke in a relaxed manner, he was still very careful when it came to cultivation. He was very clear that even inside the space, there were certain dangers. Just like the time when he communicated with plants, there were several times when he was almost immersed in the thoughts of the plants. If that was the case, then it would be very dangerous. When Zhao Hai communicated with the plants, he used the power of his thoughts. And when the power of his thoughts entered the plants, Zhao Hai would think of himself as a plant for a short period of time. He would understand the feeling of being a plant. If the plant died, then Zhao Hai's thoughts might die along with it. If that happened, then Zhao Hai might become a vegetable. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had the experience of communicating with trees before, so he didn't fall into it. Because of this, Zhao Hai knew that even inside the space, there was a certain amount of danger. However, he couldn't tell Laura and the others about this, otherwise, they would be even more worried. Zhao Hai made a fire inside the space and then sat down beside it. There were also several undead beside him. These undead were responsible for adding firewood to the fire. Zhao Hai didn't want the fire to suddenly go out while he was communicating. Because of this, he made thorough preparations. This was a very ordinary wood fire, it was the most primitive type of fire. It was also the simplest and weakest type of fire. Zhao Hai wanted to start with this type of fire. Zhao Hai sat beside the fire, his thoughts were slowly moving towards the fire. He had already used his divergent ability, causing his body to emit a red light. His thoughts were also beginning to come in contact with the fire. Zhao Hai could feel the fire's thoughts, but this kind of thoughts were too violent. His thoughts were always trying to keep up with the fire's thoughts. Moreover, he was also repelled by the fire's thoughts. This kind of situation didn't occur when he was communicating with plants. However, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He slowly adjusted his thoughts. Not only did he adjust the speed of his thoughts, he also adjusted his emotions, making his thoughts become more violent. Zhao Hai slowly felt the fire's emotions. The fire's thoughts were very violent, they seemed to want to destroy everything. Zhao Hai didn't have this kind of emotion before. He could only slowly feel it. Although his thoughts were able to keep up with the fire's thoughts, he still couldn't treat himself as a fire. This was because the emotions in his thoughts weren't violent enough. There was no way for him to connect his thoughts with the fire's thoughts. In other words, he still couldn't treat himself as a fire. Zhao Hai didn't know until now that if he wanted to use his divergent ability to communicate with all things, then he would need to add his own emotions. The reason why he could communicate with plants so smoothly before was because plants didn't have any emotions, making them the easiest to communicate with. But now, he had to communicate with fire, a terrifying energy between heaven and earth. This energy could kill and destroy. Because of this, it was even more difficult for him to communicate with fire. Zhao Hai didn't know how long he had been communicating with the fire. He was just adjusting his emotions, making them more and more violent. At the same time, he also had to keep his mind clear, lest he turn into a demon. Berserk, destruction. Zhao Hai's mind was now filled with these emotions. If his mind didn't maintain a trace of clarity, then he would have already turned into a homicidal maniac. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he had adjusted his mind to the point where he couldn't stand it anymore. However, he still couldn't fully integrate with fire's thoughts. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai was sure that his current mood was very berserk, it carried an aura of destruction. This mood was the same as fire's mood. But why was fire's mood rejecting him? Why was this so? Zhao Hai knew that it was useless to be anxious. He could only calm down and slowly feel fire's mood to see what he had overlooked. Slowly, Zhao Hai discovered that within fire's berserk and destructive mood, there was also a trace of vitality. This made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't understand what was going on. Didn't fire represent destruction? Why was there a trace of vitality in fire? Zhao Hai didn't understand. Naturally, he couldn't let his mood have such a trace of vitality. This way, his mood and fire's mood would be different. Fire's thoughts would naturally reject him. Zhao quietly wondered why the emotions of fire had a trace of vitality. He imagined himself as a ball of fire that existed since the beginning of the world. This fire would burn everything, wreaking havoc on the earth, destroying everything. Therefore, as long as any creature encountered the fire, they would immediately be burned to death, no one would be able to survive. However, on the burned earth, vegetation would begin to grow once again. Moreover, it was more luxuriant than before. Animals would appear once again, and then people would appear. People would collect the animals that were burned to death and turn them into food. In the end, they discovered that this food was even more delicious. Therefore, people started to gather fires and make them burn for a long time. Fire brought people warmth, cooked food, and allowed people to defend against enemies. In the course of human civilization, fire was never a step away. People started to drill wood to make fire, people started to farm, slash and burn cultivation, war, people invented gunpowder, and people sent rockets into space. All of these didn't leave fire. Vitality. This was the life force that belonged to fire, the unique life force. It destroyed some things, but gave new life to others. This was the life force of fire, the mission of fire, vitality. Zhao Hai finally understood what the vitality of fire was. At the same time, a trace of vitality appeared in his emotions. Then, his thoughts collided with the thoughts of fire. This time, his thoughts weren't rejected but slowly merged with the thoughts of fire. Berserk, destruction, warmth, rebirth. These were two different and completely contradictory emotions. However, in fire's mind, they had reached a very delicate balance. Fire seemed to want to destroy everything, but at the same time, it could bring warmth and rebirth to people. This was the true fire. Zhao Hai was completely immersed in his understanding of fire. He felt that he was now a ball of fire, he could feel everything inside it. Although fire could bring warmth, it was also very dangerous. However, at any time, people wouldn't dare to say that they had complete control over fire. People would carefully use all kinds of methods to control fire. People couldn't leave fire, but they also didn't dare to get too close to it. This in itself was as contradictory as the emotions of fire. This was the attitude of people towards fire. Zhao Hai felt that he had been a ball of fire for a long time. He understood everything about fire. He slowly woke up and his thoughts returned to his body. Then he turned his head and looked at his timer. When he saw the timer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai felt that he had been a ball of fire for decades. But when he looked at his timer, he discovered that he had only been in contact with fire for less than 10 days. Thinking speed, Zhao Hai immediately thought of this. Plants' thinking speed was very fast, it was so slow that people would only blink for a few days. But fire's thinking speed was very fast, it was so fast that it felt like decades, but in fact, only a few days had passed. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he waved his hand and extinguished the fire. Then he had the two undead that were responsible for adding firewood go back. After that, he returned to the villa. Laura and the others were also inside the villa. When they saw Zhao Hai return, they couldn't help but stare. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why did you come back so quickly? Did you fail?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I succeeded. It's just that fire's thinking speed is very fast, that's why I came back so quickly. You don't know, but I feel like I've been a ball of fire for decades." Laura and the others laughed, then Kair said, "Brother Hai, how do you feel now? The last time you turned into a tree, it helped you a lot. How about now?" Zhao Hai stared at Kair, he shook his head and said, I don't know how to feel right now. I'm just trying to feel it." After he said that, Zhao Hai sat on the sofa and felt his spiritual qi. However, he discovered that there were no changes to his spiritual qi. Besides the fact that his hair absorbed more spiritual qi, there were no other changes. Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he was puzzled. Then he turned to Kair and said, "It seems like I'll be disappointed this time. I don't feel any changes. Maybe there won't be any changes this time." Kair didn't say anything. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, there's no change. It's impossible for me to take all the good things. You should take a rest first, I'll go out for a stroll. I feel like I've been in a fire for decades, I need to exercise." Laura and the others laughed, but they still followed Zhao Hai outside. They knew that Zhao Hai wanted to practice, they just wanted to join in the fun. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, he didn't say anything. He understood what they were thinking, but he didn't care about it. In any case, they were his wives, there was nothing to worry about. Zhao Hai first did some simple exercises, then he began to use the attacks he learned. This time, he didn't use his divergent ability, he just used ordinary moves to practice. But soon, Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. He discovered that although he didn't use his divergent ability, his attacks seemed to be more powerful than before. Moreover, his attacks seemed to contain a trace of destructive force. Zhao Hai stopped, he was puzzled, he didn't understand what was going on. Then he practiced a few more times and discovered that his feeling wasn't wrong, his attacks did indeed contain a trace of destructive force. Zhao Hai stopped and closed his eyes. He carefully thought about the differences in his attacks. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and laughed. Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Why are you laughing?" Zhao Hai turned his head to Kair and smiled, didn't you just ask me what changes I experienced after communicating with fire? Now I know that after communicating with fire, my attacks now carry a trace of fire's destructive power. My attacks are now much stronger than before. When Kai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be happy. Zhao Hai didn't continue practicing as he returned to the villa with Kai and the others. The group made a table full of delicious food and ate together. Actually, they didn't need to eat anymore. However, they still liked to eat together. They liked the feeling of having a meal together as a family. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others went out for a stroll. This time, Zhao Hai also went to see the situation of the shop. The shop's business was very good right now. This was because the shop didn't only sell things that could only be found in other planes, they also helped people customize things. For example, if you want to make an artifact, you don't have enough materials. If you fail once, then you wouldn't have enough materials to make a second attempt. In this case, finding an ordinary refiner wouldn't work. This was because the success rate of refining artifacts wasn't very high. But if you go to the 10 Perfection shop, as long as you can meet the requirements of the 10 Perfection shop, then your artifact is guaranteed to be refined successfully. And the requirements of the 10 Perfection shop will be the reward for refining the artifact. It wasn't only for artifacts, the same was true for pills. Because of this service, the shop's business was very good. It was the best in the 10 planes. Even the heavenly demons would have countless heavenly demons doing business with the shop every day. Moreover, these heavenly demons would also help maintain the shop. There was no other way, this was because a lot of heavenly demons relied on the shop to eat. Naturally, the celestial demons didn't need to eat. The food here referred to the rewards that the store would give them. And these rewards could be turned into cultivation materials that would help them cultivate. Naturally, the celestial demons would do their best to protect the store. This time, Zhao Hai and the others went out to inspect all of the shops. They even went to the shops in other planes. Zhao Hai and the others also went out to inspect the shops. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't only go to the shops, he also went to the other planes. Naturally, his main purpose this time was to relax. Although Zhao Hai only went into seclusion for less than 10 days, his mind felt as if it had been decades. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt that 10 days of seclusion was more tiring than communicating with plants for a year. Naturally, he needed to relax. Laura and the others were also very happy. It was rare for Zhao Hai to have time to accompany them. The group was in high spirits as they strolled around the 10 planes. However, their trip this time didn't alarm anyone. Zhao Hai didn't want to alarm others, it would only bring them a lot of trouble. Besides the cultivation realm and the heavenly demons who knew that the shop was Zhao Hai's business, the other planes didn't know about it. They only knew that the shop had good things that couldn't be found anywhere else. Moreover, the shop was very fair. If Zhao Hai and the others were exposed, then the shop would be exposed. This would cause unnecessary trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others were very low-key in their trip. Black smoke was coming out of the volcano's crater. Large amounts of volcanic ash were spewing out of the crater along with magma. It looked like the end of the world. A figure was standing not far from the crater, calmly looking at the erupting volcano. Then a red light flashed from his body as he directly rushed into the crater. This person was none other than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai came here to communicate with the earth fire. The earth fire was a higher grade flame compared to ordinary flames. In fact, this was already the 7th flame that Zhao Hai had communicated with. He had been communicating with the earth fire bit by bit until now. Zhao Hai entered the volcano and felt the earth fire. The earth fire was much stronger than ordinary flames. Not only did the earth fire make Zhao Hai feel the violence, destruction, warmth, rebirth, and other emotions of ordinary flames. It also felt like it wanted to break through everything. These emotions weren't present in ordinary flames. Zhao Hai calmly felt the earth fire. It took 7 days for the naughty sea to come out of the volcano. Then Zhao Hai went to his next target. Here, Zhao Hai wanted to feel the yin fire. Fire was divided into yin and yang. Before, Zhao Hai felt the yang fire, but now he wanted to feel the yin fire. The yin fire and yang fire were completely different. The Yang fire had the power of destruction and rebirth, while the Yin fire also had the power of destruction. However, the Yin fire's destructive power was different from the Yang fire's. The Yin fire's destructive power was a freezing power, a death power. It could freeze and kill all things. Besides the destructive power, the Yin fire didn't have the power of rebirth. It was as if the Yin fire's purpose was to destroy. Because of this, it contained a lot of death qi. The Yang fire had the power of rebirth, but the Yin fire didn't. It only had destruction. Feeling the Yin fire's ability, Zhao Hai was startled. He didn't think that the difference between the Yin fire and Yang fire would be this big. He almost fell into the Yin fire's trap. When Zhao Hai tried to communicate with the Yin fire, he suddenly encountered a large amount of death qi. The amount of death qi exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. Zhao Hai felt as if he was going to die. Fortunately, he had been dealing with undead before, so he wasn't affected by the death qi. This time, it took Zhao Hai half a month to withdraw his thoughts from the Yin fire. After withdrawing from the Yin fire, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. He thought that the Yin fire was a type of fire. With his current ability, he should be able to communicate with it. With the Yin fire. Zhao. It wasn't the case at all. The Yin fire and the sun's nature were completely different. He couldn't communicate with the Yin fire like he did with the sun, otherwise, it would be dangerous. After sorting out his mood, Zhao Hai prepared to communicate with the other flames. In this world, besides the earth fire and the Yin fire, there were also a lot of strange flames. These flames were of a higher level than the earth fire. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to communicate with these strange flames. In fact, strictly speaking, the Yin fire was also a type of strange flame. However, Zhao Hai underestimated this type of strange flame. Now, in Zhao Hai's view, these divergent techniques were somewhat special. Strange flames were different from ordinary flames. He needed to be careful when communicating with them. Zhao Hai was right. Strange flames and ordinary flames were very different. After communicating with several types of strange flames, Zhao Hai discovered that these so-called strange flames weren't actually flames. They were a type of energy, a very special kind of energy. However, this kind of energy was now in the form of flames. Communicating with these strange flames took Zhao Hai half a year. After half a year, Zhao Hai finally decided to take a good rest. Then he would go and communicate with the last two flames. However, these two flames were a bit special. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be careful. For the last two flames that Zhao Hai wanted to communicate with, one of them was the heavenly thunder fire. Zhao Hai was originally a thunder-attributed divergent technique. However, after communicating with the various flames, he understood that the heavenly thunder itself was also a special type of flame. Because of this, he decided to communicate with the heavenly thunder fire. The last type of flame was even more special. This type of flame was currently the most powerful flame that Zhao Hai knew of. It was the true sun fire. The true sun fire was also known as the heavenly fire. It was the strongest flame in the world. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to leave the true sun fire for last. After resting for a week inside the space, Zhao Hai began to communicate with the heavenly thunder. His space had heavenly thunder, moreover, it was the most powerful type of tribulation lightning. Even the lightning inside the space was divided into yin and yang. Zhao Hai wanted to communicate with the yang thunder first, then the yin thunder. While communicating with the heavenly thunder, Zhao Hai encountered a real problem. If he wanted to communicate with the heavenly thunder, then he wouldn't be able to use his fire-attributed divergent techniques. He would also need to use his thunder-attributed divergent techniques. Most importantly, he needed to adjust his emotions. This was because the heavenly thunder's destructive emotions were much more powerful. Moreover, the destructive emotions represented by the heavenly thunder didn't contain any new emotions. When Zhao Hai added new emotions into his destructive emotions, there was no way for him to communicate with the heavenly thunder. However, if he only had destructive emotions, there was no way for him to communicate with the heavenly thunder. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. In the end, he had to carefully analyze the heavenly thunder's emotions to see if there were any other emotions that he hadn't discovered. After carefully interacting with the heavenly thunder, Jiao Hai discovered that there was indeed an emotion that he hadn't discovered before. This emotion was righteous energy. The heaven and earth had righteous energy, and the heavenly thunder had the most powerful righteous energy. This righteous energy could repel all evils. It was extremely powerful. Jiao Hai also understood. He remembered that any monster would have a natural fear of the heavenly thunder. It was precisely because of this righteous energy that was present in the heavenly thunder. Moreover, the heavenly thunder was the most important weapon used by the heaven and earth to punish those who didn't follow the rules. It was just like a cultivator crossing a tribulation. A cultivator's cultivation was going against the heavens, so naturally, they would violate the heaven and earth's laws. Therefore, the heaven and earth's laws would send down heavenly thunder to punish the cultivator. If you survive the heavenly thunder, then the heaven and earth's laws would think that you can violate some low-level laws of the heaven and earth, making you stronger. If you can't survive, then you're finished. When Jiao Hai communicated with the heavenly thunder, he also felt this righteous energy. It took him a long time to have this righteous energy in his emotions. This allowed him to communicate with the heavenly thunder in an instant. The heavenly thunder was incomparably powerful, it could destroy everything. Jiao Hai communicating with the heavenly thunder was very beneficial to him. Jiao Hai felt that he had communicated with the heavenly thunder for a long time. However, when his mind withdrew from the heavenly thunder, he realized that he had only communicated with the heavenly thunder for a few hours. This also made Jiao Hai understand that the heavenly thunder was the fastest thing he had encountered so far. Jiao Hai found that after communicating with the heavenly thunder, in addition to the power of destruction in his attacks, there was also a trace of righteous energy. If he encountered some ghost cultivators or evil cultivators, his attacks would only cause more damage to them. Although he had only communicated with the heavenly thunder for a few hours, Jiao Hai still rested for a few days. After adjusting himself to the best state, he began to communicate with the true sun flame. The true sun flame was actually the sun. Jiao Hai directly communicated with the sun. The sun allowed everything to grow. Similarly, it could also destroy everything. It was always high above, it was simply impossible to get close to it. The most difficult thing for Jiao Hai to communicate with the sun was because the sun's energy was incomparably huge. Even if Jiao Hai wanted to make contact with the sun, he still had to be careful. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would turn into a pile of ashes. The mutated cells in his body would find it difficult to resist the true sun flame. After a month, Jiao Hai still couldn't completely communicate with the sun. This was because the sun's thoughts contained too many emotions. Moreover, the first emotion was very strong. Jiao Hai couldn't feel these emotions in other flames. He could only feel them in the true sun flame. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to communicate with the sun. It wasn't until 2 months later that Jiao Hai slowly communicated with the sun. However, it was only a shallow level of communication. He couldn't reach a deeper level of communication because he still didn't fully understand the sun's emotions. Jiao Hai always felt that these emotions were very useful to him. However, he still didn't know what kind of use they had. It was as if there was a veil separating him from the truth. What he needed to do now was to remove this veil. Jiao Hai wasn't in a hurry to find a way to remove this veil. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. The more anxious he was, the harder it would be to achieve the goal. Although it felt like a veil, Jiao Hai knew that it was a bottleneck. Only when the time came and you had an epiphany could you break through the bottleneck. Otherwise, it would be useless even if you tried everything. Jiao Hai calmed down and communicated with the sun. The more he communicated with the sun, the more insignificant Jiao Hai felt. He felt that the process of communicating with the sun was a kind of tempering for his spiritual force. It made his spiritual force purer. This was something that Jiao Hai didn't think about before. Comprehension, adjustment, Jiao Hai entered a cycle. As his comprehension deepened, his connection with the sun also deepened. Traces of energy fluctuations appeared in Jiao Hai's body. His spiritual qi also underwent some changes. Of course, Jiao Hai didn't know about this. He was still communicating with the sun, so he didn't know about any of this. After a few months, Jiao Hai's thoughts finally merged with the sun's thoughts. At this moment, he was the sun and the sun was him. This feeling was very magical. Zhao Hai slowly comprehended everything about the sun and felt that it was the highest level of fire. After nearly a year, Zhao Hai finally separated his thoughts from the sun's thoughts. He could feel the true essence of fire. At the same time, his spirit also became clearer. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. His body flashed as he returned to the space's villa. Laura and the others were currently sitting inside the space, looking at the financial statements of the store. They were now used to Zhao Hai's seclusion. Although Zhao Hai's seclusion was a bit long, it didn't affect them at all. They were still doing what they were supposed to do, they didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Laura and the others were now cultivators, so they naturally couldn't be like ordinary people. Moreover, they had a lot of time, so they didn't mind spending a bit of time. At this time, Laura and the others suddenly felt a very powerful aura in the room. This aura gave them a very warm feeling. Laura and the others turned their heads and saw Zhao Hai. The group happily stood up. Laura said, "Brother Hai, you came out of seclusion. What's with your aura? Why does it feel very different?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hee, I just finished communicating with the sun, so it's natural for me to feel like this. Don't worry, I'll just rest for a few days before communicating with other things." Laura nodded and said, "Alright, you should take a good rest. Brother Hai, what do you plan to communicate with next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "As for metals, I intend to communicate with the 5 elements first. Then I will communicate with the other things. Everything in the world is inseparable from the 5 elements. After communicating with the 5 elements, the other things will be much easier." Laura nodded and said, "I think that's good as well. But communicating with metals might be a bit difficult. You wouldn't be able to sense them at all." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Communicating with metals is just the beginning. The last thing I want to communicate with is this." Then a silver metal appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Upon seeing the metal, Laura stared. Then she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant, so she said, "You mean liquid silver? But Brother Hai, liquid silver can't be considered a metal, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Liquid silver's body can't be considered a metal, but don't forget that liquid silver contains a lot of alloys. Communicating with liquid silver would be more difficult than communicating with other metals." Laura nodded and said, "Alright, let's try it. Brother Hai, where are you going to rest?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Let's take a look. I've been feeling very good recently. Not only did my strength increase, but my communication with the sun has also improved my spiritual force a lot. Most importantly, my thinking ability seems to be improving as well. I want to see what's going on." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Laura nodded. When it came to cultivation, she couldn't help Zhao Hai. She could only listen to what Zhao Hai said. On the other hand, Megan and the others were happy for Zhao Hai. No matter what, Zhao Hai's strength had increased a lot compared to before. Zhao Hai stayed inside the space for a few days and paid attention to the situation of the Leap Dragon realm. In fact, aside from the Leap Dragon realm, there was nothing else worth his attention. Xianxia and the others' days in the Leap Dragon realm were a lot better. They had been there for quite some time and had already figured out the rules of the place. The missions that they were doing weren't particularly dangerous. Now that they were able to rest in the cities from time to time, Xianxia and the others were able to get some rest. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he went out with Laura and the others and began to prepare to communicate with the metals. Zhao Hai was very important to this matter. Metal element divergent abilities were the strongest among all divergent abilities. Zhao Hai believed that communicating with metals would bring him unexpected benefits. This time, Zhao Hai did the same thing as before. He started with the simplest metal. Naturally, the simplest metal was pig iron. Then he would communicate with the other metals bit by bit. In front of Zhao Hai was a piece of pig iron. This piece of pig iron was very large, it was 2 meters long. Zhao Hai was currently sitting on this piece of pig iron. Zhao Hai slowly activated his thinking ability. He already had experience in communicating with wood and fire. Because of this, he wasn't in a hurry to communicate with the pig iron. First, he needed to find the pig iron's thoughts. Then he would slowly communicate with it. In Zhao Hai's opinion, things like pig iron and stone, which didn't seem to have any life on the surface, should have a very slow thinking speed. Because of this, Zhao Hai was already prepared. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. Things like stone and metal, which didn't seem to have any life on the surface, should have a very slow thinking speed. Zhao Hai slowly lowered his thinking speed. He was sure that his thinking speed was now slower compared to when he was communicating with plants. However, he was only able to feel the slow thinking speed of the metal. If he wanted to communicate with the metal, he would need to slow down his thinking speed. Zhao Hai slowed down his thinking speed little by little. When he felt that his thinking speed had stopped, he was finally able to feel the pig iron's thoughts. Cold and hard, these were the thoughts and emotions of the pig iron that Zhao Hai felt. Zhao Hai already had experience in this, so he adjusted his thoughts and emotions little by little. To his surprise, he succeeded very easily. Then he felt that he had turned into a piece of iron. However, after feeling that he had turned into a piece of iron, Zhao Hai immediately discovered a problem. He discovered that the pig iron's thoughts had traces of a human's thoughts. Because of this, he was able to communicate with the pig iron so quickly. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. He didn't know why it turned out like this. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He could clearly feel the pig iron's way of life. Pig iron was the most common type of metal, but after all, it was still a metal. He could feel that the spiritual energy inside pig iron was different from the spiritual energy of other things. The spiritual energy of plants communicated with the outside world, they were a part of nature. On the other hand, the spiritual energy of flames was very violent. By burning, the spiritual energy of flames would be released to the greatest extent, making it very powerful. However, the spiritual energy of pig iron was different. Pig iron's spiritual energy was very isolated, it almost didn't communicate with other things. Its spiritual energy concentration was very high, much higher than the outside world. However, its spiritual energy had an attribute. The spiritual energy inside pig iron was mostly of the metal attribute. There was also a small amount of other types of spiritual energy. Zhao Hai understood that these other types of spiritual energy were the impurities of the pig iron. Zhao Hai knew that pig iron's spiritual energy was like this. The less impurities there were in the metal, the less spiritual energy there would be in the body. While feeling these impurities, Zhao Hai also understood why pig iron's thoughts had traces of a human's way of thinking. This was because pig iron was a man-made object, it wasn't naturally formed. Fire could be naturally formed. A lightning strike on a tree could cause the tree to burn. This was the initial form of fire. Therefore, fire didn't have a trace of human emotions. However, naturally formed metals were too rare. Metals like pig iron were made by humans. Because it was made by humans, it had traces of a human's way of thinking. This was why Zhao Hai could communicate with it so easily. After thinking about this point, Zhao Hai was finally relieved. He began to wholeheartedly feel the existence of the pig iron's spiritual energy. When Zhao Hai finally recovered from the pig iron, he discovered that the pig iron he was sitting on was covered in moss. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that this would happen. The pig iron's thinking speed was even slower than the breadfruit tree. Although he didn't stay in the pig iron for a long time, he was afraid that a lot of time had passed outside. Out of habit, Zhao Hai looked at the timer and was surprised. This was because the timer clearly showed that he had spent more than 5 years communicating with the pig iron. More than 5 years? Zhao Hai couldn't believe it. He felt that he had only been communicating with the pig iron for a few days. How could 5 years have passed? However, he also knew that the timer couldn't be broken. In other words, he had been communicating with the pig iron for more than 5 years. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he smiled bitterly. His figure flashed as he appeared in the villa. As soon as he appeared in the villa, he felt a bit strange. Only Kai and Meg were there, the others weren't there. Zhao Hai looked at Kai and asked, Kai, where did the others go? When Kai saw that Zhao Hai had returned, she immediately became happy and said, Brother Hai, it's great that you're back. It's just that there's a problem with the shop. Sister Laura and the others went to deal with it. Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, Is there a problem? What's the problem? Kyer smiled bitterly and said, "Our shop's business is very good." The other plane's major forces were jealous, so they secretly joined forces and prepared to snatch our shop in one fell swoop. When Sister Laura and the others heard about it, they immediately brought their undead to deal with it. Then she pointed at the screen. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the screen and saw that Laura and the others were commanding the undead as well as the other plane's cultivators. The battle was very fierce. The other plane's major forces weren't weak. It would be impossible for Laura and the others to deal with them in a short time. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but sink. He coldly snorted and said, "They're really courting death. I'll go and take a look." Then his figure moved and appeared beside Laura and the others. Laura and the others could just sit inside the space and command the battle. However, they also had a lot of subordinates in this plane. These subordinates were the plane's native cultivators. If they didn't appear at this time, then these native cultivators would quickly collapse. After all, these native cultivators weren't undead. They would be afraid and lose their morale. That would be troublesome. Laura and the others knew that if they wanted to develop the shop, then they would have to rely on the native cultivators. Relying on the undead alone wasn't enough. Because of this, they had no choice but to appear and command the battle. However, they weren't in any danger. Beside them were Hu Dawei and his immortal stage undead. With an army of nearly 1,000 immortal stage undead guarding the shop, their safety wasn't a problem. However, Laura's face was still cold as she sat there without saying a word. In the past few years, the development of the 10 Perfection store had been very fast. The number of branches was constantly increasing. As a result, it was inevitable that it would affect the interests of those big forces. Aside from the Cultivation realm and the Heavenly Demon realm, the 10 Perfection store and the other planes weren't very stable. Because of this, the 10 Perfection store had been targeted from time to time. Although Laura had made some arrangements, it was still impossible to guard against everyone. What happened in this plane was already within Laura and the others' expectations. However, they didn't think that these people would make a move so quickly. Moreover, there were so many of them. It was as if all of the forces in the plane had gathered together to deal with them. If it weren't for the undead, then they wouldn't have been able to stop them. Laura and the others didn't think that there would be so many people coming to deal with them. It must be said that although the business of the shop was getting bigger and bigger, it was mainly selling things that their plane didn't have, such as refining equipment and alchemy. Although it had some impact on the interests of the big forces, it wasn't very big. After all, the big forces preferred to use their own refining masters and alchemists. This was because they only need to give some contribution points and they can also get a lot of benefits from the sect. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the big forces wouldn't look for the shop. In the past 5 years, the shop had only caused the major sects to lose a small portion of their benefits. This shouldn't have caused so many people to attack them. However, this kind of thing happened. Moreover, it almost caused the major forces of the plane to attack them. Laura and the others didn't think that this would happen. In the beginning, Laura and the others didn't understand why these people would join forces to deal with them. But soon, they understood why. These people didn't do this because they robbed them of their benefits. Instead, it was because these people fancied the good things in Shirquan's store, as well as the meaning behind those good things. The 10 Perfection shop had good things that this plane didn't have. It was impossible for the people of this plane to not investigate. When they discovered that these things didn't belong to this plane, they would think about what these things represented. These things might represent that the 10 Perfection shop could communicate with other planes. Naturally, this would attract the attention of all the major forces in this plane. By communicating with other planes, not only could they obtain good things from other planes, they could also invade other planes if necessary. It was because of this that these people decided to join forces to deal with them. This was also the reason why Laura and the others were angry. Those fellows actually wanted to take over the stores. This was just wishful thinking. Since Laura and the others had nothing to do, they decided to play a big game. They wanted to teach all the major forces of this plane a lesson in blood. While Laura and the others were paying attention to the situation in the field, a voice was suddenly heard. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing as soon as I came out. When Laura and the others heard this voice, they couldn't help but stare. They turned their heads and saw Zhao Hai. Laura immediately said, "Brother Hai, you came out of seclusion. How do you feel?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't know yet. I'll know after a fight. I'll use these fellows to practice." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards the enemies. This time, Zhao Hai's divergent techniques were completely dispersed. Moreover, the people he was facing weren't immortal experts, they were just transcending tribulation experts. These people weren't a threat to Zhao Hai at all. Now that Zhao Hai rushed over, he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Zhao Hai's divergent techniques were too astonishing. His lethality was formidable. None of the transcending tribulation experts could resist him. Wherever he went, corpses would be strewn everywhere. After this battle, Zhao Hai discovered that after communicating with Pig Iron, his spiritual chi had changed. His spiritual chi could faintly restrain the enemy's metal weapons. Because of this, the strength of the metal weapons would be weakened. This might be due to the metal element. Zhao Hai didn't release his Dharma idol this time. He just held a long saber in his hand. This long saber was transformed from liquid silver. As Zhao Hai moved forward, he killed his way through. He used all kinds of divergent techniques as he waved his long saber, taking lives one after another. In just a blink of an eye, he had completed the 1,000 slaughter. Those who were attacking Laura and the others were also paying attention to Zhao Hai. This was especially true for the immortal experts. They were also paying attention to Zhao Hai. The immortal experts were also curious. They could clearly feel that Zhao Hai wasn't an immortal expert. However, looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, they could see that he was stronger than ordinary transcending tribulation experts. If Zhao Hai continued to kill, their casualties would be too high. Finally, an immortal expert couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Although the two sides would send their immortal experts, they were still restrained. After all, immortal experts were the foundation of both sides. The people of this plane didn't want their immortal experts to fall. Laura and the others also didn't want their immortal undead to disappear. Because of this, they didn't use their immortal experts. But now, a freak like Zhao Hai had appeared. Although he wasn't at the immortal stage, his strength wasn't inferior to immortal experts. In this case, the other party couldn't help but send an immortal expert to deal with Zhao Hai. Originally, they thought that the other side would immediately send an immortal expert to stop them. However, they guessed wrong. Laura and the others knew Zhao Hai's strength very well. Not to mention one immortal expert, even if Zhao Hai couldn't kill them, he would still be able to protect himself. Because of this, they didn't let their immortal undead make a move. Instead, they just watched as the immortal experts fought with Zhao Hai. Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai was looking for an opportunity to fight an immortal expert. This would allow him to hone his divergent techniques. Because of this consideration, Laura and the others didn't allow the immortal stage undead to join in the fun. Instead, they just watched Zhao Hai and the immortal stage cultivator fight. At this time, Zhao Hai was feeling good. Although the other party was an immortal expert, he wasn't much stronger than Mo Padian. When Zhao Hai fought Mo Padian, they were in a special environment. There were a lot of methods that he couldn't use. But now, the situation was different. He could use all kinds of divergent techniques. The immortal expert was flustered by Zhao Hai's attacks and was forced to retreat. When the other party saw that their immortal expert couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai, they became even more anxious. Then another immortal expert rushed towards Zhao Hai. Laura and the others still didn't make a move. The two immortal experts surrounded Zhao Hai and fought. In the end, they fell into a disadvantage. The other party was even more surprised. They immediately sent another immortal expert. Laura and the others still didn't make a move. The three immortal experts besieged Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still hasn't used his stellar transformation. He was able to fight three immortal experts alone without falling into a disadvantage. As the battle got longer and longer, Zhao Hai's attacks became smoother and smoother. The three immortal experts actually fell into a disadvantage. This was inconceivable. The other party didn't expect this. This time, they immediately sent 10 immortal experts to kill Zhao Hai. Before, when they sent 3 immortal experts, Laura and the others didn't make a move. This made them think that Laura and the others didn't care about Zhao Hai's life. Because of this, they became bolder and wanted to kill Zhao Hai. But this time, they were wrong. Nobody cared about Zhao Hai's life more than Laura and the others. When they sent 10 immortal experts, Laura and the others immediately sent a large number of immortal undead to attack them. When the other party saw Laura and the others move, they had no choice but to send a large number of immortal experts to meet them. The battle between immortal experts began. However, this wasn't the end. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared. This time, a lot of undead appeared. Although these undead weren't very strong, they still had guns and cannons on their backs. This caused a lot of trouble for the other party. The battle continued until night fell. The other party retreated. They had no choice but to retreat. Their losses were too big. In today's battle, they had lost nearly 100 immortal experts. Although this wasn't all of their immortal experts, they still couldn't afford such losses. Therefore, they immediately withdrew. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's harvest wasn't small. He discovered that he didn't need to worry about spiritual qi at all. While he was fighting, his pores would absorb spiritual qi and exchange it with the world. Although he absorbed less, he could still replenish his spiritual qi. With this method, he wouldn't run out of spiritual qi even if he fought for several days and nights. Moreover, Zhao Hai's divergent techniques had been thoroughly honed. In this battle, he was able to kill 3 immortal experts. From this, one could see Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's divergent techniques had been thoroughly honed. He was able to kill 3 immortal experts by himself. On the second day after the battle, the other forces sent people to negotiate with the Shirquan store. Zhao Hai knew that the negotiations wouldn't be successful. Therefore, he returned to the space. Naturally, Laura wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The negotiations had brought a lot of benefits to the Shirquan store. There was no other way, the other party couldn't beat them. If they didn't take advantage of the situation, then they would have lived in vain. After a few days, the matters of the Shirquan store were finally settled. Zhao Hai trained Laura and the others for a few more days before he went into seclusion for the second time. This time, the metal he needed to communicate with was upgraded to bronze. Communicating with bronze was very difficult. It took Zhao Hai more than a year to communicate with bronze. During this time, Laura and the others managed to deal with the matters of the Shirquan store. At this point, there were no forces in the 10 planes that dared to have ideas about the Shirquan store. When it comes to ruthlessness, Laura and the others weren't any worse than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was ruthless, but Laura and the others were the same. Moreover, Laura and the others were aware of how many people Zhao Hai had killed. They even participated in the killings. Because of this, when they found out that those people were planning to rob the store, Laura and the others immediately used a thunderous method to teach them a profound lesson. They didn't dare to have any ideas about the store anymore. After resting for some time, Zhao Hai began to communicate with the other metals. The grades of the metals increased little by little. From a single metal to an alloy, Zhao Hai was able to communicate with more and more powerful metals. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered that the higher the grade of the metal, the more people's thoughts were contained in it. This meant that the person who made the metal was very attentive. The more attentive the person was, the more people's thoughts would be contained in the metal. The thoughts of the people inside the metal didn't cause any trouble for Zhao Hai. On the contrary, it gave Zhao Hai some ideas. It can be said that although it took Zhao Hai a long time to communicate with the metals, it wasn't because it was difficult. On the contrary, compared to plants and fire, communicating with metals was much simpler. The reason why it took a long time was because the thinking of metals was too slow. Fortunately, metals were the same as plants. The higher the grade of the metal, the faster the thinking speed. But even so, it took Zhao Hai 20 years to completely communicate with all the metals. And now, he finally set his sights on his most important weapon, liquid silver. Liquid silver's predecessor was the space's demon staff. However, this demon staff wasn't made of metal, it was made of a crystal. It was very hard, but it could be transformed according to Zhao Hai's will. Later on, too many metals were added to it, slowly turning it into liquid silver. At this time, liquid silver contained a lot of metals. It can be said that liquid silver had all kinds of metals in the space. Besides metals, there were also other materials. Because of this, liquid silver was very powerful. Zhao Hai wanted to communicate with liquid silver and see if he could succeed. He believed that if Zhao Hai could communicate with liquid silver, then it would certainly be very helpful to his cultivation. In these 20 years, the cultivation realm had undergone a lot of changes. The 9 major sects had slowly recovered their strength. They also sent several immortal experts to the Leap Dragon realm. This increased the strength of the 9 major sects in the Leap Dragon realm. However, this didn't threaten Tai Zhantian's leadership position. Compared to the 9 major sects, the Freedom Alliance's development was much faster. The Freedom Alliance had the support of the 10 complete shops. Moreover, they didn't lack manpower. Their development speed was much faster than the 9 major sects. However, the 9 major sects had deep foundations, so they weren't left behind. Compared to the cultivation realm, there weren't many changes in the Leap Dragon realm. However, the cultivation realm has gained a firm foothold in the Leap Dragon realm. At this point, the cultivation realm has sent more than 200 immortal experts to the Leap Dragon realm. This can be considered as having some strength. Among the immortal experts in the Leap Dragon realm, 120 were from the Freedom Alliance and 80 were from the 9 great sects. The 9 great sects had been going crazy recently. In the past 20 years, all the immortal experts they trained were sent to the Leap Dragon realm. However, the Freedom Alliance didn't do this. They followed their own plan and sent their immortal experts to the Leap Dragon realm in an orderly manner. Whether it was the Freedom Alliance or the 9 great sects, they increased their immortal experts by a lot. The Freedom Alliance gained nearly 100 immortal experts in the past 20 years. Among them, the Black Tiger Gang gained 30 immortal experts. In the past 20 years, the 9 great sects also trained nearly 70 immortal experts. One has to admit that the 9 great sects had a deep foundation that the Freedom Alliance couldn't compare to. 20 years can change a lot of things, but a lot of things remained the same. For example, the First Legion still had 7 million soldiers. However, some people left the First Legion. Those who left the First Legion were the best experts of their respective sections. They were now immortal experts. After becoming immortal experts, they left the First Legion. However, their names remained in the First Legion. Although they left the First Legion in name, their hearts were still with the First Legion in terms of strength. In the past 20 years, the Freedom Alliance trained nearly 100 immortal experts. Among them, nearly 70 immortal experts left the First Legion. This was equivalent to the total number of immortal experts trained by the 9 great sects. The immortal experts who left the First Legion knew that it was thanks to the First Legion that they could reach where they are today. Every time the First Legion had a training session, everyone would gather to discuss their cultivation experiences. The reason why they could reach where they are today was because of their experiences. After becoming an immortal expert, these people would become instructors for the First Legion in their first year. This would make the First Legion's cultivation speed faster. After 20 years of changes, all of the members of the First Legion had become the mainstay of the Freedom Alliance. These people all had very high positions in their respective sects. They had either become famous refiners of their respective sects, famous alchemists, or top core disciples of their respective sects. Even those who weren't strong enough and hadn't entered the ranks of the core disciples for the time being were inner disciples who were heavily nurtured by their respective sects. Such a force was something that no one dared to ignore. However, whether it was the Freedom Alliance or the 9 great sects, they knew that this force couldn't be underestimated. The only person who could command the First Legion was Zhao Hai. The battle sword steel was still erected on Elephant Drink Mountain. The battle sword steel was the holy land in the hearts of the Legion. Similarly, 20 years passed. During these 20 years, Zhao Hai didn't appear in the cultivation realm. Only the Shirquan store was still popular. However, no one dared to look down on Zhao Hai. No one dared to have any ideas about the Shirquan store. Everyone knew that even if Zhao Hai didn't appear, he was still in existence, that no one in the cultivation realm dared to offend. Even after 20 years, the cultivation realm still didn't forget how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Moreover, the current strength of the Black Tiger Gang was like heaven and earth compared to the past. Even the 9 great sects didn't dare to look down on the Black Tiger Gang. They also didn't dare to say that the Black Tiger Gang relied on Zhao Hai's support. Even without Zhao Hai, the Black Tiger Gang's strength wasn't worse than any of the 9 great sects. In this case, no one dared to provoke the Shirquan store. Therefore, the Shirquan store was the safest place in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was also clear about this situation. Although he didn't move around in the cultivation realm, he was very clear about what happened there. How could he not know about these things? To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that the First Legion would have this kind of result. At this time, a lot of people from the First Legion had already entered the Leap Dragon realm. This was something that he didn't expect. However, he wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was happy for these people. Zhao Hai was aware of his situation. His accumulation wasn't enough. In the past 20 years, because of his cultivation method, he didn't stop cultivating. Because of his connection with plants, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. However, he still didn't accumulate enough spiritual qi to enter the immortal stage. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. In fact, regardless of whether he became an immortal expert or not, this didn't affect his status in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai's status in the cultivation realm was unshakable. Even the people from the 9 great sects would have a respectful expression when talking about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a lot of undead. In the eyes of some moralists, Zhao Hai was a butcher, an out-and-out evil person. But when Zhao Hai took out nearly 1,000 immortal undead, they couldn't help but admire him. This was strength. Zhao Hai's immortal undead was very strong. Although the cultivation realm was developing very fast, the 9 great sects and the Freedom Alliance had recovered some of their strength. However, the two sides still got along very peacefully. One of the reasons for this was because of Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's strength, if he didn't make a move on others, then even if that person burned incense, they would still be courting death. In the cultivation realm, there was a distinction between good and evil. But regardless of whether you were good or evil, as long as you had strength, you would win respect. Regardless of whether Zhao Hai's method was good or evil, his strength was worthy of respect. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things. He was preparing to communicate with liquid silver. He rested for a long time after coming out of seclusion in order to restore himself to peak condition. Then he would communicate with liquid silver. Although he didn't know what the result would be, Zhao Hai had to make preparations. He never fought an unprepared battle. After coming out of seclusion, Zhao Hai rested for half a month before preparing to communicate with liquid silver. This communication was very important for Zhao Hai, so he had to be careful. Outside the Spaces Villa, below the 100 Spirits tree, there was a floating metal ball. This metal ball was glowing with a blue metallic light. However, this metal ball seemed to be made of liquid. From time to time, it would tremble, and ripples would appear on the surface of the ball. Laura and the others were currently standing under the metal sphere. Meg looked at Laura with some worry and said, "Sister Laura, will the young master be all right?" Laura looked at the metal sphere and smiled faintly. "What are you worried about? Liquid silver is Brother Hai's weapon. Moreover, it's one with the space. How could the space harm Brother Hai? You can rest assured." Meg nodded, then she turned her head to Kair. Seeing Meg's expression, Kair smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Meg felt relieved. The group looked at the metal sphere for a while before returning to the villa. At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the metal sphere, trying to communicate with liquid silver. He tried many times but failed. Not only did he fail, he couldn't even find liquid silver's thoughts. Zhao Hai had already reduced his thinking speed to a very low level, even lower than when he communicated with pig iron. But he still couldn't find liquid silver's thoughts. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up. He adjusted his thinking speed to a normal speed and then increased it bit by bit. While he was slowing down his thinking speed, he couldn't feel liquid silver's thinking speed. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought that liquid silver's thinking speed might have surpassed his own. Zhao Hai increased his thinking speed bit by bit. Before long, his thinking speed had reached the same level as when he communicated with the true sun flame. However, he still couldn't find liquid silver's thoughts. This made Zhao Hai puzzled, so he increased his thinking speed again. When Zhao Hai increased his thinking speed to twice that of the sun, he finally felt a trace of liquid silver's thoughts. However, this trace of liquid silver's thoughts was too fast, so Xiao Hai couldn't connect with it at all. However, this discovery still made Xiao Hai very happy. As long as he found it, Xiao Hai immediately increased his thinking speed. 3 times the sun's thinking speed, 4 times the sun's thinking speed, 5 times the sun's thinking speed, 8 times the sun's thinking speed. He finally felt liquid silver's thinking speed. However, liquid silver's thinking speed was much faster than his current thinking speed. Once again, Xiao Hai increased his thinking speed. The magic cube inside his body began to rotate rapidly, just like a fully powered engine. 10 times the sun's thinking speed, Xiao Hai finally connected with liquid silver's thoughts. It took him 10 times the sun's thinking speed to connect with liquid silver. This was something that Xiao Hai didn't expect. However, when he connected with liquid silver's thoughts, he suddenly felt a very warm feeling. This was because he could feel his own thinking power. It was as if something that originally belonged to him had just left him and returned to his side. Xiao Hai's thoughts and liquid silver's thoughts were completely merged. He quietly felt the changes in liquid silver's thoughts. Liquid silver was his weapon, and the reason why it became what it was today was because he kept adding metal to it. When he added metal to liquid silver again and again, his thoughts also joined liquid silver again and again. It was precisely because of this that he felt so close and warm after connecting with liquid silver's thinking speed. This was because it was his thinking power. Xiao Hai didn't only feel his thinking power here, he also felt the characteristics of liquid silver. Because liquid silver had too many metals and the demon staff in it, it had now become the best alloy in the world. The benefits of connecting with liquid silver were too great for Xiao Hai. Liquid silver perfectly fused the properties of these metals together. This allowed Xiao Hai to feel a whole new realm of metals. It can be said that these metals had become a new type of metal. Xiao Hai didn't know how long he had been communicating with liquid silver. This was because the properties of liquid silver were so special that he almost lost himself in it. When Xiao Hai wanted to withdraw from liquid silver's thoughts, he discovered that liquid silver's thoughts had also returned to his body. Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare before he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. This was because he found that the liquid silver that wrapped around him had completely disappeared. This made him very puzzled. At this moment, Xiao Hai suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body. He closed his eyes and felt his body. However, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that all of his cells had a green light. This light was very familiar to him, it was the light that liquid silver emitted before. In other words, liquid silver had fused with his body. Xiao Hai stared, he didn't know what to say. He tried to summon liquid silver, but he didn't expect that as soon as he did, a mass of metal would emerge from his body and turn into a long saber. Now, he felt that he had completely fused with the long saber. The saber was now a part of his body. Xiao Hai stared blankly at liquid silver's long saber. He didn't expect this to happen. He tried to use the long saber and found that it was much easier to use than before. Then he tried to summon his large artifacts. He was afraid that liquid silver would fuse with him and affect his use of the large artifacts. However, he had no other choice. As soon as he summoned the large artifacts, they immediately appeared. When the large artifacts appeared, Xiao Hai felt that his cells were rapidly dividing. However, this didn't affect him at all. When Xiao Hai tried to take back the large artifacts, he was able to do so easily. When liquid silver entered his body, it seemed to have fused with his thin chest. However, it didn't cause any adverse effects to his cells. In other words, liquid silver had completely fused with him. Xiao Hai thought about it and couldn't help but smile. Since liquid silver had fused with him, then it was fine. Opposing it wouldn't do him any harm. He tried again and found that his other abilities could still be used. Even the way he absorbed spiritual chi through his pores had changed. This made Xiao Hai feel relieved. Xiao Hai didn't rush back to the villa to tell Laura and the others that liquid silver had fused with him. Instead, he went to a secluded place inside the space and tried this new method. After fusing with liquid silver, Xiao Hai found that he had more ways to fight. In the past, although liquid silver was under his control, he still needed to hold it in his hand or control it with his mind. Liquid silver was still a weapon, but now it was different. Zhao Hai could change liquid silver into any form he wanted. Moreover, liquid silver was coming out of his body. He could make liquid silver appear in any part of his body. His hair could turn into liquid silver at any time to attack the enemy. His hands could also turn into liquid silver at any time. He could even turn liquid silver into his clothes and armor. Everything was changing according to his will. Liquid silver was like a part of his body. This made Zhao Hai very happy. But what made Zhao Hai even more surprised was that his spiritual force seemed to have a trace of green light, just like liquid silver. This was what surprised Zhao Hai the most. Then he discovered that it wasn't just his spiritual force, but also his battle chi. It seems like his battle chi also had a trace of green light. When Zhao Hai released his battle chi, the green light would also appear outside his body, making his battle chi more formidable. When Zhao Hai tried to use his spiritual force to attack, he discovered that his originally silent spiritual force attack had turned into a physical attack. This made Zhao Hai somewhat distressed. Zhao Hai tried not to let his spiritual force attack have the green light of liquid silver, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. His spiritual force attack was indeed colorless, but the feeling of liquid silver still existed. It's just that liquid silver also seemed to have lost its color. Zhao Hai didn't understand what was going on with liquid silver, but he discovered that this was definitely a good thing for him. This was because this made his attacks more powerful. After Zhao Hai tried his spiritual force attack and spiritual force attack, he discovered that liquid silver was attached to them. This gave Zhao Hai a reminder. He suddenly wanted to know, if he used his Dharma idol, would his Dharma idol also have liquid silver? As soon as he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately summoned his Dharma idol. Zhao Hai's Dharma idol wasn't as big as an ordinary cultivator's Dharma idol, but it was more solid. When Zhao Hai summoned his Dharma idol, he discovered that his Dharma idol seemed to have turned into a green person. Its entire body was emitting a green light. It was very beautiful, but also very special. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he recalled the green light. Sure enough, the green light immediately disappeared. This made his Dharma idol look more like an ordinary Dharma idol. However, Zhao Hai discovered that his Dharma idol was more solid than before. Moreover, it still had liquid silver attached to it. This made his Dharma idol very formidable, whether it was in terms of attack or defense. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he recalled his Dharma idol. His face showed a smile. This time, after communicating with liquid silver, he was able to fuse with it. For Zhao Hai, this was good news, very good news. Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the villa. Upon entering the villa, he couldn't help but stare. He discovered that Laura and the others were looking at him strangely. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, "Brother Hai, why did you come out so quickly?" Zhao Hai stared and said, "Very quickly? I didn't look at the timer, how long did it take?" Laura smiled bitterly and said, "From the time you entered the liquid silver to the time you came out and disappeared, it only took about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. When we entered the villa from the outside, the liquid silver disappeared, and then you appeared. Then you disappeared without a trace. Isn't the speed at which people go into seclusion too fast?" After saying this, Laura and the others couldn't help but chuckle. When Zhao Hai heard Laura and the others, he couldn't help but stare. Only 10 minutes? How can that be? I remember that it took a long time. Right, I understand what's going on. It's because of the speed of my thinking. I felt that I was in contact with liquid silver for a long time. But because liquid silver's thinking speed is too fast, it only took 10 minutes. Laura and the others weren't very clear about Zhao Hai's cultivation. However, they had heard Zhao Hai talk about it a few times, so they understood. Therefore, they nodded. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what about liquid silver? When we entered the room, we saw that liquid silver was gone. You were standing there, and then you disappeared." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The biggest gain from communicating with liquid silver this time is that liquid silver has completely fused with me." After he said that, Zhao Hai stretched his hand forward. Then Laura and the others discovered that Zhao Hai's skin had turned blue, even his fingernails had turned blue. His entire hand looked like it was made of copper. Laura and the others stared. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Laura couldn't help but ask, what's the use of this? Brother Hai, when you crystallize your body, can't you do the same? Zhao smiled faintly as the nails on his 5 fingers grew rapidly. Before long, they had turned into 5 short swords. Zhao waved his hand and said, liquid silver has completely fused with me. It has dissolved into my first cell. Even my energy contains liquid silver. In other words, if my spiritual attack hits someone, even if they manage to dodge it, they will still be invaded by liquid silver. When that time comes, as long as I think about it, I can still kill them. Unless they are strong enough to expel the liquid silver from their body, they will only have a road to death. Zhao waved his hand and said, liquid silver has completely fused with me. It has dissolved into my first cell. Even my energy contains liquid silver. In other words, if my spiritual attack hits someone, even if they manage to dodge it, they will still be invaded by liquid silver. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately understood. It must be known that Zhao Hai's cultivation in the cultivation realm was different from the native cultivators. After all, Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realms. He had experienced the technological plane, so Zhao Hai knew a bit about the science there. And with the help of the processing machine, Zhao Hai's understanding of energy was much deeper than other cultivators. Whether it was spiritual qi or spiritual force, they were both types of energy. Moreover, they were very special types of energy. These 2 types of energy could be said to be composed of countless tiny particles. They weren't completely invisible like what cultivators thought. It was just that the particles that made up spiritual qi and spiritual force were very small. Not to mention the eyes, even the spiritual force of an average person wouldn't be able to sense these particles. It was because of this that spiritual qi and spiritual qi were thought to be invisible. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, this wasn't the case. He knew that these types of energy were made up of materials. And after liquid silver fully integrated with him, it also integrated with his energy. Whatever liquid silver wanted to be, liquid silver would be able to do. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that liquid silver's integration with him would greatly increase his strength. What Zhao Hai knew, Laura and the others also knew. Laura and the others had been inside the space for a long time compared to Zhao Hai. Staying inside the space was very boring, and it was impossible for them to pay attention to the situation outside. Therefore, when they were bored, they would study and learn about the technology of the space. Because of this, they also knew about the things that Zhao Hai knew. Now that Zhao Hai explained it to them, they naturally understood what was going on. Laura excitedly said, so it's like this. That's great, Brother Hai. Your fighting strength would be even stronger now. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course, I can also transform at any time. With a thought, a set of armor immediately emerged from his body and wrapped him in it. Then, the armor grew bigger and covered his entire body with a huge iron ball. When the iron sphere disappeared, Zhao Hai was still standing there. He smiled at Laura and said, are you surprised? I can summon those large magic tools out of my body at any time and take them back at any time. Moreover, liquid silver can absorb metals and other materials to improve itself. I also have that ability, so I can absorb other things to increase liquid silver's level. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be happy. Then Zhao Hai continued, not only that, after communicating with liquid silver, my ability to reduce metal damage has been strengthened. As long as it's liquid silver's metal, I'm now immune to its damage. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, not only that, after communicating with liquid silver, my ability to reduce metal damage has been enhanced. Laura happily said, that's great. I didn't expect Brother Hai to get so many benefits from communicating with liquid silver. Now that you've reached the immortal stage, I'm afraid no immortal expert would be your opponent. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm no longer afraid of immortal experts. I just want to enter the immortal stage as soon as possible. Only then can I enter the Leap Dragon realm or even the True Spirit realm. There will be more wonderful things waiting for me there. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not afraid of immortal experts. I just want to enter the immortal stage as soon as possible. Laura nodded and said, right, I also want to go to the Leap Dragon realm as soon as possible. I also want to go to the True Spirit realm. I heard from Ouyang that the people in the true spirit realm eat. When I get there, I can openly take out the things in the space to eat. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, so it's because of this. Hee hee. Right, we've been very careful with what we eat in the past few years. Now that we're in the true spirit realm, we won't need to. Laura nodded. Then Meg looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, what do you want to communicate with? Do you want to communicate with rocks or water? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, water, the space has the myriad sea mother's bubble. I'll be communicating with water while the Sun Empress will be communicating with Canon. This time, I want to see what benefits I can get. Finally, I'll be communicating with the Earth. I believe that the Earth's thinking speed wouldn't be that fast, it would take a long time. After all living things rely on the Earth for longevity. Moreover, the space's Earth has already been upgraded to gold. When I communicate with the Earth, I'll be able to communicate with the Earth. What do you think? Laura thought for a moment and said, it should be possible. Bubble can absorb any kind of water. The myriad sea mother's name isn't something that can be casually called. As for the Earth, Big Brother Hai, you can communicate with the Earth first. Then you can communicate with the planet, and finally with the space's special Earth. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, now that I've finished communicating with it, the only thing left is the Earth. Then Zhao Hai looked at the 100 Spirits tree. Zhao Hai stood at the edge of the pool and looked at the floating bubble. Bubble was the mother of myriad waters, this was something that Zhao Hai already knew. However, when Zhao Hai obtained Bubble wasn't complete. He seemed to have suffered heavy injuries and needed time to recover. Because of this, Bubble was constantly absorbing all kinds of water. At the same time, Bubble's strength was also increasing. Zhao Hai didn't know why Bubble was like this. However, Zhao Hai didn't use Bubble to fight. Especially after arriving in the cultivation realm, Zhao Hai didn't use Bubble to fight. When Bubble was inside the space, he could absorb all kinds of water. At the same time, the aura that he released could turn into water-type crystals. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need Bubble to fight for him. Not using Bubble to fight didn't prevent Zhao Hai from communicating with Bubble. This kind of communication wasn't just a simple spiritual communication. Zhao Hai was already able to communicate with Bubble in a mysterious way. It was like two people talking. This kind of communication was a deeper level of communication. It allowed Zhao Hai and Bubble's thoughts to perfectly integrate. Zhao Hai wanted to feel how Bubble was able to communicate with spiritual energy and how he could become the mother of myriad waters. Zhao Hai was now able to communicate with the other kinds of water. The thinking ability of these kinds of water was the closest to that of humans. Whether it was low-level water or high-level water, there wasn't much difference in their thinking speed. The only difference was that their thoughts had a lot of emotional changes. Water wasn't like metal. Metal had almost no emotions, but water had a lot of emotions. Different kinds of water had different emotions, just like fire. At this time, Zhao Hai had already communicated with the other kinds of water. The only one left was Bubble. Bubble had already been subdued by the space, so naturally, he knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do. He was also happy to cooperate. Zhao Hai was now his master, so he couldn't refuse. Zhao Hai looked at Bubble and smiled. Then he sat down cross-legged and slowly sent his thoughts over. Zhao Hai knew that Bubble wouldn't be able to avoid this. He would even cooperate with him. After all, Bubble was subdued by the space, so he had no choice but to cooperate. A deep level of communication was completely different from ordinary communication. This was especially true for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and Bubble would be able to communicate with each other. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would be Bubble. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful. Fortunately, Bubble was very cooperative. Zhao Hai was able to easily connect his thoughts with Bubble's. After connecting with Bubble's thoughts, Zhao Hai knew that high-level creatures like Bubble had very fast thinking speeds. Although Bubble's thinking speed couldn't be compared to liquid silver, it was still comparable to the sun. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai was able to sense everything about Bubble. Bubble was called the source of myriad waters, this name wasn't wrong at all. When Zhao Hai's thoughts came in contact with Bubble's thoughts, he immediately felt the feeling of water. This feeling was something that Zhao Hai had also felt before. Water could destroy everything, but in general, water was the source of life. However, water's attack power wasn't weak. Zhao Hai was sensing the true meaning of water. Bubble was the source of myriad waters, the true meaning of water it contained was very strong. Zhao Hai could feel the characteristics of water from Bubble's body. It was a bit like liquid silver, but it was also different from liquid silver. Most of the metals in liquid silver were man-made. However, Bubble's water wasn't man-made, it was naturally formed. There were also many other things in the water that made people feel very special. Naturally formed things contained more pure spiritual qi. Moreover, when communicating with these naturally formed things, Zhao Hai's understanding of the Tao deepened. And this Tao was what Zhao Hai was currently comprehending. Zhao Hai believed that as long as he comprehended the Tao, then his force would naturally be formed. Zhao Hai still didn't understand what the Tao was. The Tao was like a mountain shrouded in fog. Zhao Hai had just touched the tip of the mountain. He didn't know how high the mountain was or what it looked like. However, Zhao Hai believed that he would reach the top one day. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he slowly opened his eyes. His thoughts had already left Bubble's thoughts, and his understanding of water had deepened. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that he felt that the connection between Bubble and himself had become closer. Although Bubble didn't integrate with Zhao Hai's body like liquid silver, Zhao Hai felt that if Bubble could do it, then he could also do it. In other words, he could now control and absorb all kinds of water. Most importantly, Zhao Hai finally understood what Bubble's strongest attack was. Bubble's strongest attack was actually water. Whether it was people, animals, or plants, all of their bodies contained water. If they didn't have water, then they wouldn't be able to survive. Bubble's strongest attack was to control the water in people, animals, and plants. As long as the water was sucked away, then whether it was people or animals, they would all die. This was Bubble's strongest attack. To be honest, Zhao Hai felt fear when he heard about this attack. Directly controlling the water in an enemy's body wasn't good for the enemy. Even if the enemy wasn't sucked dry, it could still cause the enemy's blood to flow backwards. When the time comes, even if the enemy didn't die, they would still be seriously injured. And with the pain caused by the blood flowing backwards, no one would be able to withstand it. Zhao Hai now had the same ability as Bubble. Moreover, he also had liquid silver. He could use liquid silver as a medium in an enemy's body, causing the enemy's blood to change. If the enemy's blood suddenly flowed backwards during a battle, then Zhao Hai would be able to deal with them. Zhao Hai returned to the villa. This time, it didn't take him a long time to communicate with the water. It only took him 2 years, and he also rested a few times. These 2 years were nothing to the outside world, so Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He just rested inside the space for a while. Now, the only thing left was to communicate with the earth. Zhao Hai attached the most importance to this communication. This was because the earth was the mother of all living things. Without the earth, all living things wouldn't be able to rely on the earth. Although cultivators can fly, they still need to rest. If they want to cultivate, then they can't leave the earth. Moreover, the earth can grow herbs that can help cultivators cultivate. Various metals can be extracted from rocks to help cultivators fight. Whether it was clothing, food, communication, or transportation, everything was inseparable from the earth. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai decided to communicate with the earth last. Whether it was plants, water, fire, or metals, all of these things had an inseparable relationship with the earth. Even the evaporated water would one day turn into rain and fall back to the earth. There was no need to talk about fire. The materials used to make fire, such as coal, and even other things, were all obtained from the earth. Metals were directly extracted from ores, and plants were even more so. Without the earth, they wouldn't even have a place to grow. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought that the earth was the most important part of the 5 elements. This time, when Zhao Hai communicated with the earth, the first thing he communicated with was the ordinary earth. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the earth's thinking speed was very slow, several times slower than pig iron. However, the earth's heavy, steady, and imposing aura benefited Zhao Hai a lot. He felt that the earth standing in front of him was an old man who had seen through the world of mortals. This old man silently gave everything he had without giving anything in return. He was so calm and imposing that anyone who stood in front of him would seem insignificant. As Zhao immersed himself in this feeling, his state of mind became calmer and calmer. He felt like he had become the land. Tens of thousands of years had passed. The plants on the land had changed batch after batch, the animals on the land had changed batch after batch, and the people on the land had changed generation after generation. The only thing that remained the same was the land. Zhao Hai didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt the changes in the earth. The only thing that didn't change was his calm state of mind. Even if the earth had turned into a mountain, and the mountain into an ocean, the earth's state of mind didn't change. The earth was the earth. Zhao Hai's thoughts slowly returned to his body. He didn't know how long it took him to communicate with the earth. He also didn't know what benefits he obtained. In Zhao Hai's opinion, no matter what benefits he obtained, it wasn't as important as the improvement of his state of mind. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the timer. This timer was specially made. Not only could it count the time, minutes, and seconds, it could also count the year. Zhao Hai didn't look at the time, he was looking at the year column. On it were the words 50. 50 years, a dream of 50 years. Zhao Hai actually spent 50 years to communicate with the earth. However, this result was still within his expectations. He just smiled faintly before he stood up and returned to the villa. There weren't any changes in the villa. Laura and the others also didn't change. It seems like Zhao Hai had only gone out for a few days. They were still focused on their businesses, doing what they liked. Time inside the space seemed to have frozen. In fact, there were some changes inside the space. However, these changes were only to the plants. Laura and the others didn't change at all. 50 years was nothing for a transcending tribulation expert. Although Zhao Hai had been communicating with the earth for 50 years, he didn't leave the space. Laura and the others would visit Zhao Hai from time to time. Some of them would talk to Zhao Hai for a while. Because of this, they thought that Zhao Hai didn't leave them. However, when they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they couldn't help but get excited. Several of them went forward to greet him. Laura even said, "Brother Hai, you finally came out. Meg, go and prepare something delicious." Meg nodded before she turned around and ran. Looking at them, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Zhang Feng has become an immortal expert. There's also Li Kuanga. Most importantly, Uncle Tai Zhantian has joined the Copper Body sect." 50 years wasn't a short time. Even for a large realm like the Cultivation realm, 50 years wasn't a short time. A lot of things happened in these 50 years. The biggest change in the Cultivation realm was the Black Tiger Gang. After Zhao Hai and the others made preparations as well as the support of the Shirquan shop, the Black Tiger Gang had now become the biggest force in the Cultivation realm. In the past 50 years, the Black Tiger Gang had nurtured more than 500 immortal experts. This was equivalent to nurturing 10 immortal experts every year. The reason why the Black Tiger Gang had so many immortal experts was because of the Shirquan shop support. Piles of good things were sent to the Black Tiger Gang. With these materials, the Black Tiger Gang's talented people would have better cultivation resources. Naturally, their cultivation speed would be faster. The Black Tiger Gang didn't lack people. Even if the rogue cultivators that they accepted in the past didn't have great achievements, they had still added a lot of people to the Black Tiger Gang. These people were born in the Black Tiger Gang and received the most systematic training since childhood. And with the huge population, there were a lot of geniuses among them. In the past, the cultivation resources of the great sects were limited. Only a small number of geniuses could use them. The others couldn't get a lot of resources. However, the Black Tiger Gang was different. Now, the Black Tiger Gang didn't lack resources. It can be said that the Black Tiger Gang's cultivation resources were directly given to them by Laura and the others. With the support of the space, it was impossible for the Black Tiger Gang's cultivation speed to slow down. Many transcending tribulation experts who thought that they wouldn't be able to go any further were able to enter the immortal stage in the end. This made the Black Tiger Gang's strength increase. Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang didn't only have more immortal experts, it also had more transcending tribulation experts. Ordinary cultivators were now stronger than ordinary sections. It can be said that the Black Tiger Gang's strength increased as a whole, not just the strength of the higher-ups. Zhang Feng finally reached the immortal stage 2 years ago and became a supreme elder of the Black Tiger Gang. The current leader of the Black Tiger Gang was Zhao Hai's acquaintance, Hu Huaqian. Hu Huaqian was now a transcending tribulation expert and would soon enter the immortal stage. But before he reached the immortal stage, he was given the position of leader of the Black Tiger Gang. At the same time, he would train the next leader of the Black Tiger Gang. At this point, even if Zhao Hai's strength wasn't taken into account, no one in the cultivation realm would dare to provoke the Black Tiger Gang. After all, the Black Tiger Gang's strength was undeniable. And with the Freedom Alliance's ranking system, the Black Tiger Gang was able to rope in a lot of sections. These sects were like branches of the Black Tiger Gang. With this arrangement, the Black Tiger Gang's strength wasn't much worse than the 9 great sects combined. In addition to these, the Black Tiger Gang also had another helper, the First Legion. The First Legion still maintained its structure. But after 50 years, the number of immortal experts in the First Legion has reached an astonishing number of 700. Besides these immortal experts, there were also refining and alchemy masters. Such a force was enough to influence the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance's structure didn't change. Only some newcomers were added. These newcomers were carefully selected from the sects. The sects were now treating the First Legion as a training ground for immortal experts. The 9 great sects had been developing very quickly in recent years. They sent immortal experts to the Leaping Dragon realm several times. The Freedom Alliance also sent immortal experts to the Leaping Dragon realm several times. At this time, the Cultivation realm had more than 600 immortal experts in the Leaping Dragon realm. Originally, there were more than 800 immortal experts. However, many died in battle and some joined sects in the True Spirit realm. Because of this, there were only about 600 immortal experts in the Leaping Dragon realm. Tai Zhantian was one of the people who joined the True Spirit sect. Tai Zhantian's talent was actually very good. Naturally, he was one of the few geniuses in the Cultivation realm and was very famous in the Cultivation realm. However, when he took over the Black Tiger Gang, there were too many matters in the Black Tiger Gang that delayed his cultivation speed. Because of this, he entered the immortal stage late. At first, the people in the Leap Dragon realm thought that Tai Zhantian's talent wasn't very good. But after a long period of observation, they discovered that Tai Zhantian's talent was very good. In the end, the Bronze Body sect accepted Tai Zhantian as an outer disciple of the Bronze Body sect. Since Tai Zhantian became an outer disciple of the Bronze Body sect, it was natural for him to enter the True Spirit realm. But before he went to the True Spirit realm, he gave the token that Zhao Hai gave him to a Black Tiger Gang disciple in the Leap Dragon realm. Tai Zhantian understood that the token that Zhao Hai gave him wasn't very useful. But giving it to a Black Tiger Gang disciple was very useful. The Black Tiger Gang disciple would be able to keep in touch with the Black Tiger Gang. If necessary, the Black Tiger Gang disciple could save his life. At this time, the space had collected a lot of maps of the Leap Dragon realm. Laura and the others would be very useful to Zhao Hai when he enters the Leap Dragon realm in the future. Besides these, there was also Li Kuanga. Li Kuanga entered the immortal stage earlier than Zhang Feng. After all, he didn't need to worry about the Giant Axe Gang. And with the help of the First Legion, he was able to enter the immortal stage 5 years earlier than Zhang Feng. But in the past few years, he had been stabilizing his realm. And with the help of the First Legion, he wasn't in a hurry to enter the Leap Dragon realm. This was very similar to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also wasn't in a hurry to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Instead, she was helping the Black Tiger Gang with some matters. Besides these reasons, the two didn't enter the Leap Dragon realm. Another reason was that they were waiting for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had been in seclusion for a long time, but he still hasn't entered the immortal stage. He also rarely contacted the outside world. If the undead didn't appear from time to time in the shop, then they would have thought that something happened to Zhao Hai. From time to time, some undead would appear in the shop. And these undead belonged to Zhao Hai. Because of this, the two believed that nothing happened to Zhao Hai. Because of this, they weren't in a hurry to enter the Leap Dragon realm. They were waiting for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai enters the Leap Dragon realm, then they would enter. Zhao Hai was also aware of the two's plan. However, he didn't stop them. He had a feeling that as long as he communicates with the other things, including the 100 Spirits tree, he would be able to enter the immortal stage. However, after seeing Zhang Feng and Li Kuange's expressions, Zhao Hai sped up his communication. After coming out of seclusion, he rested for a week before he began to communicate with the other Earths. The Earth Divergent Ditch didn't only allow him to communicate with ordinary Earths. It also allowed him to communicate with rocks, ores, and other things related to earths and stones. The only thing left for Zhao Hai to do was to communicate with the rocks. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to communicate with Pebble. Although Pebble's thinking speed wasn't very fast, Zhao Hai was able to understand Pebble's thoughts faster because of his experience in communicating with the earth. In addition to being steady, Pebble's thoughts were less imposing and more unyielding. Besides communicating with the rocks, Zhao Hai also began to communicate with various ores. After that, he started to communicate with meteorites, asteroids, and finally planets. Zhao Hai thought that this kind of communication would be very difficult. But later on, he discovered that it was much easier to communicate with the meteorites and asteroids. On the other hand, the last step of communicating with the planets was much more difficult. However, in the end, Zhao Hai succeeded. Zhao Hai discovered that when he was communicating with the planets, his understanding of the myriad stellar transformations Inyan La deepened. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Before long, Zhao Hai reached the final step, which was to communicate with the space's soil. From communicating with ordinary Earths to this step, it took Zhao Hai 10 years to do so. From this, it can be seen how important this first communication was. Zhao Hai arrived at the space's soil. This place can allow plants to grow quickly. Although the space no longer relied on this place, the things that were produced here were still very good. It was still an important place for the space's products. Zhao Hai sat on the edge of the space's soil. Then he reached out and gently grabbed a handful of the soil that had turned golden. After smelling it, he put the soil down and sighed. If it wasn't for the space's soil, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be where he is today. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very grateful to the space. Sitting on the edge of the space's soil, Zhao Hai calmed his emotions. Then he used his thoughts to slowly communicate with the space's soil. Zhao didn't slow down his thoughts, but slowly accelerated them. He knew that the things produced by the space couldn't be low-level things, and the soil couldn't be low-level soil, so he carefully communicated with the soil of the space. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the space's soil's thinking speed was very fast. It wasn't any slower than liquid silver. Zhao Hai used his own thinking speed to keep up with the space's soil's thinking speed. The two thoughts were smoothly combined. With this combination, Zhao Hai immediately understood why it was so smooth. This was because the space's soil also had Zhao Hai's thoughts. Just like liquid silver, although Zhao Hai didn't command the soil much, it was still a symbiotic relationship with Zhao Hai. And in the early years, Zhao Hai had personally commanded the soil. Therefore, the soil contained a lot of Zhao Hai's thoughts. Now that these thoughts were combined with Zhao Hai's thoughts, Zhao Hai was able to communicate with the space's soil more smoothly. After communicating with it, Zhao Hai discovered that the space's soil was indeed more advanced than other soils. The soil's characteristics were also different. There were a lot of thoughts and emotions inside, but all of them were positive, there was no negative feeling. Zhao Hai felt that his mind was being cleansed by the soil. It made his mind even more pure, and his state of mind was once again improved. The state of mind was very important for a cultivator. After Zhao Hai reached the transcending tribulation stage, his cultivation speed wasn't as fast as before. This had a lot to do with his state of mind. Zhao Hai was very clear about this. However, the cultivation of one's state of mind was very difficult. One needed to go out and gain experience. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to wait until he had communicated with everything before going out to gain experience. This way, his state of mind would improve, and it would be natural for him to enter the immortal stage. However, he didn't expect that his mental state would improve so quickly after he improved with the Earth Sovereign. His mental state was much stronger than before. This would be very beneficial for his future cultivation. Jiao Hai sobered up. His thoughts returned to his body. He could feel the huge energy contained in the golden soil in front of him. This energy was powerful and pure. No wonder the plants would grow crazily on this soil. Jiao Hai let out a long breath and returned to the villa. He relaxed for a few days. At the same time, he felt the changes in his state of mind. Jiao Hai's state of mind had changed a lot. He was much more solemn than before. He didn't need to speak. Just by standing there, he felt like a mountain. After relaxing for a few days, Jiao Hai began to use his other abilities to communicate with other things. The first thing he wanted to do was to use his wind ability to communicate with the wind. And the last thing that Jiao Hai wanted to communicate with was the air-frozen bead. The air-frozen bead was a natural treasure. It can control all the winds in the world. But at the same time, it can also control all the winds in the world. It was similar to bubble. Jiao Hai rarely used this thing in the past. This was because there was no need for it. He was strong enough, so he didn't need to use it. But this time, Jiao Hai wanted to use it. He wanted to feel what the wind's thoughts were. It didn't take long for Jiao Hai's thoughts to connect with wind's thoughts. Wind's thoughts were very fast, very fast. Moreover, wind's thoughts had a trace of unfettered freedom. This kind of elegant feeling was something that Jiao Hai didn't feel before. This made Jiao Hai even more curious about the wind. Fortunately, the wind's thoughts were fast enough. When Jiao Hai finally communicated with the air-frozen bead, it took him less than a year. After communicating with the wind bead, Jiao Hai was able to understand the true meaning of wind. At the same time, it also made his speed a bit faster. At the same time, it also made his movements more erratic, making it harder for people to capture his position. This was also a benefit to Jiao Hai. After communicating with the wind for a year, Jiao Hai used his divergent ability to communicate with other things. These things didn't help Jiao Hai a lot, but Jiao Hai still tried. While communicating with these things, he also adjusted himself in preparation for the final communication. Jiao Hai's last communication target was the 100 Spirits tree. Moreover, he had a strong hunch that his communication with the 100 Spirits tree would allow him to enter the immortal stage. After a year of adjustment, Jiao's condition had finally reached its peak. He felt that he could communicate with the 100 Spirits tree, and this would be the last time he would communicate with it. Jiao Hai attached great importance to this communication. He told Laura and the others not to disturb him. After all, the 100 Spirits tree was right in front of the Space's villa. After giving his instructions, Jiao Hai finally arrived in front of the 100 Spirits tree. He looked at the tree and let out a long breath. Then he gently touched the tree and muttered, "Old friend. I'll be counting on you this time. I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise." After he said that, a green light slowly emerged from Jiao Hai's body. Then his entire body merged with the 100 Spirits tree. Then Jiao Hai's thoughts began to communicate with the 100 Spirits tree. When Jiao Hai's thoughts entered the tree, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he felt that the 100 Spirits tree was waiting for him. Jiao Hai didn't understand what this meant. He thought that he was mistaken. However, it didn't take long before he discovered that the 100 Spirits tree was indeed waiting for him. Jiao Hai was puzzled. However, he still quickly connected his thoughts with the 100 Spirits tree. Just as Jiao Hai's thoughts connected with the 100 Spirits tree, he suddenly felt an explosion. Then he arrived at a very special place. This place seemed to be a big egg surrounded by mist. Jiao Hai was standing in the middle of the egg, but he couldn't move at all. After an unknown amount of time, he felt that he could move. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand. When he did, the entire space shook. Jiao Hai couldn't help but stare. However, he didn't stop. He discovered that he couldn't stop himself. It was as if his instincts were driving him to make bigger movements. Jiao Hai felt himself stretching. Then he shook his body, causing the space around him to shake even more violently. Then Jiao Hai took a step forward. With this step, Jiao Hai felt the space around him explode. Then the fog disappeared and was replaced by spiritual qi as well as countless planets. Jiao Hai was a bit surprised. Then Jiao Hai took a step forward. When he took a step forward, Jiao Hai felt the space around him explode. Zhao Hai understood that the place he was in was the primal chaos realm before the universe was born. His actions caused the primal chaos realm to change. The primal chaos realm was broken, and the universe was born. He had just experienced the birth of the universe. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on. However, he could feel that there were countless spiritual qi around him. Countless planets and planes were forming around him. It was as if he could see all of this clearly. The universe was constantly developing. Life, all things, cultivators, technology, and everything that Zhao Hai had seen before appeared. While he was watching from the side, the entire universe seemed to have entered a fast-forward mode. The universe was fast-forwarding, allowing Zhao Hai to see the development and changes of the universe. Just as Zhao Hai was engrossed in watching, he suddenly discovered that the scene in front of him was shrinking rapidly. It was as if a close-up had suddenly turned into an aerial shot. Slowly, he discovered that the universe he was in was a fruit. A fruit that wasn't very big. This fruit was hanging on a tree. The tree was very large and had countless fruits hanging on it. The universe he saw was just one of the many fruits. As the scene in front of him shrank, he saw an orchard. He didn't know how big this orchard was. There were countless fruit trees in the orchard, and each tree was full of fruits. Not far away, there was a small hut. A farmer was sitting in front of the hut. In front of him was a shabby small table. He casually moved a stone and sat there. On the table was a teapot and a teacup. From time to time, he would pick up the teacup and take a sip. He looked at the fruit trees in the orchard with a happy smile on his face. The scene suddenly zoomed in. Zhao Hai saw a small wildflower at the farmer's feet. It was a very ordinary wildflower. But now, this wildflower was magnified infinitely in front of him. Then the wildflower disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a new universe, a new universe. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. These words suddenly resounded in Zhao Hai's mind. As these words echoed in his mind, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly accelerated. As the speed of the spiritual energy flow increased, the amount of spiritual energy in his body also increased. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these things. He was completely immersed in his own feelings. He felt that he was the center of the universe, that he was the universe itself. He was constantly comprehending everything in the universe and constantly perfecting it. As the universe was being perfected bit by bit, the first plant appeared. It was a small tree. The small tree grew bigger and bigger until it became a towering tree. This tree had the appearance of the 100 Spirits tree. The moment the 100 Spirits tree appeared, Zhao Hai felt an explosion. Colors appeared in his universe. There were all kinds of life forms in the universe. However, among these life forms, there were no humans. There were plants and beasts, but there were no humans. When these life forms appeared in his universe, Zhao Hai woke up. He discovered that his thoughts and the 100 Spirits tree's thoughts had slowly separated. He came out of the 100 Spirits tree and sat cross-legged under it. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but he immediately understood what was going on. He knew that he was now an immortal expert. His force wasn't like other people's. His force was a universe. Since ancient times, no cultivator would use a universe as their force. This was because they didn't know much about the universe. In fact, Zhao Hai also didn't know much about the universe. However, he was lucky enough to obtain something that no one else had, a spirit root. This was a spiritual root that existed since the beginning of the world. Originally, this spiritual root had already reached the end of its life. Otherwise, it wouldn't have no spiritual qi left. However, Zhao Hai brought the spiritual root to the space. Inside the space, there were the laws of the world. And because of the changes in the laws of the world, the spiritual root was able to regain its vitality. Just like Hu Dingshan, he had reached the end of his life and was about to die. However, he was brought to the space by Zhao Hai. Inside the space, Zhao Hai's words were law. If Hu Dingshan was allowed to live, then Hu Dingshan wouldn't die. The same was true for the spirit root. This spirit root was about to die, but it was brought to the space by Zhao Hai. If the space allowed it to live, then it would live again. Although it was alive, its memories of the universe didn't disappear. Because of this, it fused with the 100 Spirits tree. The 100 Spirits tree also had its own memories. The deepest part of the spirit root's memories was the beginning of the universe. The beginning of the universe, all living things, one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. When Zhao Hai communicated with the 100 Spirits tree, all of this information was instilled into Zhao Hai's mind. Although Zhao Hai hadn't fully comprehended it, Zhao Hai took this opportunity to create his own force, a unique force in the world. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to understand the beginning of the universe. This was because he knew that he couldn't understand it right now. His level wasn't high enough. He was like a primary school student who just learned 1 + 1 = 2. If you want him to immediately learn calculus, then it would be impossible. These things were like heavenly books to him. The things that the spirit root passed to Zhao Hai were too profound for Zhao Hai. He simply couldn't feel the mysteries and magic within them. It can be said that he was just a layman who had just seen the door. He hadn't even touched the door yet. It was also because Zhao Hai's state of mind had improved that he was able to calmly face this matter. If his state of mind was lower, then he might have lost himself in the memories given to him by the spirit root. He might have even gone mad. It has to be said that the space was Zhao Hai's. Because of this, the space helped Zhao Hai a lot. When Zhao Hai used his wood ability to communicate with the plants, he wanted to communicate with the 100 Spirits tree. However, he had a feeling that it wasn't the right time to communicate with the 100 Spirits tree. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to leave his communication with the 100 Spirits tree for last. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to communicate with other things. After communicating with the 100 Spirits tree countless times, Zhao Hai's state of mind had already improved. However, it wasn't as fast as when he communicated with the Earth Attribute Cultivation method. After communicating with the Earth Attribute Cultivation method, Zhao Hai's state of mind improved to a whole new level. Finally, he communicated with the 100 Spirits tree and obtained the spirit root's memories. He condensed his own force, but he didn't get lost in the memories. He would slowly comprehend the memories in the future. For Zhao Hai, this was very important. Because of this, his cultivation would certainly progress very quickly. Moreover, it would also save him a lot of detours. It was like two people walking together. One person knew where the destination was, and in the process of moving forward, there would be people guiding him. On the other hand, the other person didn't know where the destination was, and there was no one to guide him. He could only feel his way forward. The gap between them was huge. With the memories of the spirit root, Zhao Hai was the one who had people guiding him. The other people were the ones who had to feel their way forward. For Zhao Hai, the benefits of this were self-evident. Although Zhao Hai obtained great benefits, his mind was still as steady as a rock. He turned his head to the 100 Spirits tree and smiled faintly. "Sure enough, old friend, you didn't disappoint me. Hee hee. I've finally reached the immortal stage. A broader world has finally been placed in front of me." The 100 Spirits tree seemed to have heard Zhao Hai's words. It gently swayed twice, and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Zhao Hai's mind became clearer. He caressed the 100 Spirits tree and laughed. He couldn't describe how carefree he felt. His laughter attracted the attention of Laura and the others. Laura and the others came out of the villa and saw Zhao Hai laughing. They couldn't help but be stunned. Zhang Feng was sitting in his cave residence with a bitter smile on his face. He just received a notice that he would enter the Leap Dragon realm with a group of immortal experts in 10 days. This time, he had no choice but to go. This was a joint decision made by the supreme elders of the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng has been using various excuses to delay entering the Leap Dragon realm for more than 10 years. This time, he couldn't delay any longer. He had no choice but to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Zhang Feng originally wanted to wait for Zhao Hai to enter the Leap Dragon realm together. Because of this, he kept delaying. But now, he couldn't delay any longer. He knew that delaying wouldn't do him any good. Zhang Feng sighed and muttered, "Brother, it seems like Big Brother can't wait for you. What's the matter? Big Brother, you can't wait?" Zhang Feng stared, then his face lit up with joy. He turned his head and saw Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng was overjoyed as he hugged Zhao Hai and said, "Good brother, you're finally out." Zhao Hai also laughed as he hugged Zhang Feng. Then he let go of Zhang Feng and said, "I just came out of seclusion. I heard that senior brother is now an immortal expert. Moreover, you're about to enter the Leap Dragon realm. Zhang Feng smiled and said, right, right. You're now an immortal expert. That's great. Do you want to enter the Leap Dragon realm with me? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course. I came out of seclusion this time to enter the Leap Dragon realm. The joy on Zhang Feng's face intensified. He quickly said, all right, brother. That's great. 10 days later, we'll enter the Leap Dragon realm. You can come with us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. 10 days later, we'll enter the Leap Dragon realm together. I have a lot of things to do in these 10 days. I'll take this opportunity to do them all. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. 10 days later, we'll enter the Leap Dragon realm. Zhang Feng was puzzled, what do you have to do? By the way, the 10 Perfection store is your business. Once you leave, the Black Tiger gang will lose a lot of immortal stage undead. We need to make preparations. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, elder brother, you can rest assured. The 10 Perfection shop's business won't stop. Moreover, even if I enter the Leap Dragon realm, the immortal stage undead wouldn't enter. You don't need to worry. Zhang Feng nodded and said, that's good. Then we should prepare a lot earlier. Besides these, what else do you need to prepare? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I intend to use these few days to visit the First Legion. Although I'm gone, the First Legion must still exist. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, that's good. How about I go with you? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no need, I'll go alone. You stay here and prepare. I'll be there in 10 days. Zhang Feng nodded. After that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared. On this day, the members of the First Legion suddenly received a notice telling them to hurry to Elephant Drink Mountain as fast as possible. Although they didn't know what was going on, they still set out. Zhao Hai arrived at Elephant Drink Mountain. He didn't go to the station but instead went to the Battle Sword Steel. Looking at the Battle Sword Steel, Zhao Hai felt as if he was in a different world. In a blink of an eye, several decades had passed. He still remembered the scene of him erecting the Battle Sword Steel. While Zhao Hai was looking at the Battle Sword Steel, a voice was suddenly heard, who are you? What do you want? Zhao Hai turned his head and saw 2 transcending tribulation experts. He didn't know who they were, but Zhao Hai didn't care. He just smiled faintly and said, are you from the First Legion? The 2 looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. They didn't feel Zhao Hai's presence before, so they knew that Zhao Hai was stronger than them. However, they also knew how important the Battle Sword Steel was to them. Because of this, they couldn't just ignore it. Even if they knew that they weren't a match for Zhao Hai, as long as Zhao Hai dared to harm the Battle Sword Steel, then they would stop him. Moreover, the 2 of them had already sent a letter to the barracks. Someone would be coming soon. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, one of them replied, may I ask who Mr. is? Did you come to pay your respects to the Battle Sword Steel? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He understood what this person meant. The Battle Sword Steel was a holy land in the hearts of the Freedom Alliance. Because of this, there would be a lot of cultivators coming here every year to pay their respects. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, the 2 of them felt even more uneasy. They had just joined the First Legion for less than 20 years, but they were very clear about the Battle Sword Steel's position in the hearts of the veterans. If the Battle Sword Steel was destroyed, then the veterans of the First Legion would surely go crazy. At this time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. The 2 of them couldn't help but feel relieved. They knew that reinforcements had arrived. Before long, a large group of people appeared in front of the Battle Sword Steel. However, the expressions of these people made the 2 of them puzzled. These people were actually standing there and looking at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw these familiar faces, he chuckled and said, not bad, you're all here. The steel is also well taken care of. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, these people seemed to recover as they excitedly said, Legion Commander, you've come out. Upon hearing these words, the newcomers couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that this ordinary person with a smile on his face would actually be the legendary figure of the cultivation world, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right, I've come out. So I came to see everyone. After that, I'll enter the Leaping Dragon realm. When the people of the First Legion heard Zhao Hai, they weren't disappointed. Instead, they were happy for Zhao Hai. Several of them bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Congratulations, Legion Commander." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, good. Let's go to the station. I've already sent a message to everyone. I believe that everyone will arrive soon. Let's have a good gathering for a few days." Everyone happily nodded before they followed Zhao Hai to the station. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the station, the transmission formation flashed with white light. Then a person appeared inside the transmission formation. Zhao Hai looked and saw Li Kuanga. Li Kuanga became an immortal expert earlier than Zhang Feng. However, in order to wait for Zhao Hai, he didn't enter the Leaping Dragon realm. Now that he was notified, he had no choice but to go. He was going to enter the Leaping Dragon realm with Zhang Feng. However, he didn't expect to receive a message from the First Legion before entering the Leaping Dragon realm. Li Kuanga thought that something had happened, so he was the first to arrive. As soon as he came out, he saw Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Li Kuanga stared for a moment before he was overjoyed. He quickly walked towards Li Kuanga and said, "Brother Hai, you came out of seclusion." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I came out of seclusion. In a few days, I'll be entering the Leaping Dragon realm. So I came to see everyone." Li Kuanga's face lit up as he said, "Good, good. I'll also be going to the Leaping Dragon realm in a few days. I didn't expect you to come out at this time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, that's great. We brothers can fight side by side again." At this time, the First Legion arrived. When they heard that Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, all of them were very happy. The entire First Legion began to celebrate. For 7 days in a row, Zhao Hai stayed with the First Legion. He talked to the people of the First Legion about his cultivation experience. He also wrote down his cultivation experience in a jade slip and left it behind. After 7 days, Zhao Hai decided to return to the Black Tiger Gang to deal with their matters. After leaving, Zhao Hai went to the battle sword steel and personally offered incense to it. Zhao Hai held the incense as he looked at the battle sword steel and muttered, "Brothers, I'm leaving. The Freedom Alliance will depend on you in the future." Then he slowly inserted the incense into the cauldron. Just as he inserted the incense into the cauldron, Just as Zhao Hai inserted the incense into the cauldron, he suddenly felt his spiritual force jump. Then the golden spiritual force inside his head became a lot thicker. Zhao Hai stared. After becoming an immortal expert, he studied the spiritual force. However, in the end, he didn't find anything. He could use the spiritual force, but it didn't increase. This made him very confused. He didn't know what was going on. After studying it for a while, Zhao Hai gave up. He planned to study it again in the future. However, he didn't expect that the golden spiritual force would suddenly increase. This was too surprising. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the battle sword steel in front of him. Now that he thought about it, the golden spiritual force appeared after he erected the battle sword steel. What did the spiritual force have to do with the battle sword steel? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately had the space sword steel analyze it. Before long, the answer appeared. Because Zhao Hai fulfilled the wishes of those who died, their spiritual force automatically released energy to improve Zhao Hai's spiritual force. This allowed Zhao Hai's spiritual force to turn from ordinary to golden. As for the difference between the golden mind power and ordinary mind power, the mastermind machine was unable to completely analyze it. He could only analyze that the golden mind power was of a higher level than ordinary mind power. As for how Zhao Hai could obtain the golden spiritual force in the future, the space didn't say anything about it. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. After knowing this, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He didn't have any other methods right now. It seems like he'll have to wait until he enters the Leaping Dragon realm or the true spiritual realm before he can properly study the golden spiritual force. After recovering his spiritual force, Zhao Hai turned his head to the First Legion and said, "I'm going to the Leaping Dragon realm. I don't know when we'll meet again. However, I want everyone to remember, don't forget why the battle sword steel was erected. Don't forget that you're a part of the First Legion, and don't forget why the First Legion was established. The Freedom Alliance needs everyone's protection. Those who are alive, don't let the battle sword steel be shamed. The cultivators of the First Legion cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "We'll follow the Legion commander's orders." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Li Kuanga and said, "Let's go, Kuanga. There's no banquet in this world that doesn't come to an end. It's time for us to leave." Li Kuanga nodded, then he looked at the First Legion and the battle sword steel before following Zhao Hai. The transmission formation flashed with white light before 50 people slowly appeared. These 50 people were all immortal experts. 3 people stood in front of the group. Although the others stood behind them, they didn't show any dissatisfaction. They were all in awe of the person in front who was wearing a black cultivator robe. At this moment, another transmission formation flashed with white light. Then a group of people appeared. From the looks of it, there were about 40 people. Zhao Hai looked at the transmission formation next to him. He knew that the people coming out of the transmission formation were people from the 9 great sections. Behind him were people from the Freedom Alliance. This time, the 2 alliances sent a total of 100 people to the Leap Dragon realm. It could be said that they spent a lot of money. The cultivators in the transmission formation also saw them. They looked at Zhao Hai and the others before coldly snorting and walking out of the formation. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the 9 great sects and smiled. Then he led the immortal experts of the Freedom Alliance out of the transmission formation. As soon as the 2 groups came out of the transmission formation, several immortal experts immediately came over. These immortal experts looked at the 2 groups of people. Then 2 of them turned to Zhao Hai with an excited expression on their faces. The 2 didn't wait for the others to speak as they immediately arrived in front of Zhao Hai and excitedly said, "Legion Commander, you're finally here." "Great." Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly as he said, "Wang Feng, Zhang Tao, it's you too. I didn't think that your cultivation speed would be this fast. You've already arrived at the Leap Dragon realm. It seems like this Legion commander has fallen behind." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Wang Feng, Zhang Tao, it's you too." As soon as Wang Feng and Zhang Tao heard Zhao Hai call out their names, they immediately responded with excitement. Wang Feng smiled and said, "Legion Commander, you're not late. It's great that you're here." "Right, the leader of the cultivation realm in the Leap Dragon realm is Li Mu. If he knows that the Legion Commander is here, he would be very happy." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "That's good. Let's go. Take me to see Li Mu." Wang Feng nodded. At this time an immortal expert that Zhao Hai didn't know came over. He bowed to Zhao Hai and respectfully said, "Are you Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he smiled faintly and said, "I am Mr. Zhao Hai." "And Mr. is?" As soon as the person heard Zhao Hai, his expression became even more respectful. He cupped his fist and said, "Myriad Beast Sex Yuan Ba has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to meet Mr. Please." Zhao Hai cupped his fist to Yuan Ba and said, "Mr. is too polite. Please." Then he walked towards the Cultivation Realm's camp. The Cultivation Realm's camp didn't change location, it was still the same valley where Tai Zhantian and the others appeared. However, not all of the Cultivation Realm's cultivators were in this valley. There were only about 300 people in this valley, the other 300 people had all gone to the city. Currently, the Cultivation Realm's cultivators were active in Martial Dragon City. It was a medium-sized city, but compared to other medium-sized cities, it was relatively large. Therefore, the Cultivation Realm's cultivators often took jobs there. In the camp, the person in charge was Li Mu. Li Mu used to be a member of the First Legion. He had been an immortal expert for a long time, and he was also a member of the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, he became the manager of the Cultivation Realm's camp. Tai Zhantian gave him the summoning token. Although the 9 major sects and the Freedom Alliance were fighting outside, they got along very peacefully in the Leaping Dragon realm. This was because they knew that even if they had a few hundred people in the Leaping Dragon realm, they weren't a big force in the realm. If they didn't unite, then they would be swallowed up by the Leaping Dragon realm. In order to survive, they naturally wouldn't divide into groups. That would only make them die faster. Zhao Hai followed Wang Feng and Zhang Tao forward. The others unconsciously fell behind Zhao Hai. Before, these people didn't know who Zhao Hai was and snorted at him. But now that they knew his identity, nobody dared to be disrespectful to him. Although Zhao Hai hasn't appeared in the cultivation realm for decades, nobody forgot his fame. There were a lot of legends about him in the cultivation realm. Many of these people grew up listening to Zhao Hai's stories. Naturally, they respected and feared Zhao Hai. At this time, Li Mu also received the news and came to greet Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's group, Li Mu immediately greeted them with excitement. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen the Legion Commander, Sect Master, and Vice Legion Commander." Naturally, Li Mu was greeting Zhang Feng and Li Kuanga. Zhang Feng and Li Kuanga also returned Li Mu's greeting. Zhao Hai smiled at Li Mu and said, "Not bad, you're not bad. You didn't disappoint me." "Good, good." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Mu felt his bones lighten. He smiled and said, "It's all thanks to my comrades and the sect's cultivation." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's also because of your own efforts. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to enter the Leaping Dragon realm so quickly." While Zhao Hai was speaking, Li Mu's expression suddenly changed. He turned his hand and took out a disc-like object. Then an image appeared on the object. The image of a person appeared on the image. The person had an anxious expression on his face. It seems like he was in the middle of a battle. As soon as he saw Li Mu, he immediately said, "Captain Li, we're in Area 358. We're being besieged by a large number of beasts. Help us." Then the communication was cut off. Li Mu's expression changed. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Legion Commander, you should rest first. I'll lead people to support them." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's go together." Li Mu nodded and immediately went to gather people. After a while, all the people in the camp came out. Li Mu left more than 100 people to guard the camp. Most of the people who had just entered the camp also stayed behind. He had the rest of the people gather around him. Then, a white light flashed on his body. The range of the white light became very large and covered the people around him. Then, the white light disappeared and everyone disappeared from the camp. Several immortal experts from the 9 sects who just entered the camp looked at the place where Li Mu and the others disappeared in shock. One of them said, "What's going on? There's no transmission formation there. How did they disappear?" A cultivator who had been in the Leaping Dragon realm for a while said, "That's a portable teleportation formation, a product of the true spirit world. It's useful in the Leaping Dragon realm, but not in the cultivation world. The cultivation world doesn't have enough spirit chi, so it's very expensive. We've been doing missions for a long time before we could afford it. We'll only use it in times of crisis. Alright, let's go. Let's not talk about the distribution of caves in the camp for the time being. Let's talk about Zhao Hai and the others." Zhao Hai already knew about this portable transmission formation. Lin Ling used it in front of Zhao Hai before. Later on, Zhao Hai's understanding of the Leap Dragon realm became deeper and deeper. Therefore, he also knew about this thing. It must be said that this portable transmission formation was a good thing. It was only the size of a palm, so it can be carried around. Most importantly, this thing has the ability to record coordinates. In other words, you don't need to set up a transmission formation in the place you want to go. This portable transmission formation can record the coordinates of the places you've been to. You can also set some coordinates in the transmission formation. When the time comes, you just need to activate the transmission formation. It's very convenient. However, this transmission formation has high requirements for spiritual chi. It has high requirements for both the user's spiritual chi and the environment's spiritual chi. The user's spiritual chi must be at the immortal stage. Moreover, the spiritual chi in the environment must be very dense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to be used. With a flash of white light, Zhao and the others appeared in a dense forest. In the distance, they could hear the roars of beasts and the sounds of fighting. The surrounding spiritual chi fluctuated violently. At a glance, they could see that the two sides were very strong. Li Mu immediately led Zhao Hai and the others towards the direction of the battle. While flying, he said to Zhao Hai, "Legion Commander, you have to be careful. The beasts in the Leap Dragon realm are very strong. They are all at the immortal stage." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Let's go." The others were also very careful. They have been in the Leaping Dragon realm for some time now. They were very clear about the dangers of the Leaping Dragon realm. One shouldn't underestimate anything in the Leaping Dragon realm. Even if it was just a small insect, the venom it spits out could take one's life. Zhao Hai was also very clear about this. Ever since Tai Zhantian and the others entered the Leap Dragon realm, Zhao Hai has been observing the place. It can be said that his understanding of the Leap Dragon realm was deeper than Li Mu and the others. It didn't take long for them to see a group of people being besieged. There were about 100 people being attacked, and all of them were cultivators from the cultivation world. There were people from the Freedom Alliance and the 9 major sects. The ones besieging them were a bunch of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts looked like swallows, small and cute. They had black and white feathers, sharp beaks, and scissor-like tails. However, the attack power of these birds was very strong. They were very fast and flexible. Their small beaks were also very powerful. Even the shields of immortal experts could be penetrated in an instant. When they attacked, their entire body would turn into a sharp cone, just like a fired bullet. If they were really shot by them, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Even if one uses an artifact to block their attack, the artifact would still be damaged. Zhao Hai knew about these swallows. They were called steelbeak swallows. They were a common type of beast in the Leap Dragon realm. Steelbeak swallows weren't powerful beasts in the Leap Dragon realm. However, they were very numerous, ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands. With so many steelbeak swallows moving together, even ordinary beasts would have to get out of the way. It is said that every year in the Leap Dragon realm, tens of thousands of cultivators would die in the mouths of steelbeak swallows. This showed how powerful these swallows were. There were about 400 steelbeak swallows surrounding the cultivators of the cultivation world. Each of these steelbeak swallows was extremely nimble and their attacks were untraceable. Even 200 immortal experts wouldn't be able to resist 400 steelbeak swallows. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards the steelbeak swallows. Li Mu and the others immediately followed and attacked the steelbeak swallows. However, this wasn't easy. The steelbeak swallows were too small and too agile. They moved as if they were teleporting. 1 second, they were still here, and the next second, they were already dozens of meters away. This kind of speed was too shocking. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was among them. Zhao Hai was able to block the attacks of nearly 100 steelbeak swallows. Moreover, he was able to kill dozens of them. Actually, what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai didn't kill all of the steelbeak swallows. He received some of them into the space. However, the cultivators were too busy fighting and didn't notice. After receiving more than a dozen steelbeak swallows, Zhao Hai began to attack. Zhao Hai's attacks were very fast. One by one, the steelbeak swallows were killed by Zhao Hai. Finally, after Zhao Hai killed dozens of steelbeak swallows, the steelbeak swallows were scared. Beasts like them weren't very courageous. Unless it was necessary, they wouldn't risk their lives to fight. The steelbeak swallows screeched several times before fleeing in all directions. Seeing the steelbeak swallows running away, the cultivators relaxed. Li Mu flew to Zhao Hai's side and smiled at Zhao Hai. Legion Commander is really powerful. He just reached the immortal stage, but he's already stronger than us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, let's not talk about those useless things. Let's see if there are any losses." Li Mu smiled and said, "I just checked. There aren't any losses. Only 2 of us were injured. But this time, we've struck gold. These steelbeak swallows are good stuff. Several sects are buying them. Moreover, the price isn't low." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then you can take them. We just arrived and don't know much about these things." Li Mu nodded and then went to make arrangements. Before long, everything was packed up. However, Li Mu didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he moved with the group. This group had a total of 94 people. 40 of them were from the 9 great sects and 54 were from the Freedom Alliance. This time, they came out mainly to collect medicinal herbs. Most of the people in the Freedom Alliance knew Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a legendary figure in the Freedom Alliance. Because of this, many of them knew about Zhao Hai. Now that they saw Zhao Hai, it was natural for them to be excited. None of them dared to underestimate Zhao Hai. The combat strength that Zhao Hai just displayed had already shocked them. Although the steel-beak swallows weren't very strong in the leap dragon realm, they relied on their numbers to win. However, the steel-beak swallows had a special characteristic. They were notoriously difficult to kill because they were too flexible. Even if they couldn't hit you, it would still be very difficult to kill them. Because of this, the steel-beak swallow was a very popular item in the leaping dragon realm. Even if it was dead, the steel-beak swallow's flesh could be used to refine a pill. This pill could increase a cultivator's agility and speed. Moreover, it was a permanent increase. Eating this pill would increase a cultivator's agility and speed permanently. Because of this characteristic, the steel-beak swallows were very popular in the true spiritual realm. The great sects would spend a lot of money to buy them. However, because the steel-beak swallows were too flexible, there weren't many people who could kill them. Therefore, the price of the steel-beak swallows had always been high. On the other hand, the people of the cultivation realm weren't doing very well in the leap dragon realm. Their lives weren't very good. The income of these steel-beak swallows would greatly alleviate their financial pressure. In the leap dragon realm, they also needed to spend money. Moreover, they spent a lot. They couldn't always let the cultivation realm send them things. Most of their expenses were earned by themselves. In addition to doing missions, there were also shops opened by the sects in the true spiritual realm. They specialized in purchasing materials. The living expenses of Li Mu and the others came from these shops. In the leap dragon realm, even if one didn't use any cultivation pills, one's cultivation speed would become very fast. This was because the spiritual qi here was very abundant. However, if one wanted to join a great sect, one must go to a big city. The camps of the leap dragon realm were located in remote places. This was because the closer one was to the city, the greater the possibility of being attacked by demon beasts. It was precisely because the camps of the various realms were located in remote places that it would take a long time to fly back to their camps from the bigger cities. One day was definitely not enough. And staying overnight in the wild was too dangerous. It was tantamount to sending oneself to the demon beasts. If one couldn't fly back, they could only use the transmission formation or spend the night in the city. Whether one used the transmission formation or spent the night in the city, the price wasn't cheap. Moreover, when cultivators did missions, they needed all kinds of artifacts. The leap dragon realm was too dangerous. The artifacts of the cultivation realm weren't suitable for the leap dragon realm, so they needed to buy artifacts. And if one wanted to live for a while, they needed to prepare all kinds of healing pills. All of these required crystal stones, and the crystal stones used in the leap dragon realm were all high-grade crystal stones. This cost wasn't a small amount. It was precisely because of these reasons that Li Mu and the others didn't have enough money in their hands. Now that they had the steel-beak swallow, Li Mu and the others could live a more relaxed life. Li Mu and the others put away the steel-beak swallow and helped the team pick up the herbs. Then, they activated the transmission formation and returned to Martial Dragon City. After completing the mission in Martial Dragon City, everyone returned to the cultivation realm camp. In order to welcome the arrival of Zhao Hai and the others, Li Mu and the others also bought a lot of spirit wine. These spirit wines weren't high-end goods, and the price wasn't expensive. However, Li Mu and the others were still reluctant to sell them. This did not mean that Li Mu and the others were in a difficult situation, but they had spent all their extra money on buying magic tools. The magic tools in the Leaping Dragon realm were all high-grade goods. If they sold one and sent it back to their sect's strength would increase by a bit. Moreover, selling more magic tools could also guarantee their safety. Just like the communication device that Li Mu used before, as well as the magic array that Li Mu used, these things were all very expensive. In this way, they naturally had to save money and use them. Fortunately, the daytime in the Leaping Dragon world was very long. Every day in the Leaping Dragon world was around 48 hours long. After that, there would be 36 hours of night. Therefore, the time for cultivators to move around outside was still very long. However, when Zhao Hai arrived, it was already noon in the Leap Dragon realm. They went out to save people. When they returned to the camp, the sky was almost dark. Soon, the sky was completely dark. The teams outside also returned to the camp one after another. Li Mu and the others immediately activated the barrier. This barrier wasn't only used for defense. Most importantly, it can hide their aura and prevent demon beasts from discovering them. This barrier was unique to the Leap Dragon realm, so it wasn't cheap. After activating the barrier, Li Mu and the others held a banquet and had a good drink with Zhao Hai and the others. When they were drunk, Li Mu raised his jade cup and stood up, then he loudly said to everyone, in addition to welcoming the newcomers, I also have something to announce. This is Mr. Zhao Hai. I think everyone knows him, he's the commander of the Freedom Alliance's First Legion. Today, he also arrived in the Leap Dragon realm. I think everyone is clear about the strength of a Legion commander. Today, I, Li Mu, officially announce my resignation as the captain of the Cultivation realm's Leap Dragon team. Mr. Zhao Hai will be the new captain. Does anyone have any objections? Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Li Mu would make such a proposal. He quickly said, no, Li Mu, you've already been in the Leap Dragon realm for some time. You're very familiar with the place. I just entered the Leap Dragon realm and am completely unfamiliar with it. How can I be the captain? No, absolutely not. At this time, Yuan Ba stood up and said, Mister, there's no need to decline. Some of us are from the Freedom Alliance while some are from the 9 great sects. But in the Leap Dragon realm, we only have one identity, and that is the Cultivation realm. Mister, you've been famous in the Cultivation realm for a long time. Your ability to command is unparalleled. As for your lack of familiarity with the Leap Dragon realm, Mister doesn't need to worry. We believe that with Mister's ability to command, you don't need to worry about it. Moreover, I believe that you'll soon become familiar with the Leap Dragon realm. Yuan Ba's words resonated with everyone. Zhao Hai has been famous in the Cultivation realm for decades. With his strength, the 9 great sects didn't dare to go to war with the Freedom Alliance. Although he just joined the Leap Dragon realm today, this didn't affect his position in everyone's hearts. One must know that Zhao Hai can summon nearly 1,000 immortal stage undead. This was equivalent to having more than 1,000 helpers. And with Zhao Hai's ability to command, he was very famous in the Cultivation realm. It can be said that in the Cultivation realm, Zhao Hai's most famous points were his ability to command, his ability to summon undead, and his strength. In addition to these reasons, there was another important reason, and that was the existence of the First Legion. There were nearly 100 cultivators in the Leap Dragon realm. The cultivators of the First Legion were loyal to Zhao Hai. Additionally, the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance would certainly listen to Zhao Hai's orders. It can be said that as soon as Zhao Hai joined the Leap Dragon realm, he immediately became the #1 force in the Cultivation realm. Even if someone else became the captain, they wouldn't be able to do anything without looking at Zhao Hai's face. Additionally, Yuan Ba and the other cultivators of the 9 great sects knew that Zhao Hai was a ruthless person. If they don't support Zhao Hai and defend him, then Zhao Hai would certainly find an opportunity to deal with them. When the time comes, it would be too late for them to regret. Because of these reasons, Yuan Ba and the others supported Zhao Hai to become the captain. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and knew that he had no choice but to be the captain. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he waved his hand. Then the crowd slowly calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, since everyone wants me to be the captain, then I won't decline. I'll be the captain. But let me say this, I don't know anything about the Leap Dragon realm. You need to help me. Otherwise, if I lead you into a ditch, then don't blame me. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Originally, they weren't familiar with Zhao Hai. But because Zhao Hai became the captain, they felt that this captain wasn't bad. Zhao Hai raised his glass and smiled, all right, then I'll be the captain. Come, I'll present Buddha with borrowed flowers. Let's toast everyone. Let's work together so that we can move to the city one day. Everyone raised their glasses and loudly cheered. In the Leaping Dragon realm, there were also people from lower realms who lived in the city. This was because these people were very strong. The crystal stones they earned were enough for them to live in the city. It can be said that living in the city was the wish of all cultivators from lower realms. Zhao Hai's words resonated with their hearts. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do it. Everyone was so excited that they drank all the wine that Li Mu bought. Only then did they return to their own cave residence to rest and prepare for tomorrow's matters. Of course, the people on night watch still had to stay, and they couldn't be less. If their camp was really discovered by the demonic beasts, they had to be ready to run at any time. The next morning, everyone woke up early. Zhao Hai also woke up. He came out of the space and went to the transmission square in the middle of the camp. Then he said, "Everyone, gather here. I have tasks to assign to everyone today." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai had just arrived in the Leaping Dragon realm. How could he assign tasks to everyone? Yesterday, he said that he wasn't familiar with the Leaping Dragon realm. Why would he take the initiative to assign tasks? Could it be that he was a new official who was going to make sweeping changes? However, no matter what, they didn't dare to not give face to Zhao Hai. Therefore, everyone gathered at the transmission square. The teachers looked at Zhao Hai with puzzled expressions. Some of them even had dissatisfaction on their faces. Only Li Mu and the others were confident in Zhao Hai. Each and every one of them had an excited expression on their faces. "Yuan Ba, you take 100 people to Martial Dragon City. Make a copy of all the missions issued by the sects, I need them. Wang Feng, you take 100 people to a city that you are familiar with. Naturally, don't go to Martial Dragon City. After you arrive there, make a copy of all the missions issued by the sections. Zhang Tao, you do the same." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yuan Ba, take 100 people to Martial Dragon City and make a copy of all the missions issued by the sections. Wang Feng, you take 100 people to a city that you are familiar with. Of course, don't go to Martial Dragon City. After you arrive there, make a copy of all the missions issued by the sects." Everyone was puzzled. Yuan Ba looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, can I ask why Mister wants to know this? How will this help us in the future?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Go and do it. I guarantee that you won't do it in vain. Everyone else, stay in the camp. As for the newcomers, you need to take this opportunity to ask the elders for advice. In the Leap Dragon realm, if you don't do well, you might lose your life. Alright, everyone can go and do their own things. I hope that everyone can finish their tasks before dark. Little Moo, distribute the funds for today's activities." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I'll give you the funds for today's activities." Li Mu nodded and immediately went to arrange things. He gave everyone a certain amount of crystal stones. He didn't give them too much because he didn't have that many crystal stones. After Li Mu distributed the crystal stones to everyone immediately went to do their own tasks. At this time, Zhao Hai found an old man in the Leap Dragon realm and asked him for some information. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't need to ask at all. However, if he didn't ask, then it would be suspicious. Therefore, Zhao Hai still asked. The day passed by quickly, and the sky still wasn't dark. Everyone returned to the camp. Zhao Hai activated the defensive formation and then had everyone rest. He took Yuan Ba's jade slip and went back to his cave residence. No one knew what he was doing there. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, alright, alright." Yuan Ba and the others didn't understand what Zhao Hai was doing. Some of them were even disdainful of Zhao Hai. After all, they had been in the Leap Dragon realm for a while, and Zhao Hai had just arrived. In their opinion, Zhao Hai should have understood the Leap Dragon realm more and then give some orders. The first group will be led by an old man, and the rest of the old men will complete other tasks. Remember, the tasks you complete now may not give you many impression points, but you can get a lot of crystal stones. With crystal stones, we can better equip ourselves. Li Mu, these are the tasks that you need to complete. These tasks were selected by me, and at the end of each task, I wrote down how many people are needed to complete them. Remember, the headquarters cannot be left alone. Li Mu, I will leave this portable formation to you. You need to leave at least 200 people in the headquarters, and be ready to support the others at any time. As Zhao Hai explained, he handed over the formation and jade slip to Li Mu. Li Mu and the others stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would come up with such a method. Under Zhao Hai's arrangement, the newcomers to the Leap Dragon realm were immediately divided into 9 groups. Then each group took a teacher and went directly to the sect to receive the mission. After receiving the mission, they went to do whatever they wanted. Zhao Hai's next task was very special. He had to go to the third mine to look for jade stalactites. Jade stalactites were also a type of stalactite. In the true spirit realm, they were considered a good herb. Although this herb was rare, it wasn't dangerous. This was because jade stalactites weren't very useful to beasts. Additionally, the production of jade stalactites was very small. A small cup of jade stalactites would take about 10,000 years to bloom. If it was taken away by someone, then the place that produced jade stalactites wouldn't be able to produce jade stalactites for a long time. Therefore, they would have to look for it elsewhere. Therefore, collecting jade stalactites was not very dangerous. Instead, one needed to be patient and look for them slowly. Of course, the rewards of collecting jade stalactites were also very good. One could get several kinds of medicinal pills, mainly for healing. At the same time, one could also get a lot of impression points. Naturally, Zhao Hai's newbie mission was a difficult one. As for the easier ones, he left them to others. This jade stalactite mission could be found in any sex branch. Therefore, Zhao Hai's group of 11 went directly to Martial Dragon City. Recently, people from the Cultivation realm had been active in Martial Dragon City, so they were very familiar with the place. The old man who came with Zhao Hai was none other than Yuan Ba. It was Yuan Ba who wanted to team up with Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object. When the group arrived at Martial Dragon City, Zhao Hai looked at the situation inside the city and said, "The Dawning Pale sect has this mission. Let's go there and take it." Zhao Hai nodded. Yuan Ba originally wanted to tell Zhao Hai about the distribution of sects in Martial Dragon City. But now that he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. However, he didn't say anything. The Dawning Pale sect was an alchemy sect. They mainly refined various kinds of pills. What was even more surprising was that their artifacts were also made of various kinds of pills. However, the pills used to refine artifacts were specially made. These pills couldn't be eaten, they could only be used as artifacts. Moreover, only the people of the Dawning Pale sect had the ability to do so. The people of the Dawning Pale sect weren't very strong. However, their status in the true spirit realm wasn't low. Most importantly, the people of the Dawning Pale sect were good at alchemy. Moreover, they were very good at treating injuries. In any place, a good doctor would be respected. Even cultivators would sometimes suffer injuries that couldn't be cured. Because of this, the Dawning Pale sect's status in the true spirit realm was very high. On the other hand, the Dawning Pale sect also knew how their status came to be. Because of this, they were very low-key and friendly. As long as someone was injured or needed to refine a pill, they wouldn't refuse. This was also the reason why the Dawning Pale sect had such a high status in the true spirit realm. They had countless friends, so no one dared to be disrespectful to them. It was precisely because of this that the Dawning Pale sect was the only sect that had branches in almost all mid-sized cities in the Leaping Dragon realm. From this point, one could see the attitude of the people in the true spiritual realm towards the Dawning Pale sect. The Dawning Pale sect's main task in the Leaping Dragon realm was to collect herbs. They would have all kinds of tasks to collect herbs all year round. Moreover, the rewards were very generous. A lot of cultivators would go to the Dawning Pale sect to collect herbs. Zhao Hai wanted to collect jade stalactites. Naturally, going to the Dawning Pale sect to take a task was the most cost-effective. In fact, Yuan Ba also wanted to let Zhao Hai go to the Dawning Pale sect to take a task. However, before he could say anything, Zhao Hai had already said it himself. This made Yuan Ba have a new understanding of Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai really did read their investigation yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a correct decision. At the same time, Yuan Ba was also curious about the tasks that Zhao Hai listed this morning. From Zhao Hai's current performance, the tasks he listed this morning were certainly not simple. Although Martial Dragon City could only be regarded as a medium-sized city in the Leaping Dragon realm, its area wasn't small at all. It was a big city that could house more than 1 million people. If it was really full, then it could even house 3 million people. However, the number of cultivators who lived in the city didn't exceed 100,000 people. Although the city looked a bit empty, it was still very big. It was precisely because of this that the shops in the city were generally very large. After all, they didn't lack land. The Dawning Pale Sect's branch was located in an inconspicuous place in the city. There was a small two-story building. In front of him, the entire building was made of bluestone. The entire building had a simple green color, giving people a sense of heaviness when they looked at it. In Martial Dragon City, the Dawning Pale Sect's building wasn't very eye-catching, just like the Dawning Pale Sect. However, there was a large area behind the building that belonged to the Dawning Pale Sect. There were a lot of alchemy rooms there. Cultivators of the Leaping Dragon realm who sold pills to the Dawning Pale Sect would refine pills here. Zhao Hai arrived in front of the Dawning Dan Sect's small building. The area of the building wasn't very big, it was only about 1,000 square meters. Above the main entrance, there was a plaque with the words Dawning Dan Sect written on it. Next to the big words, there was a vertical row of words that read Martial Dragon City Branch. Zhao Hai looked at the small building and saw people coming in and out from time to time. It looked very busy. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned his head and said, "Let's go, we'll go in and accept the mission." Yuan Ba and the others nodded and followed Zhao Hai inside. When they arrived at the building, they saw 3 rows of bars. One was facing the door, while the other was on the left and right sides. The bar facing the door had the words Mission Issuance Platform written on it. The bar on the left side had the words Mission Transfer Platform written on it, and the bar on the right side had the words Trading Platform written on it. Zhao Hai took the lead and walked towards the Mission Issuance Platform. Behind the platform were several female cultivators. These female cultivators were wearing blue robes. However, their robes were modified and looked very beautiful. On the wall behind the bar, there was a holographic screen. From time to time, some missions would appear on it. It looked like a computer projection screen. Zhao Hai looked at the missions and quickly found the Jade Stalactite mission. It said, "Mission, find Jade Stalactites. Find a jade cup of Jade Stalactites and complete the mission. Completing the mission will give you 10 points, 2 detoxification pills, 2 recovery pills, and 1 origin recovery pill." Note, this mission is a long-term mission. Except for those who complete the mission for the first time, no one else will receive any points. When the female cultivator at the bar saw Zhao Hai and the others standing there looking at the holographic screen, she stood up and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Mr. Hello. Are you here to take a mission?" Zhao Hai smiled at the female cultivator and said, "Yes, I'll have to trouble you. We just entered the Leap Dragon realm. Today is our first time taking a mission. I want to know, what do we need to prepare?" When the female cultivator heard that this was Zhao Hai's first mission, she couldn't help but stare. However, she immediately recovered and smiled at Zhao Hai. "So Mr. has just entered the Leap Dragon realm. Let me congratulate you first. I can give you a jade token here. This jade token will record your identity as well as the number of missions you have completed. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll give you a jade token here." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." The female cultivator smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome." Then she turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw that she was about to take out a jade token, he quickly said, "Please wait a moment. We have a total of 10 people here, and we're all here to take on missions. When you take out your identity jade token, please take out a few more." When the female cultivator heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Then she looked at the people standing behind Zhao Hai. She nodded before she turned around and left. At this time, Zhang Feng, who had been standing behind Zhao Hai, smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Are we all going to take this mission to find jade stalactites?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In any case, as long as we find one, we'll be able to complete the mission. If we can find more, then wouldn't we all be able to complete the mission?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan Ba quickly whispered, "Mr. Jade stalactites aren't that easy to find. Although the place where they are produced isn't dangerous, it's still possible to encounter danger in the process of finding jade stalactites." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, there's no need to worry. People can take their time to find them." The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because this jade stalactite was his mission. Before, Tai Zhantian and the others had accepted this mission and successfully completed it. However, the place where Xianxia and the others found the jade stalactite was also a secret cave. That cave also had jade stalactites, but Xianxia and the others didn't discover it. There were a lot of jade stalactites in that cave, enough for 10 people to complete the mission. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take this mission. Before long, the female cultivator took out a pile of palm-sized jade tokens and arrived in front of Zhao Hai and the others. Then she filled Zhao Hai's personal information in the jade tokens. Unexpectedly, the jade tokens didn't have the appearance of Zhao Hai and the others, it was just like an ID card. However, what was written on the jade tokens was a full-body portrait of Zhao Hai and the others. Moreover, by injecting spiritual qi into the jade tokens, the portrait could become three-dimensional, as big as a real person. The back of the jade tokens was used to record the points. After Zhao Hai and the others received the mission to find the jade stalactites, Zhao Hai went out of the Dawning Pale Sex branch. Outside, Yuanba couldn't help but ask Zhao Hai, "Mister, what are you planning to do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Let's go, follow me. I want to complete this mission before today." Then he led everyone out of the city. After arriving outside the city, Zhao Hai began to be more careful. Not only did he lower his altitude, but he also slowed down his speed as he carefully flew forward. Actually, it wasn't just Zhao Hai, Yuanba was also the same. The longer they stayed in the Leaping Dragon realm, the more careful they became. This was because they knew how terrifying the Leaping Dragon realm was. People say that the older you get, the more timid you become. This wasn't something that could be casually said, it was true. Yuanba and the others were also like this. Yuanba didn't understand why Zhao Hai was so confident, but he quickly understood. He saw Zhao Hai take out a jade slip from the space from time to time. He looked at the contents of the jade slip and then looked at the surrounding situation. Then he immediately understood what was going on. A map, it must be a map of the Leaping Dragon realm. It was a map that the Black Tiger Gang had prepared for Zhao Hai. In fact, this map wasn't a secret among the great sects. Every cultivator who wanted to enter the Leaping Dragon realm would be given a map of the Leaping Dragon realm. Yuanba and the others also had a map. However, each sect's map of the Leaping Dragon realm was different. After all, they had been to different places. Therefore, the maps they drew were also different. If one were to say that the Black Tiger Gang had the most complete map of the Leaping Dragon realm, the other places couldn't compare. Zhao Hai led the group to walk and stop. They were very careful. After 3 hours of flying, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at a very remote hill. This hill was filled with rocks and looked very messy. Moreover, these rocks were the most common bluestone, they didn't have any use. Because of this, not only cultivators wouldn't come here, even demon beasts would rarely come here. Zhao Hai landed on the hill. He looked around and nodded. Then he pointed at the hill a few times and calculated the position. Then he walked towards the southeast direction of the hill. There was no road at all on the hill. There were only rocks everywhere. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward. Before long, they arrived at a huge bluestone. Zhao Hai looked at the bluestone and nodded. Then he raised his hand and inserted it into the bluestone. His hand was like cutting tofu. It went straight through the bluestone. Then he exerted force with one arm and lifted the bluestone. The bluestone was lifted by his hand, revealing a hole that was about 2 people tall and about 3 meters wide. The hole was dark, making it impossible to see what was inside. Zhao Hai put the bluestone to the side. Then he turned to the others and said, "Let's go in." Then he took the lead and walked into the hole. Zhang Feng and the others quickly followed behind. At first, the cave was very narrow. It only allowed one person to walk sideways. But after a few dozen steps, it suddenly opened up and turned into a huge cave. Moreover, inside the cave, there was a faint black light. Zhao and the others were now standing there in a daze, looking at the cave. The size of the cave was beyond their expectations. But what really made them stunned was not how big the cave was, but how beautiful the scenery inside the cave was. The cave was full of stalactites. Most importantly, these stalactites weren't white, but blue. They were shining with a faint light. Zhao Hai and the others felt that they had entered a mythical world. It was too beautiful. Not to mention Zhang Feng and the others, even Zhao Hai hadn't seen such a scenery before. After a while, Zhao Hai recovered. He let out a long breath and muttered, "It's really a beautiful place. It's too beautiful. What do you think?" The others recovered from Zhao Hai's words. They nodded at the same time. Zhao Hai was right, this place was really beautiful. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Let's look around and see if we can find any jade stalactites." Everyone nodded and immediately began to look around. Zhao Hai was also pretending to look around. In fact, he already knew that there were no jade stalactites in this cave. The jade stalactites were in another secret cave. Zhao Hai also discovered that Yuan Ba wasn't far from him. He didn't care, he just smiled faintly and slowly looked around the cave. At the same time, he also adjusted his position and led Yuan Ba to the entrance of the secret cave. He didn't want to find the entrance himself. This was because he discovered that Yuan Ba was very smart. If he found the entrance, Yuan Ba would certainly suspect him. Therefore, he planned to use Yuan Ba to find the entrance so that no one would suspect him. Zhao Hai calculated Yuan Ba's route and speed little by little. At the same time, he also adjusted his own route and speed. He wanted to make sure that he didn't have any contact with the entrance. He wanted Yuan Ba to be the first one to find the entrance. This wasn't a difficult thing for Zhao Hai. Yuan Ba didn't follow him to monitor him, he didn't dare. It was just that Yuan Ba wanted to learn something from him. Yuan Ba was unconsciously close to Zhao Hai, and this was used by Zhao Hai. After more than an hour, the group had almost searched the entire cave. However, they still couldn't find any jade stalactites. Zhao Hai also felt that it was about time for Yuan Ba to find the entrance of the secret cave. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, Yuan Ba was pleasantly surprised and said, "Mister, come and take a look. There seems to be another entrance here, but it seems to be blocked." Zhao Hai and the others were sucked in. Zhao Hai looked and saw that Yuan Ba had indeed found a cave. The location of the cave was very well hidden, and the entrance wasn't very big. Zhao Hai looked at it and said, "Let's take a look inside. If there's no danger, then we'll go in." The group nodded. Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a snake-like thing. However, this thing wasn't a snake, it was a snake-shaped robot. This was a snake-shaped robot. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to release undead inside. However, he discovered that he could only release immortal stage undead inside the space. The immortal stage undead inside the space weren't as small as this one. Therefore, he thought of something else, this robot snake. It was a low-level detection snake that was used in technological planes for rescue missions. It didn't have any special abilities, it could just record the situation inside and use it to detect the situation inside. This was the most suitable thing to do. In fact, Zhao Hai was very clear about the situation inside. However, he had no choice but to do this. This was because he couldn't let others know about his secrets, especially the secrets of the space. But even so, the others were still curious. Zhang Feng said, "Little Hai, what did you just take out? Is it a mechanical puppet?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That thing is called a rescue probe snake. You should know that I ascended from below. The place where I ascended has a certain level of machine civilization. This is just a product made there. It's similar to a puppet, but it doesn't have any fighting ability. It's not very useful. At that time, I just liked to study these strange things, so I kept some in my storage space." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That thing is called a rescue probe snake." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng and the others believed him. All of them knew that Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realms. They also knew that there was a technological plane in the lower realms. However, they didn't take the technological plane seriously. Although the robot snake was good, they didn't take it seriously when they heard that it didn't have any fighting strength. In the cultivation realm, everything was based on strength. Before long, the sound of metal grinding could be heard as the robot snake came out. Its eyes glowed green as a projection appeared in front of the robot snake. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the projection. Upon seeing the projection, the group couldn't remain calm. Inside was a cave that was bigger than the outside. It wouldn't be a problem for tens of thousands of people to move around inside. Most importantly, there were a lot of jade stalactites inside. There were also a lot of jade stalactites that hadn't been taken away. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Alright, we've completed our mission. Yuan Ba, I really have to thank you this time. We'll each take a cup of jade stalactite and use it to complete our mission. You can take the rest and sell them to the Dawning Pill sect in exchange for crystal stones." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, we've completed our mission." Yuan Ba also responded happily. In the Leaping Dragon world, as long as it was a collective action, the things obtained would belong to the group except for the necessary things to complete the mission. Some of them could be exchanged for medicinal pills, some could be exchanged for crystal stones, and others could be kept for future use. Zhao Hai waved his hand and activated his stone divergent ability. The cave silently expanded. Before long, it became a large cave that could accommodate 5 people walking side by side. Then the group went inside. Inside was a huge cave with stalagmites hanging upside down. They looked like the fangs of monsters. Below these stalagmites was a small pond. The pond was filled with a light blue liquid. It was very charming. Zhao Hai looked at the jade stalactites and immediately said, "There's a lot of them. Everyone can take one and put the rest away. Yuan Ba, sell half of the jade stalactites and leave the other half for future use. This is good stuff." Yuan Ba looked at the jade stalactites and suddenly said, "Mister, why don't we leave these things behind? This way, when newcomers enter the Leaping Dragon world, they can easily complete this task." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That won't do. Otherwise, we won't be able to train them. If the Dawning Pill sect finds out, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be a good thing. After the jade stalactites are taken away, there will certainly be some changes. The Dawning Pill sect is an old alchemy sect. They might have a way to determine when the herbs were taken away. If they find out, then it wouldn't be good for us." When Yuan Ba heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, mister, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. Everyone took out jade cups and filled them with jade stalactites. The jade cups that they were currently using were all issued by the Dawning Pill sect. Each jade cup wasn't very big. At most, it could only hold about a liter of water. From the size of the jade cups, one could see how difficult it was to take out the jade stalactites. After everyone took a cup, Yuan Ba took out 2 jade bottles and stored the remaining jade stalactites. After storing all the jade stalactites, Zhao Hai looked around and his eyes lit up. Then he said, "Everyone, look around and see if there's a passage to the outside world." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Zhang Feng and the others immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The group immediately surrounded the space and carefully inspected it. Before long, Li Kuanga said, "Brother Hai, come and take a look. It seems like there's an underground river here." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately flew over and saw that it was indeed the case. However, the underground river was really deep. From what they could see, it was only a hole with a diameter of less than a meter. Moreover, it went straight down. About 5 meters down, they could see the water flowing slowly. This made the hole look like a well. Zhao Hai extended his hand towards the hole. He could clearly feel a breeze coming from the hole. It seems like this place was ventilated. Upon feeling this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but loosen. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, come here. I have something to tell you." Everyone quickly gathered around. Zhao Hai looked around and then said, "Everyone, what do you think about turning this place into our camp? As long as we seal the hole outside, this place would become a completely enclosed camp. We can come back here to rest during the night and use the transmission formation to return to the city during the day. What do you think?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan Ba and the others couldn't help but stare, then their eyes lit up at the same time. Yuan Ba said, "Good, very good. Mister's proposal is really good. Moreover, I've just carefully observed that the jade stalactites in these 2 caves are about to mature. We won't harvest them this time, they will be very useful to us. Moreover, with such a completely enclosed camp, our safety will be guaranteed. Most importantly, this place isn't far from Martial Dragon City, so no matter what we do, it will be very convenient." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You stay here first. I'll go down to the hole and take a look. If the underground river can be used as an exit, then we'll move our camp here. Everyone nodded. They knew about Zhao Hai's strength, so they were very relieved to see Zhao Hai go down. Zhao Hai's figure moved and fell into the underground river below. This underground river was very big. Zhao Hai felt that the underground river was more than 100 meters wide and several dozen meters deep. Because of his water divergent ability, he was able to fly very fast. But even so, it took him nearly an hour to find the source of the underground river. The source of the underground river was actually a lake. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there weren't any beasts in the lake. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately went out of liquid silver and carefully looked at the lake. He was afraid that there might be some powerful beasts in the lake. If there really were powerful beasts, then it would be very dangerous for them to use the underground river as a passage. The lake wasn't very big, and Zhao Hai didn't see any beasts in it. This made Zhao Hai even more puzzled. He immediately absorbed some of the lake's water. When the water entered his body, he immediately understood why there were no beasts in the lake. This was because he felt that not only was there no spiritual qi in the lake, there was even a slight trace of poison in it. One must know that in a normal lake, the more abundant the spirit qi was, the more vigorous the aquatic plants would be, and the more powerful the demonic beasts would be. However, this lake did not have any spirit qi, and even contained a slight amount of poison. Naturally, it was impossible for any demonic beasts to survive in this river. Zhao Hai flew up from the lake and looked around. He discovered that the lake was actually halfway up a mountain. Zhao Hai looked at the mountain and finally understood why the lake had become like this. This mountain was very famous in the Leaping Dragon realm. It was called the Hidden Dragon Mountain. Legend has it that when the people of the True Spirit world discovered the Leaping Dragon realm, they wanted to take it under the jurisdiction of the True Spirit world. However, at that time, a very powerful dragon fought with the experts of the True Spirit world in the Hidden Dragon Mountain. In the end, the people of the True Spirit world didn't get any advantage, but the dragon was also seriously injured. Later on, the two sides reached an agreement to allow the dragon to enter the True Spirit world to cultivate. If the strength of the beasts in the Leaping Dragon realm reached a certain level, they would also be allowed to enter the True Spirit world to cultivate. The Leaping Dragon realm became a free trial ground for the True Spirit world to test the lower realms. At the same time, it was also a trial ground for the beasts. It was precisely because of this that the Hidden Dragon Mountain was very famous in the Leaping Dragon realm. Currently, the Hidden Dragon Mountain was only about 1,000 meters above sea level. However, it was said that in the past, the Hidden Dragon Mountain was 10,000 meters above sea level. However, because of that battle, the spiritual roots of the mountain were destroyed. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon Mountain became the only place in the Leaping Dragon realm that didn't have any spiritual qi. Even if it was famous, no one would come here. This was good news for Zhao Hai. This was because not only did nobody come to Hidden Dragon Mountain, even beasts didn't come here. Because of this, they can use this place as an entrance and exit in case of an emergency. After confirming this place, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the lake and followed the flow of the underground river. This time, it took him nearly 3 hours to find the exit of the underground passage. When he saw the exit, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. The exit of the underground river was actually in the Leaping Dragon Sea. The Leaping Dragon Sea was the largest sea in the Leaping Dragon realm. Back then, the experts of the real spiritual realm used their spiritual force to scan it for a month, but they still couldn't find the end of the Leaping Dragon Sea. It was said that in the Leaping Dragon Sea, there were no dragons. No one could cross the Leaping Dragon Sea. Zhao Hai really didn't expect that the exit of the underground river was actually in the Leaping Dragon Sea. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Because of the water quality of the underground river, the exit of the underground river didn't have any beasts at all. It was very safe. Zhao Hai looked at the surrounding environment and was very satisfied. The more inconspicuous a place was, the safer it was. It seems like the big karst cave was really the best camp prepared for them. Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the underground river. After 2 hours, he finally returned to the karst cave. Although Zhao Hai had only been out for a few hours, the distance he traveled was definitely not short. Take the Hidden Dragon Mountain for example. the mountain that Zhao Hai was at least 10,000 li away. And the leaping dragon sea was at least 20,000 li away. From this point, it can be seen how fast Zhao Hai's speed was. When Zhao Hai returned to the karst cave, Yuan Ba and the others were already anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, they immediately went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. This place will be our base from now on. But if we want to go in and out of this base, we can only use transmission formations. This underground river can only be used as an emergency exit. Come, let's set up a transmission formation here. After we leave, we'll immediately seal the entrance. Although they didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant, they didn't ask too much. The group began to set up a transmission formation. This time, the transmission formation they set up was a large one. It can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. It's possible that the cultivators in the Leaping Dragon realm would be able to arrive here in 2 uses. After setting up the transmission formation, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go. In the future, I'll give each of you a transmission formation. This way, your safety will be guaranteed. Moreover, it'll be more convenient for you to enter the camp." Yuan Ba and the others nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai led everyone out of the cave. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai immediately used his earth divergent ability to seal up the narrow passage. Then he placed the boulder back in its original position and used his earth divergent ability to erase all traces. Only then did Zhao Hai feel relieved. The narrow passage wasn't short. If a person's spiritual force wanted to pass through the passage and see the cave behind it, it would be impossible. Don't forget that this was the Leaping Dragon realm. The spiritual force of immortal experts would be suppressed by 5 times. Because of this, it was impossible for people to discover the cave inside. Even the beasts in the Leaping Dragon realm wouldn't be able to discover it. The cave was absolutely safe. After doing all this, Zhao Hai and the others flew towards Martial Dragon City. The reason why Zhao Hai chose such a safe camp was because he had no other choice. They couldn't live in the city right now, so it would be very dangerous at night. In the Leaping Dragon realm, not only beasts were dangerous, but also people. Cultivators from other realms would sometimes attack their camps. Because of this, the camps of other realms would be destroyed. Because of this, the realms were very careful when choosing their camps. If a camp of a lower realm was attacked at night, then it would be very passive. This was because at night, unless there were special circumstances, the transmission formations of the cities would be closed. In other words, if a cultivator's camp was attacked, then they could only resist or wait until daytime. As long as it was daytime, then they could use the transmission formation to escape to the city. Once inside the city, they would be safe. Cultivators weren't allowed to fight in the city, and they could also resist beasts. The city's teleportation array would only be activated at night under one circumstance, and that was during a beast tide. During a beast tide, people from all realms could hide in the city, regardless of whether it was day or night. The true spirit realm had already established a very perfect method to predict beast tides. Therefore, before a beast tide broke out, people from all realms would be notified. When the time came, whether they wanted to enter the city or not would depend on themselves. If you want to enter the city, then you have to obey orders and follow the people in the city to resist the beast tide. If you don't want to enter the city, then whether you live or die outside has nothing to do with others. As Zhao Hai and the others moved forward, Yuan Ba and the others had smiles on their faces. From time to time, they would discuss with each other. The reason why they were so happy was because the cave was too good. Not only was it safe, but the scenery inside was also very beautiful. Naturally, they would be happy to have this place as their base in the future. Zhao Hai smiled as he flew in front. At the same time, he paid attention to the surroundings. Because Yuan Ba and the others were too happy, they forgot about the dangers of the Leap Dragon realm. However, Zhao Hai didn't forget about it. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He waved his hand and stopped. When Yuan Ba and the others saw Zhao Hai's gesture, they immediately stopped joking and went into battle formation. Zhao Hai looked at the forest not far away and said, "Friend, we've been waiting for a long time. Come out and talk." Yuan Ba and the others' expressions couldn't help but change. This was because they didn't see anyone just now. They thought that they would encounter treants or beasts that could turn invisible. They didn't expect to see people. Along with Zhao Hai's words, more than 20 people flew out of the forest in front of him. These people were wearing green robes and had green hair. They looked very eye-catching. Upon seeing these people, Yuan Ba's expression couldn't help but change. Then he whispered, "It's actually the Treant race. No wonder we didn't see them before." Upon hearing Yuan Ba, everyone became cautious. They had heard about the Treant race before. The Treant race was a very special race. In fact, they were all Treants. And the space they lived in was called the Treant realm. Just by hearing this name, one would know that the Treants were the absolute rulers of that space. In the Treant realm, there was only a forest without any trace. And the Treant race was formed from the trees in that forest. However, these Treants didn't have the dedication of the great trees. The reason why these Treants were famous in the Leap Dragon realm was because they were the most famous bandits. There were a lot of forests in the Leaping Dragon realm, and the Tree Demon clan was the most famous expert in the forest. Because their bodies were all tree demons, they could hide themselves in the forest without being discovered. If there were cultivators on a mission, as long as they passed by, they would not be polite and would directly block their path and rob them. However, when the Treant were in the forest, their fighting strength was much stronger than before. Moreover, when the Treants were hiding in the forest, it would be difficult for the beasts to find them. Because of this, the Treants didn't participate in defending the city during the beast tide. This allowed them to slowly develop and grow. At this point, they were already a major force in the Leap Dragon realm. In the Leaping Dragon world, no one liked to meet the Treant race because meeting them meant that you were unlucky. It was precisely because of this that in the Cultivation world, the Tree Demon clan was carefully described in the description of the Leaping Dragon realm by various sections. Moreover, they were listed as extremely dangerous figures. Zhao Hai looked at the Treants and said, "Friends, why are you stopping us?" The Treants looked very arrogant. The leader of the Treants looked to be around 30 years old. He had a beautiful green beard. He stroked his beard and smiled, "How about it? You're not a fledgling, right? Our Treant race is stopping you. What do you think will happen?" Zhao Hai looked at the Treant and said, "I still want to advise you not to provoke people that you can't afford to provoke. Otherwise, not only would it be bad for you, it would also be bad for your entire Treant race." When the Treants heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they laughed, especially the leader of the Treants. He pointed at Zhao Hai and said, "Ha ha ha. After so many years, this is the first time I've met someone more arrogant than me. Ha ha ha. Very interesting. Kid, since you're so interesting, I've decided that after I kill you, I'll personally absorb you." The most hateful thing about the Treant race was that after killing a cultivator, they would absorb the flesh and blood of the cultivator and turn it into their own nourishment. Zhao Hai looked at the Treant and smiled faintly, "Interesting. There are a lot of people in this world who want to kill me. But none of them have succeeded. Let's see if you can succeed." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as hundreds of immortal stage undead appeared behind him. At the same time, the trees in the forest moved without any wind. Then green energy lines connected the trees. These energy lines came from Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao had seen these Treants robbing people before, so he was very clear that the reason these Treants were able to increase their fighting strength in the forest was because they had a way to extract spiritual chi from the trees to help them in battle. When necessary, they could even turn the trees into weapons in battle. This was an innate ability of the Treants. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the Treants do this. His wood element ability wasn't any worse than the Treants' innate ability, it might even be stronger. Because of this, Zhao Hai wouldn't give the Treants the opportunity to borrow the spiritual chi of the trees. First, he used his ability to connect the trees. This way, the Treants wouldn't be able to borrow the spiritual chi of the trees. After the Treants saw Zhao Hai's actions, their expressions changed. They knew what this meant. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this powerful. While they were in a daze, Zhao Hai's undead had already rushed towards the Treants. The Treants had no choice but to resist. At the same time, they wanted to borrow the spiritual chi of the trees. However, they discovered that the spiritual chi of the trees had been connected by Zhao Hai, making it impossible for them to borrow it. This discovery made the Treants panic. The forest was the Trent's biggest reliance. The forest was like their home to the Trents. This was their home ground. Naturally, they would have the upper hand if they fought with someone else. But now, they discovered that their home ground had been turned into an away game. The Trents even started to reject them. This made them panic. Moreover, there were hundreds of undead surrounding them. They only had 20 people, so how could they resist? Before long, casualties started to appear. Xiaohai naturally wouldn't be polite. Therefore, he received the bodies of the Trents into the space and turned them into his undead. When these Trents were killed, they also turned into their own trees. In fact, they were just big trees. Since these trees had turned into Trents, they also had souls. However, after turning into undead, they couldn't take human form. Moreover, the leaves on the trees would fall off, turning the entire tree into a dark green color. There would even be a green ghost fire that would flicker from time to time. It looked gloomy and terrifying. One could tell that it wasn't a good thing at first glance. Xiaohai wasn't polite. Even if these trees couldn't turn back into human form, it didn't matter. In any case, they were undead. As long as their fighting strength didn't change, it would be fine. The 20 immortal stage Trents were dealt with by Xiaohai in less than an hour. Xiaohai wanted to see if he could use his wood element to communicate with the Trents. In the end, he discovered that it was impossible. The Trents were just like humans. They had their own thoughts and souls. Wood element abilities were useless against them. Xiaohai wasn't disappointed. If he couldn't communicate with the Trents, then so be it. He had already communicated with the 100 Spirits tree. Compared to the 100 Spirits tree, the Trents were too inferior. After dealing with the Trents, Xiaohai and the others immediately left. This was the Leap Dragon realm. If they made such a big move, then it would be very likely that they would attract a large number of beasts. When that time comes, the unlucky ones would be them. Therefore, they had no choice but to quickly leave. Xiaohai's group quickly returned to the Martial Dragon City and directly went to the Dawning Pale Sex branch. It was currently noon, so Xiaohai and the others immediately went to hand in the mission. One must know that the time taken to hand in the mission was directly related to the person's impression. When Xiaohai's group entered the Dawning Pale Sex branch, the female cultivator who gave them the mission in the morning immediately saw Xiaohai's group. The female cultivator couldn't help but stare. She knew how difficult it was to find jade stalactites. A lot of people accepted this mission only to fail in the end. But Xiaohai and the others only went out for half a day. Did they complete the mission? That's impossible. Just as she was thinking about this, Xiaohai and the others arrived at the counter where they handed in their mission. Then they took out their own scoreboard as well as a cup of jade stalactites and handed it over to the Dawning Pale Sex cultivators. The Dawning Pale Sex cultivators at the counter looked quite old. They also knew that Xiaohai and the others received the mission in the morning. They didn't expect them to return in the afternoon. A white-haired old cultivator took the jade cup from Xiaohai's hand and placed it under his nose. Then he nodded and said, "Good, this is fresh jade stalactites. They were picked less than half a day ago." "Very good, I didn't expect you to complete the mission in just half a day." Then he received the jade stalactites and added 12 points to each person's scoreboard. At the same time, he wrote the word excellent on the evaluation board. Originally, Xiaohai and the others would get 10 points for completing the mission. If they didn't complete it well, they would lose points. However, it was clear that the old cultivator was very satisfied with Xiaohai and the others' performance. Because of this, he directly gave Xiaohai and the others 12 points. Moreover, he gave them an excellent evaluation. The evaluation of this mission was very important. If you complete the mission very well, then you would receive an excellent evaluation. Below the excellent evaluation were 5 grades of excellent, good, good, average, and poor. The better the evaluation, the more outstanding the cultivator was. This would make it easier to attract the attention of great sects. When the time comes, the cultivator would have a higher chance of joining a great sect. For people like Xiaohai and the others who wanted to enter the true spirit realm, joining a great sect was much more cost-effective than joining a small one. While Xiaohai was handing in his task, Yuan Ba also brought a bottle of jade stalactite to the Dawning Pale Sex trading desk. This kind of situation was very common in the Leaping Dragon realm. If you give a task, then naturally you have to set a quota. Once you reach a certain amount, then the task would be completed. Naturally, the surplus would belong to the person who did the task. You can either sell it or keep it for yourself. Because of this, transactions like yuan bas were very common in the Leaping Dragon realm. It didn't arouse the disgust of the Dawning Pill sect. On the contrary, the people of the Dawning Pill sect were very happy. This was because they can now get a lot of jade stalactites. The bottle of jade stalactites that Yuan Ba took out was very good. It sold for nearly 10,000 crystal stones. Naturally, the crystal stones here were all high grade. It seems like Zhao Hai and the others suffered a loss. Every cup that they handed over was almost the same as the jade stalactites that Yuan Ba handed over. Don't forget that Zhao Hai and the others also obtained pills. Each of them got 5 pills. Altogether, these pills were worth more than 10,000 crystal stones. After selling the jade stalactites, Zhao Hai and the others left the Dawning Pill sect's branch and arrived at the streets of Martial Dragon City. Zhao Hai looked at the streets of Martial Dragon City and then turned to Yuan Ba and said, "Yuan Ba, how much does a portable transmission formation cost?" Yuan Ba understood what Zhao Hai meant, so he smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, you shouldn't think about that right now. Although we have 10,000 crystal stones, which seems to be very good, the portable transmission formation costs 100,000 crystal stones. The one that we're using now costs at least 1 million crystal stones. We can't afford it. You should know that in order to sell the portable transmission formation, Captain Tai Zhantian had to start saving money. It wasn't until a few years ago that we were able to save enough money." Yuan Ba smiled bitterly and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "You wait here. I'll go back to the camp. I'll be back soon." Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared. Yuan Ba looked enviously at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared. He said sullenly, "Mr. is still the best. What transportation formation? He does not need one at all. He can go wherever he wants." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, Little Hai said that he would give us a portable transmission formation as soon as possible. He's not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word." Yuan Ba nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai returned. As soon as Zhao Hai came back, he took out several jade slips and handed them over to everyone. "You should go and buy the things listed on the jade slips. The sooner the better. Right, if you don't have enough money, sell the jade stalactite and exchange it for the things listed here." Yuan Ba and the others stared. They were puzzled as they sent their spiritual force into the jade slip. When they saw the contents of the jade slip, Yuan Ba and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because Zhao Hai didn't write a lot of things in the jade slip, only a dozen or so. There were metals, jades, and other things that weren't difficult to find. Yuan Ba looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Mister, why do you want to buy these things?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't ask too much. Go and buy these things. After we're done, we'll return to the camp. When we arrive, we'll immediately move." As soon as the group heard Zhao Hai, their spirits were lifted. Then Yuan Ba led Zhao Hai and the others to a trading center in the city. This trading center was a piece of land set aside by the True Spirit realm. It was dedicated to setting up stalls in the lower realms. The True Spirit realm would also set up shops here to sell magic artifacts, pills, and other things. In the Leaping Dragon realm, one could sell all kinds of materials. There were even herbs and ores for sale. Even the shops set up by the True Spirit realm would sometimes sell some herbs. The people of the True Spirit realm encouraged themselves to refine pills and artifacts. This was because the cultivation world couldn't do without alchemists and artifact refiners. If one's pills and artifacts were good, not only would the people of the True Spirit realm not blame you for stealing their business, they would even give you a good impression. The trading center of Martial Dragon City was located in a square in the west of the city. The square was very large and could hold more than 1,000 stalls. On the side of the square, there was also a row of shops. These shops were opened by the True Spirit sect. They weren't opened by people from the lower realms. The lower realms didn't have the ability to open shops in Martial Dragon City. Most of the people who set up stalls here were cultivators from the lower realms. They also sold some herbs or ores that they obtained during missions. They set up stalls here in order to sell more crystal stones. Of course, it was impossible for them to sell everything. Generally, a person would only sell a few things. Some people even sold only one thing. You can buy their things with crystal stones, or you can take out something similar to exchange with them. There were even some people who set up stalls just to exchange things and didn't want crystal stones. If you want to sell something for refining, it would be best to go to the shops of the true spirit realm. Although the things in their shops were a bit expensive, they guaranteed quality. Moreover, the goods were very complete. You can have anything you want. Zhao Hai and the others first strolled around the stalls outside and found a few things that they needed. They bought all of them. As for the things that they didn't buy, they went to the shops to buy them. It didn't take long for them to spend all of their crystal stones. They had 20,000 crystal stones. Yuan Ba also sold the other bottle of jade stalactites. After buying everything, Zhao Hai and the others took the transmission formation and returned to the camp. Li Mu and the others were already prepared. Everything was packed up, even the defensive formation was dismantled and ready to be installed in the new camp. Seeing that Zhao Hai and the others had returned, Li Mu immediately went forward to greet them. He cupped his fist and said, "Legion Commander, we've returned." "Right, I've already told the other teams to buy the materials that the Legion Commander needed after completing the mission. They should be returning soon." The mission was completed very smoothly, there weren't any problems. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Legion Commander." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, that's great. Yuan Ba, you and the others should set up the transmission formation leading to the new base. Send a group of people in and clean up the place. Remember, don't damage the environment inside." Yuan Ba and the others nodded and immediately went to prepare. Before long, the transmission formation was set up. Yuan Ba led the others to the new base while Zhao Hai and Li Mu stayed behind to wait. Before long, all the people who went out to do missions came back. Aside from the newcomers, the other people who did the missions, except for some of the things that Zhao wanted, sold everything else. The things that were saved were exchanged for the metals and jades that Zhao wanted. Seeing that everyone had returned, Zhao Hai immediately had everyone enter the transmission formation. Then he adjusted the transmission formation before entering it as well. A white light flashed as everyone disappeared from the transmission formation. After the white light disappeared, a loud explosion was heard from the transmission formation. All of the transmission formations had been blown up. Moreover, the entire valley had collapsed. The entire valley had disappeared. With such a big movement, it was naturally impossible not to attract the attention of demonic beasts. About 2 hours after Zhao and the others left, dozens of demonic beasts came to the valley to investigate. However, they found that the valley had been destroyed. The demonic beasts thought that someone had fought here and destroyed the valley, so they didn't care and just turned around and left. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others were now inside the cave. Upon arriving, those who hadn't been here before were shocked. They didn't think that there would be such a beautiful place. It was like an underground palace, but this palace was actually built by nature. To be honest, they couldn't bear to destroy this place. It was clear that Yuan Ba had the same idea as them. Therefore, everyone's cave residences were built in inconspicuous places. Moreover, the entrances were very small, so they didn't destroy the overall feeling of the cave. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Ba and the others and nodded. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, go and build your own cave residences as well as the transmission formation. Tell the realm that we're going to change our location. Also, build a defensive formation. Although we can't use it here, if our camp is discovered, then it would be useful." "Right, don't bother me during this time, just take care of these things. Just do what you need to do." Everyone nodded and went to prepare. At the same time, Zhao Hai gathered all the materials that they bought. Then he found a place inside the cave and built a cave residence. Then he went inside and didn't come out. Li Mu and the others didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, but they didn't say anything. Those who didn't agree with Zhao Hai's orders were now completely convinced by Zhao Hai after today's mission. This was especially true for the old people. They didn't think much of the missions that Zhao Hai gave them. But after doing this mission, they realized how easy it was for them to do it. They completed the mission in less than a day. Moreover, the rewards they received were very generous. This was something that they didn't dare to imagine before. As for the new novice missions, they were even better. They completed the missions within a day and got an excellent evaluation. Moreover, they also got full impression points. This made the new people very happy. Although these newcomers had just come from the cultivation realm, they still had a certain understanding of the leap dragon realm. The grade 6 of the cultivation realm had a lot of information about the leap dragon realm. These people were very clear about the importance of having an impression of themselves. For them to be able to get full impression points while doing a mission, this was definitely a good thing for them. While everyone was busy, the encampment slowly took shape. Everything that was in the original encampment could be found in this encampment. At this time, everyone suddenly felt their vision turn dark. They looked around in confusion and discovered that the shining stalagmites weren't as bright as before. Everyone was puzzled. Limu turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Gang leader, what do you think is going on? Why did the stalagmites turn dark?" Zhang Feng looked at the stalagmite and frowned. Then he calculated the time, and his eyes lit up as he said, "Limu, you brought the transmission formation with you. Go out and see if it's already dark outside." When Limu heard Zhang Feng's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his eyes lit up as he nodded. His figure moved and disappeared from the cave. There was a reason why Limu was so happy. He was very clear that if those stalagmites really turned dark because of the night, then it was too important for them. In the cultivation world, others didn't care whether it was night or day, but in the Leaping Dragon realm, it was much more dangerous. In the Leaping Dragon realm, the day was still a world ruled by cultivators and demon beasts. When it was night time, the entire Leaping Dragon realm was the world of demon beasts. Moreover, if they didn't know whether it was night or day, it would be very inconvenient to go to the city. It must be known that all transmission formations in the city were closed at night. If they didn't know whether it was night or day, then they had no way to know when the transmission formation in the city would open. Although they also had timekeeping equipment, it wasn't very convenient to use it. This was because the timekeeping equipment they used was from the cultivation realm. The length of day and night in the Leaping Dragon realm was different from the cultivation realm. Naturally, the timekeeping equipment needed to be used to calculate the time. Naturally, it was very unusual. When Limu activated the portable teleportation formation and arrived outside the camp, he found that the sky was already dark. Seeing this situation, Limu did not dare to delay. Without delay, he immediately activated the teleportation formation and returned to the camp. The reason why he was in such a hurry was because he was very clear that when he used the teleportation formation, it would emit a white light. And in the night, this white light was very conspicuous. If he didn't leave quickly, he would be in trouble. Sure enough, less than 3 minutes after Limu disappeared, several demon beasts rushed to the place where Limu just appeared. They sniffed around and didn't find anything, so they scattered. When Limu returned to the cave residence, he immediately looked at Zhang Feng with an excited expression and said, "Leader, it's really dark outside. It seems like the time of these stalagmites is synchronized with the outside world." The others were also very excited. Zhang Feng shook her head and said, "It's better to be careful. Let's try it tomorrow morning. If the sky outside is also bright when the stalagmites light up, then we won't have to worry about the time." "Alright, everyone should go and rest." "Right, don't activate the defensive formation. It's useless to activate it here. Moreover, the formation's fluctuations might attract the attention of the beasts." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded in agreement. They knew that Zhang Feng was right. This place wasn't suitable for activating the defensive array. Everyone returned to their own residences to rest. No one disturbed Jiao Hai. At this time, Jiao Hai was sitting inside the space, looking at the situation outside. Zhang Feng and the others rest, Jiao Hai's group. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Space? Does the space also have the scenery of the karst cave? Do you want to take a look?" When Laura heard Jiao Hai, she couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Of course, but you wouldn't expect it to be there. Let's go, follow us." Then she stood up and walked towards the villa's basement. Zhao Hai was also curious, so he followed Laura and the others to the basement. The reason why Zhao Hai said that the space had a view of the cave wasn't just nonsense. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the cave, Laura and the others were very envious. They wanted to make a cave inside the space. With the space's current ability, it was only a matter of thought. However, Zhao Hai didn't know where the cave was. Looking at Laura and the others walking towards the basement, Zhao Hai became even more curious. The villa's basement had a hot spring. Did they turn the hot spring into a cave? Following Laura and the others, they quickly arrived at the villa's basement. When Laura opened the door to the basement, Zhao Hai knew that his guess was right. The villa's basement had turned into a huge cave. The size of the cave wasn't any smaller than Zhao Hai's camp. Everywhere one could see sparkling blue stalagmites. Moreover, in the middle of the cave, there was a huge pool. The water in the pool was steaming, it was the hot spring. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good creativity. I didn't expect the hot spring to become even more beautiful. Good, let's take a bath." To be honest, Zhao Hai really liked the environment of the hot spring. It was really good that Laura and the others were able to come up with such a beautiful idea. After a night of silence, early the next morning, Zhao Hai went out of his cave. He already knew that the stalagmites in the camp were synchronized with the time outside. When it was dark outside, the light emitted by the stalagmites would be dim. When it was bright outside, the light emitted by the stalagmites would be brighter. When Zhao Hai came out, Zhang Feng and the others also came out. Li Mu had already gone outside, so he knew that it was bright outside. Now, everyone was standing in front of the stalagmites with excited expressions. When Zhang Feng saw Zhao Hai come out, she immediately greeted him and said, "Zhao Hai, did you know that the stalagmites in the camp are synchronized with the time outside? When it's bright outside, the stalagmites would be brighter. When it's dark outside, the stalagmites would be dimmer." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I know, I just went out to take a look." "Alright, everyone gather here, I have something to distribute to everyone." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they immediately gathered around. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a pile of palm-sized discs appeared in front of him. Each disc had complex runes engraved on it, it looked like a small formation disc. When Zhang Feng and the others saw these discs, their eyes lit up. This was because they recognized these discs. These discs were used by Li Mu before, they were portable transmission discs. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, take one of these discs. These are the materials that we bought yesterday." "Right, Yuan Ba, I have a task for you. Here are 500 portable discs. Take them to Martial Dragon City and sell them." Then Zhao Hai threw a space disc to Yuan Ba. Yuan Ba was overjoyed as he received it. He opened the space and used his spiritual force to explore it. Sure enough, there were 500 portable discs inside. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Ba and said, "The price is up to you. As long as it's no less than 50,000 crystal stones. Among these discs, 50 are large ones while the rest are small ones. You have to sell them as soon as possible." Yuan Ba nodded. Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and threw it over to Li Mu. Then he said, "Li Mu, these are 1,000 portable transmission formation discs. Take them. If there are new people, remember to give them to them. As for the others, if you join a sect or return to the cultivation realm, remember to leave these formation discs in the camp. Don't take them with you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't take them with you." Li Mu nodded. Everyone nodded, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. These formation discs were very important to the camp. In the future, there would be more people from the cultivation realm coming to the camp. If those people take the formation discs with them, then they would have to buy them, and they wouldn't be able to buy them so cheaply. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I believe that you have completed the tasks I assigned to you yesterday. However, there is more than one task recorded in the jade slip. You can go and do other tasks now. Yuan Ba, your main task now is to sell those discs. Alright, let's get moving. Remember, when it gets dark, you must come back." Everyone nodded. Then they activated the discs and turned around to leave. Zhang Feng and Li Kuanga were still with Zhao Hai. However, Yuan Ba didn't follow them today. He discovered that Zhao Hai didn't need him to follow. Moreover, he had his own task. Naturally, he wouldn't follow Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai's group arrived at Martial Dragon City, Zhang Feng looked at the situation inside the city. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, what task are we going to do today? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, today, we're going to pick herbs. Last time, we were looking for jade stalactites. Today, we're going to look for ginseng. Zhang Feng didn't feel anything, she just nodded and said, are we still going to the Dawning Pale sect to pick up tasks? The reason why Zhang Feng asked this was because she knew that the Dawning Pale sect was the one who issued the tasks. Moreover, the Dawning Pale sect also gave out the highest rewards. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right, we're still going to the Dawning Pale sect. However, you have to be prepared. The place we're going to today will be frequented by tree demons. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. No wonder Zhao Hai showed that kind of smile. It turned out that they were going to look for trouble with the tree demons. Picking herbs was just a matter of convenience. The reason why Zhang Feng and the others were so confident was because they knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't fight an unprepared battle. If he said that they were going to pick ginseng, then there would certainly be ginseng waiting for them to dig up. This way, picking ginseng would become a simple matter. And Zhao Hai also told them that the place was frequented by tree demons. They immediately understood what Zhao Hai's true purpose was. Zhao Hai was a vengeful person. Those tree demons actually dared to rob them. If Zhao Hai didn't deal with them, then he wouldn't be Zhao Hai. The group arrived at the Dawning Pale Sect's branch and went to the mission office. The female cultivators were still sitting there. When the female cultivators saw Zhao Hai and the others come in, their eyes lit up. To be honest, the work in the Leaping Dragon realm was very boring. But Zhao Hai's actions yesterday had already aroused their interest. So when they saw Zhao Hai and the others come in, they immediately became interested. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai and the others wanted to do today. Just as Zhao Hai stood in front of the counter, the female cultivator who received them yesterday came over. She smiled at Zhao Hai and said, first of all, congratulations to Mr. for completing yesterday's mission. May I know what mission Mr. wants to take today? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, thank you, Mississippi. Today, we're here to take the mission of digging up ginseng, the best quality ginseng. When the female cultivator heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but frown. Then she said, Mister, although the mission of digging up the best quality ginseng is a novice mission, it's still very dangerous. This is because there are often demon beasts roaming around. Moreover, the tree demons are often active there. You should have heard of the tree demon clan, right? Zhao Hai didn't think that the female cultivator would remind them. He gratefully cupped his fist towards the female cultivator and said, Little Hai, thank you for your reminder. We already know what you're talking about. Today, we're here to accept this task. Then he took out his scoreboard and handed it over to the female cultivator. The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and knew that she couldn't persuade Zhao Hai. She just nodded and took the scoreboard from Zhao Hai. Then she entered the mission into the scoreboard. Then she returned the scoreboard to Zhao Hai. Then she recorded the mission for Zhang Feng and the others. Zhao Hai and the others received the scoreboard and thanked the female cultivator. Then they turned around and left the Dawning Pale Sect's branch. When they arrived outside, Zhang Feng smiled and said, it seems like that female cultivator is very interested in you. She actually warned you about the tree demons. I don't think anyone else would receive such treatment, right? When the others heard Zhang Feng, they couldn't help but look strangely at Zhao Hai. In the past 2 days, they had been in contact with the Dawning Pale Sect because of Zhao Hai. They discovered that the female cultivator's attitude towards Zhao Hai was very different from the others. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he shook his head and said, that's impossible. It's impossible for them to look at me. Don't forget, we just entered the Leap Dragon realm. Also, I don't like her. Laura and the others are enough. Zhao Hai looked at the group and shook his head. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh and said, Laura and the others aren't easy to deal with. As long as they don't become immortal experts, they won't be able to enter the Leap Dragon realm. You were actually separated. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Naturally, he couldn't tell Zhang Feng that Laura and the others were with him all the time. Because of this, Zhao Hai just shook his head and said, all right, let's not talk about this. Let's go. We need to go to High Virtue City to get the ginseng. It'll take us about 3 hours to get there. Let's go to the transmission formation. Naturally, the others didn't object. They nodded and followed Zhao Hai to the transmission formation. Then they used the formation to go to High Virtue City. Although they had a portable transmission formation, one shouldn't forget that they needed to be there before they could use it. Zhao Hai and the others hadn't been to High Virtue City before. Naturally, they couldn't use the transmission formation to go there. After paying the transmission formation fee, Zhao Hai and the others sat on the transmission formation to High Virtue City. With a flash of white light, they appeared in High Virtue City's transmission formation. Upon seeing their surroundings, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect this place to be so lively. People were coming and going. It was much more lively compared to Martial Dragon City. However, Zhao Hai and the others quickly recovered and left the transmission formation. High Virtue City wasn't an ordinary place. High Virtue City was one of the top sects in the True Spirit realm. It was 10 times bigger than Martial Dragon City. There were a lot more cultivators here compared to Martial Dragon City. It can be said that High Virtue City was the center of the Leap Dragon realm. Why was it one of the centers of the Leaping Dragon realm? It was because the Leaping Dragon realm was too big. There were 81 big cities like this city, and the first big city was established by a super sect of the True Spirit world. It can be said that the first big city was the center of the Leaping Dragon realm. Therefore, the city could only be regarded as one of the centers of the Leaping Dragon realm. Every city had a super sect, and every super sect was the boss of the place they were in. This was the current situation of the Leaping Dragon realm. Of course, this didn't mean that the Truth Tao sect was the only sect in Xianxia City. In fact, there were many small sects and medium-level sections. However, if these sects wanted to stay in Xianxia City, they had to serve the city. They had to protect the city's public security, resist the attacks of demon beasts, and so on. In fact, the small sects and medium sects in the city might be far away from the True Tao sect in the True Spirit world. But in the Leaping Dragon realm, for various reasons, they had no choice but to settle down in the city. The situation in the Leaping Dragon realm was far worse than the situation in the True Spirit world. Zhao Hai's group walked along the main street of the city and looked at the cultivators coming and going. Some of these cultivators seemed to have just entered the city, while others were about to leave. But whether they were entering or leaving the city, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all in a hurry. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry. Zhao Hai looked at these cultivators and couldn't help but sigh. The situation in the city reminded him of the big cities on Earth. People in those big cities were in a hurry every day. They didn't even have time to pay attention to the scenery around them. It was very similar to the people here. Compared to the people in a hurry, Zhao Hai's group looked more leisurely. This was the first time Zhang Feng and the others came to the city, so they looked around curiously. The people in the city were also curiously looking at Zhao Hai's group. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, the people in the city knew that this was the first time Zhao Hai's group came to the city. Their appearance was too obvious. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He just slowly walked outside. Flying was allowed in the city. From time to time, one could see cultivators flying in and out of the city. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. They slowly walked towards the city gate while looking at the shops on both sides. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that there were a few restaurants here. Restaurants, hotels, and these kinds of shops couldn't be seen in the cultivation realm. People in the cultivation realm don't eat, they would occasionally drink spirit wine. Only people with high status would be able to do that. Small sects wouldn't even be able to get spirit wine, let alone open a restaurant. When they saw the restaurant, Zhang Feng and the others were surprised. Zhao looked at them and smiled. Okay, let's go. Let's finish the mission first. When we have a chance, we'll come here and have a meal. Zhang Feng smiled and said, okay, let's go. Let's finish the mission first. When Zhang Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Feng smiled and said, don't think that we don't know. I know about the Leap Dragon realm from the sect. The things in these restaurants aren't cheap. You can buy a lot of pills with just one meal. To be honest, if we have the money, we might as well sell pills to eat. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He also knew that there was no way to explain it to Zhang Feng and the others. Zhao Hai was very clear about the reason why the True Spirit Realm set up restaurants and hotels in the Leap Dragon Realm. He heard from Mo Yangyu that everyone in the True Spirit Realm had to eat. The reason why the True Spirit Realm set up restaurants and hotels in the Leap Dragon Realm was to make the people in the lower realms accustomed to eating. Unfortunately, there weren't many people in the lower realms who understood this truth. Most of them had the same idea as Zhang Feng. This couldn't be blamed on Zhang Feng and the others. When they arrived in the Leap Dragon Realm, there were good things everywhere. Naturally, they wanted to get more for their sex. This way, all the money they earned in the Leap Dragon Realm would be used on these things. How could they be willing to go to restaurants and eat? In fact, after observing the Leap Dragon Realm for a long time, Zhao Hai discovered that the people in the Leap Dragon Realm didn't just randomly create these cities and missions. The missions that Zhao Hai and the others were taking were all beginner missions. These so-called beginner missions were for beginners. Under normal circumstances, these missions weren't very dangerous. Even Zhao Hai's mission of digging up ginseng wasn't very dangerous. Unless they were robbed by treants, there wouldn't be any danger. If you haven't done 10 beginner missions, then it would be impossible for you to take on high-level missions. The people of the True Spirit Realm were using the characteristics of the Leaping Dragon Realm to replenish new blood for their sections. They didn't treat the Leaping Dragon Realm as a coliseum. Therefore, they valued the lives of the cultivators who entered the Leaping Dragon Realm. Of course, any trial had its risks. Even if they really entered the True Spirit world, there were countless battles there. It was impossible for it to be so peaceful, so casualties were inevitable. However, from the actions of the sects in the True Spirit Realm, they had already minimized the danger. This was also one of the reasons why Zhao Hai wanted to enter the True Spirit Realm. As the group was walking forward, a burst of laughter was suddenly heard from a nearby tavern. A woman's voice was heard, "Senior brother, look at those cultivators. They look like country bumpkins who have never seen anything. What's going on with the Leap Dragon Realm? How come people like them can come in?" When Zhao Hai and the others heard this, they turned their heads towards the tavern. It wasn't a big tavern. A man and a woman were sitting in the tavern. The two were sitting by the window. They were currently pointing at Zhao Hai and the others. Obviously, the woman was talking about Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao looked at the clothes of the two people and smiled faintly. Then he turned to Zhang Feng, who was angrily looking at the man and woman, and said, "Let's go." Zhang Feng and the others were startled. Then they followed behind Zhao Hai and left. At this time, a man's voice was heard, "Junior sister, you're right. Not only are they country bumpkins, they're also cowards. Are they worthy of being cultivators? Are they worthy of entering the Leap Dragon Realm? It seems like there are no talents in the Leap Dragon Realm." Zhang Feng and the others became even more angry. Just as they were about to turn their heads and curse, they heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Don't cause trouble. Let's go." Then Zhao Hai quickly walked forward. At the same time, he noticed that among the two provocative cultivators, the male cultivator's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others left the city. When they arrived outside the city, Zhao Hai and the others flew up. However, they flew very low, not more than 10 meters. While flying, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, why didn't you let me curse them? In any case, the city doesn't allow them to fight. They wouldn't dare." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Didn't you notice? That person was deliberately provoking us. Moreover, he's from the True Dao sect." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she quickly said, "True Dao sect? The Zhen Dao sect that built the Xianxia city? Are they really disciples of the True Dao sect? But if they're disciples of the True Dao sect, then why would they provoke us?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'm sure that they're disciples of the True Dao sect. The True Dao sect's disciples have a special characteristic. Each of them has the word Dao embroidered on their sleeves. Moreover, it was embroidered with golden thread. I'm sure that their status in the True Dao sect isn't ordinary." Zhang Feng and the others' complexion changed. For them, the True Dao sect was a colossus. Fortunately, they didn't curse the two people. If they did, then they wouldn't have a good ending. Although they couldn't fight in the city, it didn't mean that the true Tao sect's disciples couldn't fight in the city. Moreover, if the true Tao sect's disciples killed them, then they wouldn't be killed in vain. Not only that, the cultivation world would also offend the true Tao sect and end up being driven out of the Leap Dragon realm. Yes, there were a lot of rules in the Leap Dragon realm. However, these rules were set for the cultivation realm. For a realm like the Truth Tao sect, there were no restrictions. Li Kuanga frowned and said with some worry, "Hage, why would those two people from the True Tao sect provoke us for no reason? We didn't offend them. Could it be that someone in the cultivation world had offended the True Tao sect before? No way, right? Should we ask Li Mu and the others about this matter?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "We should ask. Senior brother, you should ask Li Mu immediately." Zhang Feng nodded, then she took out the communication disc and dialed Li Mu's number. Zhao Hai had to admit that the True Spirit Realm's cultivation civilization was much more advanced compared to the cultivation realm. Take this communication disc for example. If the Jade Sword of the cultivation realm was equivalent to writing letters, then this communication disc was equivalent to a mobile phone. Moreover, it was a mobile phone that could be viewed. The difference between the two wasn't small. Before long, Zhang Feng asked. In fact, Zhao Hai and the others also heard what Zhang Feng said. Li Mu was sure that they didn't offend the True Tao sect. Not to mention offending the True Tao sect, they didn't offend any of the True Tao sects in the Leap Dragon realm. The people of the True Tao sect had always been active in the Xianxia city. People of the cultivation world rarely went to the Xianxia city, so how could they offend the True Tao sect? However, this answer gave Zhao Hai and the others a headache. They didn't offend the people of the True Tao sect, but the two people from the True Tao sect actually provoked them. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. The mood of these people was somewhat heavy. For them, the True Tao sect was an existence that they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. If they really offended the True Tao sect, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was smart and didn't let Zhang Feng and the others scold the two people. Otherwise, they would have been hunted down by now. Everyone was silent because their mood was very heavy. Just like what they said, their situation wasn't very good. If the Truth Tao sect wanted to deal with them, then the cultivation world would be in trouble. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't be like that. We might be thinking too much. If the Truth Tao sect wanted to deal with us, then why would they send two disciples to provoke us? They would just directly kill us. Who would dare to say anything? The cultivation world can enter the Leap Dragon realm with just a few words from the Truth Tao sect. Those two disciples might just be laughing at us." Zhang Feng and the others thought about it. What kind of existence was the Truth Tao sect? They could deal with the cultivation world with just a few words. There was no need for them to send disciples to provoke them. The Leap Dragon realm wasn't the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, even the Black Tiger gang wouldn't dare to say that they could deal with a small sect with just a few words. This would make the other small sects jealous of the Black Tiger gang, which would be very detrimental to the Black Tiger gang's development. However, the Leap Dragon realm was different. In the Leap Dragon realm, the Truth Tao sect could deal with the cultivation world with just a few words. Moreover, nobody would dare to refute this. This was because these people wanted their sects to enter the Leap Dragon realm. If they wanted their sects to enter the Leap Dragon realm, then they couldn't afford to offend the Truth Tao sect. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know that not long after they left, the two people from the Truth Tao sect had already returned to the Truth Tao sect's branch in the Leap Dragon realm. Upon entering the branch, the two quickly arrived at the hall. In the hall of the Truth Tao sect's branch, a person was sitting. This person was wearing a warrior's uniform and had a blade on his back. He looked extremely valiant. If Zhao Hai saw this person, he would definitely recognize him. This person was Lin Ling, who had crossed paths with Zhao Hai before. Now, he was still dressed like when he met Zhao Hai. His whole person looked like an unsheathed long sword, making people not dare to look at him directly. As soon as the two entered the hall, the male cultivator from the Truth Tao sect said, "Big brother Lin, you've made a mistake this time. That Zhao Hai actually turned around and left despite our provocation. I'm afraid that such a person is incompatible with your tyrant's blade school's cultivation method. That's right, Big Brother Lin. You are a famous genius in the tyrant's saber school. The people you brought here are all geniuses. Don't make a mistake this time. The female cultivator added. When Lin Ling heard the two, she couldn't help but gently knit her brows. Then she said, Zhao Hai didn't even fight back against the provocation of the two of you and left. This isn't right, this isn't his character. Brother Feng, Sister Shou'er, did the two of you reveal any flaws? The two people who spoke to Lin Ling were inner disciples of the Truth Dao sect. One was called Feng Lingyun and the other was called Luo Shou'er. The two of them grew up in the same place. Later on, they entered the Truth Dao sect together. However, the two of them weren't lovers, they were good friends. Later on, the two of them went out for a trial and were ambushed. They were saved by Lin Ling, and the three of them became good friends. The Tyrant's Blade school that Lin Ling belonged to was one of the 80 super sects of the True Spirit sect. It was very powerful and had a good relationship with the Truth Dao sect. Lin Ling had already noticed Zhao Hai. He just knew that Zhao Hai had entered the Leaping Dragon realm. Moreover, he knew that Zhao Hai would be coming to the Xianxia city today. Therefore, he asked Feng Linghun and Luo Xiaoer to provoke Zhao Hai. He wanted to see how Zhao Hai would react. The reason why Lin Ling was able to grasp Zhao Hai's whereabouts was because of the Dawning Pill sect. The Dawning Pill sect wasn't only good at alchemy, they were also very good at intelligence gathering. Because of this, the Dawning Pill sect's pharmacies were spread throughout the entire True Spirit realm. Therefore, the Dawning Pill sect wasn't just a simple alchemy sect. They were also an intelligence dealer. However, the information they sold was not very important. They never divulged the secret information of their sect. Lin Ling also had friends in the Dawning Pill sect. The news of Zhao Hai's appearance was told to him by his friend. Therefore, Lin Ling naturally knew about Zhao Hai's whereabouts. The tyrannical sword sect that Lin Ling belonged to had very high requirements for a cultivator's temperament. The saber was the hegemon of hundreds of weapons. No matter what kind of saber technique it was, there was no lack of domineering aura. However, this domineering aura wasn't only domineering, it also required the courage to fight. Because of this, when the tyrannical sword sect accepted disciples, they didn't care about aptitude. Instead, they cared about temperament. If Zhao Hai didn't discover Feng Linghun and Luo Xiaoer's identity, then he wouldn't be able to return to the tyrannical sword sect. When Feng Lingyun heard Lin Ling, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "How can that be? Look at us, we're all wearing cultivator robes today. These cultivator robes were made by us a while ago. You also know that our True Dao sect's robes aren't like this, so he shouldn't be able to find us." Lin Ling looked at the two's robes and nodded. But when he saw their cuffs, he couldn't help but laugh. This made the two look at him in confusion. Lin Ling pointed at their cuffs and said, "You two, you can wear the robes of the cultivation realm. But why do you have the word Dao embroidered on your cuffs? Isn't this telling you that you're from the True Dao sect? If Zhao Hai dares to provoke the people of the True Dao sect in this city, then there must be something wrong. That kid is very crafty." When they heard Lin Ling, Feng Lingyun and Luo Xiaoer couldn't help but stare. Then they quickly looked at their sleeves and couldn't help but laugh. They didn't think that there would be such a huge flaw in their robes. Feng Lingyun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, "It seems like Big Brother Lin has taken a fancy to this kid. He just glanced at us and was able to see through our identity. He's not simple." Luo Xiaoer looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Big Brother Lin, can you tell me what this Zhao Hai did to attract your attention?" Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "This Zhao Hai isn't simple. I've investigated him and found out that he isn't a person from the cultivation realm. He ascended from a lower realm. Moreover, he ascended more than once. It can be said that he ascended from the lowest realm. Moreover, I found that he has a trace of spiritual divine force on him." Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "This Zhao Hai isn't simple. Divine spirit power? Big Brother Lin, are you sure? Is it really divine spirit power?" When Lin Ling mentioned divine spirit power, Luo Xiaoer and Feng Lingyun were surprised. Lin Ling shook his head and said, "There's no mistake. It must be divine spirit power. In a place like the cultivation realm, besides divine spirit power, what else can detect the probing of a spirit formation? Even we wouldn't be able to detect the probing of a spirit formation. Feng Lingyun's expression changed. You're saying that Zhao Hai has divine spirit power and can detect the probing of a spirit formation? That's impossible, right? Lin Ling said, it's definitely true. This time, it was our tyrant's blade sect's turn to use a spirit formation to assess the lower realm. I was one of the participants. Otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered that Zhao Hai could detect the probing of a spirit formation. Spirit formation, this was a very famous formation in the true spirit world. The reason why it was famous was because it could combine the spiritual force of many people and amplify it. Then, it could release the spiritual force to detect the target. Using a spirit formation to detect, it could even detect an entire realm. Moreover, when using a spirit formation to detect, the fluctuations of spiritual force would be completely different from ordinary spiritual force. Ordinary people simply wouldn't be able to detect the probing of a spirit formation. Even in the true spirit world, there weren't many people who could rely on their own spiritual force to detect the probing of a spirit formation. The various sects used another method to deal with spirit formations. This type of formation was like a radar. As long as someone used a spirit formation to detect you, they would immediately be able to detect the other party. If someone with low strength wanted to detect the probing of a spirit formation, then there was only one method: spiritual divine force. In fact, spiritual divine force was also a type of spiritual force, but it was one of the rarest. There were a lot of conditions to form spiritual divine force. First, the person's spiritual force needed to be very pure, which was very important. Second, the person needed to have enough faith power, which was the key to forming spiritual divine force. Third, the person needed to fulfill the wishes of the deceased, allowing the last strand of the deceased soul to have a place to return to. This way, the strand of soul would produce a different kind of faith power. And when this faith power fuses with the person's own faith power, it would strengthen the person's spiritual force. This strengthened spiritual force was called spiritual divine force. The conditions for forming spiritual divine force were very harsh, especially the third condition. If you fulfill one or two wishes of the deceased, then you wouldn't be able to obtain the faith power released by the deceased soul. This was because the remaining soul of the deceased was already very small, and the faith power released by the deceased was even weaker. The faith power released by one or two souls was simply useless. Only a large amount of faith power would be useful. However, who would have the ability to find a large number of dead people and help them fulfill their wishes? Most people wouldn't be able to do this, and because of this, spiritual divine force was even more difficult to form. However, the spiritual occult force had endless uses. Although it was also considered spiritual energy, it was much more powerful than spiritual energy. It could easily break through other people's spiritual seals, it could scan the enemy without being discovered, it could discover things that ordinary spiritual energy couldn't discover, and so on. For cultivators, the spiritual occult force was very important. The most important thing was that spiritual divine force had the ability to assimilate. It could slowly assimilate other spiritual forces, turning them into spiritual divine force. Of course, this process was very slow, and if there was too little spiritual divine force, then one wouldn't be able to notice the change. It was precisely because spiritual divine force had all kinds of magical transformations that cultivators wanted to obtain spiritual divine force, even if it was just a strand. However, up until now, only a few people had succeeded. Because of this, when Lin Ling said that Zhao Hai might have spiritual divine force, Feng Lingyun and Luo Xiao were very surprised. Feng Lingyun smiled bitterly at Lin Ling and said, I didn't think that Big Brother Lin would be able to find someone with spiritual divine force. No wonder you value him so much. If those fellows in the sect were to know about this, then they would certainly value him very much. I'm afraid that they would try to snatch him away from Big Brother Lin. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, Brother, you can't say that. If you do, then Big Brother will fall out with you. Feng Lingyun waved his hand and said, Brother Lin, you can rest assured. As long as this Zhao Hai is still in the true Dao sect's domain, I can guarantee that I won't let any other sect accept him. Feng Lingyun waved his hand and said, Brother Lin, you can rest assured. Lin Ling smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, "All right, big brother, I'll thank you here. Wait for this kid to gain experience for a while, then I'll lead him to the Tyrant's Blade sect. Brother, big brother still has things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Tomorrow, we'll have a good drink." Feng Lingyun smiled and said, "All right, then we'll wait for the next opportunity to have a good drink." Lin Ling cupped his fist towards the two, then he turned around and left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Feng Lingyun smiled bitterly at Luo Xiao and said, "I didn't think that big brother Lin would be able to find such a genius. He actually ascended from the lower realms. This kid really has a lot of experience." Luo Xiao smiled and said, "Forget it, there's no need to think too much about it. Help big brother Lin look after this Zhao Hai. Otherwise, the next time we meet, let's see if big brother Lin will fall out with you." Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. Although the space had taken Xiangshan City into the space, he didn't dare take a branch of the Truth Dao sect. This was because these places had very sensitive monitoring formations. If something were to monitor the branch, then the formation would immediately send out an alarm. Zhao Hai didn't know what these formations were, but they were actually very sensitive. Even if Zhao Hai released the flowing silver formation, it still wouldn't be able to escape the surveillance of these formations. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't take any of the branches of the Leap Dragon realm into the space. Only the branch of the Danxia sect in Martial Dragon City was received by Zhao Hai. And that was because Zhao Hai was there. Zhao Hai and the others were now at the ginseng quarry. The reason why it was called ginseng quarry was because it was a place where the people of the Leap Dragon realm raised ginseng. They had planted ginseng here before, but later on, they didn't care about it and allowed the ginseng to grow naturally. However, they didn't expect that there would be more and more ginseng here. Because of this, the ginseng quarry became a fixed place for the Leap Dragon realm. But don't think that this place wasn't big. In fact, it was very big. Ginseng also needed to be planted. In the Leap Dragon realm, there was a bird called the ginseng bird. People said that if you hear the song of a ginseng bird, then there would be ginseng. These birds especially liked to eat ginseng fruits. They would swallow the whole ginseng fruit and digest the flesh while the core would be expelled from their body. Wherever the core was placed, ginseng would grow there. Moreover, these ginseng birds could fly. Wherever they flew, they would plant ginseng there. In this way, the ginseng growing area became bigger and bigger. Now, no one knew how big the ginseng growing area was. People only knew that it produced ginseng, and a lot of ginseng at that. Zhao Hai looked at the forest in front of him, then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, we'll split up and search for the ginseng. But don't go too far. Keep in touch at all times, this place isn't safe." Zhang Feng and the others nodded, then they slowly flew towards the forest. Zhao Hai also slowly flew towards the forest. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew that there were ginseng in this place. Before, Tai Zhantian and the others also came here to pick ginseng. They also had a conflict with the Treant tribe. In that battle, Tai Zhantian and the others suffered a small loss, no less than 5 of their people were killed. However, Zhao Hai still took this place into the space. At that time, the place that Tai Zhantian and the others went through wasn't very big. Although Zhao Hai knew that there were ginseng there, the grade of the ginseng wasn't very high. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. What he was looking for this time was the best quality ginseng. The spiritual qi in the Leaping Dragon realm was very abundant. The quality of the ginseng produced here was generally better than the ones produced in the Cultivation realm. A 20-year-old ginseng in the Leaping Dragon realm was comparable to a 100-year-old ginseng in the Cultivation realm. Therefore, although the quality of the ginseng that Zhao Hai knew was good, it was still far from the best quality ginseng in Zhao Hai's heart. Zhang Feng and the others might think that a 100-year-old ginseng was good, but Zhao Hai didn't think so. In Zhao Hai's opinion, there must be even older ginseng here. Along the way, Zhao Hai would talk to Zhang Feng and the others through the communication device from time to time. It was strange to say that there weren't many beasts in the ginseng garden. Occasionally, some beasts would come here. Most of the time, there were no beasts here. After flying in the forest for more than an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. Then he frowned as he took out his communication device and said, "Everyone, be careful. There's a situation in front of us. Gather here." When Zhang Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately gathered. Fortunately, they weren't far away. Before long, they gathered together. Zhang Feng looked ahead. Naturally, he couldn't see anything. They were flying in the forest. There was almost no road in front of them. Their line of sight was also blocked by the trees. Moreover, their spiritual force was suppressed in the leaping dragon realm. They couldn't explore too far. Therefore, they didn't know what was happening in front of them. Zhang Feng didn't find anything, but he knew that Zhao Hai must have found something. He was confident in Zhao Hai, so he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what did you find?" "There's a beast in front of us. It's a very powerful beast. We must be careful." Zhang Feng and the others' expressions became serious. They were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai said that it was a very powerful beast, then it certainly wouldn't be weak. Zhao Hai led the group and slowly flew forward. At this time, a loud roar was heard in front of them. A woo. This sound was a bit like a wolf's howl. However, the wolf's howl was much louder and more penetrating. Most importantly, along with this howl, an overwhelming pressure pressed down on Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Retreat. That beast is stronger than I thought. We're not its opponent. Head east. We'll go there and pick some ginseng. Then we'll immediately retreat." Zhang Feng and the others nodded. They also felt the pressure just now. It was terrifying. Although they were at the immortal stage and had their own pressure, it was nothing compared to that pressure. Because of this, nobody dared to stop. They retreated for about 10 miles before turning to the east. Along the way, they were even more careful. The pressure of the demonic beast had made them completely alert. Zhao was very clear about what kind of monster they had just encountered. It was indeed a wolf-shaped monster, but the wolf had silver fur and a half-meter-long horn on its head. The wolf was about 3 meters long and 1 meter tall. The wolf was resting under a big tree, and next to it was a ginseng. The ginseng looked like it was about 1,000 years old. It seemed like the wolf was waiting for the ginseng to mature so it could eat it to improve its cultivation. Because of this, as soon as Zhao Hai and the others approached, the silver wolf immediately let out a cry to warn Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already observed that the silver wolf wasn't at the immortal stage. He still didn't know how the immortal stage and above were divided in the true spirit realm. However, Zhao Hai was sure that with his current strength, he had no chance of winning against the silver wolf. Therefore, he decisively retreated. Now that Zhao Hai and the others weren't in any danger, Zhao Hai was still very careful. At the same time, he had liquid silver speed up the range of his detection. He now knew that there were some beasts in the leap dragon realm that he couldn't afford to provoke. After walking east for about an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. Zhang Feng and the others also stopped as they looked at Zhao Hai nervously. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's work to be done. Someone helped us pick the ginseng. Let's go get it." When Zhang Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared. They looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "About half an hour later, we'll encounter a group of treants. They have 10 people, and we also have 10 people. Today, we'll act as bandits and rob them." When Zhang Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be happy. Although they encountered treants yesterday, it was Zhao Hai's undead that dealt with them. They didn't fight against treants. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, they weren't afraid at all. On the contrary, they were excited. As immortal experts, Zhang Feng and the others had experienced hundreds of battles. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have become immortal experts. Because of this, they weren't afraid of fighting. Moreover, they entered the Leap Dragon realm in order to enter the True Spirit realm. They understood that even if they entered the True Spirit realm, they would still have to fight. Therefore, they might as well accumulate combat experience in the Leap Dragon realm. With this idea in mind, they were all excited. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and waved his hand as he led Zhang Feng and the others forward. Half an hour later, they felt the aura of the treants. They directly rushed over. The treants didn't retreat as they welcomed them. Although the treants also felt Zhao Hai's group, they also discovered that Zhao Hai's group only had 10 people while the Trance also had 10 people. 10 against 10, it might seem like the Trance didn't have any advantage. However, Zhao Hai knew that the Trance had the advantage in the forest. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't use his wood element ability to seal the forest. He wanted Zhang Feng and the others to feel the strength of the Trance attacks. Zhao was very clear that he couldn't protect Zhang Feng and the others forever. He had to let them experience what they needed to experience. Otherwise, in the end, Zhang Feng and the others might become flowers in a greenhouse. In this cruel world of cultivation, flowers in a greenhouse won't live long. Both sides were getting closer and closer. 10 li, 5 li, 1 li. Soon, both sides were able to see each other. The Treant clan was still dressed like before. They wore robes and had green hair. Green hair had become the symbol of the Treant clan. When the Treants saw Zhao Hai, they wanted to stop and say some nonsense. However, Zhao Hai's group didn't say anything and directly rushed forward. This made the Treants stare. However, this also aroused their ferocity. The Treants had always been robbing others. Looking at the appearance of these people today, it seems like they were robbing them. This made the Treants lose face. Naturally, they wouldn't waste any more words with Zhao Hai's group. Both sides immediately began to fight. After fighting, Zhao Hai understood why so many people didn't like to meet the Treants in the forest. Their fighting style was too strange. An image of a large tree appeared on the bodies of the Treants. This image was condensed from their bodies. Then this image directly fell to the ground. From the roots of this image, a lot of green energy lines emerged. These energy lines directly connected to the surrounding trees. The spiritual chi of the trees directly entered the Trent's bodies and turned into their energy. Then they attacked Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai had never encountered this kind of fighting style before. The last time he encountered these Treants, he directly cut off their connection with the trees. Then he attacked them with an army, not giving them any chance to escape. Now that he gave the Treants a chance, he knew how terrifying these Treants were. However, this fear was also relative. For Zhang Feng and the others, these Treants were very terrifying. But for Zhao Hai, these Treants were nothing. Zhao Hai had used divergent techniques before. But after all, that was in the lower realm. Moreover, at that time, he hadn't fully comprehended his divergent techniques, so he didn't condense his own force. Naturally, his attack power was much worse compared to now. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't use his force. He didn't even reveal his image. He just used ordinary divergent techniques to fight against the Treant. Even so, the Treant still couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack. Zhao was very clear that the Treants were most afraid of metal element abilities. Metal restrained wood, and metal element abilities naturally restrained wood element creatures. So this time, Zhao mainly used metal element abilities to fight against the Treants. Of course, there were also other abilities that he didn't lack. The Treant that was fighting against Zhao Hai could feel how powerful Zhao Hai was. He carefully defended himself, not giving Zhao Hai any chance. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to give him any chance. Zhao Hai's attack became even more fierce. The Treant could only block, he didn't have any strength to fight back. Zhao Hai didn't hold back because of this. This was because he discovered that Zhang Feng's situation wasn't good. Therefore, he strengthened his attack and prepared to support Zhang Feng. With an unwilling roar, the last Treant fell and was turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. At the same time, an immortal expert from the cultivation realm let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Captain." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he looked around and said, "Let's go. Use the portable transmission formation and return to Martial Dragon City. There's no need to go to High Virtue City." Everyone nodded. After flying to the side, they activated the portable transmission formation and left. The reason why they had to walk a distance before using the portable transmission formation was because the spiritual energy in the place where they fought was very chaotic. It would affect the use of the portable transmission formation. Therefore, they had to walk a distance before using the portable transmission formation. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai's team disappeared into the woods. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. The Treants really did have ginseng on them. Moreover, they were all top-quality ginseng. This saved them the trouble of looking for ginseng. When Zhao Hai's group appeared in Martial Dragon City, they attracted the envious gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Martial Dragon City wasn't like High Virtue City. Even in High Virtue City, portable transmission formations were rare, let alone Martial Dragon City. Zhao Hai didn't care about their gazes. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Dawning Pale sect and hand in the mission." Zhang Feng and the others nodded. Then they followed Zhao Hai towards the Dawning Pale sect. Before long, they arrived at the Dawning Pale sect. Today, Zhao Hai's group came to hand in the mission. The old cultivator received the ginseng that Zhao Hai's group handed over. After looking at the ginseng, the old cultivator gave them an excellent evaluation. At the same time, he also gave them full marks for their impression. The reason why the old man didn't give Zhao Hai and the others more impression points was because this ginseng gathering task was, strictly speaking, easier than the jade stalactite task. Therefore, the old man didn't give them more impression points, but Zhao Hai and the others were already very satisfied with a full score. Just as Zhao Hai and the others came out of the Xianxia sect, Zhao Hai felt a spiritual fluctuation coming from his communicator. He knew that someone wanted to talk to him. He picked up the communicator and saw that it was Yuan Ba. As soon as Yuan Ba appeared on the communicator, he excitedly said to Zhao Hai, "Captain, where are you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We just handed in the mission in front of the Dawning Pale sect." "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Yuan Ba immediately said, "Captain, wait for me there. I'll be right there." With that said, he switched off the communicator. Zhao Hai received the communicator, then he looked around and said, "Yuan Ba will be here soon. Let's go to the tavern and wait for him. Looking at Yuan Ba's appearance, we should be able to have a good drink today." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They knew that if Yuan Ba really sold the transmission formation, then not to mention having a drink, they could even drink in the tavern every day. When the group arrived in front of the tavern, they discovered that the tavern had the words Xianxia Tavern written on it. This made the group stare blankly. They didn't think that this tavern was opened by the Xianxia sect. The group curiously walked in. Upon entering the tavern, they discovered that the tavern was very special. The tavern wasn't very big, it only had a dozen or so tables. However, between two tables, there was a small piece of land. On this land, there was a small tree. This small tree had lush branches and leaves. Most importantly, this small tree exuded a very enchanting fragrance. After smelling it, people would feel refreshed. A cultivator wearing short robes arrived in front of the group. This person's clothes were very strange. He wore short robes, pants, shoes, and a small hat on his head. His entire person looked very clean and nimble. After the cultivator arrived in front of the group, he bowed and said, "Welcome to my humble store. Is this your first time here? Please take a seat." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and saw that he was an immortal expert. Such a respected immortal expert was actually working as a waiter here. If people in the cultivation realm knew about this, their eyeballs would fall to the ground. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and saw that the immortal expert was an immortal expert. However, Zhao Hai also knew that in the Leap Dragon realm, one couldn't enter without reaching the immortal stage. Because of this, he wasn't surprised. He just nodded and followed the waiter inside. On the other hand, Zhang Feng and the others looked at the waiter in amazement. They weren't as calm as Zhao Hai. They didn't believe that an immortal expert would be a waiter in a place like this. This was too shocking. The waiter was already accustomed to Zhang Feng and the others' gazes, so he didn't care. He just smiled and led the group to a large table. After the group sat down, the waiter said, "What do you want to drink?" Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Is there a menu?" The waiter stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Mister, what is on the menu?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at the waiter's question. However, he immediately understood that there was no such thing as a menu in the true spirit realm. Zhao Hai quickly changed his question and said, "What do you have to eat and drink here?" When the waiter heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He quickly replied, "Our restaurant's 10 brocades are the best. Our wondrous water koi fish is the freshest. Our green iron bamboo wine is the purest. If you feel uncomfortable, I strongly recommend the Hero's Blood wine. Although this wine is strong, it can replenish blood energy and help with recovery. Zhao waved his hand and said, well, pick 6 dishes from your restaurant and bring 2 jars of green iron bamboo wine. Go. The waiter nodded before he turned around and left. Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, eating here isn't cheap, right? You also ordered a lot of things. Isn't this a bit too much? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Eldest brother, you can rest assured. Why do you think there are so many taverns and restaurants in the Leaping Dragon realm? I think the True Spirit realm has a lot of these things. Moreover, Martial Uncle said that we need to eat in the True Spirit realm. I think it's not a coincidence that there are so many taverns and restaurants in the Leaping Dragon realm. They want us to adapt to this lifestyle as soon as possible so that we can enter the True Spirit realm in the future. Therefore, we need to eat these things. Don't be afraid of spending money. To be honest, it's very easy for me to make money now. When Zhang Feng and the others heard what Zhao Hai said, they didn't object. Just like what Zhao Hai said, it was very easy for him to make money now. Not to mention anything else, just the transmission formation alone would bring him a lot of wealth. They knew how much money Zhao Hai spent to buy the materials yesterday. Zhao Hai only spent a total of 20,000 crystal stones. And in the end? Not only did each of them get a transmission formation, they also saved up 1,000 crystal stones. Moreover, they could take out 500 to sell. How much could these 500 transmission formations be sold for? Thinking about it, it was a very scary number. Most importantly, Zhang Feng and the others also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai meant that everything in the Leaping Dragon realm didn't appear out of nowhere. Take this tavern for example. It was very likely that the True Spirit realm made it so that they could adapt to their lifestyle. If this was the case, then it seems like they would have to come to this tavern more in the future. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai suddenly said, Come and find us at the Xianxia tavern. His voice wasn't loud, but Zhang Feng and the others understood that Zhao Hai was talking to Yuan Ba. Naturally, Yuan Ba had arrived. Sure enough, before long, Yuan Ba appeared in the Xianxia tavern. Looking at Yuan Ba's excited face, Zhao Hai just smiled faintly. After Yuan Ba sat down, the food and drinks were already served. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, You can leave. The waiter nodded before he turned around and left. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and arranged a formation. Then he looked at Yuan Ba and said, Tell me, how did it go? Yuan Ba looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, Captain, you don't know. Today, all 500 transmission formations were sold for a total of 35,000 crystal stones. I've already exchanged the crystal stones for jade essence, a total of 35,000 jade essences. Captain, I've been in the Leaping Dragon realm for a long time, but I haven't seen so much money. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Ba, then he smiled faintly and said, Alright, it's also good to exchange for jade essence. When we go back, we'll buy some spirit wine. Everyone, let's have a good time. Yuan Ba nodded, but his face was still filled with excitement. At this time, he had 35,000 jade essences in his hands. Jade essences were a kind of currency circulating in the true spiritual world. Moreover, it was a relatively high-grade currency. A piece of jade essence could be exchanged for 1,000 crystal stones. In the past, they didn't even have 1,000 crystal stones in their hands, let alone exchanging crystal stones for jade essences. Zhang Feng and the others were also very excited. Although they had only been in the Leap Dragon realm for 2 days, they had already realized the importance of money in the Leap Dragon realm. Now that they had a huge sum of money in their hands, they were naturally very excited. Zhao Hai poured himself a glass of wine, then he raised his glass and said, Alright, everyone, let's have a toast to today's harvest. Everyone quickly poured a glass of wine and downed it. At this time, they were completely convinced by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had only been in the Leaping Dragon realm for 2 days, but he had already turned their lives upside down. If there was anyone who wasn't convinced by Zhao Hai, then they were just jealous. After Zhao Hai put down his glass, he turned to Yuan Ba and said, How did you sell it all in one day? Is Martial Dragon City's purchasing power that strong? Yuan Ba shook his head and said, I didn't. I set up a stall in the market for a while, but I didn't manage to buy much. In the end, I took all of my jade tokens to the array-changing sex shop and sold them all to them. At this point, Yuan Ba looked at Zhao Hai nervously and said, Captain, can I handle it like this? The array-changing sect is a sect that specializes in formations. Their business is very fair. Moreover, I heard that they are famous for their formations in the true spiritual realm. Zhang Feng and the others were also nervously looking at Zhao Hai. They were afraid that this matter would cause trouble for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly, don't worry, there won't be any trouble. Although I haven't been to the true spirit realm and I don't know much about the people there, I can tell from the arrangement of the Leap Dragon realm that the people of the true spirit realm hope to find talents. Have you noticed that the prices of materials in the Leap Dragon realm are very cheap while the prices of finished products are very expensive? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, there won't be any trouble. Zhang Feng and the others didn't think too much about Zhao Hai's words. However, Yuan Ba was different. He understood Zhao Hai's words very well, so he nodded and said, right, Captain is right. In the Leap Dragon realm, no matter what the materials are, they aren't very expensive. However, the price of the finished products is very high. Zhao Hai nodded and said, actually, I suspect that the true spirit realm is doing this on purpose. They lower the price of materials and increase the price of finished products. On the surface, it seems like they're squeezing the ordinary cultivators of the Leaping Dragon realm. But in fact, they're using another method to stimulate our potential. They want us to refine our own equipment and make our own pills in order to find those with talent. I think that even in the true spirit realm, a good blacksmith or alchemist would be valued, even more than an ordinary cultivator. This can be seen from the high price they pay for the transmission formations. When Zhang Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they thought about what Zhao Hai said about the tavern's use. Yuan Ba frowned and said, it seems like in the Leaping Dragon realm, you can't just work hard. You need to pay attention to these things. Otherwise, you might not be noticed by the great sects. Zhang Feng and the others nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, we'll talk about this later. Come and have a taste of their food. Then Zhao Hai picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the food on the table. The taste of this dish was really good, but compared to the dishes in the space, it was still a bit worse. This was the first time in their lives that Zhang Feng and the others had eaten something. In the past, they had only drunk some spirit wine and eaten some pills. They really didn't know what food tasted like. This was their first time eating food. The group clumsily picked up their chopsticks and took a bite of the food. After taking a bite, they were quickly conquered by the taste of the food. Their eating speed couldn't help but increase. Zhao Hai faintly smiled, but he didn't care. He looked around and saw that the dishes in Dansha pub were really good. There were 6 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. All of them were very refined. The 2 meat dishes were fish and some kind of demon beast meat, while the vegetable dishes were ordinary vegetables. These dishes were very common for Zhao Hai. After tasting a mouthful, he didn't eat any more. On the other hand, Zhang Feng and the others were eating in big mouthfuls. Zhao Hai looked at them with a smile as he drank his wine. Before long, the dishes were eaten by Zhang Feng and the others. They put down their chopsticks and then looked at each other before they couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, good, I didn't expect this food to be so delicious. Haha, good. Little Hai, we must come here often in the future. Zhang Feng had already made up her mind. No matter what the reason was, she would definitely come to this tavern in the future. She would be able to eat delicious food and learn more about the situation in the true spiritual realm. She would be happy to do so. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, we'll come here often. Let's go and buy some wine. We'll go back and drink. Then Zhao Hai said, waiter, come and settle the bill. The waiter immediately ran over and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, are you done eating? Are the dishes in this restaurant okay? A dish costs 200 crystal stones. Thank you for your patronage. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, how much is a caddy of wine? The waiter quickly replied, 1 crystal per caddy. Our wine is definitely of the highest quality. Therefore, the price is naturally higher than outside. It's definitely not a random price. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned to Yuan Ba and said, Yuan Ba, give him a piece of jade essence. After paying for this table, the rest of the money is for wine. Yuan Ba nodded, then he took out a piece of jade essence and gave it to the waiter. Then he said, Did you hear our captain? Aside from paying for this table, the rest of the money is for wine. The waiter nodded, then he took the jade essence and left. Zhao Hai paid attention to the jade essence that Yuan Ba took out. It was a square of green jade with a side length of 10 centimeters. The green color was intoxicating, it was translucent, without any impurities. One could see that it was a good thing at first glance. If this thing was placed in the cultivation realm, then it would be a top-grade refining material. But in the true spiritual realm, it was just a currency. From this point, one could see the difference between the two realms. Before long, the waiter came back with a space bag in his hand. He handed the space bag to Yuan Ba and said, Everyone, this is 500 kilograms of wine. Our owner would like to thank you for your patronage and would like to give you an extra 100 kilograms. We hope that you can come here often. Also, please take out your scorecard. Because this is your first time coming to the tavern, you can get 10 extra points. A pie falling from the sky. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was absolutely a pie falling from the sky. They didn't think that such a good thing would happen in a place like this. It actually gave them 10 extra points. This was really inconceivable. At this point, Zhang Feng and the others were completely convinced by Zhao Hai's words. After Zhao Hai and the others received their points, Yuan Ba took the 500 kilograms of green bamboo wine and left the Xianxia tavern. Outside the tavern, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh as he said, I didn't think that there would be such a good thing. Ha ha ha. Great, this is really great. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Yuan Ba, when you went to sell your portable transmission formation, did you get any benefits? Did they give you any extra points? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan Ba couldn't help but pat his head and said, they really did. They said that if we can sell them 3 types of magic artifacts that meet the standards of the true spirit realm, then they can give us 10 points each. At most, they can give 100 points. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. They said that if we can sell them 3 types of magic artifacts that meet the standards of the true spirit realm, they can give us 10 points each. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, that's good. Hee 3 types of artifacts. That's easy. Go and buy the artifacts we need twice. Don't buy refining materials yet. After you bring them back, we'll buy the materials tomorrow. Yuan Ba nodded, then he turned around and ran. Before long, he returned and said to Zhao Hai, this time, I've sold a set of positioning discs as well as an inner armor. The positioning discs can be used by 1,000 people and are divided into sub-discs and master discs. The master disc can be left in the camp while the sub-discs can be carried by a person. This way, no matter where they go, the master disc will know their position. Naturally, these are the smaller discs. There are also larger ones, but we can't afford them. The inner armor is a good thing, 100 jade essences for one. Its defensive strength is very strong. Even if an immortal expert attacks you, the inner armor can completely block the attack without injuring you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good, very good. These 2 things are exactly what we need. Let's go back to the camp. I want to study these 2 things, then we can buy the materials needed to refine them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good. Very good. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to refine these 2 things. Even Zhang Feng and the others were confident in him. Zhang Feng was confident in Zhao Hai because he knew that Zhao Hai had the ability to decompose and synthesize materials. On the other hand, the others were confident in Zhao Hai because of his performance in the past 2 days. Zhao Hai's performance in the past 2 days had completely convinced them. The group immediately activated the transmission formation and returned to the camp. At this time, there were only 200 people left in the camp. They weren't here to look after the camp, they were here because they were afraid that something might happen to the other teams. The person in charge of the camp was Li Mu. When Li Mu saw that Zhao Hai and the others had returned, he quickly greeted them. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Legion Commander, you're back. Did today's mission go smoothly? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it went very smoothly. You can ask them about the details. Yuan Ba, give me the things you need. Yuan Ba complied, then he took out a spatial bag and gave it to Zhao Hai. After that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and entered his cave residence. Li Mu looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Then he asked Yuan Ba and the others, Legion Commander, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? What did the Legion Commander want to get? Yuan Ba laughed and explained to Li Mu what just happened. When Li Mu heard Yuan Ba, he couldn't help but be shocked. 35,000 jade essence was a huge amount. He didn't think that they would have 35,000 jade essence. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to do so in just 2 days. This was really a miraculous team. Naturally, they didn't have that much jade essence in their hands right now. After all, they just spent some. The positioning disc wasn't cheap. Although they bought a small positioning disc, it was still worth 10,000 jade essences. Additionally, the inner armor was also worth 100 jade essences. At this point, they only had 20,000 jade essences left. Even so, Li Mu was still very happy. As soon as he heard that there would be wine to drink, Li Mu couldn't help but cheer. He wanted to inform those who were still doing their tasks. Seeing Li Mu getting carried away, Zhang Feng quickly said, "All right, Li Mu, keep your voice down. Zhao Hai is still studying the positioning disc and the inner armor. Don't disturb him. Right, don't be in such a hurry to inform everyone. They're still doing their tasks, so they can't afford to be distracted. Be careful of any dangers. We'll prepare ourselves first." As soon as Li Mu heard Zhang Feng, he calmed down. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "I'm sorry, Sect Master. I'm just too happy. For many years, the Cultivation Realms camp has never been this big. I didn't expect the Legion Commander to be so successful in just a few days. Compared to the Legion Commander, I'm still far behind." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You can't compare yourself to anyone else but Zhao Hai. Not to mention you, who in the entire Cultivation Realm can compare to Zhao Hai?" Zhang Feng's words were very proud, but no one objected. Everyone nodded, agreeing with his words. In fact, it wasn't only the people in the Leap Dragon Realm who were aware of this. Even the Cultivation Realm knew that a sex genius shouldn't be compared to Zhao Hai. This was because this was tantamount to destroying the person. No sex genius could reach Zhao Hai's level. If they were compared to Zhao Hai, then they would slowly lose their confidence and eventually become mediocre. This was something that no sect wanted to see. At this point, the entire Cultivation Realm knew that Zhao Hai was an evildoer. Because of this, the entire Cultivation Realm knew that Zhao Hai was a formidable person. Nobody should compare themselves with him. Even those who had just entered a sect knew that Zhao Hai was a formidable person. It was believed that Zhao Hai's arrival in the Leap Dragon Realm would make the Cultivation Realm so happy that they wouldn't be able to sleep. This was indeed the case. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space and looking at the screen. On the screen, a small conflict was occurring. And the location of this conflict was the Cultivation Realm's Shirquan store. When Zhao Hai was still in the Cultivation Realm, the Shirquan store was absolutely safe. Nobody dared to have any ideas about it. Even the 9 great sects would give the store face. However, just 2 days after Zhao Hai entered the Leap Dragon Realm, the Cultivation Realm couldn't hold back and started to cause trouble in the store. Zhao Hai knew what was going on. It was nothing more than testing the bottom line of the store. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be lenient. He had Laura command the undead to teach these people a lesson. The battle quickly ended. All the troublemakers were killed by the Shirquan store. Then the immortal experts of the various sects came forward to argue with the store. However, the store wasn't polite at all as it sent its immortal stage undead to fight against the immortal experts. At the same time, there were also hundreds of immortal stage undead in the rear. This was to make the Cultivation Realm understand that they shouldn't think that just because Zhao Hai went to the Leap Dragon Realm, they could do whatever they want. Even if Zhao Hai wasn't there, the store still had the strength to deal with them. Although the battle wasn't over yet, Zhao Hai believed that after this matter, nobody would dare to cause trouble in the store. After seeing the immortal stage undead defeat the other party, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. Then he sighed and said, "These guys are really impatient. Can't they wait a few more days?" They're really disappointing. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile. They knew that Zhao Hai was just teasing them. No matter how much trouble they caused, they wouldn't be able to get anything good out of it. At this time, Kaier turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, the positioning disc and inner armor have been decomposed. We can make them now. Here's the list of materials." Then she handed a jade slip to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and looked at it. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll have them buy the materials tomorrow." Hee hee. I didn't think that we would be able to get some impression points like this. At this time, Kaier frowned and said, "Big brother Hai, there's something wrong with the Leap Dragon realm these past few days. I can see that the activities of the beasts have become more frequent. Something is wrong." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "You mean, a new beast tide is coming?" Kaier nodded and said, "It's possible. Let's see if the Leap Dragon realm will send out an alarm. In any case, I can feel that the beasts there have become more active." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, if a beast tide really happens, what will you do? Will you participate in the battle or just hide in the camp? The situation in the camp is very good, it's impossible for the beasts to find it. Even if a beast tide happens, the camp would still be safe." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, we can't hide in the camp. Although we can't get any impression points by fighting the beasts in the city, it's still a good opportunity for the great sects to observe the people of the lower realms. This is more important than impression points. Therefore, when the beast tide happens, we must fight the beasts in the city." Laura nodded and said, "I think so too. Everything in the Leap Dragon realm seems to be specially arranged for the cultivators. If you don't participate in the beast tide, then it wouldn't be good for you. However, there's a problem with participating in the beast tide. Brother Hai, I don't agree with you going to Martial Dragon City to fight the beast tide." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Martial Dragon City is too small. It's not safe, and there aren't any powerful great sects there. While we fight the beast tide, we'll go to Kindness City." Laura smiled faintly and said, "So you've already thought about it? That's good. Brother Hai, you should go out and take a look. Almost everyone has returned, you should also show your face." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he stood up and went outside. When he arrived outside the cave, he discovered that the cultivators of the Cultivation realm had already returned. The cultivators were standing there and chatting excitedly. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, all of them took the initiative to greet Zhao Hai. They were very enthusiastic. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand. Everyone stopped chatting and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Today, we have a big harvest. Our cultivation realm is finally rich. Now that we have money, we need to learn how to spend it. Today, I had Yuan Ba buy some wine so that everyone can have a good drink. Later on, Yuan Ba will give everyone a jade essence. You can take this money and spend it. But most importantly, this money is for you to buy food and wine, not for you to sell equipment. Later on, the money will be distributed separately." Everyone stared at Zhao Hai for a moment before they applauded. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he had Yuan Ba take out the wine. Then everyone began to drink. At this point, these people were very convinced by Zhao Hai. Nobody dared to look down on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's prestige had been completely established. Zhao Hai was able to establish his prestige this quickly. In addition to the money, the most important reason was that he was very famous in the cultivation realm. There wasn't a single cultivator in the Leaping Dragon realm who hadn't heard of Zhao Hai. People in their sects repeatedly told them how powerful Zhao Hai was. In the past, they weren't convinced. But now that they saw what Zhao Hai did, they were completely convinced. The next morning, in addition to assigning tasks, Zhao Hai also gave Yuan Ba a list of things to sell. Everything on the list must be bought as soon as possible. Naturally, Yuan Ba didn't say anything and directly went to Xianxia City to buy things. Compared to Zhao Hai, the things in Xianxia City were much cheaper and more complete. Zhao Hai didn't oppose Yuan Ba's decision to go to Xianxia City. This was because he wanted Yuan Ba to try and see if the Truth Dao sect was really targeting the cultivation realm. If it was true, then Yuan Ba would be in danger if he went to Xianxia City alone. However, he would be able to let Zhao Hai and the others know about the Truth Dao sect's attitude. Zhao Hai also told Yuan Ba about this matter. Yuan Ba immediately agreed. This was because Yuan Ba was very clear that this matter was related to the entire cultivation realm. He couldn't shrink back. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others still had to go out and do their tasks. However, the people doing the tasks had already begun to rotate. Besides Zhao Hai and the others who were new to the task, some of the old people had already taken turns to guard the camp. The positioning disc had already been installed. Everyone had the sub-disc of the positioning disc with them, which further ensured their safety. Zhao Hai and the others' task today was to mine. They received a task from a sect called the Flame Mountain sect to find a type of ore with strong fire resistance. This ore couldn't be used for refining, but it could be used to make furnaces or forging platforms. The origin of this ore was also very strange. It was found on an active volcano. The volcano would erupt once in a while. Therefore, mining this ore was very dangerous. Naturally, the danger didn't only come from the volcano. Most importantly, there were fire attribute beasts in the volcano. In particular, there were fire scorpions. These beasts were very strong. Not only did they have the strength of an immortal expert, their attacks also contained fire poison. This fire poison was so strong that even immortal experts wouldn't be able to resist it. Fire scorpions like to live on active volcanoes. Although they don't appear in groups, even a single fire scorpion can bring danger to a team of 10 people. This was because the fire scorpion, in addition to being a fire-type beast, was also an earth-type beast. They would hide in the ground and attack cultivators. But in an active volcano, it was very difficult for people to find the fire scorpions hiding in the ground. The active volcano that Zhao Hai and the others were going to was also quite far from High Kindness City. They would take the transmission formation from High Kindness City to Crossblade City. Then from there, they would head towards the active volcano. Early in the morning, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Martial Dragon City. They didn't immediately go to High Kindness City. Instead, they stayed in the city for some time. They were waiting for Yuan Ba's news. They wanted to know how Yuan Ba was doing in High Kindness City. If Yuan Ba was fine, then they could go directly to High Kindness City. If something happened to Yuan Ba, then they wouldn't be able to go to High Kindness City. They might even have to give up on this mission. This was because the Truth Dao sect would deal with them. It would be better for them to find a place to hide. After waiting for some time in Martial Dragon City, Yuan Ba sent a letter to Zhao Hai. He told Zhao Hai that High Kindness City was fine and that he had bought a lot of things. Only then did Zhao Hai feel relieved. Then he led Zhang Feng and the others to take the transmission formation to High Kindness City. Then they didn't even leave the transmission formation and directly took the transmission formation to Crossblade City. Just as Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the transmission formation of Crossblade City, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Zhao Hai and the others stared. Then they saw all the cultivators in Crossblade City rushing towards the city wall. Zhao Hai thought about Kair's words tomorrow night. Then his expression changed as he said, "Not good, the beast tide has started. Let's go to the city." Then Zhao Hai took the lead and flew towards the city wall. When they arrived at the city wall, they discovered that there were a lot of cultivators gathered there. Everyone was looking outside. Zhao Hai also flew up and looked outside. However, he didn't see anything. Just as Zhao Hai was stunned, he suddenly felt his scoreboard flash with a red light. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the scoreboard. When he looked at it, Zhao Hai discovered that the scoreboard clearly stated, "Emergency notice, due to abnormal beast activity in the past few days, it is suspected to be the precursor of a beast tide. Therefore, cultivators are not allowed to leave the city. They must stay in the city and be prepared to fight against the beasts at any time. If you leave the city, you will have to bear the consequences." Upon seeing this notice, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and the others and said, "Let's go. We'll immediately take the transmission formation back to the city. Tell everyone to stay in the city. If the beasts attack, then we'll defend the city." Zhang Feng and the others naturally wouldn't object. Although they were carrying portable transmission formations, these portable transmission formations had a special feature. If the place they wanted to go to was blocked by an energy shield, then the transmission formation wouldn't be able to reach it. Now that the beast tide was about to start, the city's energy shields had been activated. Therefore, their portable transmission formations couldn't be used. They could only use the fixed transmission formations. The reason why portable teleportation arrays had such a flaw was because the craftsmanship was not good enough. The second reason was that portable teleportation arrays had different energy patterns. That was why portable teleportation arrays had such a flaw. Zhao Hai and the others immediately used the transmission formation to return to the city. However, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that a pair of eyes had been watching him. And the owner of these eyes was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was already optimistic about Zhao Hai. He even sent Feng Lingyun to test Zhao Hai. But this time, Zhao Hai's mission required them to go to Horizontal Blade City before they could go to the volcano. But Horizontal Blade City was built by the Tyrant Blade sect. When Zhao Hai appeared in Horizontal Blade City, Lin Ling immediately knew about it. Lin Ling also wanted to see what Zhao Hai would do. Because of this, he was paying attention to Zhao Hai. When he heard that Zhao Hai wanted to go to the city, Lin Ling nodded. He didn't stop Zhao Hai. After all, he knew that Zhao Hai was now the captain of the Leap Dragon realm. After returning to the city, Zhao Hai immediately sent a letter to Li Mu and the others, telling them to come to the city. The situation in the city was similar to Horizontal Blade City. A lot of cultivators ran to the city's walls. Naturally, they couldn't see the demon beasts, but they wanted to be the first to see the attack. Zhao Hai wasn't that curious. Not long after he sent the letter, Li Mu and the others arrived at the city. When they received the notice, they immediately set off from the camp and entered Martial Dragon City. Originally, they wanted to resist the demon beasts in Martial Dragon City. However, Zhao Hai ordered them to come directly to the city. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Because of the beast tide, we can't go out and do missions. Although we're familiar with Martial Dragon City, it's too small. Therefore, I had everyone come to the city. This time, we'll be fighting against the demon beasts." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Mu couldn't help but feel nervous as he asked, "What's wrong? Is the beast tide this time going to be very big? Can't the Martial Dragon City stop it?" When Li Mu heard Zhao Hai say that the Martial Dragon City was too small, he thought that Zhao Hai was afraid that the Martial Dragon City wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of the beasts. Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. "It's not because of this. The Martial Dragon City should be able to resist the attacks of the beasts. I said that the Martial Dragon City is too small, I meant that the Martial Dragon City's sects are too small. On the other hand, the size of the sects in the Xianxia City is much bigger than the Martial Dragon City." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai paused and looked at everyone. Then he turned his head and pointed to a nearby tavern and said, "Let's go in and drink while we talk." Then he walked towards the tavern. Everyone quickly followed behind him. At this point, they didn't care about the cost of the drinks. Take Martial Dragon City and Xianxia City as an example. Martial Dragon City is only a medium-sized city, and there are only some medium-sized sects there. However, Xianxia City is different. There aren't only True Dao sect in Xianxia City, there are also other large sects there. Although these large sects can't compare to True Dao sect, their scale is still much bigger than Martial Dragon City. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Xianxia City is a medium-sized city. Martial Dragon City is just a medium-sized city, and there are only medium-sized sects there. However, Xianxia City isn't the same. Xianxia City doesn't only have True Dao sect, there are also other large sects there. Although the Martial Dragon City's sects are much bigger than the Martial Dragon City's sections." Zhao Hai paused for a moment and drank some wine to moisten his throat. Then he continued, "Don't think that impressions are everything. Is it possible? What they want to see is the cultivator's actual performance. The beast tide is often the best opportunity to see a cultivator's actual performance. If we stay in the Xianxia City, we can let the big sects see our performance. As long as we perform well, are you afraid that we won't have a chance to join a better sect in the future?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then they looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, they didn't dare to think about what Zhao Hai said before. Every time a beast tide comes, they would stay in Martial Dragon City to fight against the beasts. They never thought that someone would be observing them at this time. Zhao Hai's expression changed. However, just because they didn't think about it didn't mean that they didn't understand anything. Now that Zhao Hai said it, it was like a layer of window paper was pierced through. Naturally, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Li Mu excitedly said, "Right, the Legion commander is right. If we stay here, we'll have more opportunities." "Alright, then we'll stay here in the future." Zhao Hai looked at Li Mu and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "In fact, what I can think of, the people in the true spirit realm can also think of it. The reason why you were able to arrive at Kindness City so smoothly is because of us. During the Beast Tide, people can freely move between two big cities. However, moving from a small city to a big city isn't easy. First of all, you have to have someone from the same realm in your city. If we don't have someone in Kindness City, then it would be impossible for us to go from the Martial Dragon realm to Kindness City." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, what I can think of, the people in the true spirit realm can also think of. The reason why you were able to arrive at Kindness City so smoothly is because of us." Li Mu and the others were suddenly enlightened. But then Yuan Ba looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Captain, how do you know about this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Martial Uncle told me about it. They wanted to do that before, but they were repelled. This time, if Yuan Ba wasn't in High Virtue City and we weren't in Crossblade City, then I'm afraid that we would still be fighting in Martial Dragon City." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Martial Uncle told me about it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone felt relieved. They all knew who Zhao Hai's martial uncle was. It was Tai Zhantian, the former captain of the Cultivation Realm's Leap Dragon Squad. He was now a member of the Bronze Body sect. Tai Zhantian was a legendary figure in the hearts of the Cultivation Realm. At that time, he led a team of a few dozen people and relied on himself to explore little by little. In the end, he stood firm in the Leap Dragon Realm. Moreover, he made the Cultivation Realm more and more powerful. For such a figure, no matter which sect they belonged to, they were very respectful. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said that it was Tai Zhantian who told him, nobody doubted it. In fact, it wasn't Tai Zhantian who told Zhao Hai this. It was Zhao Hai who discovered this after monitoring the various cities for a long time. This kind of thing wasn't something that the sects of the true spiritual realm would casually talk about. Seeing everyone's understanding, Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly. He really couldn't let them know about this. Zhao Hai said, "This matter should only be known to us. Don't tell anyone else. It must be kept a secret. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said. Everyone nodded. They also knew the importance of this matter. If they really talked about this matter, it wouldn't be good for them at all. Moreover, they didn't have any friends in the Leaping Dragon realm, so there was no way for them to talk about this matter. While Zhao Hai and the others were talking, two people entered the tavern. When Zhao Hai saw these two people, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because he knew these two people. They were the two people from the Truth Dao sect who provoked them before. The tavern that Zhao Hai and the others were in wasn't very big. Most of the people sitting inside were people with high status. The other cultivators went to other places to sit or go to other taverns to drink. In any case, Zhao Hai gave each of them a jade essence, so they had enough to drink. Because of this, there weren't a lot of people in the tavern. Naturally, Zhao Hai noticed Feng Lingyun and Luo Xiu'er. Naturally, he didn't know their names. Everyone was talking and laughing when they saw Zhao Hai's expression suddenly change. Everyone stared, then they followed Zhao Hai's gaze. Zhang Feng's expression also changed, but the others didn't know what was going on. Yuan Ba couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what's going on? Do you know these two people?" Zhao Hai nodded but didn't speak. Zhang Feng whispered to Yuan Ba about Feng Lingyun and Luo Xiu'er's identity. When Yuan Ba heard these two people, his expression became ugly. They knew about Feng Linghun and Luo Xiu'er, but they didn't know what they looked like. Now that these two people suddenly appeared here, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. While everyone was nervous, Feng Lingyun led Luo Xiu'er towards them. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately stood up. The others also stood up. When the other cultivators in the tavern saw Zhao Hai's reaction, they also stood up. They looked at Zhao Hai in amazement. Feng Lingyun looked at Zhao Hai's nervous expression and couldn't help but smile. Then he walked towards Zhao Hai's table and stood there. Before they could speak, Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Cultivation World's Zhao Hai greets the seniors of the True Tao sect." When Feng Lingyun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, "You really recognized us. No wonder you left without saying a word. Hee, you don't need to worry about it. We didn't want to target the cultivation world. We were just entrusted with it. You are Zhao Hai, right? Now that the people outside have already reached the city wall, why are you still drinking here?" When Zhao Hai heard Feng Lingyun, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Senior must be joking. The beast tide isn't coming right away. If we go to the walls right now, we wouldn't be able to do anything. Although our strength isn't worth mentioning in front of Senior, we can still use our fastest speed to reach the walls. Because of this, we're still in the mood to drink." Feng Lingyun nodded and said, "Senior, you must be joking." When Feng Lingyun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Good. What's the use of going to the city wall at this time? It's really worth being observed. Zhao Hai, I'll let you know that some people are already paying attention to you. Of course, this person isn't from the True Tao sect. However, I can tell you that this person's sect isn't any weaker than the True Tao sect. If there are any sects that want to contact you, you should reject them." When Zhao Hai heard Feng Lingyun, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but become excited. He looked at Feng Lingyun and said, "Senior, thank you for your guidance. Zhao Hai will remember it." Feng Lingyun nodded. Then he looked at the others and smiled faintly, "All right, I've already said what I wanted to say. I won't delay your drinking any longer. Goodbye." Then he led Luo Xiao'er and left. Zhao Hai and the others quickly bowed to send them off. When the two left, Zhang Feng and the others blew up. This was because Feng Lingyun's words were too shocking. Zhao Hai had only been in the Leap Dragon realm for 4 or 5 days. But in such a short time, someone was already paying attention to Zhao Hai. Moreover, this sect wasn't any weaker than the True Tao sect. This was too shocking. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai excitedly and said, "Great. Little Hai, this is great. As far as I know, ever since we entered the Leap Dragon realm, no one has ever joined a super sect. If you join, then you'll be the first." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." When Zhao Hai heard Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm not sure yet. I don't even know which great sect wants me. Don't even think about it." Li Mu laughed and said, "Don't worry, I can't be wrong. There are precedents in the Leaping Dragon realm. Some great sects would reserve someone in advance. As long as that person's performance is good and meets their recruitment criteria, they would directly take that person away. Aside from some accidental deaths, I haven't heard of anyone who didn't join a great sect. Legion Commander, you can rest assured." Li Mu smiled and said, "All right, I'll be the first one to join the great sect." The others also congratulated Zhao Hai. For them, entering the Leap Dragon realm meant joining a great sect in the True Spirit realm. And now, Zhao Hai was already half a step onto that step. Naturally, they were happy for Zhao Hai. End of chapter 1946. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.